time with me. But no, he doesn't say any of that. He doesn't comfort her at all. What he does is he's like, why
is it ugly? Every one of you guys are like so fucking weird looking.
Quiet.
Okay.
There's So anyway, so then instead of like trying to make her feel better and like make her not be afraid of her, she's like okay. And so he just stops visiting her and starts visiting Aisha instead on her night. He just completely stops visiting her. Like he just doesn't know what love is. He's like fundamentally incapable of love. Like anyone who's married to someone who would, when your partner comes and says like I'm scared if you divorce me, just instead of comforting them, just being like, yeah, okay, I'm just gonna fuck my team wife instead of you. Bye, Soda. I don't know.
The part that's funny to me is like he spent like I think 17 years with Khadijah. Like one wife, one husband, like kind of normative by Western standards. And then she dies, he goes crazy, marries 13 women. Like he had a revelation, like she did. I could fuck as many bitches as I want.
It's the craziest midlife crisis in history. Like, totally.
It's okay. That's why we're gonna turn Middle East into Christianity, right? We're gonna take everyone and make them Christian. And if you're not Christian, you have to get the fuck out of the Middle East. There's no place for you if you're not a Christian in the Middle East.
I mean, that sounds like a bright future.
It does. It really does. Get the Muslims out. Get the Jews out. And bring Christianity back.
Inshallah.
More civilized again. That means also kicking you people out as well. You have to go back to your host nations.
I live in Florida.
So you would have to do genetic testings as well, because that,
I live in Florida. You live in Toronto.
Weird looking people that don't look around with that.
Are you a baddie?
Oh, I'm a girl. I'm a baddie. You don't know what I mean. I'm a baddie girl. You like baddie girls? I'm a naughty boy.
So I'm looking for a bitch right now. She is some mom. So are you like the
I know you Jewish guys love Asian women, right? You guys like the Filipino. Every fucking Jewish guy sees.
I'm not Jewish.
We
can hear me and.
Okay, whatever you say, darling. Whatever you like to be. One day you're here and one day you're Italian. I get it.
You don't find a lot of Jews named Jewish.
Facebook, the CEO of Facebook is married to a Chinese. Are you serious? Like every Jewish guy says like photo Filipino.
I mean, not all the Jews like Asians. Sorry, honey.
No, most of them do.
Yeah.
Most of them do. Like every fucking Chinese I see is like a Jewish guy. Like even in Israel, there's a bunch of like Filipino girls working in Israel.
They work as cleaning ladies. What's your point?
I'm just saying why. You guys are very, you have a weird taste.
I mean, they have a treaty with the Philippines to bring in, low-skilled
They have Filipinos, and most of the customers for Filipino girls are
Yeah, I don't know. I live in Miami. I can't speak to any of this.
Oh, Florida.
It really is.
It really is mini Israel, right?
Yeah. Not including, we don't have Filipinos here, but,
You have Cubans.
We do. Cubans look like us. Puerto Ricans look like us.
Cubans look like Puerto Ricans. They look like.
I mean, if you want to go to Cubans, guess what? So,
don't look the same as Cubans.
I mean, what's an Ashkenazi?
You.
No, I'm North African, you dumb bitch.
Oh, even worse. They're like the black type. That's even worse, because I actually like the Ashkenazis better.
Well, good. You should go fuck
I don't like the black ones, because
they would ring your bell, you little
the
cunt.
smartest Ashkenazis are usually the only white ones. The brown ones are stupid. Because, what that Ashkenazi...
It's fine. You're a Somali little cunt.
Somalian? Oh, I'm not even Muslim. I don't give a fuck about Muhammad and your fucking dumb
So what's your deal? You just
You think
hate
I'm
dude?
fucking low IQ that believes in fiction?
Oh, you're definitely low IQ.
Hello, my precious Jew, this land was promised.
This is a joke. From Muhammad to Moses to Jesus, they were drugs, they were on shrooms, and that is a part of history you guys
So
don't
what
know
are
about.
you? You want to talk shit about everybody?
If that gets you guys a country, whatever it is, right? Like, love Jews, love Jesus. As long as you guys are a country after all, right? After
Welcome
all
to
those
Toronto.
years, all those tortures, practically we're
Don't talk about
Treat
your
it
fucking
like
son.
blacks,
Your son,
you know?
Maureen, you're a piece of shit.
Jews were like practically.
You're garbage.
You guys were like literally garbage gypsies. You guys are gypsies, right? You guys are like the gypsies of Middle East. You go
You're
around and
stupid.
you
No,
mixing
nice
and
looking
come
at
back. You know, it's all
You're a
good.
piece of
What's
shit.
your
It's all
background?
good.
Besides,
So why don't you get a nose job for your bar mitzvah?
You're just annoying now.
Oh,
You're
I'm
just
annoying.
annoying.
I'm sorry.
I'm
Sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. What if it?
what's your background?
What's her background?
Job?
I don't think she can come back because I blocked the account. So.
Nice.
The problem with low IQ is that there's just no getting through to him.
Well, look, she's trolling. The problem is like if you're gonna troll, like at least be fun. Like I mean, that's probably the biggest downside of this iteration of Clubhouse is the trolls aren't even good anymore.
We used to have very, very good trolls. Oh, do you remember Sam? Not this Sam, like the one that was talented.
Confounded.
I mean, that's fine. I mean, I don't know you that well, but this Sam, we don't even know where. I mean, I do know where he is from ultimately, but for like years we didn't know where he was from.
He's
What
inferior to me.
country? Huh?
He's inferior to me.
I mean, that may be, but I mean, we'll get to that. But this Sam, like, literally went through every ethnicity, made them his ally, and then offended them, and lost them. But ultimately, what he really hated was Muslims. And he lost the war for winning the battle. It was really sad. It was like Pyrrhic victory after Pyrrhic victory after Pyrrhic loss. It was really bad, but funny. You remember the guy I'm talking about? I would tell you where he was from, but I don't want to dox him.
I think I know who you're talking about. Yes.
Big with big with the Indians for a while, and then he offended them.
Yep.
And then he actually had a bad day with the Jews. Just I think one bad day with the Jews. No, enough. Yeah, I think he lived in Sweden. I think I can say that much, but where he was from would be too much, bro.
This app goes through these weird phases where people that were once like really good friends on the app become like the worst of enemies. They've never met in real life, but they know they hate each other because of arguments that they've had. It's just so crazy. I think one of the more entertaining breakups is, can I say this in here? Ann Hero and Monica have broken up. They are no longer friends, and neither one of them is. Here's the one level of maturity. Neither one of them is explaining why they're having their feud. I want fairly recent.
I offended Monica the other day. I told her she sounded like a monotone Phonex operator.
Angel, I think at least one of the Anons, the one with this little sleepy emoji thing, I think that is Edmund. If anybody follows him, you can go check out if he's streaming the room. But yeah, I think one of those Anons is
What a loser. Yeah, whether he's streaming or not, I really hope he kills himself soon. No one's gonna notice.
Did you hear he was running for Congress?
I mean, not in a way that, like, is it like he's running in the way that like some crazy dude always runs in Chicago, in some district where he can't win. Like, that's fine. No one else ran, so he did.
Do you guys want to hear some more funny Muhammad stories?
Sure.
I mean, you want to talk about the gay, anti-Semitic, dyslexic donkey?
I mean, that one's funny, but the one that I was going to talk about. There's just him spitting in the face of a young boy, which is like kind of weird. It's just pretty casually talking about it, not deep, and he just like, sees a little boy in a well and he's drinking water, just spits in his face. There's also him tongue kissing his like, I think it's like a family member. I think it's his like nephew or something like that. It literally describes it as tongue kissing. And then there's also one which is in the Shia tradition where he kisses what they call the zabiba of one of this little boy, which means a raisin, but it literally says spreads his legs and kisses zabiba. So I don't know exactly what that's about. Kind of sounds like he's sucking his dick. Don't fully get it.
I mean, it sounds like Mohammed was a very giving person.
Okay, here's a serious question. How in the fuck do 2 billion people globally follow this horseshit?
Yeah.
So they have a system with the Hadith, which requires people to be intelligent to understand how deliberately it's set up. Right? You've got Hadith that are like strong and Hadith that are weak, and so that whole system allows people to go like, yeah, I mean that's a weak Hadith, even though like it's not. Right? Like there's a lot of multiple levels of plausible deniability built into Islam because of that system.
Got it. So, dude, let me ask you this, and I'm asking this honestly. So, do you think that there are some that follow a interpretation that's good and productive?
No, you got two types of Muslims: terrorists and bad Muslims. But those bad Muslims are usually good people.
Hi, Ann. I was just talking about you.
You were.
I was.
Is it how amazing I am?
I was. We were talking about Clubhouse personalities and how sad it is that some people have feuded. And because it was a small room, I said the most interesting development that I heard is that, and I heard this around the grapevine, was that you and Monica didn't get along anymore. And then I've asked both of you guys for details, and none of you will give it. So it must not be that big of a deal, because both of you are being very mature, and nobody wants to give any details of why you guys are fighting.
Well, maybe we're just not messy.
No, you guys are being very mature, far more mature than I am for mentioning this shit.
I know. Look how far I've come since season 1.
Clubhouse is definitely over if these two are breaking up and it's not messy.
Is there any chance for reconciliation, though?
Oh, well, I mean, stop.
And but differently, I don't know what's going on, but I'm definitely on your side. What can I do to make it worse?
Convert to Muslim.
I think that would only make it worse for me.
Well, no, I would feel really bad and feel really sad for you.
I mean, I think if we're gonna convert, I'll convert to Christianity and really confuse you. That's probably a better outcome.
Perfect. What denomination?
Lebanese, whatever.
Catholic.
Yes, exactly.
Perfect.
I've always said if I was going to be Christian, I'd be Catholic because like I can't do without the like pomp and circumstance.
What about Mormon? At least you get those fancy underwear.
No, it's fucking weird, bro. I know you're like kind of like, and they're unintellectual, so unintellectual.
Here's the thing that they are, though. If we're gonna be fucking honest, we could say that they're weird as fuck. I've had my experience with them. They've been very kind to my kid, all that kind of shit.
They're very kind. They're very good. I think they teach an incredible set of moral standards. Like, I don't have anything bad to say of them as a people, but in terms of like a religious tradition and a people engaged in it, the worst possible match for what works for me.
Well, but here's the question: how does a group of people they're weird enough to believe that shit, how do they also turn out to be so fucking nice and reliable and trustworthy and all these other things? Like, they're pretty good people. Like on average, I'm sure there's some asshole ones, but the ones that I meet, on average, are nicer than anybody else from any other religion that I meet.
I agree 1,000%. I can't argue with the outcome, but the recipe's fucking weird.
Yeah, it's like they put dog shit in the oven and it fucking came out a delicious cookie. It's amazing.
I mean, that's a little extreme. I don't think any of it's that bad, but
it's pretty bad, dude. Have you heard about the Liahona? Have you heard about this?
I think I have, but help me.
So it's like a magical GPS system. It was something that that Joseph Smith found, and it was his high-tech gadget that he found that put him in connection with God, and it would let him know when he was following the right path and not. It was like basically like a high-tech, like Jesus GPS.
I mean, that makes sense that they would have something like that.
The Liahona. Nobody knows where it's at. I talked to these missionary kids, and they actually had a plastic version of it, and I offered to buy it. They would not sell it to me, and I offered insane amounts of money for this plastic Liahona. I'm going to go look on eBay and see if they have these, because it was...
They totally have one. You can get it from China. Very cheap, too.
The Liahona, that was weird. The other thing that's weird is some of the practices they have, like their workarounds. Like, you've heard of like the docking thing that they do?
Maybe, I don't know.
Where they don't, so they put like the penis near a vagina.
It's not called docking, it's called, what's it called?
Soaking or something like that?
Okay, yeah, soaking.
Yeah. I think I heard it called docking. Whatever, soaking, docking, whatever it is. But as long as you're not thrusting in and out, apparently there's no foul.
Yeah, and if you have a good friend who's gonna shake the bed, even better.
Yeah, jump on the bed for me, pal.
Yeah, I mean, my interactions with them, and I've spent a little time in a Mormon temple. This was like I asked questions, and they're just like, "Well, we don't know. You want a candy bar? Oh wait, no, that has candy."
I've heard them say that. In fact, in Doctrines and Covenants, you can look this up yourself. They have words of wisdom that guide their dietary instruction. And it's not caffeine that they're forbidden to drink. Some people interpret it that way, but it tells you that you can't drink coffee or tea. Although you can drink herbal tea, but you can't drink tea from a leaf.
Sounds an awful lot like caffeine.
Well, but here's the thing. They can drink Coca-Cola though. Because there's something about it being hot, and then I'm like, well, what about iced tea? No, it comes from a leaf, but you could drink like a cold, caffeinated herbal tea. You can drink, a lot of them will drink a Coke or a Diet Coke.
Yeah, I think people just draw their own lines in weird places, but I've known enough of them. I think it's just the caffeine is like really where you're supposed to.
I wish we still had the guy. There was a Mormon dude on here, nicest dude. He used to come in here and he would say, "I love this. I read a book called Impossible Conversations, and I've told people about this book, but there's nowhere you can have these impossible conversations except for on Clubhouse." So this Mormon guy would jump into these conversations. Again, sweetest dude, but man, some of the things he believed were hilarious. But he would be able to tell us the doctrine behind this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me like caffeine's the red line. You have people who will drink caffeine in different forms, and then you have people who are so religious they won't drink herbal tea. Like, it's like every other religion. You have those those who do extra, and you have those who make excuses. But generally, he makes them good people. And if the world's going to end, every Mormon household has 2 years worth of dry goods, so you should go rob them.
Actually, I know where the local pantry is. If we had a real shit hits the fan moment, that's literally where I'm gonna go.
The first target.
Yeah, because everybody else is hitting the Costco and the gun store. I'm going to the pantry for the Mormons.
100%. 100%. If only they didn't believe in guns, it would be like a perfect environment.
I'm in Western Washington, so I've got some of the lefty Mormons that don't like guns.
Oh, yeah, you're a lucky man. I'm in Florida. The Mormons out here have AKs.
It's very interesting talking to politically left people that are Mormons, and like you talk, like you some of the values, like you start realizing that like not all like lefties are built the same, because like they still hold on to some traditions that you would definitely think, oh, wouldn't that put you on the other side of a lot of these fights? But in Western Washington, they definitely they prefer them Democrats.
Oh yeah, what's that about the Democrats? What's that about? What's that about?
Jeff, did you watch the Book of Mormon movie? No, I want to watch it.
What did you want to watch?
The Book of Mormon movie.
I saw the musical. I never watched the movie.
The Trey Parker one?
Yeah.
How is it?
I actually thought it was offensive.
Really?
Yeah. That was very anti-religion generally.
I got some insights here. So, section 89, 9 of Doctrine and Covenants, it's the word of wisdom. It is the source of the restriction, and what it says is that hot drinks are not for the body or belly. LDS leaders, now this is where it gets interesting. LDS leaders, because they believe in living prophets, and so they have like LDS leaders that are the ones that can interpret what these mean, and they interpret hot drinks as coffee and black or green tea, and the faithful members of the are expected to abstain from those. So, but it does not. It's not in the Book of Mormon. It's in this additional book called Doctrine and Covenants, and specifically in the section of Word of Wisdom. And so
is that the Mormon Talmud?
Yeah, kind of, yeah. You can think of it that way.
I mean, if anyone would, it would be me.
Well, hot drinks are not for the body. I mean, I would say that if you interpret that literally, then you couldn't drink warm milk either. However, I'm not the one to interpret it. The LDS leaders are, and they've interpreted it to mean coffee and black or green tea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, Mojo, are you in reconciliation mode or just looking for drama?
Why? Who's in here? What are we doing?
No one's in here, but apparently Sarah misses you.
Oh, no, I'm not done with her yet. I'm not done with her yet. She, you know what? She had every chance to get off the ride. You know what I mean? And she decided, I tried to tell her, hey, that's not a good look, and she just went and did it, and just doubled down, tripled down on it. So if she's gonna be stubborn, I'm gonna be stubborn. Because, by the way, I'm right. What she was doing was incredibly irresponsible and stupid.
Probably.
And that doesn't mean that there's not others that do it as well, but she was the one that annoyed me by doing it. So The others I've just kind of been accustomed to being the way they.
Fair.
So maybe I'm guilty of being a hypocrite, but I think stubborn's a virtue as well.
Fair enough.
I think the only way that I would patch things up with Sarah is if she ran a room to denounce her affiliation with Pepe and to swear to not use the N-word. I think if she was to run a room doing that, that would be her path back to redemption with me.
I mean, both would be laudable. I don't know that she's actually affiliated with Pepe, though.
Oh, she modded a room with him. And,
I mean, if that was the standard, then, you know.
well, she modded a room with him, and then when I told her that it was a bad look, this is the problem, right? I get it. I fucking mod rooms with animals, and some people argue that what I allow is fucking ridiculous. So I get it. There's levels of these things. The only reason it became an issue is because I took the time to genuinely say, hey, that's a bad look for you. And then she took offense by it and was just like a stubborn child to say, like, I'll show you, I'll just be even worse now. And so, okay. She chose her path.
I get that. I mean, you gotta pick your battles. Like, I'll just say I've given people advice they didn't take also. People are people.
This is true. If you had to rate though the most diabolical people that you've come across on this app, most of them come from that like terrorist sympathizing world.
No, not at all. I think you've modded with some of them.
Who?
We can have a private conversation about that.
Okay, so all right. I hear you. Look, I'll talk in code, and you can tell me if you can answer what
You don't even have to speak. You know who I'm talking about.
Well, here's what I will say. I think that there is enough questions that people ask that make me go, huh. But what I can't put my finger on, and there's actually two people that I'm thinking of because they both fit the same description, where the stories don't add up, the conversations, the topics, I can understand why a lot of people are offended by them. What I can't put my finger on is the motivation of the individuals that are doing this. I guess that's as far as I want to go, and we can check this out.
No, I think the motivation is just an extreme level of insecurity.
Maybe. Everybody's curious who the fuck we're talking about. I'll just make up a name. We're talking about Hakima.
Actually, one of the least problematic people you bond with.
I actually like Hakima, but it's every once in a while he will get a little crazy.
I mean, I don't particularly like him, but I don't think he's particularly problematic either.
No, I would actually break bread with him. In fact, when I was in Chicago, I hit him up, and we just, the schedules didn't, I wasn't in Chicago long. I would meet up with Hakima. I think he's very fucking interesting. I mean, he legitimately believes in flat Earth, and then on top of that, he's a nice guy. It's like okay. I want to sit down and look him eyeball to eyeball and go, okay, draw me a picture. Here's the napkin.
Yeah, I don't know him. He came kind of after I stopped modding in your spaces, and I don't know him well, but I've not heard anything that concerns me. I just don't know him well enough to be like, I want to go have lunch with him. But
So here's the two
fine.
here's the two weird takes he has. Number one, he believes that the Earth is flat, legitimately. Hold on, let me correct myself. He doesn't believe it's round. He's not committing to it's flat. He just doesn't believe it's round.
So it could be lumpy.
Maybe, or it could be like a snow globe, maybe. But he doesn't believe that he doesn't believe the round Earth theory. So he opposes round Earth theory. He doesn't necessarily commit to flat Earth theory, if that makes sense. And then the other weird one is that
he acknowledges there are mountains.
Yes. The other weird one is that he genuinely believes that the original inhabitants of North America are black. And the original ones, he's not talking about 1619. He's saying that the natives that we refer to as Native Americans, as Indians, he believes that those people were black.
No, the Indians are colonizers who killed off the native blacks of North America.
So you believe that the first people here were black?
No, I'm not saying what I believe. I'm just saying he can't possibly believe the Native Americans who are no longer black were black. Or is he saying that Native Americans qualify as black?
He believes they were the first people here, and that there's evidence to it. And then when you pin him down for a source, he'll give you a book from a legitimate historian that talks about relationships between the natives and the Europeans near the Great Lakes in a very specific period of time as well. That doesn't help his story. And so we didn't read the book, but we did ask ChatGPT to help us understand what the book's main points were. And according to ChatGPT, it doesn't talk about blacks or the first people. It just simply talks about natives and the relationship with Europeans that came in the Great Lake region, and it's just a history of their relationship in that region. And so at least according to ChatGPT, and in fairness, I have not read the book, it doesn't make any of the claims that he says that the book makes. So that's just all.
I mean, it's not a claim. Odd, we'll start with just because it's so confusingly specific. But he might, in fairness, be able to clarify in a way that makes it more specific and then just wrong. Again, don't know, but
He also
nothing.
Did you know what his religion is?
He's Muslim.
Well, actually, I think he pronounces it Muslim or something else like that. He says that he doesn't believe in the Quran. He believes in the Quran with the K, and not the one with the Q. It's a different book. And so the science it's more science is what he refers to it as.
Maybe. Awesome.
It's very interesting because, I have to tell you, I've spent so much time trying to figure out what he actually believes, because I've never met a human being. I've been on this planet for more than 50 years, and I have never met a human being that believes the things that he believes. And then when he's nice and he's willing to talk about it, it's like, wow, what a fucking opportunity. I feel like I'm talking to a caveman, but it's it.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, but what did you say? Toxic. what was the standard you set for folks who run around this app? I mean, you've got some other ones that are pretty fucking toxic and problematic. And we'd probably agree explicitly on who they are.
Yeah, there's people that I disagree with that I'm just like, wow, you really believe that? And then there's the people that are just fucking crazy. Then there's the liars. That's a whole other category. There's the grifters. That was my original beef with people on this app, were the people that were running rooms and trying to get people to invest in some fucking dumb shit. And so that was actually some of the first big rooms that I did, was when I was calling those people out, because they then came to the room to defend themselves. And so that's what brought the crowd. That's actually how healthy debates became like a thing that people noticed, was all of the grifter people. When I ran a room talking shit about them, somebody came in and then told them like, oh hey, they're talking mess about you. So they came in, then the room blew up, and that's how it all got started. But it used to irritate me how they would just take turns telling people this, that, and the other thing, and then they built a funnel to get people to, and like, I'm just like, dude, don't fucking give your money to these people, Jesus Christ. But now I kind of adopted a different philosophy of like, man, if you're that stupid to give your money to them, fucking, good on them for taking you.
Are you talking about a certain anti-Semitic real estate professional in South Florida?
I am not talking specifically about that person. There was a whole crew of them. It started with JT Fox was one of them. Do you remember him?
No, that's going back far enough. I don't remember him.
Yeah, so JT Fox was like, I mean, you Google him. I mean, like, just Google JT Fox and fraud. JT Fox is what Grant Cardone would be if he didn't want to be able to fool people that he might be a nice guy sometimes. Right? Like, JT Fox is just like, I have no fucks, like, I am just a piece of shit. He had a weird hustle. This is what he would do. He would tell people in the room, hey, bring your startup idea. We've got people up in here that, we've got investors, and if you've got a good idea, we'll invest. We'll get on the horn with you right now. And people would give their startup idea. Then he'd get on there, and they'd be shit on their dreams and tell them how terrible it was, right? But then what he would do is like, you know what? I feel bad. I'm going to offer you some help. And then he would have some woman, I don't remember the woman's name, connect with them over the phone, gather all their fucking information, schedule a meeting. And then what they would do is say, hey, your business is not investable right now because of X, Y, and Z. I can help you get there, but you need to pay me a fee, a consultant fee, and I will fix your business for you. And then you could go and get investors or sell it or do whatever you want to do. But that was his pitch to. Well, he would start in the big room of just having people talk about their thing, and then I think there was carnies always have the one that knows that's in on the gig and and they let them win the big prize, right? I forget the name for that. But they would always have one that they're like, okay, we're going to give you the money. Great. Okay, cool. Let's get the information. And then the rest of the people, they would just put through this fucking horrible thing where they'd shit on their business and then offer them a consulting, gig. They're going to help them by them paying them a consulting fee.
And my favorite scam that I thought that amused me the most, hearing people complain about it, and I don't remember who it was, but they were selling some effectively magic VIP card, and people were buying it.
10K cards.
Yeah, that's what it was.
10K card. Yeah, that guy was a fucking.
That was hysterical. It was like, how stupid are you people?
He was one of the guys that I talked shit about originally, and he didn't come in the room, but some of his minions did, and then there was just there was all kinds of these fucking people. The other one that I went after was Gary the Giraffe. Do you remember him? But they
No, man. I stayed away from a lot of this shit. Like I never wasted my time with that part of Clubhouse.
Let me go find Gary the Giraffe's real name. He's like got like a rap sheet a mile long. It's crazy. Let's see. I forget his last name.
Yeah, I only tangentially got near a little of this. I remember being in some room about 10K cards, and some guy was just going off because his sister spent like $300 on some of these VIP cards, and like they let him go for a while, bitching, and I was just enamored with the level of stupidity. It was wild. Like normal people get hustled for a couple $100 and they're like, oh fuck, I'm stupid, I learned something.
Well, you know, part of what that dude's scam was he would get your business information, right? You'd give it to him, and then he would go spin up a website with that name, but then he owned it, and then he'd do the 10K card thing, and then you'd be like, okay, cool, like so give me the domain, and then he'd go, okay, I'll sell it to you. And then he wanted to sell you the domain that he only knew you would see value in because it was the name of your business. And so it was fucking weird.
Mm-hmm.
But lots of stupid people. He got called out though pretty significantly. I would say this: the other grifters like went for him. Like they turned on him. I think he fucked over the wrong person, and then like you had some of the kings of that side of Clubhouse that basically said this guy's not legit, and then he left. What's crazy is if you still look at bios, there's people on here like nice people, kind people, trusting people, foolishly trusting people that you're like, oh my god, they fell for the 10K cards thing. There was a guy yesterday that I hadn't seen on the app in a long, long time, and I looked at his bio and I saw the 10K card thing in his bio, and I was like, oh, not him, they got him.
All right, man, I gotta go to bed. Good night.
Have a good night. Ann, are you awake? Are you awake, Ann? Ann Hebrew? Not awake. Yo, if you're awake,
Yeah, I'm awake.
what's going on, man?
Fine, actually, Hakima told me about name. Give me a name of a historian, Jewish historian who's believing there's a genocide in Gaza. And I checked this guy out. Turned out he's gone politically rogue. So that was kind of sad to know Hakima believes there's a genocide.
I think that this is what I think happens. I think that people that don't pay close enough attention to what's happening can be misled by propaganda, and then I think that the reaction that they're doing without real investigation to figure out if the claims and the propaganda is real, I think they worry about like, oh, well, what if I'm on the wrong side of this? I've had people call me and pull me aside and go, hey, I think you're providing too much cover for the Jews. That's what people have told me, right? You're providing too much cover for them. And I go, what do you mean cover? And they're like, well, clearly you see what Bibi is doing, and he's harming a lot of innocent people. And I'm like, that's not clear to me at all. What's clear to me is that war came to to their doorstep, and desperate times calls for desperate measures, and war is hell. And if you want me to, take my foot off the gas of, opposing terrorism, it's not happening. It's not happening. And so I've you have to pick your battles, but like that is one that like I don't care if it's family or friends. Like you know, like if once they start using the word genocide and they're trying to be serious, like my first pass by them is to tell them that they're fucking idiots. Which I should probably just try to point them in the direction of like real information, but I can't help myself. I just tell them they're idiots. And then if they keep up their shit, I just can't fuck with them. Like if you're going to provide any type of sympathy for terrorists, like I can't fuck with you. I can't fuck with you. It's just that to me, it's like a morality test, an IQ test, all wrapped into one.
Yeah, it feels like the whole world turned on its head with this Gaza war. It's amazing. I mean, the UN, of course, is anti-Israel. The head of the UN, I think, is anti-Semitic. Am I right, Roger? What is your take on that?
Yeah, you know, it's funny. As pro-Jewish as I am, pro-Israeli as I am, you know, I'm a Zionist. All these qualifiers. I will say this: I stop short of declaring if somebody is an anti-Semite or if they're just a useful idiot. I think there's probably more useful idiots than there are anti-Semites, and that's not to dismiss that there's a fucking shitload of anti-Semites. I just think that there's a large group of anti-Semites and then a factor of like 1,000 of useful idiots. And so when I hear the anti-Semitic tropes, I don't necessarily default to say that they're anti-Semitic. I just, my instinct, my initial instinct is that they're just stupid or uneducated. But if you're at the UN and you're using those tropes and fighting for policies that would be harmful to Israel, then yeah, it's a good possibility they might be anti-Semitic.
Got a coffee, black, lots of sugar, and a couple aspirins. Okay, sweet.
Rich, what do you think?
Done that thing. We've gone together before. I don't think so, sir. You sure? Yeah, kind of.
I don't know why South does that.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. I think most people are just stupid. I think they just parrot whatever they fucking hear on social media or for their friends. But I do think there is like an underlying tone that like hatred towards Jews, and it's mostly like jealousy.
Alright, well, let's push that. I got 3 on time, Rick.
I think the most fucking unfortunate part of all of it is that like, if you were to show me like,
Quick, turn around.
oh, these lefties, they hate the Jews, or if you were to say it's the righties, the thing is like they come from all political persuasions. Like nobody's immune. Like you can find them in every fucking camp. They just come at it from a slightly different angle. And it's gross. Like you should hear the conversations I have with libertarians. The libertarians start with the idea of like, hey, we shouldn't be giving all that money to Israel. And what's interesting is like I listen to that and I'm like, yeah, I don't like foreign aid, including to our friends.
Most Jews agree too.
My thought would be, well, that's a rich country and they're our friend. We should give them access to the best weapons and they can buy them. And like, to me, that seems like a fair fucking deal. Like, I think we should sell. Here's the weird thing. The U.S. has a history of giving weapons even to our enemies, right? I think that we should, with a country like Israel, we should give them the best of the best. Just say, hey, you can buy any of it. And by the way, you can pay on time. We'll just put a small little interest rate on that. I think that's a fair deal. I mean, what we get, because like I come from a high-tech background, and like I know cybersecurity pretty well. And the one thing I can tell you is that while the attackers are most advanced in China, the people, the white hats, the ones that are trying to defend against these cyber attacks, there's nowhere on planet Earth where you have more sophisticated tools to defend against cyber attacks than than Israel. Like these startups that come out of Israel are fucking amazing. And in fact, even large security companies in the U.S., like under the fucking hood of their security products that are really well known, is an acquisition that they made of a fucking Israeli company and a brain trust of Israelis. That they really dove deep into that fucking into the pool. And for that, I mean, like strategically, even if like your politics didn't line up with them, it would just be like, shit, we need them for cybersecurity. Can you imagine if the U.S. wasn't aligned with them and Israel was, you know, sharing their cybersecurity tooling with and knowledge and processes with people we don't like? That would be terrible.
Yeah, I was watching that Surrounded video where it's like 20 far right people versus that Mahdi guy or whatever for MSNBC or CNN, whatever. And like, I'm wanting to root for them and shit, but the entire time they're like, oh yeah, it's the fucking Jews, it's the fucking Jews, the fucking, and I'm like, fuck, like, I can't even be friends with you guys, I can't even be like on your side, like, everything is a secret fucking conspiratorial bullshit. It's like, no, Jews are just successful, so get the fuck over it and stop making it sound like, you know, they're just all the Jews in the world are orchestrating the secret cabal, like, fucking ruin the world. I mean, if you want to point to certain examples of fucking assholes, yeah, we can all agree that fucking Larry Fink is a piece of shit.
Ric Flair's coming up? What the hell?
Yeah, Ric Flair, 16-time champion, something.
The Nature Boy. What?
I think he stole it just for you.
I mean, maybe he's legit. What's up, Nate? It's somebody we know because they don't want to use their voice. Alright, well, you got about 30 seconds to start talking, or we're gonna remove you and block you, and you'll never be in the room again.
Looks like you're pre-approved for our Sapphire Preferred card.
Yeah.
$95
Okay.
fee plus.
I'm gonna count to 3, backwards on 3.
I think I'm going to need
3.
How much were we thinking?
2.
I know, right? Yeah, $49,000 in your bank account. We'll get it.
Okay.
It's okay, don't be shy.
Alright.
Hey, Roger? Roger?
You are now what we call the bank
Not
account.
very well played.
WI. It means ultra high net worth individual. Congratulations. In your case, the challenge is that your business has received billions. But
Why do people do that?
Newman still only has
$48,000 stands.
The value of your shares can't be accessed without a liquidity event. So your
I wish the guy that came in called Truth
Make me liquid, Jamie.
Make
me liquid.
would have came to the stage. He says significant evidence suggests Aisha was 19, not 9. I'd like to see this significant evidence that counters what Aisha herself said.
Newman?
He might be a shit.
Sapphire Preferred card. There's a $95 annual fee.
There's also like some money only, but some
We're going to need to do more than that. How much?
Yeah, I think the best, I don't know if they told you this, but the best defense I heard was that of Islamic defense was how Muhammad did not hurt Aisha, because they say the principle is that it's not bad as long as there is no harm. And so the question is, how did Muhammad not harm a 9-year-old? And one person said that Muhammad had a small dick. So their defense that he didn't hurt her because he had a small dick.
I know she was unable to ever conceive and have children, so maybe he wrecked her insides, which is fucking disgusting. I'm glad that he died from poison.
Yeah, it's probably why he didn't fuck her when she was 6, because, you know, he knew he'd probably wreck her with a dick, even his size.
Yeah, as long as you don't tear them from their vagina to their rectum, you're okay. filthy muzzies down in the audience, come on up. I sent y'all in.
Rich, do you believe that there's good Muslims?
And so far that they don't actually believe in Islam and actually keep the tenets or the teachings of Islam, yeah. I think like some secular progressive hijabi girl working at Starbucks, it's like, oh, I love everybody, the Jews and the Christians, and oh, I don't really like know the Quran and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I think she's okay. But the problem is she'll still, if you push her hard enough, because they're usually indoctrinated and like fucking have Stockholm syndrome, that they will end up just validating all the shit. Be like, yeah, well, you know, I mean, he's the prophet of God, so if he wants a fucking 9-year-old, you know, Allah says it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said in the room earlier, in the other room, I said that, like, I wouldn't have much of an issue with Islam. If they were just talking about, you know, charity, you know, one of their you know, greatest pillars, you know, I wouldn't have as much of an issue with it. I mean, if they weren't defending, you know, child marriage, then, you know, I would think it would actually be positive.
Yeah, hey guys, how are you guys doing? I'm like an American Egyptian, right? Grew up in Egypt and dealt with a lot with Islam, right? But it's great to see like you guys in Egypt.
Are you Coptic, Sever?
Yeah, Coptic.
Oh, okay, good. Peace and blessings.
Thank you. So yeah, like you know, Muhammad. Of course, you know about the famous hadith, right? Of Muhammad having you know, sex with Isha. Nah. And she was 9, right? And actually, sources say that she was still playing with dolls, right? She still didn't menstruate.
Yeah, she was playing with the dolls, and the 2 women picked her up and drug her to Muhammad's room. And she said,
and he says that she didn't know what was happening, right? Like, yeah, being delivered to Muhammad, yeah.
And that's the interesting thing is, like, in Islam, I believe it's like, you know, past the age of 9, you're not allowed to have, like, you know, objects like dolls because it's considered idolatry, but it's like, you know, it's acceptable for like a young age, and so it's like,
well, yeah, what it says is any woman who's playing with dolls is not a mature ready.
Well, it's considered idolatry pretty much. I mean, it's because of course in Islam, like, I mean, having something like even like a picture of your family is considered idolatry.
Yeah. So there is a hadith that says that angels do not enter the house or the homes where there are statues, right?
Oh yeah, Muhammad is. That's just the black dog under his bed.
Yeah, and they would also be like statues, right? So they would only permit, like according to Islamic jurisprudence, they would only permit dolls for young girls who have not yet menstruated or reached puberty. And they made that concession because of the Aisha hadith where she was still playing with dolls. Right, and so they were saying like she still didn't yet reach puberty or menstruate during the time when Muhammad was having sex with her and consummated the marriage with her.
You know, it's interesting.
Prophet Muhammad also told that in the vagina there is an angel which tells ding dong when semen comes up.
I love the Indians. The Indians hate the Muslims so much. Go ahead.
And Prophet Muhammad told in hadith, in the girl's vagina there are no eggs. There is angel waiting when semen enters. They told it to God that semen has arrived.
There's angels in the vagina and that they tell the eggs that the semen's there. Like,
eggs are not there.
Hey, eggs, get ready, the sperm's here.
They didn't know about the eggs till that time. So
wait, hold on. Is this for real?
I've never heard that one specifically. It might, but the problem is there's like fucking millions and millions of hadiths. I mean, like, there's so many hadiths. There's a
Can somebody break me down this thing about the donkey though?
Which one? About having sex with a donkey and still be clean for Hajj, or?
I thought it was like a transvestite donkey.
Oh no, the gay donkey. He asked the donkey, he says, "Do you like women?" And the donkey says, "No, I do not like women."
Wow. How come Adams isn't coming up here?
interesting on Severin. Like, I would like to hear more from like Christians in like countries like in like your case in Egypt where there is legitimate religious persecution. I'd say particularly because just here in the United States, I think when there's a lot of talk about religious persecution, not to say that there are not people who were legitimately persecuted for having a different religion or treated unfairly, but I mean, in the Middle East, it's something I wish the media would cover more.
Severin, tell about the pogroms.
Sorry, what, Rich?
Oh, I said Severin, tell about the pogroms.
About the what? Sorry.
The pogroms.
Pogroms?
Yeah, the pogroms. So like when they go through and like attack the Coptics and shit, burn the churches and shit, like in Egypt.
Oh, yeah. The Copts in Egypt, yeah, they do face severe persecution. It's really bad. When I was living in Egypt, for example, when it comes, you find it at all levels, right? This type of persecution, like even at the simplest level of playing sports, right? You're not going to be picked, at the finest elite teams, right? Like in Egypt, for example, in the Egyptian National League, like soccer is the national, sport, right? No Christian plays in that league. They don't allow any Christians. You're never going to have like this very high level job, right, at the workforce. They don't allow surgeons to be Christians, right, because it's like the highest level of, MD, right, medical doctor, and they only give it to Muslims. You can't really serve with the government, right? Even like right now, there's like a huge backlash that's going on because they just gave like a 25-year sentence to an 80-year-old Christian, 80-year-old Christian, in which the Muslim Brotherhood accused him of sexually assaulting a child, right? And they brought the forensic doctor, right, who handled the case, and he actually in the court testified and said no, the child wasn't touched at all, right? And they still gave him a 25-year sentence just for the sake of it, right? It's now making the rounds. It's like there's like I think there's like a global it made it into the global news, right? That Egypt is like so wrong when it comes to like handling justice between like Christians and Muslims, right? So it's like really, really bad, in Egypt.
Yeah, and I mean it's like in general, it's like I know there's like passages like in the Quran where it says like to subjugate everyone to the
jizya. Yeah, you have to pay.
Yeah, like it says to Christians and Jews are the only people who get to live, and they have to pay a punitive tax.
No. So it says the Jews. It says go and kill all the polytheists, and then in Surah 9:30. It says the Jews call Ezra the son of God, so they're polytheists, and the Christians call Jesus the son of God, which makes them polytheists. So when it says go kill all the polytheists, it's talking about Jews and Christians too.
Yeah, so like the jurists are going to say like fundamentally, right? The infidels, right? Their blood is permissible, right? And that's the purpose behind this religion is to convert everyone, right, and make them be subjugated to Islam, right? It's an evil, terrible religion. Right? It's a terrible religion,
Yeah, slaves, because that's what being a Muslim means. One who, it doesn't mean one who submits to Allah. It means one who's a slave to Allah.
Well, like to me, like I said, it's like I mean I don't try to say that anybody's judged any specific religion. It's all about what its adherents believe, and like one of the things I find unfair, like in the West, is that we seem to like collectivize when it's racism, when it like the left will collectivize racism, of course, and misogyny. Like this is one of the things I pointed out. It's like the Santa Barbara shooting that happened in 2014 blamed they blamed chauvinism, saying that you enabled this guy to do it, and they said the white supremacist a year later who shot the church in Charleston that racism, systemic racism, was what caused it. Society enabled it. And then 2016 comes, you have the Orlando shooting. Who was a Muslim? However, that guy was a lone wolf. Does not represent all Muslims.
So you're absolutely correct, and I would say that we should be very wary of collectivizing, right? And that no, absolutely not. And I always make a distinction between Muslims and Islam, right? Like the adherence of the religion and the religion itself is what the religion is, right? And so my criticisms always pertain to the religion, right? Not to the adherence.
Hey, what's going on, my nigger?
But the problem is this, with Sunni Islam, that religion itself has really bad teachings. Now, the adherents not applying that teaching is because maybe it's a lack of knowledge of what's in their books and what their religion actually teaches, or because of fear or something like that, right? But my criticisms, like you said, Necro, is always pertaining to the religion aspect and not to the people or the adherents, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so, you're gonna have to stop saying the N-word, so I'm not gonna let you back up unless you apologize, and if you say it again, I'm gonna remove you from the room. Just fair warning.
But what do you guys think? Oh, go ahead, sorry, sir.
Oh no, I said you did the MC guy that.
Yeah, that's the guy I'm talking about.
Gotcha.
Good. Carry on.
Yeah. What do you guys think? The United States should do politically when it comes to this political ideology called Islam, because I do consider it to be more of a political ideology than a religion. I think there's, I don't know how there can be some restriction on the practice of that. I don't know, maybe they could ban some books because some classical books pertaining to that religion or political ideology is very, very bad. Announcing jihad against unbelievers and all of that stuff, right? What do you guys think should happen?
Well, I'll tell you what you shouldn't do. You shouldn't ban books. That's first and foremost. You don't ban the book. You have to educate people. You have to. And the problem is you got to recognize that there are people that want to organize a society. There's different ways to do it. You do have to rally your society around particular agreements, and I just think it's weird that when you look at some of the text, that there's 2 billion people that have signed on and co-signed with nations that and leaders and religious zealots that are saying, yeah, hey, this is the way to go. This is the way to organize our society, and the only thing I can think of for that large of a number is that they're just ruled by fear. This happens to a lesser degree in the West, where when I lived in California, I swear to Christ, no pun intended, that the people that were they're apolitical until they go to college or they get in the workforce, and then all of a sudden, the people that are responsible for giving you a job or the people that are responsible for promoting you at a job, they have this kind of groupthink thing going on. And then there's people that I know that they were either in a different camp politically or religiously or just didn't care. And then all of a sudden they get into the workforce in the San Francisco Bay Area and they get turned out. And then the only other extreme that happens is that they're so turned off that they end up hating the left. And so I feel like the American left, especially in the San Francisco Bay Area, that shows me a glimpse of the control that you can have over other people that probably wouldn't buy this shit, but if you're responsible for their well-being and their upward mobility in society or whatever it might be, or just fucking clout in general, it does change the way people think about things. And so I have to imagine that most of them are just pressured into this.
Oh, hey, Roger. I can actually. John says, ask Roger if he will consult with candidate Kitover on Federal Reserve and Treasury reform and congressional campaign strategy. He text messaged me and sent a screenshot that he's in one of the anonymous accounts.
So what is the exact ask here? Because I will tell you.
Bear with me a second. Hold on.
Yeah, I will tell you, I've been very impressed. I still don't know why he plays my rooms, but like he's been fucking streaming rooms that show like just how evil some of these terrorists are, and I don't know. I've kind of changed my thoughts on him. I actually think
John talks him when he's not like playing around. Like he's really dude. I mean, but he says ask Roger if he will consult with candidate Kitover on Federal Reserve and Treasury reform and congressional campaign strategy.
tell him to come up on the stage and we'll consult right now.
He's down there, not in this account.
Tell him to get on a account.
What up, Johnny boy? You got like 70 phones, bro.
Yeah. I just want to say something before that. Like, one of the things, like you said, with Muslims, if they were to acknowledge, like, on the question of Muhammad, is like, yeah, they agree that it's something that, should not be, that is immoral, that Muhammad did, and should not be implemented in society, then that would be great for them to say. I would have complete respect for them, wouldn't have an issue with them, but that's simply the thing that they, for some reason can't say, and that's the thing that I find disgusting.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, go ahead, Dave. Yeah, nice to see you.
Me too. I recognize your voice, but I don't remember your previous name.
Because I keep changing my name again. Yeah.
Wait, what was your original name?
I've gone through a lot of names, like for Adam Cobb, separate. I've gone through like all these different.
Yeah, I know your voice. I just didn't know that.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Eddie.
Yeah, your question like how the United States can fight the ideology of Islam, I would say how did the American fight communism? Because I think Islam is not really a religion, it's closer to an ideology like communism. Because when you look closer, you have to look at the project of the Muslim community, what are their hopes? And so for me, the Ummah itself is God. They worship themselves because they are considering themselves as on a higher moral ground than the rest of the people, and they are responsible to execute God's plan. So to provoke the apocalypse or to convert the whole society, the whole world into Islam. And Necro, that's the problem we have because it's a constant revolution they want to implement towards the 7th century ideal. So they will never be able to be against Muhammad himself, his behavior, and their legal system who comes to clash and to compete with the secular system. The Sharia is directly based on his behavior. So when we give it time and number of Muslims, they will automatically relapse to that kind of Islam because that's the project.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, though.
Well, hold on. Before you go, Necro, I just want to clarify something. I just want to get a clarification. So what you're saying is they essentially come here, behave themselves, but they're like just a sleeper cell waiting to be activated once the numbers are up.
Yes, willingly or not. Because some people are willing, buying the possibility that their Islam can be coexistent and modern. But when the numbers grow, it's always relapsing to this system of rigid Sharia law because that's the ideal. And if they don't achieve that, then they're not closer to God. So that's the problem we have. If we use words that are more complicated, it's a millenarist dream where the Messiah is not sent by God or something happening to them, like when God decides, it's when the Ummah is in action. So they are basically the community is God, and they are realizing God's plan. So this is completely delusional, and I say it's closer to ideologies like communism because communism, they thought that they could achieve the perfect society if the community was building a certain project and demonizing the opponents. So it has more to do with those ideologies than other Abrahamic religions. Islam for me is not an Abrahamic religion at all. And that's how it was designed in its early stages. Muhammad was an apocalyptic preacher. He says that the end is near. So it's not it's not a long-term society model. It's a delusional dream. And later the caliphates rebranded this religion that was false into something for the longer term. And so that's when we have like this Islam we know today is a product of an imperialistic theocracy. So.
Hey Roger, hey John said you have to unblock him. He can't come in.
No, actually,
Which one do I have to unblock?
Well, I guess one of them. He said like his 50 accounts have been unblocked.
Alright, hold
He
on.
said it's the at Rep John Kitover.
Alright, hold on.
R.E.P.
Hey, Aya, what's up?
hi.
Hi, Sheer.
Yeah, so I mean, I just want to say, like I said, I don't tend to try to marginalize what the meaning of religion is, because every person's interpretation is completely cultural, and so what individuals their beliefs have is really the only thing that matters to me, and so. That being said, I'm very skeptical of the idea that every Muslim who wants to establish Sharia in the United States,
I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying the mechanism of the ideology will lead people to do that. That's not what they wish for. I used to be a moderate Muslim. I know how it feels like to be unwillingly an agent of this ideology, to keep surviving and functioning until our dream was to convert the West. My mission was to make Islam look good so that people found it appealing, and that was our dream, to make France Muslim one day. So if it cannot happen by this war, I don't want to say that, by war, because it's illegal in the West, you can implement it by conversion. So I mean, I wasn't evil person, but I was part of an evil ideology. That's my point. It's about
Because I want to ask you this, Necro and everyone else, right? Like, well, can someone make the same case with Nazism? Like, let's say someone was born into a Nazi family, right? And they weren't aware of the evils of Hitler and the Nazi ideology. Does that mean that they just get they just get off the hook maybe, or that we shouldn't try to educate them or try to make them leave that ideology, right? And of course we should try or make an attempt to make them leave that ideology, right? I consider this religion to be exactly I actually consider their prophet to be exactly like Hitler, right? There really is no difference in a way in their ideology being Nazi ideology. And so I mean, maybe I'll talk to a lot of the adherents of the religion. They're not aware of his marriages, right, to even young children, right? His wife, right, was a 9-year-old girl. But in those circumstances, we should make them be aware, right, of those issues, right, and try to educate them what was being said previously, right, Necro?
Well, yeah, I think it's interesting though. You have it where it's Islam is a very popular religion that prisoners. It seems to be a hotspot for a lot of prisoners in the United States, or for people who go to prison. And it's just in general though. I wonder essentially though. I think that if they found out that Muhammad, particularly a lot of African Americans who say the Nation of Islam, who say that Muhammad, that Christianity is a white man's religion, but Muhammad was one that was freed black men. I want most of them are not aware that Muhammad was the whitest person who would have been insulted. He said himself.
And then he treated black slaves for their.
Yeah, well, also he would have been insulted if anybody suggested that he was black, and so I don't know. I understand not being into Christianity, but why can't you convert to a real black man's religion, or a religion that most people would follow? That would be about liberation.
Yeah.
But
Muhammad in a way was like a little bit racist, right? Like, yeah.
Well, you must respect the Ethiopian even if he hasn't had like a race.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much everybody was racist back then, but yeah, Muhammad was definitely a racist. So.
Not morally
Hey, DJ.
Part of Butler's technique is
Go ahead.
to condescendingly spout opposing facts that support
I want to ask,
black
when the girl
for example,
become
dismissing others that don't.
able to get married?
Oh, when they're prepubescent.
Yeah, there isn't an age. I think they say like she has to be physically ready, but not. It doesn't have to be puberty, right?
Well,
Just
7, there's 65:4 in the Quran where it talks about the iddah. Yeah, it says the 3 different criteria for iddah is a woman who's pregnant, you have to wait till the baby's born, then you can divorce her. Then the second one is a woman who's menopausal. You have to wait 3 months menstrual cycles to make sure that she's not pregnant before you divorce her. And the third one is a woman who's too young to have menstruated, meaning that the man and all others are permissible. But it says, so that means that the man married the woman who is prepubescent, consummated the marriage by having sex with her, and now he still has to wait 3 months to make sure she's not pregnant. And she might have, like, with her menstrual cycle and didn't know it.
So there really is no like restrictions over the marriage thing, right? Like, yeah, there is no age or puberty restrictions.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've always wanted to know what the alternate meaning of that verse is, because it's like if it says, including those women whose wives who have not yet menstruated, like what is the, like how do you not imply that, it's women who have been married who are prepubescent?
What's that?
Well, because it doesn't say women who do not menstruate, like women who are, things like that. It's ones who are.
Oh, yeah, you'd have to read the tafsir where it says that the tafsir is the scholarly interpretation.
It's all the other women. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. It says not yet. It doesn't say does not menstruate. It doesn't say. It's not talking about one.
It says the ones that have not menstruated.
Yeah. Well, I thought it said actually specifically who have not yet menstruated.
Yeah. Yeah. They haven't had the menstruation yet.
Yeah. So they were like, they had their, which implies that they're going to. They just haven't been able to yet.
That's right. And there is, of course, like a consensus, right? So in Islamic jurisprudence, there's this idea of a consensus. So there has been a consensus throughout the ages, right? Throughout the history of this religion that this verse permits young girls who have not yet menstruated to get married and for the marriage to be consummated. Yeah.
So, was Islam the cause of this problem?
Well, yeah.
How?
Well, because it teaches it, right? It teaches. Wait, what? Are you talking like in society in general, like people being like bad, like sexually? Yeah, I mean, if someone's not Muslim, then it's not going to be Islam being the case, right? And if you're talking about like Islam teaching like child marriage, then yeah, it does teach child marriage.
Now there is nothing in Quran say that you are allowed to marry a girl that is not able to get married.
Explicitly, no.
Hold on, DJ. But what about what did Aisha say in the hadith about her age when she was married and the age that she was when she had sex?
So she has sex when she is ready.
No, wait, hold on. So you think that 9 years old is ready?
Yes.
Wow, that's.
How do you know it's not ready?
Welcome to Islam, everyone.
Okay, again, no, hold on. I just want to say, Adams, this is why we talk about it. Because guys like this will admit, they will acknowledge that this is what they do. See, it's one thing when people hear us criticizing it. It's a whole other thing when you get them to acknowledge it themselves. So, this is why we have to talk about it.
Yeah, so DJ, your argument is, hold on DJ, so your argument is pretty much if it's old enough to bleed, it's old enough to breed.
Yep. That didn't even have to be grass on the field, just plain the mud, he said.
Sounds like a pretty juicy conversation you got going on.
Oh, we're talking, Captain, we're talking about the people that are ruining your country currently, the Muslims, Africans, and Middle Easterns.
Roger, can I make have an on take here? Because
Why would tonight be any different? Go ahead.
Zig, as abhorrent as this may sound to people, but DJ's
Friends, I come off the beat, cause that beat ain't subtracted, man. This is my name. Hey, my name is Terrell. Make it spell if I'm not button up there.
Okay. Yeah, come back up and you can.
Wait, hold on. Don't move him down. Listen, I know everybody's got him on badge, but listen, we're gonna just give you a rule. You can come back up, but your next rap has to be a good one. We'll give you 90 seconds, uninterrupted, and it's gotta be good. Listen, now check this out. We're gonna listen for 90 seconds. After 90 seconds, you keep spitting, but after 90 seconds, all of the moderators can throw you down from the audience. That basically means they disapprove of your ability to rap. So I'm gonna bring you up. Well, let's see how long you can last. Let them go for at least 90 seconds. All these damn instructions ain't making no noise, no disrespect, but the time ain't ran out with the 90 seconds, and I hope your ass is really counting the disrespect of the ears, cause the ears really counting. My name is Terrell, the noble boy. I hope that everybody spelling got that smack ass back in the river. Make it clear, yeah, I got people in the back of this bitch. Know my name, bitch. Rick James ain't second me. Who the strangers? That symbol on my head. The number 2 username in the motherfucking building. That JPG ain't looking stranger, cause that look like me, and me is my network. Ballin' like I'm who you know, that viral tech merc. Looking like you disrespect my flow again, my microphones. Talking about in your hallways. Hit that button, we always. Well, it looks like he made 91 seconds, so I don't know which one of you guys threw him down, but he made 1 second beyond the limit. So congratulations. If I had to grade this is what I would say. I think the audacity that he has to, in public, perform, I'll give him credit for that. Because that's not nothing. There's something about that. I want to be as positive as I can here. I'm going to do the Paula Abdul version. Somebody else could be this Simon Cowell. I would just say a little more practice would probably help. A little more practice. Okay, who else wants to?
Yeah, not even the good kind of rap. I'm not giving him any credit.
Hey, Crow, you gotta do that for yourselves.
Not even the big cut.
There you go. Alright, well done. Bravo. So yeah, to DJ, what DJ said, and what he believes, and I think what a lot of people do believe is that this is permissible or acceptable because it's said in the Word or the books, scriptures, and it is God's will. And for fundamental, I completely disagree. I'm not religious. I tend to find religion to be dangerous, but I appreciate some of its positive aspects. That I guess the point of what I'm trying to say is that I have a lot more time for fundamentalists because there is a logic. It's not something I agree with, but there's a logic, and there's it's based in dogma. I completely disagree with the dogma, but I can respect the logic, that
So Adam,
it's the salad bar variety people. They sort of
so
religious people. I can't stand.
So Adam, if I can, I just want to see if I understand you correctly, because I think what sound like you're saying is that you're still against it, but there's a respect for at least the fact that they're going all the way with their belief and at least not half-assing it. What I would compare that to is like, people here in this country that go really balls to the wall of the abortion thing, for example, where they'll say, if you're truly pro-life, I think the consistent logical perspective, if you believe that is murder, then you would not carve out exceptions for rape and incest. And so while you could disagree with the position, you'd have to you could maybe respect the commitment to the logic.
Yes, and also I think it's important that we should this. I don't think the problem is with people. I don't think the problem is with Muslims. I don't think the problem is with Christians. I don't think the problem is with people. I think the problem is with dogma, and I think it's important that people who are genuine in their belief of the dogma express it more in a more consistent and more reliable way to what the dogma says, and then it exposes how outrageous some of this shit is, and maybe it will turn some minds away from it, because I think that we tend to, and I'm not just keen in on Islam here, but we tend to sugarcoat or superimpose modern sensibilities onto static scriptures that are archaic, and I think fucking barbaric. And I think the topic of what you're bringing up here is barbaric, but I appreciate those who stand consistent with it on a logical basis, as well as stay true to it, so it can be exposed for what it is.
Right. So another thing that you're saying is that the scarier thing are the people that would support this, but then they would lie to you and not have the courage of their conviction to tell you that.
Or worse yet, they actually provide cover for the fundamentalists in their midst.
Yeah. No, I agree with you.
If that's even more dangerous, I don't want to just. It's not just Islam.
Yeah, no, I hear you. American Party, is this our candidate, John Kitover?
This is candidate John Kitover for Illinois 16.
Nice. Well, we're glad that you've decided to get out of the goo, participate. I can no longer throw you out of rooms for streaming rooms because that Clubhouse has endorsed that as a thing. So welcome to the stage.
Thanks. I think it's a positive thing that they have created Anonymous, because I think through chaos can maybe come a silver lining.
Well, I don't know if you've heard, I know that you stream, I don't know how much you listen to, but I have said that some of the things that you've been streaming, I think is wise. I really don't know why you stream these rooms. Maybe this discussion's interesting because we're exposing some barbaric shit, but most of the rooms that since I've been back on the app, they've been boring as shit. There's got to be better material out there, right?
Well, unfortunately, if I am streaming it or I'm creating shorts on YouTube, I generally do actually listen to all the stupid stuff I stream.
Oh, Jesus. So, what? Tell me about this campaign. How can we help? You want to do a Clubhouse fundraiser? How can we help you?
Yes, a fundraiser would be needed. And I think also just talking about the Federal Reserve, the Treasury Department, Congress, borrowing and spending, U.S. debt clock, actually doing financial analysis and predictions as opposed to just the never-ending nonstop political propaganda distribution that happens here.
That's fair. The problem with that, as you probably know, is that we'd have about 3 people talking and a lot of people getting bored and leaving the room.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's why, Pepe and Sarah, and Jeff and all the other amazing people and their great content and their incredible contributions because they're such, they love America so much and they're here, because they're really educators and also, let's not forget, they're entertainers.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. Well, before you do, TJ, I just want to ask the candidate Kitover a question. Have you? And this is a serious question. Have you engaged with the local Republican Liberty Caucus at all?
So I have run in the Republican Chicago GOP party before as a committee person, and they spent $10,000 suing me to get me off the ballot. They are nothing but Democrats, and they just run around as Republicans, but they are sure as hell Democrats. They are not Republicans. So it's a fraudulent Republican political cartel that runs the show here in Chicago and in Illinois.
So, have you looked into the RLC at all? Like maybe not in your city or even in your state, but that is the group that believes in the message of abolishing the Fed's the end goal, but in order to abolish it, you have to first audit it, and in order to audit it, you have to get the awareness that it ought to be audited, and that the American people should know what the Fed is doing. And I think that there's a growing number of people that are sympathetic to that. But in the Republican Party, the allies that you would find are within the Republican Liberty Caucus.
Got it. Yeah. Thomas Massey, Chip Roy. I've looked at the Freedom Caucus, I think they also call themselves.
Yeah, that's kind of a broader thing. The RLC is more like grassroots. If they can find a candidate, I'll put it this way: if you were sticking to their very dogmatic position on economics, they would help you run. They would probably give money to a group like Young Americans for Liberty and have those folks go and door knock for you. But you'd have to probably sign a pledge to saying that I'll stick to these core principles.
Cool. I'm signing up on their newsletter right now. Republican Liberty Caucus. The guy I'm running against has created $20 trillion in debt in just 10 years. And he told all his constituents, if you don't vax up and triple boost, you're never going to get back to work and we'll never end this scamdemic. So, he's got $10 million from big health insurance, from big pharma. And it's unbelievable what you can learn about in open secrets. So it's, if Congress...
So I'll turn you into a few other groups where you can find people that will be like-minded. 10th Amendment Foundation, that's another group. I would say you would find alignment with the Mises Caucus within the Libertarian Party of Illinois. Most of the people in Chicago are like the lefty libertarians, but you have some people that want to challenge that. So you got to find the Mises folks. And again, this is not large numbers, but you would get fanatical people. You could get what you need are the people that would actually volunteer to do some of the shit. And then if you go fuck with the RLC. If they believe in you, and you'd have to show them you're serious, they would put money in it to help. And Young Americans for Liberty, if you sign up on their website, give them $25, they'll bring you to a conference in Florida, and you'll meet everybody that fucking wants to audit the Fed, and they'll pay for it. Because what they think is that, oh man, if we could just get him here to hear all the speakers, he'll donate money to us. So just sign up for Young Americans for Liberty. I think a $25 donation would get you a free trip to Florida. I'm talking a hotel, flight, the whole bit, because they're going to hardcore press you for money when you get there. But I'm sure you're, stubborn enough to not fall for that one.
Yeah, I've sat through timeshare pitches so I could get a free hotel room. I think I could probably go there and, not give them any money.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. In Chicago, I was there for St. Patrick's Day, so of course, and I was the only person there who I knew of who was Scottish, not Irish.
What was the last organization you mentioned?
Young Americans for Liberty and 10th Amendment Foundation. Those are like you just want to start cross-referencing all of the shit. Like, where did all of the Ron Paul folks go? And they kind of spread into different groups. But those are the places you want to go. Mises Institute will help you. At least connect with the like-minded people. What you want to stay away from are the Reason Magazine libertarians. I actually get along with them a little bit better, but if you're going to go with the radical messaging, you got to find the radicals, and the Republican Party does have some, and some of them have deep pockets. Put this name in your on your list. Reach out to a guy in California that owned a company. I don't know if he's retired yet or not, but it's called Morningstar. They're an agriculture company. His name is Chris Roofer. Chris Roofer is the largest donor to the Libertarian Party, and the only reason he gives is because he believes that someday we will audit the Fed. So you want somebody with deep pockets that believes in your message? Call Chris Roofer.
I've been in a coffee shop one time where I heard a Federal Reserve employee who was a PhD talking to this other PhD employee, and it's really just bureaucracy and it's academic. But their technical capabilities and what they're doing. I don't know if you saw what the Treasury Secretary today on X put out, Scott Bessent. He said that mission creep at Federal Reserve. That's why we need to audit, because when they go on and on about climate change.
Hey, where the Epstein list at?
So, anyways, it's time to audit the Fed.
I said where the motherfucking Epstein list at, motherfucking cracker.
So.
Sorry, interruption?
Yeah, I mean, how much longer can we keep borrowing and spending? I mean, obviously we could do it forever, but I mean, you and I individually can't do it. So why are we letting Congress get away with this? I mean, it's absolute madness, and why anybody continues voting for Maxine Waters or any of these people, it blows my fucking mind.
I think one of the things that might actually help is if we had bold people that were pushing for a legit tax revolt under the guise of, hey, if you guys can just print the money, then there's no need for us to pay up. So we're going to stop paying taxes until you stop being silly. And I think a tax revolt, like a legitimate tax revolt, like, we're not going to lie about it. We're just going to refuse to fucking pay them. I think if you did that at any level of scale, like, fuck, if you just got 2% of Americans to just flat out stop paying them, that'd be a big fucking deal.
Yeah. I mean, I'd say the reason why views on the income tax has changed is mostly because of the fact that it mostly affects people who are middle class and below. Because, I mean, it definitely affects the rich, at least because the rich, don't make their money through income, the richest people in the country. So, people who are the most affected by the income tax are working people. So you have working people who are less incentivized to work.
Well, Chairman Powell says that he doesn't ask Congress for monetary advice, and he doesn't give Congress fiscal advice, meaning that we're not going to tell you what to spend the money on, and don't tell us how we do currency manipulation. So my point is, if we want to have a tax revolt, I mean, we could also just have a spending revolt and essentially enema the Federal Reserve by issuing monthly liberty checks to actual Social Security bearing Americans. I mean, you can call it a minimum basic income if you want, but I mean, something's got to change, because property taxes and income taxes in Illinois, it's crippling people. I mean, there's no money to even enjoy life when you have to pay water, sewer, garbage, property taxes, income taxes, gas taxes, sales taxes. It's like you're working 4 out of 5 days a week just to pay taxes, And when you withdraw your income from your retirement accounts, you're still paying taxes. And when you have Social Security income, you're still paying taxes. It's like the government has to stop borrowing and spending. I mean, the government is the problem, and the Federal Reserve enacts it and enables it with this insane fiat system.
Yes. So so I don't know if you can hear me, guys. I come from the most taxed place in the world, which is Italy. We pay up to 65% in certain cases, and no wonder people they use a lot of how we call it here black money, basically cash. So, a tax. So, what's your hypothesis of basically tax revolt? It's not feasible because it's not in your case in America. It's not the Federal Reserve that is the problem. It's the BIS and the Bank of International Settlements that actually directs all the legislation and regulations. In fact, here in Europe, from the 1st of October, we will have the introduction of the CBDCs, which are the central bank digital currencies, and then you will really see how on earth, because it's basically a social credit system that they have in China. Let's say reproposed, regurgitated in the West, in Europe as much as in America. So that is exactly why they're putting this instrument in place to be used accordingly so that people will not revolt.
Yeah, I don't think a social credit score is going to work here in the U.S. In fact, I think instituting one in some ways could be the catalyst. That could be the match, that starts the fire. And so I'd say bring it because there is a limit that people are willing to be pushed to. Sadly, the limit is fucking much crazier than I thought it would be. We learned that through COVID and what people are willing to do. Shit, I still see people driving in their car with their fucking mask on. It's fucking crazy.
Hey, Roger, do you remember actually you live up that area where they a little more communist, but like the speed cameras, so when they brought them to Florida, people just shot them. They went out with their fucking guns.
I don't know if you heard me talk about this. I've gotten like 5 of these things in the mail, but the thing is they don't count as moving violations. They treat them like parking tickets, so they can't revoke your license. Your insurance doesn't go up. It's just a fucking fee that they give you. But I do like the idea that if the camera wasn't there, it couldn't give you the ticket. But I talked to somebody yesterday on this app. They gave me a good idea. They said just to push back on it because if you fight it, you can come into court. You can ask them. There's 14 different things that they're required to do. For that to hold up, and the chance of one of those things not have happened is pretty good. The odds are on your side, so I'm gonna fight these speeding tickets.
So I wanted to say something. I'm not sure.
No, go ahead.
Real quick. So to introduce the CBDCs, of course, these instruments not for me and you. It's not for the people that actually understood a little bit, that connected the dots, especially with COVID. It's for the Gen Z generation. It's for the young folks that cannot walk around without a cell phone in their hands 24/7. So it's for these people. It's not for us. So they can help to introduce some of the guys of, so convenient, so that, cash back, whatever. They start to introduce it by the words of Christine Lagarde, in parallel with the fiat usual euro fiat currency, and cash. And then, of course, they're going to down-regulate the fiat currency and cash and give more prevalence to the CDC. It's going to be the same in the U.S. And again, this instrument is not for me and you. This is for new generations. And the world, unfortunately, belongs to new generations.
For me as a millennial, the only thing I feel naked not having on me at all times my firearm. If I leave the house and I'm like, fuck, I forgot my pistol in the house, I turn around and get back on. I don't care how far away I am. You ain't gonna catch me slipping.
Yeah, the U.S. is spending $10 billion a day that it doesn't take in revenue, or $300 billion a month is the deficit. So, $10 billion a day, it's only going up. It's not like they're going to cut it to $4 billion a day that they borrow and spend that they don't have. So, I mean, it's insane. And the people that are like the AOCs, the Mamdanis, the Bernie Sanders, they're the biggest hypocrites and the biggest liars out of everybody because they're never willing to talk about the balance sheet, the financial statement, the income statement, the revenue, anything. All they want to do is borrow and spend. They're domestic terrorists, and they're the worst amongst us.
I mean, I think really it's interesting. My issue with progressives are particularly on like the idea of raising taxes as the way to stimulate the economy and things like that. Like it's where I go with against Elizabeth Warren and AOC because they always talk about raising wealth taxes or things like that as a way to generate revenue. And you have like European countries though which have enacted a wealth tax and the richness left their country. So I mean, if you want to make the rich pay their fair share, I mean, it's like almost seems like there's going to be a loophole.
Hold on. Why do we assume? Why do we believe the headlines that the rich don't pay their fair share? Like, where did you get that they don't pay their fair share?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying that the idea is though they're saying that the rich need to pay their fair share, and it's a populist position in the country. So regardless of whether or not you agree with it, so they believe that the best way to their solution to make this happen is to try to impose something like a wealth tax, which
right. But and this is where like education is important, and if people really got the facts, when they were doing that Occupy movement, which is the stupidest movement in fucking history of the U.S. No, there's been some other stupid movements, but it's right fucking up there. These fucking idiots. The top 1% pays 46% of all of the income tax in this country. If you expand out to the top 10%, that's 76% of all income taxes. And if you go to the top 50%, it pays 97.7% of all income taxes. That means the bottom 50% pay 2.3% of all of the income taxes. And so when people fucking say that the rich don't pay their fair share, they're not looking at the numbers. They're literally just listening to propaganda that is not tied into any fucking reality. That doesn't mean that there's not loopholes. Of course there's fucking loopholes. But despite the fucking loopholes, 50% of the tax, 50% of the people are paying 97.7% of the tax. That means 50% are getting a damn near free fucking ride. 2.3%. Imagine this. We all go to a dinner, big fancy dinner. There's 100 of us, okay? 100 of us. And imagine if 50 people chipped in and covered 97.7% of the bill and handed the rest of the bill, the 2.3% that's left of the bill, to the remaining 50% of the people at that dinner. So those 50 people, guaranteed, would say, thank you, that was very generous of you. We do that with taxes, and the 50% that are not paying shit, that are only coming up with 2.3, those are the fucking deadbeats that are fucking looking at this problem and saying like, they're buying into the idea that the rich didn't pay enough. The rich have paid more. But the bigger problem is, and I think John Kitover talks about it in an important way, is that it's not about us peons. It's really about what the government does, how it's structured. They don't even need our fucking tax dollars. Think about this. They don't need it. They collect $5 trillion, right, in 2024, $5 trillion in taxes. But they spent how much? $7 trillion. If you can spend $2 trillion that you don't have, why not just fucking let everybody keep their fucking money and then go get the ledger down to spending $2 trillion? Like, then it's like, okay, Go spend your $2 trillion, do what you wish with it, but you get $2 trillion and the taxpayers pay none. I mean, to me, that makes more fucking sense.
Yeah. If I can just push back on it, kind of play devil's advocate, some person might point out saying, like, for example, but like, how much money do they get out of for how much they spend into the economy is something that they would say, basically, because
No, you're saying tax the rich, but where do you fucking think these rich people are getting the income from? Medicare, Medicaid. They're getting it from the military industrial complex. So when you say tax the rich, those are the people actually earning an income, but it's 40% of the economy is artificial and created by congressional borrowing and spending and Federal Reserve fiat currency. The whole economy is fake and fraudulent. And if we were to actually be ethical and moral and have sound currency, not this currency manipulation, aka runaway borrowing at $40 trillion in debt, these people wouldn't have the income that you even want to tax because they wouldn't be generating the income because it's all artificial and stimulated by Congress.
Yeah, that's.
yeah, like I said, I mean, I don't take a position on taxes. Although I do think, like, I definitely don't think it's the case that the rich are too highly taxed, like Ben Shapiro would say. I mean, in fact, with Mitt Romney, like back in his 60 Minutes interview, he was asked whether he said a person making $50,000 a year pays more of what they make than he does, and he was asked whether or not that was fair, and he said, "Oh yeah, that's fair." So.
Look, I just want to kind of paint y'all a picture of like what the issue really is. I mean, just imagine this dinner, right? That Mojo's talking about. We're all at dinner, right? And all the people that are on the bottom, like I don't make much money, like I just like to save, a few pennies here and there. But I'm already drinking that really shitty, like Sunny Delight, like sort of a drink. Well, all these rich people are drinking that fresh squeezed premium OJ, okay? Now, if they establish the fact that they're paying way more than me, okay, as it is, and things go to the shitter, then what the hell do I drink that's below the Sunny D? There's a Tampico that is bottled by the Mexicans.
You could drink a Sam Adams beer and declare yourself a patriot and audit the Fed.
Well, I would say Budweiser is below all those things.
Water with lime is beneath all of that.
How dare you?
So who was the former speaker who was talking about the SWIFT banking system and CBDCs? Because I mean, isn't the Federal Reserve essentially a global banking cartel and not, interested in we the people or the liberty and the preservation of our freedoms in this country?
Okay, I think the guy down in the audience said, I was just going to say, the well guy said, Capri Sun without straw. That's definitely important. Go ahead, sorry.
No, real quick, I was talking about the CBDC, but if you think of the Federal Reserve is so bad now, wait till you have the CBDC in place. It's a non-cumulative type of money. It's a scam. It's a one-to-one to the social credit score they have in China. It's a conditioned type of spending that you will have. They will take into consideration your digital ID, your insurance, your properties, your everything. If you cross
Yeah, but I don't think the U.S. is gonna fall for that shit. I literally think that the people that sit there and they're waiting for that moment. They're sitting in places like northern Idaho and they're just like, I wish they would. I think that's one of the things that would force them out of the hills and into the fight.
No, I think actually all this system that Trump is investing on. Well, I mean, Trump is signing. It's not Trump really. Like example, Project Stargate and all those things can basically using AI to basically handle everything. We'll take into consideration exactly this because it's going to be AI that will handle the whole manufacturing and handling of the CBDCs. And actually, I see America pushing a lot through using different types of cryptos because so basically CBDCs they are based off of cryptos. So
No, Rick, let me teach you a word that I don't know if it translates into Italian, but the key here is decentralized. You're talking about a centralized currency. You can, look, we should have multiple currencies, and whether or not it's cryptocurrency or what the market should decide this. I know it currently doesn't, but the market should decide what the currency is. Now, it would have to be something that they could believe in. It'd have to be backed by something. But you're making this conflation between cryptocurrencies and a digital centralized currency. They're not the same thing.
Unfortunately, not the same thing. I'm not telling you a couple of things before I go to work. So they will use stable coins. They're not going to allow you. It's not the market that will decide which one they're going to use or which one you can choose. This is the first thing. The first thing is that they're going to use stable coins, okay, as a structure, let's say, and to actually push those CBDC there, which it's correct what you said. So they're centralized. So that's the first thing. Second, of course, nobody will say yes to this in the West. So what they're going to do, they're going to use a different state of emergencies through wars, through climate crisis, through future pandemics and all this. They're going to say, now we have a problem, here's the solution, as they always do. I
think they're going to try, but I'm going to bet on humanity on this one. And I don't typically. I get it. The powers that be are very cagey, and I appreciate where you're coming from as you explain that. I just think that there is a breaking point, and I think that would do it. And there'd be useful idiots, no doubt about it. You'd have people fucking on Clubhouse talking about it, saying how great it is, because they'll support anything. Dude, think about this. Think about how many people voted for Kamala Harris. So there's going to be useful idiots, but there was also enough people that said, no, hell no, not the woman that washes her greens in the bathtub. I think there's a breaking point for everyone.
So if you look at what Doge puts out, they take a screenshot from SAP and then they're exposing all these DEI contracts. And Pete Buttigieg, he apparently, when he was transportation secretary, gave out what was like $30 billion in DEI education contracts. So just how much has the Federal Reserve, who had lost in like 2023 $100 billion, how much have they given out in DEI research grants and other contracts? I mean, that's why auditing the Federal Reserve to show all their woke spending is most likely what would happen if a full audit could be done.
When Elon was doing the Lord's work with Doge and cutting some spending, the schools used to have this system where they would just request funds and they didn't have to show evidence. And the only thing that changed, there wasn't even something that was going to block it. It was just simply an additional request that asked people, to show. It was either to show receipts or to show you had to show some sort of evidence of what it was. It didn't even mean they were going to stop giving you the money. It just was like an additional hurdle. And what happened was the request stopped coming because people didn't want to lie about it. And so if you could just take that lesson and realize that, if the government's giving money to people, all we should ask for in return, because again, you'll never get the world that I want where the government just cuts off the spigot completely. That's not happening. But if we could at least say, okay, we're giving this money out, but there should be some evidence. And Doge was doing some really good work. The problem is
don't cut off all the bullshit, all the waste, all the fraud, blah blah blah, in the discretionary budget, it still wouldn't save the economy because all of the money, all the big money, is in the mandatory spending, which is Social Security, Medicare, and SNAP benefits. That's 60% of the budget right there.
Yeah, and if 40% of the economy is created essentially through inflation, even Social Security at $1 trillion is a huge benefactor to Walmart, to Target, etc. So all these profits are really artificial. It's all generated through congressional borrowing and spending through the Federal Reserve. That's your economy. It's not a real economy.
Yeah, one thing I think is interesting is the fact that I wonder that nobody's talking about how gas prices have been going down.
It's $5 a gallon here in Chicago. They're not going down because the state of Illinois has high gas taxes because we have a fat, disgusting pedophile governor.
Well, I mean, I know when I was in Illinois, it was like $3, but either way, it's like even where I'm at, where I'm in a red state, it's it's not going any. It hasn't never been below 5 cents from when Trump took office.
So, Roger, DJ wrote in the chat. So she's an adult and can get pregnant. What is the problem with marriage?
Is he a troll?
But I would agree taxes. I would agree taxes are what raise the cost of gasoline.
Change the topic, man. Why driven far away from the topic?
DJ, are you Muslim?
Yes, I'm Muslim.
Would you condone Muhammad being 54 years old and mounting Aisha 9 years old? Or would you condemn it? No, just something like clarification.
Also, was Mohammedan a fiat banker, and did he believe in fractional reserve currency and unlimited borrowing and spending in order to further the
What's
Ummah?
the problem to me?
No, John, he believed in fracturing young girls' uteruses.
So DJ, you've been begging to talk about this, so we'll engage with you for a moment. But do you want to answer the question? Do you condemn the behavior of a 54-year-old man sleeping with a 9-year-old girl, or do you support that?
There's no problem with that. I don't support and I don't condemn. This is how the people live in that season of time. That's not problem. Islam bring
DJ.
Islam trying to fix that problem.
No, DJ, hold on. In modern day Iran, it's funny to refer to that as modern. The IRGC has a law that you can marry a girl that's 13 years old, but if you get the father's permission, you can marry them as young as 8 years, 9 months. That's on the books today in Iran. Do you support that?
I support what the Quran say.
Glorious.
So let me tell you something. I say in the comment, according to the recent studies and health data in United States, the average age for a girl first period around 12 years old.
Bullshit.
Well, actually, Google it, man.
Wait, hold on. Hold on, Necro, hold on. So let me ask you this, DJ. You're an adult male. Would you fuck a 12-year-old girl?
If the Quran tells me so.
Do you?
You took a way too long to answer that question, you filthy Islamic.
Now listen, you talk about problem can marry at 12 years old right now.
Don't let the donkey kick you in the head at the end of this conversation, DJ.
Yeah, and DJ, why do you have to lie about us, either about our morality? Because why, you're trying to get it backwards about us supporting pedophilia when that's essentially what your religion does. Because I know for
I
sure.
don't understand. Look,
You made the claim that the age of consent, the lowest age of consent in the United States is 12. That's bullshit. The lowest age is 12. Is 16. That's the lowest age in any state.
Maybe we're giving DJ too much credit. DJ, are you currently milking goats or camels?
I said the first period, not the law. For girls, the first period come around.
I know that's
12 years old.
why.
So I can't.
Don't you all know that this conversation is stupid because it's all in a book? And if you want to do the book club review, all you have to do is read Glorious Quran.
Watch your nerves sound Jewish.
DJ, how many times have you read the Glorious Quran?
Never.
Lot of time.
Do you consider yourself an Islamist, a Muslim, or a Mohammedan?
I'm a Muslim. I believe in Muhammad. And I believe in Jesus.
You believe in fucking little girls.
Yeah, you don't believe in Jesus, you believe in Isa ben Maryam, which is not Jesus.
No. Jesus is in our glorious Quran. We are history revisionists and we have the final say on Jesus too. You didn't know this?
The names of the Jesus was stallion.
So Michael, if there are 12 years old girl and she is adult.
Yeah, okay, so can you explain to me what it means to be an adult?
Adult, that means you can have sex.
Yeah, so anybody who's
I get pregnant.
culture can have sex at 12.
So my calculation,
I get pregnant.
That's not the way this works. Paul, what's happening here?
Mr. Harrison, I would like to attend today's briefing.
And why is that?
So,
The data changes so fast.
what?
The capsule changes,
That-
the weight and the landing zones are all changing every day.
Right.
I do my work, you attend these
Pregnant.
briefings.
What does that
I
mean?
start over.
Because you're not
Currently,
doing
in a
it.
few weeks.
You're just
We don't have
stating
the math
that.
figured out yet.
Why is it she can't attend? Because she doesn't go to
I
that.
don't.
I cannot do my work effectively if I do not have all of the data and all of the information as
What
soon as
does it
available.
mean?
I need to be in that room hearing what you hear.
When it's ready
It requires the highest clearance.
to
I
be
feel like I'm the best person
impregnated.
to present my
What does
calculations.
that mean?
No, I am not.
And she is a woman. There is no protocol for a woman.
Okay, I get that part, Paul.
I shot it.
But within these walls, who,
Alright, so DJ, I'm gonna read this to you. The youngest confirmed age for start menstruation is 5 years and 8 months old. Her name was Lena Latina. I think because she menstruated, you should go ahead and have sex with her.
warnings?
No.
Why not?
No.
Said if she
Because the another condition. No, listen, the another.
Said that she can get
This is Catherine Noble
impregnated
with our trajectory
when
and
she hits
division.
puberty. So if
It's
5
pertinent to today's proceedings.
then she's ready. That's what
We
you
get our
said.
chair. We have a confirmed launch window. Get her chair. We
also
have a confirmed launch window.
the
We'll
Bible
finish at 7. Let's
says
discuss
after
landing
the
zone.
age
The
of
Navy needs a singular landing zone. 3 miles square for the service for retreat. Outside of that, we risk the council's recovery.
We'd like 3
possible recovery areas. We can't cover half the damn ocean. With all due respect, our capsule's being altered.
Yeah,
We're in the earth at what speed?
We don't steal from Bible. So,
17,000
if you
miles
realize
per
that
hour.
at
At the time the rocket delivers the capsule
that
to low
since they're,
space level.
their breasts are gonna develop.
That's what helps me take it.
That it's going to kill her.
But my calculations is how you should be.
That's not the way this works.
So why
Mr. Harrison,
he don't die?
I would like to attend today's briefing.
He married her at 9 years old. Why he don't die?
She was never able to conceive children. Aisha died motherless. Never had any children.
Do you know why?
Yeah, because he broke her inside because a 54-year-old mounted a 9-year-old and destroyed her. She was never able to have children, which is what happens with a lot of young girls when they're raped by older men. They're never able to conceive children.
How do you know that? What's your real source?
Never heard of it?
That's the question for you. How do you know that? And the answer to that question is there's medical documentation that states that if a person has had, like say her first period, that just means that her body is ready to begin the process of becoming impregnated later when she becomes ready. So that's what I'm asking. What does it mean to you to be ready? Because having a first period doesn't mean ready. What does
DJ,
In
it
Islam, there's another condition.
No. This is about being human. So fuck your Islam. This is about being human.
DJ,
So
what's
take a little girl.
You just don't understand, man.
No. It's
You are
not
brainwashed. All you are brainwashed.
all you want.
Kristen, can I just say this? When you said fuck your Islam, that's the hottest I've ever found it. That was hot.
DJ, what's more important? DJ, what's more important, clarifying whether or not Muhammad fucked a 9-year-old or destroying the Zionist state in Israel?
What?
I'm asking you if you think that we should destroy the Zionist entity in Israel and free Palestine.
The Yehudis.
And
What do you think about
is
the
terrorism
Yehudis, DJ?
is terrorism justified in the destruction of Zionism, DJ?
I don't want to destroy the Yehudis. The justice has to be applied.
What do you want to do to him, man?
All we need is the justice.
What justice do you speak of, DJ?
Yeah, justice is clearly what that nationally don't know nothing about it. I don't hear you say fuck Yehudis. You are just brainwashed. You just hear what the media say.
Got it.
Christian.
Do you think the Quran was like the media of the day back then? Or is it the media of today?
John just promised us all that if you get elected, that you're gonna fight against Islam.
Oh my God, I'm gonna create a new agency that is dedicated to picking up the ninjas that I see all over the place now. I don't know where these ninjas came from, but they're everywhere now. And we have to fight these ninjas that walk the streets in every major city.
Wait, BHI or the Muslims?
No, these women that wear these giant, dress bags, these huge muumuus, these massive burqas, these ninjas from Syria, from Iraq, from Afghanistan that have flooded every major U.S. city. They're all driving minivans. Everybody's flush on SNAP and Social Security income. It's like, wow, did you win the lottery?
No, Christian, why you put the Islam logo in your flag?
The ninjas.
Why you put the Islam logo in your flag? And you want to be respectful.
Maybe that was when she first came on here, before she knew much about Islam, that she got to know the real Muslims. Maybe she was careful with that.
No, she agreed. She's don't but she just
I'm tolerant of other religions because that's a good human thing to do. Doesn't mean that I subscribe to everything in Islam.
The human thing to do is to curse another man, another man religion. You know, if this happened in real life, you can't say that in public.
Yeah, so not being
You can't say that in a public.
I know
You gotta just go.
first language. So let me ask you, do you believe everything in Islam? That is absolute truth for every single word in the Quran, yeah?
I don't respond to anything you said because you don't respect my religion. And you all motherfucker can say nothing about Islam in public.
Well, the thing, you know, you
punish for it. Because what you say here.
Wait, hold on. DJ, hold on. Are you saying that, are you threatening a woman?
Of course he is.
Well, hold on, let's get to the bottom of it. DJ, are you threatening?
I'm not threatening. This
so
is
what?
My religion.
Yeah, so what, hold on.
My religion,
Hold on. Well, I'll disrespect your religion. Your religion's based on a pedophile fucking prophet, so-called. So let me...
believe in it.
No, I don't fucking believe in it. And you want to know what else? I think there's 2 billion people, too many on this planet. And they all have one thing in common.
I wish I had the Thanos number. I'm just saying.
DJ, so what were you saying, what would happen to Kristen if she said this in public?
She got punished.
Punished by who? You?
The Muslim. It's not have to be me, but there are...
So a Muslim's gonna punish an American woman for speaking her mind?
In Minneapolis, maybe.
I wish you motherfuckers would.
You can't fucking say nothing about Islam in front of Muslim man. Go on.
I can't bullshit everyone.
You
Well,
can't.
of course I
Yeah,
can.
you can't say that in front of man. You're a Muslim man.
It's true.
Actually, we killed 1.2 million of your fucking Rocky people. So you don't think
You don't know. You don't. You see the people in Iraq. You see the people in Palestine. How they defend. They defend their religion.
John's got a bunch of bodies.
Yeah.
You need to realize.
Thank you, John. Thank you, John.
Let me,
Can I speak?
yeah, okay, let me talk to him because he's been.
Well, I just want to say one thing for him. So, DJ, you have to learn though that it's not the world that must learn to comply with your religion. It is your religion that must learn to comply with the world.
So the funny thing is that you are
Leave my religion alone. And choose your religion and don't consult another man in the religion.
But you're not a man. You're not a man at all. You can't possibly think that you're mature if you condone fucking little girls.
When DJ is a black man, how do you feel about Muhammad being super fucking racist and your God saying that the majority of people that are going to be in hell are black people and women?
So if I don't understand, I ask
There's nothing in Islam.
if I don't understand questions, and I've already asked you so many questions, and you don't answer.
I don't respond. I would not be answering your question. I said,
Okay.
fuck off.
You're clearly, and if it was a man, I would ask the same questions, and you can't answer.
I don't care about your question. You are fucking stupid.
Then you hear.
DJ, how do you feel about women?
What
about it?
How do you feel about women? Do you think they should be able to have a voice and say what they think?
Yes, of course.
Why is it your God says that women are deficient in mind?
You know what I think? I think this is my opinion. I think DJ and a lot of these other men that are attracted to Islam, it's they can't get laid, right? So they have to go fuck children. And then they've got some fucking goal in the afterlife of fucking 72 virgins. Another weird thing. No fucking grown-ass man that can get pussy wants a chick that's never fucked before. So, it's just so fucking weird. You guys, the more I hear about you, the stupider you guys get. Honestly, No, you know what? Fuck you, fuck Mohammed, fuck the Quran, fuck all of you.
I'm so glad to see this, like, this rising up of everybody on Clubhouse to the reality of what Islam is. So many people.
Yeah,
Wait, where'd he go? Where'd he go?
I don't know.
Did he go sharpen his sword? Did I go too far?
Roger, I used to listen to so many Jewish people that were very progressive before October 7th, and they were like, they're our brothers, our cousins, we have to be nice to them, we have to love them. Yeah. Then after October 7th, they're like, fuck these motherfuckers, kill them all.
Yeah, like I said, I do understand how it's like so difficult to pronounce something that is so obviously wrong just because it was in somebody's book. And like it's so easy for them to do it, to admit it, but for some reason it's so hard to do something like that.
Well, they can't go against their religion, their God, or their prophet.
Yeah, I mean, why can't they find a better role model? You know, like Mr. Rogers, or like
the real Jesus.
or like yeah, Mr. Rogers, Ozzy Osbourne. Like, you know, I mean, I'd sooner worship, you know, I'd sooner worship Roger before I would worship any other god that shows some guy who sexually assaulted a 9-year-old.
Okay, Hector, I got a question. If you had to follow one person as your like teacher, you know, of your religion, if you had to choose one of the two, Muhammad or Jesus?
Jesus all the way.
Thank you. That's decided.
All right, hold on. Let's get more interesting, Nick. If you had to pick one person on Clubhouse to follow their religion, which person on Clubhouse? If they declared themselves like, you know, the son of God, what would you who would you follow here?
That's very difficult. I'd have to think about that. I think I would choose Will Smith.
Oh God, I follow Norm.
I love doing that to Roger, with the people on like an anti-Semitic rant, and then all the Muslims come over and are like, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. And I'm like, okay, which one do you hate more, the Jews or the Muslims? It's like, oh, the Muslims, fuck the Muslims.
I mean, do you know?
Welcome to the stage, Sebastian.
Do you know that the Mises Caucus or the Mises Institute has estimated that for every one bomb we have dropped, whether it's in Yemen, Somalia, Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, every one bomb we have dropped, 1,000 Democratic voters have been imported from those third world shitholes into a major U.S. city, and Obama dropped over 30,000 bombs in 1 year alone.
And he turned strike American citizens. He's a lovely guy.
Oh, and did you know Ukraine is probably going to fall to Russia?
I don't think so.
I think it's a war of attrition at this point.
They're putting it.
I think the thing we got to look at with Russia is like they're in collapse, like just absolute in collapse. Like even if they were to like, you know, let's say the West just decided to stop giving any money to Ukraine, Russia is fucked themselves up so badly. Like you could say that, you know, that they've still made money, you know, making you know, selling oil and whatnot, but like they're beyond repair at this point. Their birth rate was already in the fucking toilet, and then they just send a bunch of fucking men to get killed. It's fucking crazy. Like this was a suicide mission.
I'd like to say Alpha, come on. Hey, Roger, have you met Alpha or no?
I don't know.
I'm only saying, how can Ukraine continue to withstand the attacks? I mean, I still read an article today about how Russia manufactures their drones, and the output is not diminishing, and it's just never-ending aerial assaults. So, like, how do they continue with that type of bombardment?
Yeah, I mean, just in general with Russia, though, I mean, they don't get over is the fact that Tucker Carlson made a trip to Russia and talked about where the country was because the grocery stores had like the coin and card. I mean, clearly Tucker has never been to all these.
Yeah, I was wondering about, Tucker and Vladimir. Do you think he came on his chest or in his mouth?
It's easy to make fun of Russia, but they don't have the cultural problems we have. They don't have. I mean, you can say we have cultural problems and not financial problems. We got major financial problems, but I mean, the point is, do you think they care? Do you think Putin cares if the rest of the country is fucked up? Like, I mean, that's not necessarily their strategy. I mean, they're not in the worst position. They're not in the best position. Everything is tentative. But I mean, did you hear what Trump said? He's like, Europe has a real thirst for war. Like, he can't believe how aggressive the Germans and the French are in terms of supporting this NATO, war against Russia.
Well, let me ask you this: what do you think? How many attacks, like the drone attack that took out a bunch of the planes in Russia? How many of those type of attacks could Russia sustain?
I mean, it's not like what's happening in Kyiv and other major cities in terms of scale. Like, yeah, they took out that fleet of planes, but I mean, again, this is all being compartmentalized or put into the macro, or the micro, which is these drones and the terror of living under that type of situation, as opposed to having these archaic, Cold War Soviet jets, which weren't even being used.
Welcome to the stage, Kyra. What do you feel about the title?
I feel like, as Christians who worship a God who is in a little girl's vagina, it's kind of weird.
Oh, you mean like when the angel Gabriel, the spirit of Allah, came down and became the most beautiful boy in creation when it died?
You guys worship
Hold on.
You guys worship Europe in the Middle East, and you guys say he was a.
Okay, so remember when Gabriel
I heard in your feelings.
went into Miriam's
I remember you guys worship
on her vagina,
worshiping a man in the Middle East.
and then he got her pregnant.
Cairo, he's in your Quran, sir. How dare you disparage the Prophet Jesus?
We can talk one at a time, but you want to go first?
Yeah, go ahead and tell
How
us.
dare you?
Hold on. Wait, hold on. Everyone, hold on. Everyone, hold on. Hey, shut your fucking mouth. How about that? Hold on. Why mute your fucking mic. I'll bring you back up and listen. You're not gonna talk over me. We're just not gonna do that. I'm just trying to understand. Was that a fucking pedophile supporting Muslim? Yes or no? Okay, got it. Let's bring the pedophile supporting Muslim back up to the stage. Oh, what a fucking pussy. And he had a list. That's the fucking worst.
Yeah, you'll love Al.
Sorry guys. How's everybody doing?
How do you feel about Muhammad?
This was.
You should, if Muhammad lived today, he should be in jail and most likely be killed by inmates as an act of redemption. So, do not worry. It's funny that this person that came up and spoke so nonchalantly as if he's got something that nobody else knows, as if he's about to reinvent the wheel. Yet, he tells Roger that, or yourself, that you worship an Arab. First of all, Jesus was not an Arab. Get the basics right. If you're going to a you can't reach it. Just get the basics right.
Well, and with all due respect, I'm not a Christian either. I'm a deist. I do believe there's a God, but I think it's a little wacky to make claims that we know what the characteristics are of God.
So I've got I've got my smoke with a lot of different religions, to be honest. The ones that I like the best, though, are the ones that are not trying to cut off people's heads if they don't join. I mean, that's just, to me, that's a pretty major turnoff.
I think God feels like he's probably one of the most well-versed when it comes to this. He's really
Okay.
Well, you know, interesting, Roger. Sorry, it's interesting, Roger, that you mentioned about wackiness. Muslims usually pretend that Islam is one of those religious traditions where everything is done in a scholarly manner. There's a lot of propriety in it. Not really. I'll give you an example. One of the renowned, from the Muslim perspective, one of the renowned historians of Islam, his name is Ibn Kathir. And Ibn Kathir published an 8-volume tome work titled The Beginning and the End, Al-Bidayah wa Nihaya. And in that book, he mentions the visit of one of the other renowned scholars of Islam, where he visits Egypt from Baghdad to Egypt. He doesn't visit Cairo. He visits Tanta. Now, Tanta is a very rural area of Egypt. And while he's having ablution, which is what they call his wudu or ablution, is performing the cleansing rites, one of the persons next to him has a disagreement with him and says to him, well, why are you performing this way? He says, well, I have a narration that says so. And they have a quarrel. And before he knows it, there's a circle formed around him. And the disagreement leads to a big beating, like they start jumping him. Now, mind you, this guy is one of the founders of the second largest schools of thought in Islam. And he gets beaten up. On his way home, he tells his driver that I believe there's something wrong in my opinion, my jurisprudential opinion. And as he goes back to Baghdad, months later, a new school of thought is devised. So this is the level of propriety you get in Islamic scholarship. You get beaten into an opinion. But they don't mention this, do they? And this is the religion that pontificates to others about civility and morality. Interesting.
In the hood, they call that blood in, blood out.
Oh, he definitely got some blood in and out.
You know, it's interesting. It's like Muslims tell me about like how like their country's out street roots. It's actually, I think it's more like the lowest reported roots. So like in Saudi Arabia, you know, men like women of their witness accounts needs to. Any form of innocence, right?
You know, I want to put this, I think,
Hey, I have a quick question. What was the story of where Aisha got left behind from the caravan, and then some guy rode on horseback into town, and everybody's like, murder, and then they changed it from 2 to 4 witnesses.
there's actually there's from any kind of sin, exculpated if you like. And what this verse came about so expediently was Muhammad claimed that Aisha was not, first he claimed that Aisha was not left behind. That Aisha was in a different caravan according to some narrations. They were dragging behind because the rider was supposedly sick. But if you look at Surah An-Nur, right, the chapter of light in the Quran, and you will find verse 11 to 20. It's about 9 verses that talks about the exoneration of the youngest wife of Muhammad. So it's in the 24th chapter. And the narrations that explains these verses says that, well, there should have been more witnesses. That's why it requires more witnesses, because she was prominent. She was a prominent figure. In other words, she was the wife of Muhammad. She was prominent. And there were many hypocrites trying to find a blemish to pin on Muhammad, and then that way they could use that as a leverage against him. And this is what's interesting, that Aisha spent actually almost 2 nights with Safwan, you see what I mean? With Safwan, one of the companions of Muhammad. So it's quite interesting, because they say that the hypocrites within Muhammad's camps were trying to blame things on him, even though there are narrations in 2 of the authentic books after the Quran according to Islamic viewpoint, Sahih al-Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, which can be found online at sunnah.com. There's narrations from Aisha saying that yes, I did remain behind with Safwan. So that tells you what you need to know.
But I love the book of suckling alpha.
And the suckling of the adult.
Yeah.
That can be interesting. Be careful, people. Do not be so erotic with your wives or partners, just in case a drop of milk gets on your tongue.
Oh no, some of the six sucklings are really good suckling the baby goat. When a man becomes like family.
Because Robert mentioned wackiness, right? And to substantiate what I just said about how Muhammad so expediently started receiving revelations is in explanation of verse 24 of chapter 4 of the Quran, which is known as Surah An-Nisa, which apparently is entitled after woman, and many Muslims take this to be a sign of
destructive drug, not just to your body, but put you in more danger than any other drug I've ever experienced. And then you add on top of that, the amount of crack that I've seen at the time. And crack cocaine in terms of your physical health is not as dangerous as the situation that you put yourself in.
After the migration of Mecca. He says, we won the
One of the things I don't want to do is give it out to a moron like myself that maybe it's a good idea.
But after the battle, some men withdrew, some ran away, some got killed, and only people left were the women and children. As we came upon the women and children, we saw them being very fearful. They were very fearful of us. And he said at that moment, when we saw them fearing us, we felt a prick of conscience. And we were confused. What do we do with all these women and children? How can we attack them? How can we just prey upon their fears? So we went to the Prophet, and the Prophet said, hold on, I'm getting a revelation. And verse 24 was revealed. Verse 24 of chapter 4 was revealed, saying, وَالْمُحْصَنَاتُ مِنَ النِّسَاءِ إِلَّا مَا مَلَكَتْ أَيْمَانُكُمْ. Except for the married women, the others are busy with their right hand.
So I went to those places in Japan, around in those areas. Anybody's getting out of those stuff in their country. Ever. I mean, it's mine. That's a death deal. They're done. They're over. And it's not one of the
He's the one that says that the numbers that he had sex with them is okay. And then the other guys are saying, yeah, we're gonna have sex with them.
They said was a gang member because he had a tattoo on his arm.
Pretty much. So some of these Arabs actually had a prick of conscience. They suddenly felt this kind of, gestalt, as they say. And that's absolutely the same way. We can't just do that. We used to be neighbors. We used to know their husbands. And these are worded in the explanations of that verse, the exegesis of that verse. Do you understand? So, and this is considered a part of the Sunnah, which means a part of the prophetic tradition. And the prophetic tradition is considered to be eternal, because Muhammad was the best embodiment of the message of the Quran. So that means it's applicable to all times. So do not be surprised when a Muslim tells you that it's okay to marry a 9-year-old, because it's part of the eternal prophetic tradition.
Not only TJ's
know, Roger, I'll say this much, that Muslims that you see that avoid owning up to this, or avoid any kind of, what can I say? They avoid any kind of responsibility that this is part of my tradition. It's because they know in their heart of hearts that in modern society, especially in a society that is well developed and knows, even if provisionally, that certain things are just not right to be committed against human beings, they will try to somehow dismiss that. And they will try to say, look, I don't accept that, and the tradition can be misinterpreted or can have multiple interpretations, and they will do everything in their power to try to avoid owning up to it. And one of the reasons, to me, the fundamental one actually, is that they know if they own up to this, then polite society as well as modern society at large will banish them. They will condemn them. They will find this to be an act of contempt against human beings. So they will either, the apologists of Islam either try to give it an air of respectability, or they try to avoid the issue altogether. And when they do, then a whole Pandora's box is opened about the fragility of the Islamic tradition and how disconnected it really is, not just to history or within history, but to reality at large.
Hey Alpha, can you elaborate on Muhammad going down to the river praying with the young boy when he come back up to Aisha with the things on his foot?
There are many things. In fact, Aisha himself relates this about 3 times in the 6 authentic books, or should I say the 7 or 10 authentic books after the Quran. And one of the persons that really elaborates on this is Nur Hamid Keller, an American convert who is now considered one of the contemporary giants of the Shafi'ite school of Orthodox Islam. So he did a translation of the reliance of the traveler. And in that book, he actually explains that. So,
What's he explain about Muhammad? What was Muhammad doing? Just, I don't think Roger's. Remember when he went down to the river?
Well, according to some scholars, Muhammad was teaching the boy how to do ghusl. That is, how to do a whole body wash. And he was teaching how to do ablution. I don't know how you can teach a young adolescent how to do a whole body wash and you come back home with semen on your clothes.
And Aisha used to clean the semen off his clothes, right?
Yeah. In fact, one of the Hanbalite scholars, Al-Bahari, says that at the time, given the while drunk. Okay? That's number one. Because drunkenness is considered a state of impurity. That's number one. Number two, if you cannot find water while you're traveling, then you can use soil. Because you cannot perform the prayer unless you perform ablution. And the other thing it says, if you come from the toilet, right? And then after that it says, if you also touch women. But when you look at the translation in English, it says, if you cohabit with women. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't use the word nikah. Okay? It doesn't use the word nikah. It doesn't use the word wata. It doesn't use these words. It uses the word lamas to nisa. Lamas means to come in contact. So if you come in contact with a woman, it's considered an act of impurity. Now you're in a state of impurity. In fact, even worse than that, women are considered, according to the Quran and the exegetes or the explainers of the Quran, the major scholars, the woman is actually considered and perceived as impure until she is married. Until she is married, because the word used in verse 24, chapter 4 of the Quran is muhsanat. Muhsanat comes from the word muhsan. Muhsan means being in a state of pure, being a pure being, right? An act of purification that you've undergone. And muhsanat comes from the word muhsana, which means the feminine case of the feminine gender of the noun, pure. So you have to ask yourself, why does a woman have to be considered a muhsana only when she is married, only after she is married?
Hey, Alpha, who's the majority of people that are in hell, and why are they?
Women.
What's the
And
reason?
this is actually you can see the explanations of this elaborately by the Mufassir of the exegetes, al-Tabari. Ibn Jarir al-Tabari, who's considered as one of the most detailed explainers or exegetes of the Quran. It is the Tafsir al-Tabari, as they call it. And this is actually under verse 282 of the Quran, which is the longest verse of the Quran. And it was revealed after what they call the sermon of, the last sermon of Muhammad. You know, the sermon of departure, as they call it. Khutbah al-Wida.
But hey, Alpha, what's the reason they're in hell? Because they're deficient.
Yes. Deficiency, yes. Deficiency. They say, well,
Deficient in what?
في الإيمان والدنيا. So basically deficient in religion and in the worldly affairs. So, but then what was the woman so
The makeup artist.
I want to say this.
Why was the woman
So
the $500,000 membership? It would make it the most expensive private membership club in the country after Mar-a-Lago.
they perceive this as an act of respect.
People and decision makers
God
in
has
the
respect
cabinet
of
this
me
month.
naming the chapter.
Now the launch party on Saturday night
Actually, the word is not,
for the Trump cabinet, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Attorney General Jim Bondi, SEC Chair Paul Atkins, Dr. Oz, and a lot of others. What is that other than
it means
the sale of influence? And by the way, that's just like a side thing for them.
You know, like it can be feminine as well.
That's what people let down. Exactly, and that's the stuff that's out. Nobody has something to do at this moment. I don't know.
What did Aisha say about the
I don't know
woman?
why people don't
Her
understand.
skin was the same color as her. Yeah.
But there is. And just look over here. I'm sorry, not by the fact.
The green spot, the woman's arm that Aisha was talking about.
And then I get an argument about the size of the laptop and what it was and where it came from. And these random, like,
Yeah, because Aisha, she has the purposes on her. It's darker than her real dress.
By the way, you're allowed, the Islamic God is very tongue. Uses profanity too. Just imagine if God said to somebody,
I don't know the motivations.
pardon my French,
A lot of people that are just
let that ugly son of a bitch be. Just imagine.
some kind of relevance. And so
Let that ugly son of a whore
I
be.
don't think that these
I don't see how you can
just
see this as something
like this.
wonderful.
I mean,
A
not
divine
the
source
way
to be so So, we are no longer within any God gives such terminology or using the words ethnic, which is equivalent to saying fuck. Is that word?
I don't want to make fun.
You know, it's a, I think what
The reason I do that is because I have a fundamental.
in other words, saying
It scared the shit out of my
fuck, you know what I'm saying?
I'm really concerned about his age, but as I say about everybody,
Really?
the woman had to grapple with as
Would you say or the
how we feel
would you say is the most disgusting thing you feel in this?
recognize that they may have lost.
Verse 4, chapter 65. Yeah, verse 4, chapter 65 is Genesis chapter 1. Verse 4 literally permits without restraint the marriage of business girls. Yeah.
Yeah, but a lot of people, the people that do this everything, that Muslims would say, it's just conditions. She's just like 25 years old, she never been to menstruation.
I would say that the majority opinion and the consensus of the ulama, aka scholars of Islam, contradicts you. They say the opposite.
Yeah, it's a tough series, says that
One, two, to the end of the ball. If you have the
it's a really love this religion. I think you convinced me to do my shahada now. I want to pay zakat. Oh, Alpha, I forgot to ask what you eat for dinner. What are you cooking?
I disagree with the initial proposal that was the establishment of African vendors. I totally disagree.
When the statement that sounds Sudanese, right? I just don't get it. It's similar culture, similar background, or even if you were to do a DNA test, I think it would be similar, close to same, right? And it was one country, right? Sudan was one country before it became South and North Sudan. I just don't get it. Where's the self-hating coming from? It's like a self-hating part. You know what I'm saying? Like do you hate yourself or what is it?
So let me
You want to be cool.
I have to correct you on something. You said a DNA test. So that's been done. And in DNA tests, DNA evidence, which anyone can look up, out of every group in North Africa, including Moroccans, Egyptians, everyone in North Africa, northern Sudanese people, primarily the four major tribes, can have the largest quantity of Arab DNA and haplogroup J than any other African group, including Egyptians and Moroccans. That's a DNA fact they can consume. So when you say, well, even in DNA, if you do it, no. So North Sudanese people and South Sudanese people are not even similar in DNA. We're completely separate people. Our struggles are the product of colonial powers drawing our borders for us instead of allowing Africa to draw its own. Even like Somali, if you go to Kenya, there's a region in Kenya close to Mombasa where there are more Somali people than there are Kenyan people. And this is because that region would have technically been a part of Somali if you follow tribal maps. But in fact, when you have colonial powers drawing your maps, the same way that was done in Palestine, forcing Israeli people in the region, when if even historically, the only region that Israeli people could actually claim would be the Kingdom of Judah, which was a tiny city-state. Other than that, the entire rest of the region was Palestinian. So it's the same thing. It's colonial powers drawing lines. South Sudanese people have more genetic commonality with Ugandans, Kenyans, and with other sub-Saharan African groups than they actually do with most Northern Sudanese. Now, you do have some hybrid tribes between the two. Like if you go into a region called South Kordofan, Ubaid, Darfur, we do have some commonalities because of obviously decades of being together. However, if you're talking about the far north, I'm from the far north. I'm Dongo East. That's the Sudanese-Egyptian border. If you're talking about the far north to the far south, Juba, we don't have genetic similarities in a high quantity. Beyond, having general African, what they call Dinka or Bantu DNA markers. Other than that, no. Northern Sudanese people are primarily haplogroup J and haplogroup E1B1B. So we're not actually, by even on DNA test, we're not necessarily the same.
Okay, thank you for the share. Appreciate it. Anyways, welcome Masan, Jufu, and welcome Wayfan. Did you want to say something, Masan?
I wanted to say something about what Doctor said, but he has basically said it. In Uganda, the people in Sudan are very, very different from the people in South Sudan. Most of the people in South Sudan, we call them Luo or the Nile. The Nilotics, they live along the Nile. They are also different from the people in Uganda. At least south of the country. And again, it's what happened in Berlin conference that caused all this. These people, I think it was a deliberate tactic to divide people so that they would control them easily, and it happened across the whole region. You will come to Uganda, the borders are still the same. Like you will find people on both sides that are almost similar, but one end is on a different side. And anytime they want to ferment, let's say, a secession movement, they will use these groups because it's very easy to tap into their sentiments, and they will want to, and they end up destabilizing the whole region. It is the same thing happening in Eastern Congo. Where Rwanda is going into to protect people of Rwandese origin, because those borders work out like that. So the people in South Sudan and the people in Sudan are very, very different. Very, very different.
Yeah, I hear you. What I was gonna say was, I think we need. I think Black Rabbi should be here anytime, but Norma was here earlier.
Sharpening my sword.
Okay. Let me see if I can maybe ping him. He's probably online. He's probably waiting for a ping.
I just want to ask him what tribes. That's all I just want him to answer. What of the 12 tribes? Also, I came across something interesting I wanted to talk to you about last night. But my night is your morning, and your morning is my night. But I came across something interesting. Now, I just want to say ahead of time, this is very controversial and not an opinion of my own. But it was an interesting perspective from Jews. So there was a Jewish rabbi. I'll get the link and send it to you because I forgot his name already. It was a very difficult name to pronounce. But there was a Jewish rabbi who was speaking against Jesus. And he said that because Jesus Christ was rejected by the Jews, he got 12 disciples to represent 12 different tribes and tried to recreate the Gentiles into Jews. And that all the problems in the world that was being happened, he was primarily talking about the Palestinian issue, was because of Jesus Christ, because Jesus Christ basically made Gentiles, basically saying took Gentiles out of their place for being Jews and created religious equality by making 12 disciples, one representing each tribe. And obviously advocating that Jesus Christ was a charlatan of his time. Now, I'm very curious to know if you have any information on this, or if you've heard anything like this before, because I know you count on the Jews on.
The only thing that I got, there's a rabbi, I saw a video on Twitter. The rabbi said that Netanyahu apparently he reads the translation of the Bible coming from evangelical. So he's basically a Christian. He's not even Jew. The other thing I learned about Brother Fayaz was here last week. I think he shared that there's one rabbi, I don't know if it's inside Israel or outside, he wants the caliphate to come back and take over. He said under the caliphate system, we had everything. We had rights. We were able to thrive. They weren't killing. Nobody was dying. Nobody, was getting genocided. So it's interesting, And like what you said, no, brother, I haven't came across that. I don't even talk about the religion. I just try to get into politics. There's a lot to talk about in relate to the politics.
He was more so leaning towards that it's in fact the religion that has birthed these politics. He's obviously a Zionist, this person, but he was making it like basically making like everybody in the world was fine with Jews until Jesus Christ. And because Jesus Christ made everyone believe that basically they could be a Jew too by way of being a Christian. And by Jew I mean according to the tribes. So he was using the representation of 12 disciples echoing 12 tribes.
Do you hold this opinion, Doctor, that Torah is the oldest book, right? But then we had the book of Gospel came out that was supposed to abrogate the Torah, and then the last book we have, the Holy Quran, was supposed to abrogate all the other books. Do you hold this opinion?
Yes.
Because the Quran Karim is the last book.
I disagree with the fact that the Torah is the first. However, I believe.
Which one is the first? Would you say?
Well, I don't know if you've ever heard of the Sohofin, but we've heard of stories of lost texts such as the Sohofin.
Ibrahim.
Yes, and I've even heard theories of a Sohofin of Noah that once existed that no longer exists. So.
But there's 5 books mentioned in the Holy Quran, right? There's 5 books.
Yeah, the Quran is mentioned in the Torah clearly, yes.
No, but the Quran Karim mentioned 5 books, right? Not 4 books.
Yes, the Quran, that's the Torah.
I don't know, man. I think these people, like I read, there's an article from Times of Israel, which all the rabbis, they agree that the book has been compromised. I'll see if I can give you that article.
No, I've heard that. That's definitely they don't even hide. That's not even a fact that they try to hide. I've even heard some Jews say that the Exodus of Nabi Musa wasn't a literal thing, but in fact it was a celestial event. They've remixed and recreated their doctrine multiple times. The Torah is more so a ceremonial book for them at this point, and they have multiple books that exist. But I agree that obviously I'm a Muslim, so I agree the Quran is the last testament of Allah. I believe in the Bible. I acknowledge the Bible. I acknowledge the Torah. But my personal belief is I believe that there were multiple books that existed even pre-Torah that have become lost to history. I think as far as completion and relevance is why the Quran mentions the Torah. But I believe in a multitude of books of information because Allah is eternal and human beings are, when we speak of these different prophets, there's massive periods of time in between them. We've even heard allusions from both hadith narration and some Quranic-based sources of hundreds of thousands of prophets that have existed. We don't know who they are, but they're pre or during the 25 that we are aware of. Even the Quran introduced some new characters that we were unaware of if you're looking at it from biblical narrative. So I hold the opinion that there are a multitude of books, a multitude of information, and we're just at the end of it. We have an ending. The ending is the Torah, the Bible, and obviously finalizing everything with the last prophet, the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's just I don't know, man. These people, some of these people, they use the scripture to justify what they're doing, but a lot of them don't even believe in the religion. I'm just thinking, when is this going to stop? The amount of killings. Do you think that they're going to stop in Saddam and the Dr. Nubian?
Well, yeah, we already cooked them. So the war in Sudan is mostly over for the most part. annihilated the Janjaweed. They were only allowed to go as long as they did because we were caught off balance. It was a regular day, it was during Ramadan, and next thing you know, the airport exploded. And when the airport exploded and firefighters went over there to investigate, they got hit with a slew of bullets, missiles, and we scrambled our Air Force, but we couldn't do much because the major airport was destroyed, and they had anti-air support. They were prepared for war, and we weren't. So they caught us way off guard, and it was the holy month of Ramadan, so definitely unprepared for immediate conflict. So they had a great advance, and they killed almost 200,000 people, mass rapings. The other thing was we were confused on who the hell we were fighting. We were being told, oh, you're fighting other Sudanese people. But then when we would unmask them, we found Colombians from Colombia. We found people from Chad. We found snipers from Eritrea. And then the other thing is what they were targeting. We were prepared for military conflict. So we armored up military bases, and they didn't target military bases. They targeted hospitals, universities, and refugee camps. And they were targeting ethnic cleansing of civilians. So we were caught off balance. But alhamdulillah, the Sudanese military, with our might, have been able to annihilate majority of the Janjaweed, these rebels. RSF is what they're called on television. We were able to annihilate majority of them, and now they're little scavenger camps trying to recoup out in regions of the border of South Sudan and North Sudan. But for the most part, it's going to be a long uphill battle rebuilding. They were using weapons that were given to them by the UAE. The UAE has come back and said that those weapons were sold to them previously for conflicts. The Janjaweed, for people who don't know, used to be a militia organization. Sudan used to use it to keep tribal conflicts in check because we couldn't scramble the military everywhere. Sudan was the largest country in Africa. So we had smaller factions such as the Janjaweed to deal with that. They did genocidal events instead of promoting security and protection. They did genocidal events against certain tribes that they were racist to. And they were also hired by certain groups outside of Sudan to go and attack Yemeni Ansarullah and Hezbollah and things like this. So they're claiming that that's when they got their UAE branded weaponry, but that doesn't explain the United Arab Emirates plane that came to pick up gold from a random airstrip out in the middle of the desert. And the UAE, many people in Sudan believe that they are somehow a puppet of of Israel in some capacity. Because Israel fears North Sudan more than anything, because North Sudan, although it seems far, it's actually a bordering country that does not have a peace treaty. So Israel wants a peace treaty with every nearby country, and we could scramble jets. If in a scenario where Sudan was stable, we would, knowing the Sudanese government, we would have intervened in the Palestinian conflict militarily, and we would have helped blockade that Red Sea from Port Sudan. They wanted to destabilize that, which is why we know that October 7th was already known about by the Israelis, because the Sudanese war started first. Conflicts in Sudan started first. Conflicts in Yemen started first. They wanted to destabilize both Sudan and Yemen to assure that they would have control and safe passage through that Red Sea before October 7th. So these things they already knew about. Israel sacrificed their own people. They're talking about these hostages. They already knew all this was going to take place. There's no way you couldn't when you're bragging that you have the greatest intelligence network on planet Earth, second only to the United States. So all of these things were manufactured events so they could be able to have a clear path to ethnically cleansing Palestinian people, because everyone who knows Sudanese people, we love Palestinians and we love Syrian people. We have so many Palestinian refugees who've been living in Sudan even before October 7th, and so many Syrian refugees who live in Sudan as well. So that's a brief history if I can.
Hey, welcome, Brother Fayaz. How you doing today?
Good, man. I just finished my Zohar Salah.
Mashallah.
Okay.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, that guy, man, it was just annoying. At the end, I had to kick him down. I'm like, okay, we're done with it. Killed my brain cells, killed everybody's brain cells.
Yeah.
He doesn't understand shit. I think everything we said was above his pay grade or something.
Yes, yes. Yes, he did kill everybody's brain cells. You're right. My God. No, what scares me is if there are people like this in the world, how is the world going to see peace in the future? Because he doesn't even understand the logic. He says one thing, when I repeat the same thing, putting him as a guilty party, he says, no, 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 you are wrong. You cannot do that. You know? So I don't understand that. My God. Chatting with these people on this app has been probably the single biggest experience for me of meeting different types of people with different mentalities, with different thought processes, and so on. In real life, I don't think we get the opportunity to meet such people constantly.
Yep. Apparently, what they're doing is so because of the PR war that they lost. So the Zionists, right? They got together. They opened a room in my hallway. The title of the room is Muhammad like and Young, like literally a fucking Islamophobic room. You know what I'm saying? And this is the problem with the Zionists, that because they don't have anything to talk about. There's a character called Alpha. He's Iranian. He claims that he studied as a scholar, blah blah blah. So he sides with the Zionists, and he sides with Sunnis because he hates Muslims. He's an ex-Muslim, basically Murtad. You know, it's very disturbing that these people they can't argue anymore and relate to Zionism, right? So they want to attack the religion now, and they're doing it on this app. Anyways, it is what it is. Because somebody pinged me from that room. I was thinking about it, like, wow, these are the disgusting moderators, and this is what happens.
What is his name? His name is Alpha, is it?
Yeah, Alpha. I think you'll see him, sometimes with the, what you call it, you'll see him in the Sunnis room, right? Always attacking Islam. Or the Zionist rooms attacking Islam because they don't have anything else to talk about anymore. You know, that's what it is. These are the scumbags, and I wish they had something else to talk about, but apparently they're just the brain's dead. And then you have the ex-Muslim, the Iranians as well. They like to get together with the other ex-Muslims, right? Talk more shit about Islam or whatnot. As long as we don't give attention, we're good. There's no point of engaging with these people. What else was I going to say? Let me see if there's anything new on the news. Let's see. So the Nobel Prize Committee must reject Trump's farce nomination. Why genocidees nominate others for Peace Prize? The Nobel Peace Prize risks becoming a tool for impunity not a symbol of justice, says Ibrahim Farhad. So we got that. I think they're gonna take it away from him. Anyway, welcome back, Nubian. Trump says he was caught off guard by Israel's strikes on Gaza Church in Syria. What he did in Syria, the psychopath genocide maniac. What's his name? If anybody want to come on up, just unmute and come on up. I turn off the hand raising. And we have the Aiden here. He likes to record our rooms every day for some reason. He loves listening to our voice. His name is Joan Kitover. He's running for the government. And I think they should send like a cease and desist letter to his house, he has served in the military, psychopath. Looks like he has
Who are you talking about, Ahmed?
Guy in the audience. We can't kick him. You see it? All the way at the bottom. I wish we can kick him, but we can't.
Let me read into this article. The one you just read from CNN, Trump caught off guard. Maybe they can start the conversation.
Sure, let's do it.
So title says Trump caught off guard by Israel's actions in Gaza and Syria last week as skepticism of Netanyahu grows inside the White House. They've been reporting like this for months, but I need to see action. But it says President Donald Trump was caught by surprise last week by Israeli actions in Gaza and Syria. In both instances, phoned Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to rectify the matter, according to the White House. That underscores that what sources have said is an increasingly tense dynamic between the two leaders. A strike last Thursday on the only Catholic church in Gaza drew immediate negative reaction. They want to react to Christians getting killed now. The only Catholic church in Gaza drew an immediate negative reaction from Trump, who phoned Netanyahu to voice his displeasure and ensure the Israeli leader release a statement calling the strike a mistake. Trump was similarly surprised by Israel's airstrikes targeting government buildings in Syria capital Damascus last week. At the moment, his administration is working to rebuild a war-torn nation. The president enjoys a good working relationship with Bibi Netanyahu and stays in frequent communication. He was caught off guard by the bombing in Syria and also the bombing of the Catholic Church in Gaza. Press Secretary Kaplan told reporters at the White House on Monday. In both accounts, the president quickly called the prime minister to rectify the situation, so she went on. She pointed to efforts by the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, to calm tensions in Syria, where Trump has eased sanctions and thrown his support behind the new president. Former rebel leader Trump, who hosted Netanyahu at the White House earlier this month, has long had a complicated relationship with the Israeli leader. Despite being strong allies, the two men are not personally close. People familiar with the dynamics said the pairing has at times been colored by mutual trust. Still, Trump has appeared to be closer than ever to Netanyahu following his decision to join Israel's air campaign in Iran this summer. During a dinner in the White House Blue Room earlier this month, Netanyahu made a dramatic show of presenting a letter he'd written to the Nobel Committee nominating Donald Trump for the Peace Prize. Trump had hoped Netanyahu's 4-day visit to Washington would yield progress on the ceasefire in Gaza. That would include a release of hostages still held by Hamas and a significant increase in the amount of humanitarian aid allowed in the besieged enclave. The United States president said repeatedly ahead of the visit he expected a ceasefire that week, but Netanyahu departed the United States without a deal being announced. Now, nearly a week after mediators submitted the latest ceasefire and hostage release proposal to Hamas, all parties are still waiting for Hamas leaders in Gaza to respond. Two sources familiar with negotiations told CNN, Hamas in a statement Monday, they are exerting all efforts and energies around the clock to reach an agreement on Gaza's ceasefire and hostages release. Trump has watched the growing concerns the Gaza war claims more lives, including 3 killed in last week's church bomb. President's message on this conflict we've seen in the Middle East taking place for far too long, that has become quite brutal, especially in recent days. You've seen reports of more people dying. I think the president never likes to see that. He wants the killing to end. That's what his press secretary said.
So basically, doctor, what Trump has said is that you issue a statement saying that it's a mistake, if I understood correctly.
Exactly, even though it wasn't. Manufacturing.
He's asking Netanyahu to issue a statement claiming that it's a mistake to have bombed the church. Wow.
We do have a Iranian on the stage. His name is Ali. He supports Israel. You guys want to engage with the Iranian?
Yeah, let me. Amir, can you just see the back channel, please?
Sure.
Yeah, Ali, you want to speak? You can. Go ahead.
Is he Muslim?
I don't know.
A lot of these are Murtads, man. They mock Islam, so you know. Go on, Ali. Do you want to speak? Ali, we can't hear you. Brother Fayaz, this is the problem with internet accounts. You can't see their profile, you can't report them, you can't do nothing. They said in the audience that this guy's name is John Kitover. He streams it directly on YouTube. He's got about 30 phones. He's an idiot.
No, but how is it that we cannot, as a room moderator?
Because it's an anonymous account. They pay $5 a month, and I pay $5 a month. I can turn my account into incognito. I would sit in the audience. I cannot write anything in the chat. I will still be in the audience, and nobody can.
Oh, I didn't know this. Okay.
Wait, what happened?
In the internet account, you see in the audience that idiot.
Oh.
I
know the magic way to get him to leave. If we just start talking good about Jewish people and we go ahead and say that we don't actually hate Jews, he always leaves after that point. So want to do that for like 30 minutes?
Yeah. But Ali, why did you go down? Are you pussy? Come on up. You can talk. You don't have the balls. You want to write in the chat? Let me see. I'll turn up the chat. Fuck you. Go. Come on up. I know you're Murtad. Come on up. And I don't have a problem talking to Murtad.
Wait, what does that mean?
Murtad means like literally left. Just left Islam for good.
Wait, I thought that was a mushrik.
No, left it. There's like different terms, like a kafir, Murtad are the ones that go around on this freaking app and they talk shit about Islam.
Okay. Interesting.
And same thing with ex-Muslims. Come on up, Ali, what happened? Hey, what's up, Amachi? How you doing, Devin? If you want to come on up, you're welcome. Come on up, brother. Anyway, so he's not coming up. Let's see. All right. Have a safe flight to the hallway, Ali. Bye bye. Take care. I can't fucking allow you to kill the Palestinian babies and this and that. Awful. Freaking Iranian. Anyways. So in relate to that article, Doctor, I think there's he's just putting on a show, and I think Trump got a whole bunch of calls from the Christians, and that's what it turned into.
Yeah, they only care about their own. So now that the church has been blown up, now it's outrage.
Well, it's 3 churches though. They blew up the first 2 churches, right? And this was like the third, and this church has been attacked twice. This is the second attack on this church. The first attack, they didn't do anything, no condemning, no not regretting nothing, no condemn, nothing. And now you want to regret the decision? I don't get it.
The previous 2 churches that were bombed and flattened, they were not Catholic. Does it have anything to do with, which denomination it belongs to? Because America, I'm really wondering, because one was a, Lutheran church, Baptist church, I think. The other one was, again, some other denomination. So I'm wondering if they will speak up only if it's a Catholic church.
Oh my God! You know Ash Rutherford, the Ash Khan.
Yeah, from Canada.
Yeah, you know what the Ghazi did, right? He opened the room and says, underage child molester Ashkan of Israel, Beno Kadalal.
Oh my God. Why?
You know Ghazi, right? You know Ghazi?
I know.
He's a drama queen, man. I would suggest you not to get in anybody's fight. Otherwise, the dirt it sort of like flies onto people that try to mediate the situation, you know? Oh my God. And relate to Ghazi? Oh my God.
Oh, what, did he try to mediate or something, Ash?
No. I don't know what he did. He just pinged me from that room. There's 11 people in there talking about it. And the title of the room, underage child molester, Ashkan of Israel, Banu Kadalal. It's just a pimp for the sisters.
So I just checked it. Fayez, I just checked it. And Israel did exactly what Trump told them. So right after their call, Axios reports, Israel says deadly Gaza church strike was a mistake after Trump call. That's a headline of Axios. So yeah, it's definitely a manufactured apology. Oops, my bad. Even though it was.
But today, the Israeli U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, he issued a statement saying that the damage is, he's trying to play it down now, bring down the condemnation a notch lesser now. He said that it's not damaged too much, but it wasn't an intentional attack. It wasn't the attack itself was not such a big one. He was trying to play it down.
Axios is a pretty good newspaper. They always get and they're the one that said they called him the White House official. They said the madman always wants to bomb shit. Did you read that part? Novia? There's another article that talks. It's crazy. Yeah. Did you want to say something, Sunny? She left. She'll be back. Do I have any good rooms in the hallway for you? No? Sam is a businessman. He sells a lot of things. It's good. You should try setting up on eBay as well, Sam.
Yeah, no, I'm right now currently working on Etsy, Shopify, eBay. I'm trying to make all the social media posts as well.
So you got your own store on Shopify?
Not yet. I'm setting it up right now, but I have a brick and mortar store.
You gotta get rid of the brick and mortar because it's just the overhead is just too much, man. It's expensive.
Yeah.
Do you get enough sales?
So currently, yes, enough to pay the rent and then the electricity and all that stuff, and still make a profit on top of it. But the main reason why I got it is that I didn't have anywhere to store my inventory, especially at home. I couldn't store my inventory here, so I had to get a brick and mortar just to store the inventory. And then what I'm planning on doing is use that as a basis of shipping everything that I have, and
Sam, where are you from? If you'd like to share that information.
I'm from Singapore.
No, which origin are you?
So that's the interesting part, right? My background comes from both of my parents come from nomadic tribes. So both of my parents have come from India, right? But my mom's not Indian, nor is my dad. Like my dad comes from my grandfather comes from Iraq, and one of them comes from Iraq, one of them comes from Afghanistan. My grandmother comes from Thailand, and then my other grandmother, I forget where she comes from. But yeah, they're not native to India.
You have family back in Singapore now?
No, half of my family's in Japan.
Okay.
Yeah. It's very confusing, right?
No. I totally get it. I know a couple of families like that. Literally, I mean, you can say globalized, totally globalized.
Yeah, no, honestly, it's really interesting because it takes this whole element of nationalism out of you because you know that everywhere your family history has been, there's been this whole thing of you used to be a part of their people or something like that. So how could you hate them for basically being blood related to them in some way, shape, or form? Yeah.
No, yeah. I mean, the people. That brings me something that I read about. There was a Ukrainian Palestinian girl. Okay, her father is Ukrainian, her mother is Palestinian, and she lives in the States. And she had said once, when the war started in Ukraine and in Gaza, she said that, I really don't know what to do because on one side, America is sending bombs to protect my father, and on the other side, America is sending bombs to kill my mother. Not exactly. I mean, it's not. It's a figurative speech. So what she meant was that I'm really being torn apart because on one side, my father is being protected by America, and on the other side, my mother is being bombed by America. Of course, her parents live in the US along with her. She's a US citizen. But this is the kind of conflict that children go through,
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It's kind of funny because what was that war where I think it was Afghanistan versus I'm forgetting the other nation, and the entire conflicts that they were having. But it was really interesting to go ahead and see that on one side, and I had family members killed in this. On one side, they are innocent Afghanis that did nothing wrong, but in the eyes of people who come from the other side of that conflict with my family, they're seen as enemy number one. So it's a family shooting family because two people couldn't agree on something, and it's just you look at that entire situation and you kind of wonder how did these wars start. But then you get the entire mix of the American military involved, and it's just who are these assholes who are just inserting themselves into a conflict that shouldn't be there in the first place? It makes you despise certain actions that people take, and their only reasoning or justification is these people's skin colors are brown or yellow or whatever, but because of my white superiority, I need to impose myself on their issues. And it still happens to this very day. It's so stupid.
Yep. Any good rooms in the hallway for you, Sam? Did you like any rooms?
Oh, good God, no. I just.
It just so what was selling on this app before? So
What?
the hottest rooms of this this app used to be just the Muslim singles where people are always talking about marriage and whatever. But the brother that owned the house, he had the havdeen.com, the website. So a lot of people got married through this app, but through that app, and people would pay for it. You see what I'm saying? So he was making some money and promoting it, whatnot. That was a different type of thing, and then and a lot of marriage rooms, and even though you have people that are single that haven't even got married, and they're always talking about marriage, polygamy, 4 wives, and they would do that on purpose to piss off women. And some of the moderators, they had freaking ill intentions.
It's funny that you point that out because, what do you say? I've been getting into those rooms where they're just designed to piss off other Muslims just for no reason whatsoever. And then you hold a conversation with them, and they have some of the weirdest takes. For example, someone was trying to convince me on this idea that if you read the Quran in Arabic, then you're a disbeliever. Someone then went ahead and said that if my skin color is not white enough, then I have no right to being a Muslim. I've had all of these things. I even have stalker on this point on this app now because of the fact that they can't get over the idea that someone who has no relation to Pakistan can be a Muslim, and it's just the weirdest thing ever, and I still can't get over it. Again, it feels like a lot of people are insane in this app.
Especially people. So I used to be part of the Dava room, right? So especially some people from the UK, they're mentally not okay. No offense to anybody from the UK, just came across quite a few of them. I don't know what the deal is in the UK, right? And then there's some Americans as well. There's mentally not okay. There used to be one guy here. He actually was atheist. He converted to he became a Christian, and then from Christian to Islam, and then he would do dawah. He was a good Christian debater because he knew every words and whatnot. Because he used to read it all the time, and so he would debate, and then a lot of the people found out that he actually molested 3 of his stepdaughters. But he molested them before he became Muslim.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and then I think after he became Muslim, the wife wife and him, they were picking up on it, and some of these people were defending him or whatever, and there was 1 or 2 sisters even got cursed at by this brother, and then they found out that they locked him up for I think 10 years or 12 years or something. They did charge him with molesting kids. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's what ended up happening, and that was it. So so it's kind of scary on this app. You have to be careful.
Yeah, no, 100%. The one app that I'm really loving, one room that I've been really loving is the entrepreneurial rooms because they give me great ideas on how to keep on expanding my business and the overhead and stuff on it. But I think a lot of that is rare to find because those people are never online all the time.
Yeah, running a store, man, it's just I used to run a store, long hours. I used to buy and sell products, and sell it on eBay or whatever, Amazon, and then it's good. You get to know once you're in the market, you get to know people and whatever. But at the same time, it's just long hours, man. So
yeah.
But once you get into the online business, and if you're able to run it without having a store, so you could be sleeping and it's still making money. See what I'm saying? You don't even have to you don't have to be present in front of the online store. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I was kind of focused on setting it up right now or setting it up over the week so that way I can keep on pushing it through social media and stuff, and then seeing if anyone likes anything. All I have to do is go to the store, pack stuff up, and ship them out. Oh man. You know, it's funny. I haven't slept for over 24 hours at this point.
Yeah, you gotta go to sleep, man.
So I suffer from this thing where, like, what do you say? I don't know what it's called, but I get like really restless if I'm not like dead tired. So I just constantly work until I basically knock out at my computer. But yeah. Oh, always. Did you see the other Muslim group that got started about the whole like salam thing?
Okay.
The whole salam thing.
What is salam thing?
So okay, I'm actually genuinely curious about this, but they were saying that like, what do you say? So apparently, guys on here, they apparently get horny off of the idea that a woman says hi to them or salam to them. Is that actually true?
I don't think so, bro. I mean, so there's a difference of opinion from the scholars. I think there's like hardcore some scholars that say no, they shouldn't do it. There's even ruling on, like, you know how women that they can't recite the Quran Kareem in front of a woman. So there's a difference of opinion from scholars, man, that women should not be reciting the holy book in front of a man.
Interesting.
Yeah. But the height, the Assalamu alaikum thing, I don't think so, man. This is bullshit. It's made up. Maybe the person was trolling. Who was trolling?
Oh no, it was coming from a bunch of like Muslims. I think are completely serious, like Yahya and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, that brother trolls, man. I know the brother. Yeah.
He sounded super serious on it.
Yeah, he was trolling because he too pissed off women. Because some women they attack him, they've blocked him, they've done a whole bunch of shit to him, and he does it on purpose to piss them off. What's up with you, Leila? That's my analysis, because I have shared spaces with them for almost 2 years, a year and a half.
That's crazy. Okay.
Yeah. When I was part of the Dawa room. What's up with you, Leila? How you doing? Everything okay?
Yeah.
Did you eat your noodles?
I did, dude. That's all I've been eating. Just soup and noodles.
You committed noodle genocide.
I know, but it's okay. It was promised to me.
And she drank soup. Oh my god. That's soup right there. Was it corn soup?
No, it was just literally chicken broth and noodles. Because I can't stomach anything else.
Oh yeah, she's got food poisoning because she ate it from one of those carts on the side of the road, Sam. You know where she's at right now. So she's been drinking tap water. She's in a third world country. I'm not gonna name any countries.
Okay.
She's in a third world country. You know what a third world country is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm kind of sick.
She's looking for Zionists to engage with, to attack.
But these last 2 days I haven't been on my A game because I've been sick, But you just watch. The day that I get over with this food poisoning is the day that every single Zionist on this app is gonna cry.
Yep. I'm gonna be okay. You should call yourself Zion Hunter.
Yes. I'll rename myself Zion Hunter.
You don't kill Bill. Kill Zion.
It's funny. So where are all the Zionists? Have they gone to bed?
Maybe they'll come around. Black Bear Rabbi will be back. A lot of these people go in and out,
Yeah. It's 4 in the morning right now, so they should be here pretty soon.
I just had a couple coffees. I might be awake for another. I need to do some work as well. I need to list some products on eBay.
Love you.
Yeah. No, honestly, I'm glad that I'm figuring out this whole online shopping stuff or whatever, but it is a lot of work to set up.
I mean, if you already have a store on eBay, then it's easy. Do you have listings on eBay?
No, nothing. I'm just starting right now.
You gotta take pictures one by one, make it look nice, right? Use a white paper in the background, right? And then take a nice picture. You can even make your own box. If you have, do you have small items or do you have like big items?
Again, they're dresses, so I guess life size.
Dresses, so order, they have the clothing white box, right? It's like a white box, with white, fabric, whatever. You can hang it in there and take a picture, and then the background's gonna look like all white.
Okay.
Or you can just hang it on the wall or something. Put one screw there and just hang it on the wall. Take a picture. Who cares?
Okay, but we'll do.
Yep. That's what it is, man.
Yeah. Not only that, I hate talking about professional life here because Zionists, but I need to change my job pretty soon here too. The job market is just shit right now.
That's what it is. And then we have some Islamophobe Zionists. They ran out of their narrative, so they're opened up room attacking Islam. Same thing, same topic, the age of the life of Prophet Muhammad, peace and peace upon him.
I don't know if you've heard of this, but and I know a lot of Muslims question me on this, but I actually don't agree with the idea that her age was actually 6 or 9 or whatever, right?
Bro, I look at it when she was 16 or 17.
So yeah, no, that's the thing, right? So the way that Muslims go ahead and say Khadija radiallahu anha was 40 years old, and that's not even true at all. Historically speaking, she's in her 20s, and what do you say? When she got married to the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and then I'm reading about the Aisha radiallahu anha, and I'm reading about other women around the time and how eloquent they were, specifically when it comes to ages or whatever. And to your point, she had to be around 16, 19, maybe a little bit younger than that. We should say 15 to 18 at this point, because it's really interesting how what do you say, the speech patterns of other people around those ages were pretty much similar or the same when it came to her. So it's unless I'm getting something wrong or I'm missing something, I don't really believe the idea that she was 6 and 9.
So I'll just tell you this, since it's just a report stamp, even if you deny it, it doesn't take you out of focus once.
Yeah. I completely get that. I think it's just more of look, God knows best, but it's just, at least from the historical things that I've seen, I highly doubt the whole 6 and 9 stuff.
That's true.
Wait, Amir, do you do any what work do you do, or do you just run businesses?
I do a little bit of car rental, mechanic, online, eBay, and I have a store online store.
Okay.
I do a lot of different things,
Okay, so you've never had to deal with the corporate shit, right?
I had a store before. I had a corporation before.
Like, no, corporate in the meaning of like big corporations and office politics and shit like that.
No, I never worked for an office job. It was always business or I worked in transportation business. So I had a little bit of office there.
He actually makes most of his money on Clubhouse.
Wait, really? You can make money on Clubhouse?
Yeah, the IRGC pays him.
Okay. Wait, I bet you like Hamas is smuggling billions of dollars into Amar's account.
No, it's just directly from the IRGC.
Just directly, damn.
Yeah.
How much have they paid you? $2 trillion at this point, Amar?
It's impossible, bro, to get any money. I wish I was never paying me, right? That's what the science claims that they, somebody that's not a Palestinian that opens up these rooms every single day for the past 9 or 10 months, and it's fucking us over every fucking day. Why is he doing this?
You know what they can't get through their skull? What they can't get through their skull is people other than Palestinians care about the cause.
Yeah.
That's what they can't get through their skull. Because what they essentially want is no one to give a damn about the Palestinians. They don't want the Middle East to give a damn. They don't want the Africans to give a damn. They don't want any other person other than the Palestinians to give a damn.
You know, it's funny that you say that.
Because they can't take on the whole world.
Yeah, no, it's funny that you say that because, like, what do you say? The entire Eastern world, not only has given a damn, like almost every single nation has either, kindly told Israel to fuck off or has bluntly told them to please fuck off, right? So, especially like people here who come to the West from the Eastern countries or whatever, they take that sentiment, they carry it, and when like these Zionists get like super angry at like these people coming or whatever, then it's kind of like their ideology or their beliefs spread even more because of the way they're bullied. Speaking of America specifically, like Trump has become the modern day like I wouldn't say Hitler, but dictator in the eyes of Americans, and then they were starting to like put the blame on Israel, especially a lot of conservatives. And with that being the case, a lot of like liberal people who are like sympathetic to immigrants, they'll be like, "Oh, why are you getting deported?" And then it will be like as simple as, "Oh, we supported Palestine." So then the liberals get pissed off, and then they start supporting Palestine, and then it becomes a whole uniparty or bipartisan thing. So it's funny, their actions keep spreading the word.
Yeah, that's what it is, man. So, that's what they're pissed off, and apparently Normal today gave me threats that he wants to send the FBI. So I told him he gave me threat, and so he wants to see what he's supporting. So I have to go through these clips on my profile, edit it, put it on my YouTube. Yeah. And then he supports ISIS, and then I gotta put the other clips in there that what he said about giving me a threat.
Amr, you could just send those tips to the FBI's hotline, and they actually take action on all this stuff.
They do, but then I would have to personally get involved because it's my room, right? It happened in my room.
Yeah.
And then there's going to be a lot more, things.
That is true. That is true. Oh man.
No, but you know, if it happens, I will probably.
No,
I don't want these people, because that's what they want you to do. You know, it's better to report it to their friends and let them deal with it. You know.
Yeah. No, 100%. I'm still surprised that like El Normo, being in America all this time supporting ISIS, got away with like supporting ISIS within the confines of the law, right? So I wonder how they're allowing that. It's not like he's very quiet about it either.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
But the subtle rules on this app, bro.
Yeah.
Literally defend that hadith about the 9 and 6 years old, right? And they kind of force you into accepting it, right? And then when you say you don't accept it, some of these people would even just like it on you.
No, it's funny because like
these idiots don't know that it's just a report. You can deny it. It doesn't take you out of focus now.
Yeah, no, it's funny because like what do you say? I've had this conversation with a what do you say? Not a mom, but like who's like what do you call the people that like help the mom out, like set stuff up in masjids?
Imam and what's the person's name?
No, I don't remember the person's name. I just remember like I wanted to talk to the imam in that mosque real quick about like the whole 6 to 9 thing, right? And there was like yeah, something like that. But we got to this whole conversation about the difference between hadith, sunnah, and then like what's the entire point. And they even pointed out that like, look, hadith in its entirety is just historical reporting, right? Unless you're like the hadith itself is like talking about sunnah that as a Muslim we should follow, right? You can't reject that, especially if the hadith chain is sahih, right? But if the hadith chain is talking about like a historical context, right? And you have doubts about that, then that's completely fine to have it because the hadith is only going ahead and verifying the authenticity of the actual report, like what was actually said. No one's doing a deep forensic analysis on who is what, when, where, why, how, and rejecting that doesn't really take you out of the fold of Islam. So you're basically saying exactly what that guy said as well. So I was just like, okay, interesting. And that's when I started questioning the whole what do you say, historical events of like certain battles and certain people and figureheads or whatever, just to see what else I can find about it. That too, it's really weird to even think of, and this is also what throws me off as well. If she did get married at those ages, right, then how the hell does she get the ability to lead an army at basically a impossibly young age as well?
Yep. Now, this is a problem with the people that are attacking her because of the Islamophobic, right? Now, they're actually Jewish. You have Roger Mehan that's running the room right now, and he's a Jew, right?
Yeah.
If you open up their scriptures of Talmud or whatever, you could pretty much sleep with a 3-year-old. And motherfucker, you want to talk about the 6 and 9? Go look at your own scriptures, fucker.
Not to try. It's where you come from, but if like not even just a Jewish person, but like anyone who believes in early Christianity and what was it, Judaism, there was a considered or accepted practice where a 3-year-old could seduce you in bed, or it's just like, okay, what do you do with the seducer? You kill him. So it's just like, yo, if you're gonna go ahead and point out this whole like bullshit, right? Look at your text first before you start projecting on us.
Yeah, this is the problem with a lot of these people. Now, I'm not into attacking anybody's religion. Can you imagine me opening up room on attacking Judaism every single day? What would it do to the Jews on this app? It will piss them off. They'd be like, what the fuck, man? This guy, they're not ready to stop.
Yeah.
And I think they need somebody, and I think I know somebody that could actually make it happen every single day. He did it with the Hindus. You know what he did? Because the Hindus are attacking Islam. Same thing, same problem. You know what he did? He started opening up rooms against the Hindu and started diving into their scriptures every fucking day. And he pissed them off. He did it on purpose. He did it for about 20 days. And, he even freaking cursed some of the things that they're doing there. And it backed away. Some of these wild, crazy psychopaths, right-wingers, they left. They stopped attacking Islam. I think I'll probably have to get that wild creature, even though I don't like him. He even cursed at me. If I get that wild creature, he doesn't care about opening up multiple accounts. And he'll open up a room attacking their religion every fucking day, especially Talmud. And then, they're gonna get fucked in the ass, I think, but, according to our religion, we're not allowed to.
Yeah. No, 100%.
Especially focus on the Talmud,
Yeah.
And that would be very, very, a crazy thing, but I don't want to dive into it.
Yeah, no, I get that.
But anyways, that's what I do then, online and whatnot, offline, and just trying to get through it, man.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, what would you guys do if you won a lottery match for like $100 million?
Oh, 100 million.
Yeah.
After paying off the taxes, I think I would say pay off all the bills, pay off all the property I own, reinvest that, and then take my money and just move to a different country.
I think I want to go on a world tour, man. World tour?
Islamically, you can't play the lottery.
Yeah, it's haram. No, I'm just saying if you do play it, right, and you end up winning it, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I used to play it a long time ago when during my Jahiliyyah days, and I was very close. Just one
I think
number
it's
really
for the whole system.
on the Mega Millions.
No, the whole system. It gives a lot of people that are struggling financially false. It's like it kind of sets them up for a false sense of security kind of thing.
Yeah.
That could be you.
You're right about that, Ocean. Ocean's the only. Come on up. Have a conversation. Come on up. What are you doing in the audience?
Who's in the audience?
I think Ocean. Come on up. Let's have a conversation. Maybe you can educate me. I know I'm not supposed to expose my sins, but I was just wondering, what would you guys do if you guys, get $100 million or something? It's okay. You don't have to be shy, Ocean. Come on up. It's okay. It's a small group, right? There's not 40 people in here. In general, we don't care about general. We don't care about Sam.
Sorry.
I'm just kidding, man. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just so engrossed in this whole eBay thing that I've just been studying up on it.
eBay.
Another day? Okay, no problem. Another day.
Yeah.
At least join the house, Ocean. Join the house. You have the ticket. Cash in the ticket. Even that ain't an account. Cash in the ticket, Mofo. And Jackie, what's up, Jackie? Long time no talk. You guys can check into the ticket.
Give me a second. I'm gonna watch a YouTube tutorial on this one eBay thing. I wanna check out.
Yeah, watch it. Watch it.
See you with Simon.
Watch it. You know what makes me happy, General? So nowadays, right? If I look at my mom, right, my sisters and whatnot, they're not into politics. But what I'm starting to see is a lot of sisters, right? A lot of women, they're starting to get into politics. They're starting to learn about the politics, the geopolitics, and I'm kind of happy about that, right? Because that way the sisters and whatnot, they're aware of what's going to happen, what's happening around them, and what's going on.
No, but the issue I've always had, excuse me, the issue I've personally always had, Muslims generally have not, for decades, either not given an F about politics and geopolitics, or they're not organized enough to actually make a difference. And what I mean by that is, for example, if there is something concerning for the Muslim world, not just nationally for their respective nationalities and countries where they come from, but a Muslim cause where every Muslim can unite. They do, in the past, and I think even up until today, we do not protest at the powers that be. For example, we will not go to our politicians and make them pay the price. Like, for example, if you look at Zionists and how they work, anything that they are, they have like an interest in, they will take that up with the relevant people immediately. That's how you become kind of a minority, but a formidable minority. Because anything that affects you, it's taken up. You're protesting about it. You're taking it up with politicians and people, businessmen and whatever. There are consequences, for example, if you agitate the Zionists. And the same thing needs to be with the Muslims. Muslims are 2 billion on the planet. Even within Europe, for example, or North America, there's a sizable number. But the problem I have is, for example, a lot of these Muslim countries, they don't, they don't lobby Western countries for Muslim causes. They lobby for their own bullshit. For example, the UAE has always lobbied for its own bullshit, and I know exactly what they lobby. For example, when a prince would get arrested in London, or there was a parking ticket, they'd lobby for that, but they wouldn't lobby about any Muslim cause. So that's what I'm hoping the Muslim world is, because the Muslim world generally, and I might be wrong, has been less educated. Or it's not used its academic credentials the right way. And I think I'm hoping and I'm praying that it starts actually standing up and using it in the right way.
Yeah. I mean, Layla, right? She comes in here, right? So Layla said there's people in subcontinent, right, that are not aware of exactly what's happening in Palestine or in Sudan, right? And even I did not know about Sudan. I'm not, forget, them people. I did not know until a sister of the son told me go watch a documentary, and she told me her dad was part of the UN, right? She used to travel a lot with her dad, and she was interested. That's how she started to have interest in this, and she said you should watch a documentary. It's because the skin color, right? Because of they're black. That's one thing. Second, they claim it's a civil war, even though more than 200,000 people died in Sudan, right? And they've asked the U.S. government to stop giving weapons to the UAE multiple times, and they wouldn't do it. And finally, the UN and everybody got in, and UN gave them evidence. Even the Sudan army kept on telling them, do this, do it. They won't do it. And finally, they did arms embargo. But Israel is still giving them weapons to the UAE. UAE giving weapons to the RSF. And finally, we had the brother Nubian here. He said, we're almost got rid of them. We're almost done with these people. And they're not even from Sudan. People that are, and the UAE's interest is gold and the Red Sea. Because the gold, Sudan has sanctions on it, North Sudan. And the reason why they have sanctions is because of the 9/11. They're like, you had involvement in the 9/11. They just wanted a reason to put sanctions. So the serial number on the gold, whatever, it's not, as the UAE wants to take advantage of the gold. And that's what UAE is trying to do, buy the gold and, for cheap and melt it down and sell it for top dollars or top money, top dinars in the UAE. When you look at these type of things, it pisses you off and it boils your blood. Like, is this the type of Muslims that we expect for? Like, if the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, was here today, would he be happy? Like, he would, literally arrest these people and take them, he would order these people to be arrested. These, so-called Muslims, right? Just on paper. And you're doing what you're doing to the other Muslim nations. And, this is, I just don't get it, man. And when I try to get into it, it's just like, it bothers me that why are these people, deviants, our leaders? They don't have any freaking balls to stand up or do any of this. Like, literally a puppet of America, a puppet of Israel. And when the hell are we going to stand up? And it needs to happen collectively, like all together. You can't do one nation. That's going to be the pussy move, which means one nation is going to get canceled. They'll go after one nation. It needs to happen collectively, like 10, 20 countries at once attacking America, and all of these nations will be done. They cannot beat 10, 20 countries. It's impossible to beat like 20, 30 countries together. And a lot of these countries are, loaded with oil, money, and this and that, and they have enough weaponry to, do what they need to do. But that's where we're at right now, man. And we keep hearing this, I don't know for how long, that the Ummah is weak, they're not ready, they're not prepared. When the hell are they going to be prepared? It just bothers you, man. These people. And when I used to be part of the Dava room, I would always get into an altercation with one of the Salafi boys. That the NBS is, I look at him as a disbeliever. I don't even look at him as a believer. The UAE and all of these, some of these GCC countries are just disgrace, man. Disgrace to the Muslim Ummah. And then you had a nation that's non-Muslim brings the case to the ICJ, International Court of Justice. And these nations didn't even do anything. Like, you are giving them money, whatever, but money is not the answer for everything. Just because you're giving them aid money that worth 20 million, 30 million, 50 million, that's not the answer. You need physical help, man. It breaks my heart. And then we had the brother Nubian yesterday. He said maybe another year, by 26, maybe they'll part ways. I go, so another 100,000 people killed. We're just going to sit back and watch the show, watch the killing. We're not going to be physically involved in this on the ground. We're just going to do it economically, keep investing money, and then, take the money out, right? And just scare them, and that's how you damage the economy. That's a fucking long game. We don't care about the long. We need help right now. Hey, what's up? What's up, Bull? How you doing, dear brother?
100%, man. 100%. 100%.
But I see where he's coming from.
Yeah, but come on, bro. You gotta read the seasons. You gotta read the seasons. This is not that season right now, bro. When people are immediately going down the line and losing, children, parents, generations upon generations. What are we talking about here?
That's true, man.
It's an
It's just,
it's an ER response, not a wait later. Everyone gotta play their role. The house is burning, so no, fuck that. I still stand on my word. Yesterday, you just want to humble brag and cloud chase. I'm gonna say it again. Let me just leave it at that. But yeah, you cooking, man. Carry on.
Yeah,
Because the whole thing is about the UN, bro. That's how they get us. Actually, I was subscribing to the plan that you just had because the thing is, we in the global south, we tend to look at things from country to country, region to region, that you didn't even sense, rather than looking at who's doing what in the global south, and then get 20, 30, 40 countries. You realize what I'm saying, Amir?
Yep, that's true. That's what needs to happen. 20 to 40 countries, if they come together, physically involved. America, Israel, all of these, they can't do shit. They're done. It's the end game. But the thing is, we have puppet leaders, right? Where you cannot get all the puppet leaders at the same table. This is the problem. You know?
But bro,
But some of
it's
them,
not necessarily about America, bro, because that's like casting blame on just like one part of the world. The world, like the problem is the whole planet, and the people that inhabit it. It's not like you can sit and act like we don't have people in our nations going with that program, you know. So yeah, we can point fingers in America, but like there's exception where there's countries where they don't follow the status quo, but they are far and few, man. You know. So you just gotta sometimes, even though we're speaking about secular things, you gotta look at it somewhat spiritual, bro. Because there's always someone who's down for the cause because they have the correct spirit. And this is a little microcosm. But you have the macro as well. Where people, they even want to subscribe to faith, culture, tradition, ethnicity, tribalism, all the isms, rather than, especially the global south. I think the global south is very, very confused. I hope you catch the gist of what I'm saying.
Yep, I hear you, man. This is the thing, man. It's just,
Hey, one last thing. They just moved UN to Africa, bro. One part. Or it's going to be a regional office that has multiple offices. That's how you define it correctly. You understand what that means?
Yep.
But not to change the conversation, but it is a global south problem. And I think we need to look at it holistically from that angle as well. That's the umbrella. And then you have countries, faiths, and so on and so forth. So there's multiple things happening at the same time, but I don't know.
Let's see, inshallah, man. It's just, the UN, I don't know, I think everybody needs to distance from the UN and, go with something else, have some different type of alliance or something. Because the UN, right, it's only made for the African countries, for the Arab countries. UN is not made for America, Germany, UK, Japan, and they keep on violating a bunch of resolutions, a bunch of shit in the UN. I just don't get it. And even the ICC, if you guys, I don't know if you guys paid attention. So when they were, do the arrest warrant, right, release the arrest warrant for Netanyahu, it took them more than a year. Versus when they were about to do it for Putin, the Russian leader, it was within a month. And America supported the Russian one. What happened to America when it came down to Netanyahu? And then Trump put sanctions on, it was a slap in the face. Trump put sanctions on the ICC members and judges and lawyer, and finally the federal judge came out recently and they blocked his executive order. So no more sanctions on the ICC judges and whatever. So that's a good part.
Everything shall be exposed in the last days. Knowledge shall increase.
I know. Fatima, people say a whole bunch of shit on this app. Did she really? Do you have any proof, Fatima? Did she really say it? Good. Do you have any proof, screenshot, or whatever? Yes, people that I don't know, they just keep saying a bunch of shit about me. It's fun, it's fun. Yeah, like a screenshot or something. No. Well, that sucks, man. Sucks. Anyways. Forget about Last, man. Last has said a lot of shit that people shouldn't take her seriously. Anyways. So, that's where we're at right now.
So, people spreading rumors?
That's what Fatima is making a claim. I don't know if it's true or not. I mean, somebody told Normal P word earlier. That was it.
You should tell her to hit you up in the back chat.
I don't know.
In front, what's the purpose?
I don't know, man. It's up to you, Fatima. If you have any proof, put it in the chat or send it to me in the back channel, And if she did it, it's okay. Nobody really goes into her rooms anyway, man. That's alright. People know, man. They come in here all the time and they sit in these rooms all the time.
That's what I'm saying, huh?
Yep. What do you do, man? You got people that are strangers. We don't know each other. People don't know each other. And then they want to go, start spreading rumors about people. That's a normal thing on this app. I heard a lot about it. People even spreaded rumors about that I get paid by RGC and Qatar pays me and a whole bunch of other shit. I'm like, okay, yeah, sure, I'll go with your narrative. Normal said he's gonna send the FBI to my address. I'm like, okay, is that a threat? He said, I just asked you what time is good for you. I'm like, that is basically replying. That's a threat. Yeah, I mean, if they were paying me, Ocean, do you know how many rooms I would open up? Like 10. Every single day, 10 rooms, 10 to 20, and they will piss off all of these Zionists, including their religion, including everything to do with Israel, everything. Like every room would be about, one would be about how they're racist motherfuckers and keep on talking about it. I'll probably hire multiple people to run these rooms. And I'll piss them off so badly they'll run away from this app.
We need to hire 10 people to do that, man.
Yeah. What's up, Omar and Scotty? What's up, guys?
Automate everything.
What's up? What is going on with you?
I woke up way too early. It's not normal morning.
You did.
UN is a problem, bro. They are a problem. That's the source of their criminality, man.
I really don't see the point in them at all.
Say what, man?
I just don't see the point in them at all. Nothing they say stands to any form or any context to it whatsoever.
Good take. If it was a point, what would be the point? If I may ask.
When they say something and they put into resolutions and the United Nations, all the nations vote, and if they vote against Israel or they vote against whichever country they decide, they stick to it, and their word is final. Not the veto. I don't get the veto thing either. The veto thing's just stupid because if anyone backs Palestine whatsoever, even if all the other countries back Palestine, then one country, i.e. USA, could just come in and veto it and then overturn it. It doesn't make any sense to me.
So what does that tell you?
The only point for the land
What
to
is
make
the
sure
point?
we won't have World War III. The only reason, if there was one, was to not have World War III. That was the original concept.
That's a part of it.
That was the
But
driving
that's
motivation.
in the global north. It doesn't have anything to do with the global south.
And that was
As a person from the global south, I'm still asking you, what does that tell you? And what is the point?
It's the hierarchy.
If you're going to read the history, that happened to pivot, right? Because sometimes we get confused. When the global north create things for themselves, we think we are part of that.
Exactly.
And they start complaining and throwing temper tantrums as a little child. That's just a harsh truth. I'm not trying to put us down, but what I'm saying is maybe we should create a United Nations. You gotta think bigger, you know? There's no use for us to go to the restaurant and complain about the chef. You're gonna get the meal you're gonna get, right? And you can talk about the chef creates better meal for themselves, as they should. So, what does that tell you? And what is the point of the UN? If you ask me, to make a long story short, that's their basis of their criminal operation towards the global south. Point blank period, bar none.
Agreed. That was well put.
You'll find that organizations that are created by the Western countries are an extension of their imperialism. It's not like that they've given up that imperialistic mindset. It's an extension of it. It's simply morphed into a new project. Like, for example, when was it the ICC or the ICJ, countries from the West confronted the head of the ICC or ICJ, I believe, and said that these organizations are not for Western countries to be prosecuted. It's for African countries.
Which means that Pan-Africanism needs to gain traction a little bit more. I mean, sub-Saharan Africa unification, or at least cohesion, would act as
Not even cohesion, because, well, cohesion I would agree with actually. Because there just simply needs to be empowerment of each and every country in the global south, for them to work together on common values, common goals.
Quite frankly,
Because you know why?
In Africa,
Because it can be done. It can be done, but they are left divided by the fifth column. It can be done because example of that is Europe. Europe before the creation of the European Union and World War II was at war they were at war with each other. Look at their history, they were killing each other. It's only after the World War II and the creation of the European Union they've started kind of working together, kind of. They still have their obviously competition, but they kind of work together for the greater goal of tearing other countries apart.
And quite frankly, in the Western Hemisphere, I would absolutely support Central and South America to have a single currency as well. I know some countries are going to Bitcoin.
You don't have to have a single currency to work together.
It helps.
Because I think the single currency thing doesn't necessarily work, because if you look at, for example, Europe, there are countries with...
Not forever.
Say again, sorry?
Not forever. I'm not going to advocate that a single currency would work forever, but it doesn't work in progression. It's a stepping stone. Because that's my vantage point for Europe. I think Europe changed in a lot of ways for the better because of the euro, but the experiment has not lasted, which is fine. But at least it changed the dynamic. I think third world countries or the global south having a single currency would allow them to kind of learn how to deal with each other.
I think having I would not agree with that, simply because of how I see Europe falling apart with regards to the disagreements they have with the single currency and the pressures that are put on much wealthier countries in Europe on the basis, because in Europe, in the economic community, there is a single currency, but it doesn't work simply because each country has their own respected GDP, their own purchasing power, their strengths and weaknesses. For example, exactly. So I would be a proponent of more having your own currency and then having a common currency that you can deal with. So you can create, for example, I'm just throwing this out there, like having a BRICS currency and then having their national currency. That's what you can work with. Two currencies. One you have is a common currency that you can generally trade and do whatever else with your global south countries using the BRICS currency, and then you still have your own currency that reflects your own interests, your own powers, your economic interests, and so on. I don't know how it would work. I'm not an economist.
I'm envisioning that. That would be interesting. Whatever baseline standard you can get nation states to agree on and trade, deliberate and deal. It's got to go beyond language. The UN did facilitate linguistic. Okay? It created a room for every single person in every language to talk amongst each other. I won't discount that. But I think internet age, digital age, I think we need that.
I think the UN as an organization is a great concept, but I think there's certain elements of it, like the UN Security Council, that have really outlived.
No. Wait. It's a great concept for who?
If you allow me to finish, I'll explain it. So the concept, as what Omar was saying, making it a platform for countries, or 100 and 200 countries, to come to a common area to discuss differences, that's a great concept. Because before that, people struggled. It was bilateral. There weren't actually international organizations to do something like this. What I have an issue with is the hierarchy that is created in the United Nations. For example, UN Security Council. They can veto something that the rest of the world can agree on something, and one single country in the UN Security Council can veto the entire thing. That creates a hierarchy, and I think that needs to be abolished.
Absolutely. That was my point earlier.
Agreed.
Okay. So you wanna, or we wanna step into, as a guest in a restaurant, right? You wanna go back and tell the chef how to cook up the menu.
No, because if, for
Because
example,
you're
even in your
expecting,
concept,
if I could
even
explain,
in your concept,
if I could explain, bro.
go on.
If so now you want to explain the chef how he's going to prepare the meal for you.
Maybe put the chef on notice that his job might be at risk.
Why don't you open up your own restaurant?
We just did.
Yeah, but then if everyone starts opening up their own restaurants, how many restaurants are we gonna have?
We're having one you have two. And this is the global north and the global south. So I don't understand what you mean with everybody.
So, for example, you know what's interesting is, I can agree to an extent where, for example, we don't want to
The UN
dictate.
was created for them.
I completely agree. But see, the problem I have is, if, for example, if the global south was to create a UN of its own, would it then not be exactly the same as that UN on the other side? It would create a hierarchy within itself. So even countries within the global south would have a hierarchy.
Who said you had to make a carbon copy?
Yeah, but we have to be realistic. Countries that are a lot more powerful would have more of a say, like Russia, China, maybe Brazil, and so on, South Africa maybe. They would have more of a say in that global. It depends how they work out. But for example, an example is the Shanghai Cooperation Council and BRICS. There's a hierarchy in both of them, where countries have more of a say in it than others. If, for example, there were an organization in the global south where every country within that organization had an equal say, then I would agree with it. But I have to also be realistic, because I have to look at past organizations they have created where there is a hierarchy, just like the United Nations. Does that make sense?
It's going to be a hierarchy, but that doesn't mean that every vote doesn't need to be equal, and it doesn't need to be a carbon copy of what they did.
It doesn't have to be a carbon copy, but
Can I finish?
Yes, please.
The way they treat the global south is not like the way they treat the global north in the UN Security Council. And it seems like when we oversimplify and we don't compartmentalize what's going on, we tend to confuse, or it sounds like we're getting things confused. Because in the air quote United Nations, there are two United Nations going on at the same time. It's one for the global north and one for the global south. Because essentially it was created for and by the global north, and it's for them. So that's the birth of pan-Europeanism. And then it expanded as they're conquered. In modern times, that's it. That's just a small part of history. We recently born. This is one generation before us. And once you don't put these things in perspective, if you don't understand pan-Europeanism, everything else will confuse you. Doesn't matter what faith you have, what skin color you are, where you are in the global south, walking around like a chicken head with your head chopped off. I'm just trying to put it in layman terms.
There's a lot more people thinking like us that it's not fit for purpose. Like what you said there, Paul. It's how would you go about like fixing the problem? Because
there's righteous nations in the world, but those righteous nations are not necessarily working with each other. You're always trying to find commonality in terms of faith, skin tone, and so on and so forth. Tribe, whatever. And to a certain extent, it makes sense. But when it comes to making business relations, not so much.
But it's still, like you said, it's still new. It's still a new entity, and
it's still not fit for purpose, never has been. So they need to do something about it. I don't know what, but they definitely do need to do something.
Yeah, that's why BRICS already is laying the groundwork, right? But there's something interesting with BRICS, you know? So, will it be the same story again?
I think BRICS is a great concept, and I think even in the way it's going, I think it's a great thing. It's a counterbalance to this, Western-dominated BS.
Sorry to be an idiot, but what's that BRICS thing? What is that?
Well, it's a group of countries. So, for example, BRICS, I think Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and a whole host of other countries in the global south have either joined BRICS directly or are observers. And it's similar. It's like a organization of countries of the global south coming together on economic matters, political, diplomatic, and I believe also military. But military matters might be Shanghai Cooperation Council.
That sounds like a good idea.
You've not heard of BRICS? I mean, if you Google it, it will probably explain it a little better, or you'd probably see the concept visually.
Yeah, I'm going to look into that now. Thanks very much, General. And go.
General, you're basically speaking about like economic hegemony. Is that what you're describing?
Could you say that again, sorry?
It sounds like you're describing economic hegemony. So all the regional players, or at least certain economies that, because it used to be G7, and now there's like G20. You know, eventually there'll be G40. So.
Yeah, but even those organizations themselves are Western dominated, aren't they? G20, even though it has Saudi Arabia in there, it's an occupied Western state, for example. By that, Saudi Arabia will never be part of the global south unless they get rid of the government.
I think I'm more speaking of like South Africa and Brazil, particularly Brazil. They're absolutely coming into their own.
Yeah, they are, and I think all power to them.
Yeah, India, of course, now, or actually, I'll say India for 20 years because of their demographic, their youth demographic. So and Apple is finally going to make.
Yeah, but you know what's interesting about India? I was reading something in, I think it was The Economist or the Financial Times in England, that they've really played they've played a game of using both sides for their own benefit, so much so that both sides are now openly sharing their displeasure and discontent with regards to India, and they're saying to India, what side are you on? You're playing both sides, but what side are you actually on? Because a lot of countries, for example, in the West, and you know these Western-dominated organizations, they want you to be on their side completely, or the majority of your interest would be aligned with the West. And the same thing is for BRICS. As in, if you're actually with the global south, you need to show that by supporting, international events or whatever the interests are.
I'll give you one.
With regards to the global south. But India has really played it. They thought that it's been a good policy to play both sides. And the Financial Times, I believe, there's international organizations, diplomats, that are really calling India out, as in, what the fuck are you doing? Now, we don't know what side you're on, because you're playing both sides too much. And I think that's where they played over there. They played a little too hard.
They're not going to let New China happen again, you know. They're not going to let that happen, so you got to pick a side. But that's the issue with India. And this is why I didn't want to say it earlier. I'm side-eyeing BRICS from the jump, because you have India and China in there, and Russia. Yeah. What does that mean? What are Others, not so much. You know, they actually want to cut a deal. So, you know, and who knows who really created that structure? It's going to be actually based on. Say what now?
One of the most striking images that I've seen, I think it was 6 months ago, it was recently, is the CEO of Apple, Tim Cook, flew to India and had a huge procession, ribbon cutting for the iPhone plant. So they were breaking ground. And I will never forget Tim Cook giving a very big hug to Modi. And all I could think about is, I can't remember the last American CEO traveling that far for a photo op. Like, I really can't, I mean, that whole image of that company, and Tim Cook is a successor, right? There's only really been essentially one CEO. So he's number two. And he's the guy. And he's traveling time zones. And I didn't understand why. It's more outside of politics.
I think it's more politics and more optics.
Oh yeah, there's no question. Which again,
because do you really think? I personally am not of the opinion that India can replace China for even manufacturing iPhone parts.
Agreed.
It's not a localized. I mean, I'm not a specialist in the area. I might be wrong. But for example, a localized workforce, supply chain, India does not have that.
True.
Even the engineers, I read somewhere, I think it was the FT again, I read somewhere that even the engineers training the Indian workforce are Chinese. The Chinese are flying in.
True.
To train them. I might be wrong, but that's what I read somewhere.
That's not actually the business strategy. It's a pretext. Hey, I want to have a manufacturing plant to give some of you people jobs. But in reality, Tim Cook wants to open 200 Apple stores in India. So to be allowed to open 200 retail stores.
America got huge data centers over there.
Yep.
It's a part of the decoupling from China.
Yeah.
India doesn't have iPhones, man. They don't sell iPhones there. So Tim Cook wants to sell iPhones to 2 billion people.
But I think they didn't want that war between India and Pakistan.
Precisely.
Flew out Pakistan.
Precisely.
I'm telling y'all, we like to look at each other as countries that actually they made up. You know what I'm saying? For the global south. And then we scratch our head when they address us as such. We feed it into their paradigm and asking them to change the paradigm. Like a little hater. Rather than, don't create your own shit. Just because you have enemies that look like you, that go there in order to put you and your people down, don't think for a second it's yours. And they got plans for us. Because they know already what we're scheming on. Know that for a fact. That's why I'm side-eyeing BRICS. Is it a part of the larger agenda? Because the global south is not about going to give up their global identity for nothing. But that's what they're working on. They don't want you to have no faith, no country, no ethnicity, no nothing. And for those of us who know the end game, I think you should approach it as such, man. It's one thing to have your notions of who you are and so on and so forth, but sometimes it's about how those who run shit look at you. Don't need to conflate the two. Hopefully that makes sense, man. Sorry for ranting.
Yeah, I mean, some people they can judge, right? Depends on capacity to be able to think, what's the next move, and some people make the judgment based on, what the country leader says and whatnot. I mean, there's people in America that left America because of Trump, Well, what was that lady's name? She said she's, as soon as Trump took office, she actually left. He said it's finished, and then Trump recently came out. I think he threatened her. He said we're going to take away her citizen, even though she's born and raised in America. How the hell are you going to do that? Such an idiot, man. This is the type of president we have, an idiot. He doesn't think hard, he just says it out loud. He thinks it's a business deal. You're fired, like he used to do it on the Apprentice show.
Yeah, but I
You're
mean,
fired.
with regards to taking someone's citizenship, even though they were born in the country, isn't far-fetched. It's happened in England.
Bro, they letting you know out in the open what is what and how it's gonna be. And this is right. If y'all think this stuff is gonna stop, got something else coming for you. Let me sell you a mountain. Just wait. Watch. Let me say this. Gaddafi warned some of the Middle Eastern countries and the Asia. The thing is, Asia, US is still battling for it. And the plan was the US in Asia is the US, France is Africa, UK has Latin America. And the UN Charter tells everything, man. I know I'm oversimplifying it, but nonetheless, bro. Let me leave it at that.
What you were saying, General. Was it?
Shamima Begum. But I think if you look at the legislation that they used, it was to do with more as in, if you're a terrorist threat to the country, they can kind of use it's all to do with the Terrorism Act. There's a lot of draconian sub-statutes within that they've kind of pushed through when the country was distracted.
Did you see we have a terrorist on the stage now, We got the terrorist Roy on the stage. Welcome, Terry.
Who's terrorist here? I'm looking for peace. I'm here to spread awareness. Yeah, a lot of people.
Did you not know that the Muslims actually brought the Jews back to Jerusalem? They were kicked out by Christians.
When was this? When was this?
1400 years ago.
Okay, you're in 21st century. Forget all that.
Yeah, but you wrote an essay in the chat. You didn't realize that the Muslims protected the Jews.
Today, what happened?
Do you know that?
But we don't need to have lectures from this fool, do we?
No. We need to correct his narrative because he likes to come in and bullshit, right? Big, long ass essays.
What is the bullshit in this?
So you made a claim in the chat. You made a claim that don't need to worry about the 1400-year-old fake story, blah blah blah. Yes. But then, if it was fake, why do the Jewish people agree on it? That their scholars agree on it that actually Muslims protected the Jews?
There's a famous line.
So are you hold on? Are you being anti-Semitic? Are you denying the Jewish history?
Hold on.
Hey, welcome, Roy's from India. He's denying the Jewish history where the Caliphate, right, brought the Jews back to Jerusalem. Do you know they were kicked out by Christians in Jerusalem?
Today, what's happening?
Do you deny or do you agree?
Hold on. See, I don't know. See, you people are, believers know about a lot of history, but unfortunately, as an outsider, if I look at Gaza, a lot of innocent Gaza Muslims, children, and women are feeling the pain, right? I'm here to support them. I want them to be immigrated to Sudan immediately. I want them to take them.
So, Roy, when you say you want them gone from that land, you're basically glorifying and promoting the idea of
No, I'm not.
Hold on. You're ethnic cleansing. Do you know what happened to them in 1947?
It is ethnic cleansing and they're dead. That's the reason I'm happy right now.
Roy, do you not know what happened to them in 1947?
Do you know what hold on, let me educate you on this.
If I learn, what is it?
Roy, because they were forced out of their own homes, these people still have their keys and paperwork to their properties in British Mandate Palestine. It was called British Mandate Palestine. The UN partition plan was issued in 1947 by terrorizing the US President Harry S. Truman and the US, you know what they sent the US President? They sent letter bombs and they sent 1 million postcards. Did you not know this story?
Can I interject in this mindset? Because I'm a bit concerned about your mindset, Roy. And I think it's concerning that you think that to stop the killing, you need to ethnically cleanse the population.
No,
The problem is, let me finish.
This is wrong.
Because I've understood what you've just said.
I'm coming from a land of Mahatma Gandhi.
Remember, I don't care where you come from. I'm looking at your mindset.
Mahatma Gandhi preached peace. I'm not here for
Mahatma Gandhi was a pedophile, Roy. I'm sure you should not abuse it. No, hang on. So, do you believe that Bhagat Singh was actually a freedom fighter?
I believe Mahatma Gandhi got.
Was Bhagat Singh a freedom fighter?
He was one of them, but Gandhi won't fight.
So, hang on. Do you know that even though Gandhi did the silent protest, do you know the British actually left because they ran out of funding, they ran out of money and sources and whatnot? That's why they left. They didn't leave because of a silent protest. You didn't know this, right?
See, but
you should look into it. Look.
My question is, what happened to Bhagat Singh?
What happened to him? He got killed. Right?
Finally, who actually, finally...
Yeah, but he did push the movement, the freedom movement. He wanted to liberate India from these demonic British, mandate authorities or whatever you want to call it, British Empire.
But today the innocent dozens are dying. They're like,
right? Hang on. British left. Do you know that they terrorized the British leaders and whatnot? The British leader in 1946, they did the King David Hotel bombing. You didn't know this, right?
I know it, but what's the use of that?
Okay. No, it's used because, look, Roy, every time a topic comes up in relate to whatever, Palestine, Israel, or any other nation, we have to dive into the historical facts, even in relate to what happened in Lebanon and Israel. Do you know I had to go back to the UN Resolution 1701, which said that, the Israel cannot violate. You know what Israel did? Lebanon and Israel? They stole a land. Hold on. They stole a land called Shiva Farms. They kicked out a whole bunch of farmers out of a small land. It's called Shiva Farms. And that land was disputed between Lebanon and Syria. It had nothing to do with Israel, but Israel came in and stole the land. They stole the land in Syria. They stole the land. They're stealing the land in the West Bank, and they keep on doing this, Roy. You see what I'm saying? So you need to get your facts
straight. What does Roy want the Palestinians to do?
He wants to ethnically cleanse them.
No, but for example.
Hold on. Why are you pushing this into my mouth? Did I say that?
You said, hold on. You're pushing the Zionist narrative. They should be moved to Jordan. That's called ethnic cleansing. I know you don't speak proper English. Even English is my fifth language, right? So please, respectfully, for the respect of the Palestinians, don't say these type of things, okay?
My point is all 54 Arab nations should take their brothers to their nation.
How do you know that these are their brothers? How do you know that?
Listen to me. Saudi Arabia should give one of their oil wells to the Gaza people. They should
Roy, I'm a Muslim, right? And I could be from an Arab background. Can I go get a citizenship in Saudi Arabia?
Why not?
They don't give it to you. I lived over there for 10 years.
You get more priority than me, correct?
No, priority. I lived over there in Jeddah for 10 years. They do not. My dad worked there for 40 years in Saudi Arabia. He tried everything to get the permanent citizenship because he loved the holy places. But guess what? They denied. They said no. They don't give it to you.
You're wealthy. You're a rich
person. They still don't give it to you. Right now, the rules are a little bit getting relaxed on a lot of stuff. But at the same time, they're not giving it away because they know as soon as they allow everybody, do you know what will happen? The whole Muslim Ummah, 2 billion Muslims will probably move over there, and it doesn't have the capacity to handle 2 billion people to move to Saudi Arabia.
Only Saudi Arabia, why not Sudan? Sudan is a very big nation.
You know what's happening in Sudan, Roy?
No, all this Gaza.
Brother, hang on. We need to educate this guy. Hold on. He's a punching bag.
He doesn't care about that shit, bro.
It doesn't matter. I want to use him as a punching bag. So, Roy,
I want to make a point. Isn't all Palestinians
Roy, in Sudan, there's a genocide going on. Go look into it. More than 200,000 people dead. You know who gave the militia in Sudan the weapons? It's Israel and America.
Israel gave employment to Gaza people. 14,000 Gazans worked inside Israel.
Okay, 14,000 out of 100 million. Okay, what did they do after 7th October? Did they kick them out?
No, see, hold on. After
they did. Do you know what they did after they kicked them out? They hired a whole bunch of truck. They told India to send a whole bunch of Hindus that are not Muslims, send them to Israel so that way they can hire them at low wages. And they're taking
people anymore.
Cleaning toilets. They're freaking doing construction work. They do no question. No, you should look into it. Do you want to go to Israel, Roy?
Yes. I would leave my life there.
That's why he's doing this.
That's why.
Israel allowed Gaza people to
Are you looking for a girlfriend? That video I seen on Instagram? I want to marry an Israeli.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, maybe. What is wrong in it? They are the pure blood. They are the blessed blood. Allah is actually with the Gaza people. Sorry, Allah is with the Palestine. Allah is not Allah is helping Israelis.
Listen to this guy, man.
Allah is helping Israelis. I saw the videos and Rabbi said, listen, please. Whole day you people think, right? I'm the only different person, right? Israeli Rabbi saying that Allah is actually helping Israelis. He is helping them to thrive. He is helping them to find all.
So what was God doing when 6 million of them got murdered by the Europeans in Europe? What was he doing?
Rabbi said, Allah is actually helping India versus Pakistan. He's helping Israel versus Palestine. And if he is so powerful, why is he not helping their own say Palestinians and Pakistanis, right? Now that's what I'm saying. See, the whole world is saying that these innocent Gaza people will be killed by Israel because what they did in October 7. They should migrate to Sudan.
I don't think you understand how life works.
Israel is very powerful. Allah is actually helping.
One second.
Allah is helping Israel.
Hang on, Roy. It's a conversation. You can't just go on a monologue. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala did help Pakistan to knock down 3 of your fighter jets. You didn't know this from India? Do you know what? Hold on, Roy, I'm not done. Pakistan requested, one thing they requested for a third party to come in and investigate the accusation that India was accusing Pakistan of, killing 26 or whatnot, Kashmiris or whatnot. They asked for the UN or somebody to come in, just like the 7th of October. They wanted a third party to come in to investigate what happened between India and Pakistan. And guess what? India started spreading propaganda, and the link that you gave me, Roy, last time, it doesn't talk about the recent attack. That link was debunked. That link has nothing to do with the recent attack. That link that you gave me, that was from 2019.
See, nobody listens to Muslims history anymore. You guys are only propagandists.
Nobody listens to you because you moved to Israel.
Listen, I'm not against you.
You want to marry an Israeli chick, man. That's the problem.
Listen, please. I'm not your enemy. We have heard a lot of stories.
Do you like white women? Is that why you're into white women?
Listen, you're going for sexy thing, right?
No. This is the problem. This is the problem in some of the Indian community. And
I know it.
Hold on.
No, what, bro?
I'm telling you, tell your brothers. Gandhi said, save your life. Send them to Sudan. I think Palestinian people should be immigrated to Sudan and save their life. Sudan is largely empty. Guys, you're killing people. You're sitting in a cozy place like clubhouse. You're pushing those people into death. The most powerful, Allah blessed Israel is killing innocent Palestinians.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Exactly. See, all the rabbis are making videos on Instagram that Allah is actually helping Israel.
I don't know why y'all coming off your mics. So give me space now, Roy. right? Because I showed you that due respect, right? Somebody got to be a man in here. You're acting like ladies. Hey, yo, listen. Bruh.
Well, I want to know what kind of Western Christian counters.
I mean, I don't brainwash innocent people, man. Every day you brainwash people. I mean, hold on 1 minute, please.
Roy, let him speak. Roy, mute up. Let.
Got it, but you are brainwashing everyone.
Roy,
World is brainwashed by you.
Roy, mute up. Paul is gonna speak now.
Okay, Roy, but don't brainwash innocent Muslims.
Mute up. I said mute up.
This guy is a thief.
Okay.
Mute up.
No mic discipline, and then he left.
Wow.
The thing is, with these from India with that demographic and that type of faith, and I don't want to cascade everyone from there. And he even mentioned Gandhi, which was a racist. He was even pleading to the global north to not be looked as a global southerner, right? So they have this mentality because they have intra-Indian problems with other faiths, and they hate them. So now, he doesn't care for Israel whatsoever. He's just gonna align with them because the enemy of my enemy is my friend type shit. You see? This is where we at. And this is why India shouldn't be in BRICS until India is out of BRICS, or they take a stance and start with, acting like Turkey in modern sense. You can't take those guys serious, bro. Like, whenever a guy is screaming oppression, like Gandhi, and at the same time you're putting other people, that's a walking contradiction right there. You don't have consistency. Because when you're screaming oppression, they're oppressing me, you're professing that you're righteous. So you wouldn't want to wish that upon no man, And this is why if the global south that professes that they're righteous would create a united nation, you can call it a united nation if you want to. You have to structure it a little differently, So there's no use of taking that guy too serious, I know he's a punching bag, but he's most likely an Islamophobe. And that's what he is.
Yeah, that's true. No, just because I tried to engage with him last time, Bull, he was doing a drive-by into this room. You see what I'm saying? So today he was sort of like allowing it to have a response back and to be grilled on a lot of topics, And I'm like, okay, I gotta grill him since I have a chance now, since he's calmed down.
No, you gave him the word, but he's not listening, but you gave him the word.
Yeah.
That guy is cooked. And having India in BRICS is a potential problem, bro.
You're right. He was.
What makes you think that they're not telling? And I think China is aware of that. I think Russia is aware of that.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, they have the privilege to see things. They're one of the founding members. So I guess it's a long-term strategy with those guys. But as long as you know who is running that government and what demographic, and they have that view or lens that they look at, the world in, which they've had for a long, long time. Gaddafi's a long time. No, not Gaddafi, Gandhi. I mean, that's the whole premise,
Hey,
There's a reason why they don't power them.
Good morning, everybody. Amir.
Good morning. Peace.
كيف حالك؟ ملخا.
I'm looking for.
Hey, so there's some truth to that Netanyahu and Trump are inking the final deal to expel the Palestinians from Gaza, like the institute mentioned it earlier.
So in the Congress, we do have this chief of Mossad. He's here in Washington D.C. He's trying to lobby, for the expulsion of Gazans, but it's not going to happen because
Trump actually made it clear that it's involuntarily. If they want to leave, they can leave voluntarily. So, and then the amount of criticism that a lot of even the politicians started hating Israel, and after this church attack and the attack in Syria, Trump was caught off guard. That's what it said, and the White House officials, they came out and they said to, I think, Axios, that this guy is a madman and he likes to bomb everything. So this could be they might transition into. I hope they part ways with Israel, and I hope. And we had a Zionist in here, hardcore Zionist that used to debate on this app. I'm sure you came across it. Well, his name is Nathan. I don't know. You seen him?
There's a lot of
yes, I know Nathan.
Yeah. So he went on TikTok from here to there. He said, "I don't even debate with pro-Palestinians anymore. I debate with Nazis now." I'm like, what? He's a Canadian Jewish, Zionist. Had never been to Israel, but he likes to, defend Israel. So he said today into this room, it was about, he said that I actually agree with one thing with you guys. I want to see Israel part ways with America. We don't want American funding anymore. We can survive on our own. I said, if America leaves you guys hanging, there would be no more Israel. It's finished. Alas. Because America, they're protected because they got a green light to commit any more, violations. It's like a free pass. You can commit as many violations as you can. So.
Yeah, I don't see that happening anytime soon. And whatever Trump says about Israel is a smokescreen. Action dictates so now. I used to say that before the actions was taken. I gotta quit that. Too far deep in this conflict to even take that serious. Remember, 50 days, Russia got an answer. Last time they sang that song, you saw B-52 bombers flying in the sky. So Trump is not. He wasn't taken off guard, bro.
Gaza was majority of the Gaza was a refugee camp for displaced Palestinians. Do you think that it's fair that they continue to live in a refugee camp in Gaza? Shouldn't we give them an option?
So, a lot of the Gazans, I spoke to the Palestinians on this app, right? And what I learned is that a lot of the Palestinians don't want to leave their land, right? They lived over there for years and years. These people are resilient. They're like, nope, we're not going to leave. So they just, they can still do construction while these people are living over there. They can move people in one part of Gaza and do the construction on the other side, right? They can build like a building, 1, 2, 3 buildings, and you can fit about, 500 people in the building, or 1,000, 2,000 to 3,000 people in the building. So they can do construction.
But Amir, what I'm trying to say is that Gaza itself is a refugee camp, right? So how long could those people stay? Like, we have to be reasonable in the people's opinion, right? Like, if they're a refugee in Gaza, it's not sustainable to keep them in a land where they can't produce, right? It's a small place. Like, how could it self-sustain itself? And think about the future. Like, we can't continually subsidize Gaza population, right? So shouldn't there be a long-term solution, maybe going back to Israel or coming to another country? Like, how can we continue to let the people suffer? Like, I'm being genuinely asking this question.
I know, I see. It's just, I don't know, man, to be honest with you. I'm hearing the Hamas charter says two-state solution. People do want ceasefire. I think what it is once they have a permanent ceasefire, then maybe a country or something can come in and, maybe rebuild all of this, what they've destroyed. That's the only way we can happen. The ceasefire needs to happen as soon as possible. And then they need to get laws from there as well. These terrorist idea. And then, in the meantime, if they do construction, there's going to be a lot of jobs, right? And the Gazans are willing to work and they can work. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the people who are paying for this, like, what's the incentive? Like, how are you gonna get the funding? It's not like the Arab states.
No, the Arab countries will jump in. The China might jump in because the thing is, if it turns into two-state solution, I think it will benefit China because the Palestinians will probably do business with China. And China did say that we're ready to help you guys rebuild Gaza. So there's a possibility China might jump in, man.
Right.
Because they have the ability, they have the manpower. The amount of people that live in China, the labor. Oh my God. And they could hire 1 million, 2 million Gazans, Palestinians, right? They can work for it and rebuild, and slowly, they can pay back China, and China would be part of, become an ally of Palestine. And Israel can be on their side. These disgusting, filthy dogs, they can stay on their side of the state, and the Palestinians can stay on their side. And
the United States foreign interests will not allow China to have monopoly over that region. So I doubt that's the solution.
It's going to change. So once the Palestinians have a state, then they have a say who they want to side with. It's not America anymore. You see what I'm saying?
America cannot give up its influence over that region. So
no, that's why America can't give up. Yeah, but right now, Turkey and Egypt, they're buying their weapons from China. Do you know America said we're not going to sell you this jet? They said fuck you, we're going to buy from China. They start buying some fighter jets from China.
Well, yeah, I get that, but America's not going to take its hands off. Like that's just doesn't matter.
They already did. It's already happening, Sin.
What I'm saying is that I understand that. I mean, Turkey and Egypt need to diversify their weapon stock and save costs. I understand that, but Egypt still gets 1.5 billion or $2 billion from U.S. military aid.
So they said.
And then on top of that, Turkey. Let me just land this one. Turkey's largest business trading partner is the United States. So I mean, those countries Egypt and Turkey are tethered to the U.S. regardless of what.
I understand, but the things are changing in the Middle East. Turkey's coming into play. They're building the largest military base in Syria, which will, inshallah, protect Syria. And with this Druze situation, he was caught off guard. Yeah, and America did tell, Israel that you can't keep bombing shit, right? We're trying to bring peace to the Middle East, but this guy, he just wants to keep bombing. And it was done without the U.S. permission.
Yeah, but Turkey's a NATO state, right? Like, it's an extension of America, bro. Come on, let's stay realistic about this stuff. If Turkey's taking influence of that region, it's basically NATO taking over. Like, that's still an extension of America. Like, this idea that China's capable of rescuing this it's just a full errand. Like, we know the Americans are not going to let go of their influence in the region. Turkey depends on the NATO, and it depends on America for its economy. Egypt does too. Like, we have to be realistic. Like, let's not live in a fantasy world that somehow, some way that China is going to take over the region. It's not. So, like, what is in the best interest of the country?
China is not going to take over the region. China is just going to help them rebuild and be part of it and be an ally.
Right.
They're not taking over the region.
Right. So, but again, we have to think about the best interest of the people of that region, right? So
yeah, but America, I just told you, once it becomes a state, then they have to, then it's up to them. It's just like, any other country. Even tomorrow, if Saudi Arabia wants to make business with China, they're able to. America freaking does business with China.
Well, the
Whole bunch of
point of
countries
that
do
Prime
business with
Minister,
China.
my point was to show you that the Palestinians are completely surrounded, and there's no one coming.
Surrounded by who?
By everyone. No one's in their side, like right now. Let's just be realistic about that. No one's gonna come to rescue them.
No, I'm saying, I just told you, I just gave you example, after the ceasefire is done and it turns into two-state solution, then they'll have their autonomy and everything will, they'll do it themselves and then they have the ability to make anybody an ally. It's not going to be America ruling over that part because it's Palestinian state. That's what I'm telling you, but you're not getting the point.
No, I get it, but who's gonna pay for the rebuilding of Gaza?
I didn't I say China? China said it came out and they said we are ready to help rebuild.
For free?
Of course they probably want something in return, but they will invest money, rebuild, and they have the ability, infrastructure or not, they know how, they can make it happen. And once it's built, they're gonna have, ally, Chinese would be an ally, and they'll buy and sell stuff from China.
Somebody has to pay for it, and who's the payer?
I just told you, China and some of these Middle East countries.
No. China's offering their services to rebuild, but they're not paying for it. I'm asking you, who do you think will be paying for this bill? Who's gonna pay the bill to rebuild Gaza?
Let's look it up. Let's look it up, see what the answer is.
I appreciate that, thank you.
Okay, in March, you had the Arab leaders back the $53 billion reconstruction plan negotiated by Egypt, supervised by technocrats under Palestinian Authority, right? They created an Arab Solidarity Fund within commitments like Iran 20 million and general pledges from other Arab nations. European Union, France, Germany, Italy, and the UK publicly supported a $53 billion Arab-backed plan. Separately, the UK has pledged around $129 million in humanitarian aid for Gaza. Okay, the EU has committed hundreds of millions in humanitarian aid. The United States, okay, let's see. Yeah, the United States is giving GHM, but that's discussed in humanitarian aid. Let's see. Qatar has given up to $1 billion since 2014. Let's see. Yeah. Yes, this.
I just finished. I went to that room and cooked everybody and came back. The
Alpha character? Yeah, the Alpha character, he claims to be a scholar. I don't know what's the Nation of Islam scholar, man.
Oh, Alpha? Yeah, he's a.
Yeah.
I hate the NOE so much.
He ended up agreeing with me in front of all his, his overlords. He had to concede, so he conceded, and the other guy conceded, and then the whole room got quiet. And I said, we the Muslim Ummah, we invite you all. I said, we invite you all, because they got silent after that. They had a Christian in there. The Christian was like, the normal Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was a pedophile, stuff.
Thank you, Amir. I gotta run, but yeah, we'll continue this another thing.
Yeah, no problem.
I said, do you believe that Jesus is God? He said, yes. I said, well, then why would God choose a 13-year-old virgin child to then go inside him, bear himself from? And this is considered the mother of the faith. Why would he do that? If there's a problem here, if there's a problem with the age, and if we're determining what a child is, we don't determine that by virginity. Then in your story, according to you, Mary lost her virginity to Jesus, who simultaneously is God. In your Trinitarian ideology, oh my God, yeah, they hate me for that one.
So the Christian that you debated, he's a Islamophobic piece of shit. I blocked him. He's a Facebook account. Yeah, his name's Rich. I blocked him. That Alpha character, he claims to be a scholar, and what these people are doing, Nubia, this Alpha is Iranian. Okay.
and he apparently he sides with anybody that hates Muslims.
So strange.
He sides with the one that are Modi supporters from India.
Yeah.
Okay. That are type Islam. He sides with them, and he sides with the Zionists now.
I mean, it's fine. I just blew up their spot. He had to submit because he said he went to the ayah where it states 3 months and three divorce, and he was saying why would they mention children divorce? And I said, well, what about the Kuba and son? What about putting a word? We have opportunity where you can put a word out on a person. And I said, and he said, well, the other guy, Rich, was like, well, American culture, we don't do that. I said, well, you do it. It's called homecoming and prom. You dress your son or your daughter up. You send them off with another person in a limousine to a dance. And a lot of people in America lose their virginity. I said, in our culture, we have to you can put out a word. I said, y'all emphasis is on age 52, but it's not young girls to old men. It's anybody. It could be a 14-year-old boy and his parents can put Kitover on a 13-year-old girl. And that doesn't mean that they engage in sex because the nikah hasn't taken place and there's no sex. It's just putting in a word. And in Sudan, we have what's called something loud, which is the giving of gifts. If you put Kituver on a girl, I said that's what it's in reference to. I said Islam we don't have dating. So where it's mentioning divorce, it's just a breaking up. If a Kituva happens, you put a word on a girl, and then you decide that you're not going to marry her, she decides she's not going to marry you in that period of time that you're supposed to be getting to know each other. Then this would be considered divorce by the definition of honorary. So then Alpha conceded. And he was like, well, yeah. And then the white boys started to concede, and then the Christian went crazy, and the Israeli, a pro-Israeli Iranian guy just came in and just went nuts on me, and then they kicked him out, and then the room went mute, and I was like, well, welcome to the Oval Master. I'll take that as a touchdown.
So that Mojo guy that's running the show, right? He's Jewish. So when you left from here, I think I did see the room in the hallway you were in it, right? But I thought you were gonna pull that, the thing about from the Talmud, the 3.5-year-old. If you would have done that, that would have triggered that guy that's running the show. His name is Mojo. His real name is Roger Mayhem.
You talking about Rachel? Talking about Rachel's name?
No, Mojo. That was his name. The first moderator that created the room. His name is Mojo. Mojo.
Yeah. Okay. No, I wanted to keep it light, and I'm not in a conflict. They wanted me to argue and crash out for entertainment. I'm not that mood. I kept it light. I stayed on the surface. I didn't allow myself to be triggered by their insults because I was focused more so on maybe about 15. I'll just call them agnostics for now. 15 agnostics in the room who don't have a clue about Islam and learning, and I wanted to execute Islamic etiquette and sliced it down one by one. Everyone else didn't know anything. Alpha is the only one worth talking to. So once I got him to concede and agree, then at that point he tapped out. Then they tried to change the conversation to how, well, new age Islamic opinions that are anti-Salafi are censored. So then I went to how the United States has tried. You've tried to kill your president, you killed Abraham Lincoln, you've tried to assassinate Ronald Reagan, you killed John F. Kennedy. I said, so they're censoring everywhere, but we don't do that today. That was 100 years ago. I said, in the Black Lives Matter protest, 1,500 people were shot and killed. Journalists were tear gassed and beaten with sticks. It's 3 years ago. So I said, one country is saying you cannot protest in the Middle East, and the other country is saying you can protest, but we'll kick your ass. I said, it's the same thing. Every country has censoring. Every country has these faculties. So to try to paint the picture that the Middle East it doesn't have the freedoms that the West had, why is one of the major groups of expatriates moving to the Middle East, British and Americans? They're one of the largest populations after India and Pakistani that's moving to the Middle East. If their freedoms are being compromised, why are they coming for work, jobs, opportunity, tax free? They're the number one. They're number 3, I believe, or number 4 when it comes to the UAE. I think they're number 6 in Saudi Arabia as the expatriates, pouring in by the hundreds of thousands. If their freedom was so compromised, if our women were so oppressed, if our viewpoints were so stagnant, So I pointed it out to him, and I said, well, to the age thing, I said the age of consent in Saudi Arabia is 18. Well, in Afghanistan, I said, well, Afghanistan is not what Mecca. The age of consent in Saudi Arabia is
LGBT. So if you want to talk about Islam, you have 3 years ago, I said, well, then 3 years ago, Delaware's age of consent was 7 years old. So what the hell are you even? And if you do the national average for all 50 states, the national average for the United States is still not 18, it's 16 for consent, and that's not even with parental. That's not even with parental guidance. That's on your own. I said a 13-year-old in America prior to Donald Trump's presidency, a 13-year-old could have a fucking sex change. So we're not even talking about sex yet. A 13-year-old boy can get tits funded by his government in the United States. So again, if we're gonna do cultural extremes, America is going to lose every single time. You know, and he said, well, the atheist guy was like, oh well, that's why I don't believe in religion because of love. And I said, well, if you're gonna blame the proponents on Islam, that's your choice. However, if you're gonna claim that there is a God, God must be a natural entity. So don't be mad at me. Argue with a tree of why nature decided for girls to get their
I thought this wasn't a religious room, Amir.
Yeah, you were just telling us, but anyways.
Bro, he always goes on a monologue, bro. Chill out, fam. Chill, bro.
So, Doctor, we'll talk about this later.
Little boy.
Thank you for cooking I just said because Dr. Lupian, the thing is, there's some people in this room are from Christian background, right? They might get triggered. So that's why I think we'll talk about it later, inshallah. So, because, in this room, everybody comes in, right, from Christian background, from Jewish background. So, this guy that's here, what's his name? This Indian guy. He came up and then he left on his own.
Did you see him?
Yeah, I sent him an invite, this guy, idiot. What the hell? Even the term jihadist was invented by the mainstream media. The idiots don't know what a jihadist is. Yep. Anyways.
Yeah, but essentially what Sin was saying to you is, what makes you think that China will, butt into that conflict in order to benefit the Palestinians when Palestinians don't have any friends, even within, the faith that Nubian was speaking about. So much, it's not like people are coming in, earlier you even mentioned that it had to be, a country in Africa that had to stood up and, use these organizations, in order to plead the Palestinians' case in the UN. So I think it's going to be a very hard time, hard days ahead, man.
And China said that China has expressed strong support for Gaza's reconstruction, but as of now, it hasn't committed major investment funds like some Arab states or Western donors. So China has officially endorsed Egypt Arab 53 billion reconstruction plan with foreign ministry spokesperson stating they support post-war governance under Palestinian Authority oversight. Chinese officials stressed the need for a durable ceasefire, co-imagined access to a two-state solution with the call for Palestinian self-governance. And this is the problem we have in the Zionist entity will not give them, this is the issue I have, Bull, with the reconstruction plan, right? So reconstruction plan can only happen if there's guarantee that these mofos aren't going to go back into Gaza or the West Bank to, kill people. Because if they do, this is then, it's going to be back to, back to zero. We need some sort of a guarantee. Normal wants to come up. I don't know, I don't feel like engaging with normal right now. I'm good, thank you.
But bro, I just don't see it in the cards for now, man, to be honest. I don't want to sound pessimistic, but I don't think these wars is going to stop, man. It just don't look like it, man.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it, but we can hope for the best, but that's it. So for the best.
bring up, I don't know if he wants to come up.
You want to come up? Okay, come on up, but he goes sideways, man. I don't know where the hell you get all this energy from, old man.
Doesn't have to. I mean, if people are honest. Look, Amir, the offer's always been on the table since before the formation of the state of Israel, the national Jewish state, that if we want to live in peace, and if our neighbors don't attack us as they have repeatedly, they're not going to have any problem.
So Israel is willing. So Israel is willing to give a two-state solution.
Well, Israel has offered this to the Palestinians numerous times. Numerous times. 5 times.
I'm not speaking about the past. I'm speaking in
well,
terms
I'm speaking
of
about the past.
The future.
Well,
I mean, we passed a point of no return now.
The past is a indication of the future.
Yeah,
and the Palestinians.
The future tells you.
The Palestinian
ceasefire.
The Palestinian
war from here.
Let me tell you, I'll answer you, then you can ask a follow-up question. The past seems to indicate that the Palestinians don't want, never have wanted, and will never want a so-called two-state solution. If they are looking for access to more and more and more weapons, and they're right on Israel's border, Israel won't put up with it because the Palestinians have demonstrated the eagerness to be extremely violent as they were on October 7th. Hamas has promised to do October 7th again and again. So it would be irresponsible for Israel to allow them to pose that threat again. It's Israel's duty to make that impossible. Now, if they wanted to negotiate a peace, if they wanted to put their guns down, everybody in the world would prefer peace. Israel, United States, maybe decent Palestinians.
Palestinian state. Palestinian state.
What?
You allow Palestinian state with army?
Would I allow, you said?
Yeah, Palestinian state with army, yeah. With weapons.
Would who allow that?
People. Israel, Netanyahu.
The idea of Palestine having an army being...
He didn't say he wouldn't.
Is an option.
He did it.
See, this is the thing. This is the problem. This is the genocidal mindset.
Wait, that's not genocide. I'm saying peace. Peace is the opposite of genocide.
Okay, yeah, listen, but how come they have to put their weapons down? Don't you?
Because they have attacked repeatedly. Because they have attacked repeatedly.
Yeah, you know that rhetoric right there?
They're the aggressive party.
Yeah, let me just say this. That rhetoric right there used to work, right? But there's been a lot of things that have happened. And when I say work, I'm using that loosely, that you could use that type of rhetoric before. But Israel has done a lot. Yeah, but Israel has done a lot of things in 2025 and 2024, bro.
We made this deal with Egypt and it is held. We've had it for 30 years. We made the deal with Jordan and it is held. We've had it for 30 years. We made the deal
for the deal to come into fruition, they have to put their weapons down?
Yes.
There you go.
So yes, they did. And they gave peace to Israel. It's a peace agreement. We made the deal with UAE.
How come Jordan has weapons now and Egypt has none?
Jordan now defends Israel. When Israel was attacked by rockets from Iran. Yeah, they don't use them against Israel. They use them to defend Israel. Saudi Arabia, we have a quiet peace deal with Saudi Arabia. UAE, Bahrain, why are you laughing?
So they have to go with Israel in order to have weapons.
They have to not attack us. They have to have peace.
But look, the thing is, normal, the issue is, once they have a Palestinian state functioning system, institutions, they will not prioritize violence. And hopefully, Hamas will not be part of that government or state. You know what I mean? They even said it. Listen, they even said it. Listen. No, hold on. Fuck the world. Listen.
Listen to the world.
Okay, listen.
Don't say stuff like that, bro. You're being
hold on. Okay, hold on. If there's a Palestinian state on the table, Hamas is willing to, not become part of it. They said it.
They're not trustworthy.
They're fighting because they know your nature. They know you.
Well, we know their nature.
What?
We know their nature.
Your nature is violence.
This is why both parties shouldn't have weapons, maybe.
We feel that's their nature.
Demilitarize Israel and Palestine, both.
Israel cannot demilitarize because it's under attack.
Bro, God will send his troops and you will disappear, hopefully.
What are God's troops? What are the troops from God? He has troops.
Jihad. You know jihad? You know what jihad is?
Yes.
What is it a bad term?
We support jihad. Violent attacks by Muslims, we support. We don't accept it. So that's the stand. And you know who suffers? The Palestinian people suffer because they can't beat us, and you know it, and they know it. They were sent to their death. Iran funded this. Let me get a sentence out, then you go. Iran funded this attack of October 7th.
No,
Iran. Yeah, they did. We have the proof.
Provide evidence.
I did. It was on the front page of the Times.
Can you provide evidence?
Easily. Funded and trained it.
Provide evidence.
I will. It's on the front page of the Times.
Yeah, I need to see the bank statement. I need to see all the data.
I'll send you the bank statement. Let me get the next out.
And does Iran have a direct connection to Gaza? Does Iran have a direct connection to Gaza?
100%. It's well known. I'll show you. I think you should know it. And I know. Let me finish my sentence. They sent these people to their death. They knew that Israel would crush them. They didn't care about the Palestinian people. And Yahya Sinwar didn't care. He knew they would get crushed. He sent his own people to die in mass numbers. And that's exactly what happened. It's very cynical.
How many times did Netanyahu reject the partition plan? I mean, the two-state plan.
Did he reject it even one time?
Yeah, no, I'm asking you, how many times did he reject the two-state plan?
Who offered him a two-state solution?
It doesn't matter. How many times
It matters. It matters.
How many times did he reject it? Just say how many times. Give me
Okay. He was never offered that. However, the Palestinian people were offered it 5 times and they walked away from the table.
So in 2015 election, Netanyahu said there would be no Palestinian state on his watch.
So did anybody offer him that state?
No. He said
the answer is no.
State. No, he said no Palestinian state.
Did anybody offer him that state? No.
What state?
No.
What state are you talking about?
A two-state solution.
He said under his watch is not possible. He's not going to do it.
Did anybody offer it to him? He did, because Yasser Arafat walked away from that offer, and so did Abu Mason.
What was wrong with the Yasser Arafat's deal?
Nothing. It was a great deal.
No, okay, wasn't that they were they gonna have a full autonomy, no settlements of any kind?
Yeah. No, the whole thing.
Jerusalem. Who's gonna control Jerusalem?
It's in Oslo. It was gonna be shared.
You're an idiot, normal. Seriously.
It's gonna be shared. No, you're an idiot.
Twice.
You don't know the
twice.
You don't know the data.
Twice he rejected.
It was gonna be shared.
The Palestinian state
would have been shared.
No. East Jerusalem was gonna be part of it's gonna be part of the West Bank and Gaza. Right? It was
Jerusalem was going to be
and they don't want any demonic giving and no, East Jerusalem. That's where most of the Al-Aqsa is.
East Jerusalem. Where you're calling Moscow Al-Aqsa, which we call the Temple Mount.
Yeah, your Temple Mount is away from Masjid Al-Aqsa.
Yes. To this day, Muslims have free access to it. It is controlled by the Jordanian Waqf.
No, Jordanian, it's not there. IDF is literally there. What are you talking about?
Do you know? You're wrong. I've been there. I was there.
I've been there. It's not there. Jordanian government is not there. No, I've been there.
No, you're lying. It's controlled by the Waqf.
IDF literally checks it, asks you if you can read the Shahada. What are you on about? Shut up.
What I'm on about is to tell you the truth.
I'm telling you the truth. They check the Shahada. They ask for Shahada.
Hang on.
Who does it? Is it the IDF or is it the Jordanian forces?
I'm going to read it to you. Your Al-Aqsa Mosque is controlled by the Jordanian Waqf. W-A-Q-F.
Okay. Did you look into when you get to the Masjid Al-Aqsa, do they ask you for Shahada?
Not necessarily.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They ask you what the IDF does.
The Muslims want to know that you are Muslim.
IDF does, and you know who's serving in the IDF? They're Jews because they speak Arabic. You know that, right? They speak Arabic.
I've been there, Amir.
Okay. And so twice prior to 7th of October, he denied, in front of a UN Security Council, he denied a Palestinian statehood. This is prior to 7th of October.
Wait, say this again?
Prior to 7th of October, in front of a UN Security Council, he denied the Palestinian statehood.
Well, wait, there was none then. He denied something that didn't exist.
Wow.
And he was never offered a Palestinian state. Whereas the
He
leaders
was never offered. If he never offered, he never allowed it. How the hell
Why are you interrupting? Do I have to send you down?
You're making a claim.
Yes, I'm making a claim. Bibi never turned down a Palestinian state. The Palestinians turned it down numerous times. Under Jimmy Carter, under Bill Clinton, under Barack Obama, under Donald John Trump, under Bush, over and over and over again. They were offered everything they want. Palestinians walked away from the table, walked away from peace, turned away the olive branch. We don't want a two-state solution. They turned the deal down. They did it in 1939. They were offered, by the way, they got all of Jordan. They got all of
You
Jordan.
didn't see the white papers of Normal? You didn't see
Yes,
the
I
white
saw
papers?
the white papers. What are you referring to?
White papers, they denied the Jewish state.
Who denied the Jewish state?
The British.
The British didn't deny the Jewish state.
They said it was going to be Palestinian state in the 10 years. You didn't read that part?
I think you're mistaken.
You did not read that part.
I think you don't read English, Amir. You don't read English.
You didn't read that part.
Amir.
That's why the gang and
Amir,
1940 approached the Hitler because they wanted to take out British because British did not want to give you a state. No, British did not want to give you a state.
British doesn't give you a
British
state.
decided not to. British mandate did not want to give you a state.
The British mandate was formed, Amir. The British mandate was formed to as the end of the age of empire. There were French empires, Ottoman Empire, British Empire. Hang on, British Empire, Austro-Hungarian Empire.
White paper.
All of those empires. Hang on a second. All of those empires were broken.
You like to derail the topic.
No, I'm telling you.
That's your specialty. That's your specialty.
This is the topic. I'm giving you a historical.
I'm talking about the white papers, 1939.
I know. We're talking about the partition.
Stick to the white papers. Stick to the white papers. Stick
I'm
to the white
sticking to
papers.
it. The
to the white papers.
Palestinians were offered that state, and they denied it. In fact, they met in Khartoum, and they said the three no's: no to the Israeli state, no to the recognition, no to peace, and no to negotiation. And then 5 Arab armies attacked the newly born state of Israel and tried to commit genocide and wipe it out. And Israel beat the 5 Arab armies. 5 countries attacked Israel, and Israel won. Can you imagine this? Amir, I'm asking you a question. Can you imagine it? Israel beat them, and that's what they called the Nakba. Israel beat 5 Arab countries that attacked it in 1948.
Okay, did the war happen in 47 or 48?
Did what war happen? The war happened in 48.
Okay, who did the ethnic cleansing in 47?
There was not ethnic cleansing in 47.
Ilan Pape, Benny Morris, and the UN says it.
Yeah, so you're lying again. We should go through this together.
Ilan Pape, they're Jewish historians, and the UN.
Yeah.
They all say that the Jewish militia did the attack. Jewish militia did the first attack.
I thought the Arabs were in the majority.
I just told you. Hold on.
Were the Arabs in the majority?
Hold on. After they denied the partition plan, Jewish militia started going
After who denied the partition plan?
After the Arabs denied the partition plan.
Right, they denied the UN.
Unfair. They denied the UN partition plan because it was unfair.
Why was it unfair? So why did they not do better?
They had everything to lose. Jews had everything to gain. See, this is the problem with that Normal. He doesn't want to. And what do we do about the mediator, Normal? Who assassinated the mediator that came after you won the so-called War 48?
The mediator.
Can you tell us the name of the mediator? No, you know all the facts. You just lie. You like to lie. Do you know what happened, Bull, after they won the so-called war?
After which war?
Whatever war. Burned out.
What do you mean, whatever war? You don't know the history.
Man. That's it. I'm talking about.
This is why the 1948. Don't come to your room.
I don't care. I don't give 2 fucks.
Well, you should care, because you don't know the history.
I don't give 2 fucks. I burned out.
You should learn the history.
You went? Yeah. he wanted to manage the situation between the Arabs and the Jews in 1948. And you know what ended up happening? He wrote a whole bunch of reports. He went to,
what
you know,
report did he
spoke to a
write?
whole bunch of
Let's
people.
read the report.
Yeah, go read the report yourself. He treated the situation between the Arabs and the Jews. He was on his way back to his office. He gets assassinated by a Jewish militia.
Okay, that's
fucking
your
terrorist.
That's
No,
your,
that's
listen,
historical fact.
Amir,
Barnard, you know about these facts.
Amir, no.
That's how your state was created, by terrorizing. Okay, what do we do about areas to being terrorized? Did you not hear about the letter bombs you were sent in 1947?
No, I don't think there were any letter bombs.
Okay. You didn't read the New York Times? The New York Times is a Jewish source.
Amir, you don't know how to read the New York Times.
The daughter wrote it in her book. The daughter wrote it in her book.
You read a book review.
Daughter was in her 20s.
Yeah.
When she
So
wrote the
now
book.
it's written. Now you're going by a non.
No. The daughter lived with the Harriet Truman. Daughter lived in the
subject,
this.
Amir. You're
I'm
running
not
away
changing
from
it.
the topic.
And
You're running
they
away
said
from
1
the
million
topic.
postcards.
Amir,
They said 1 million postcards. The Stern Gang, Jewish militia gang. Yeah, 1 million postcards.
You have a
And you had the lobbying groups in America trying to lobby and pressurize.
conspiracy theory.
I can give you facts. You want facts? You want the data? You want the data?
Amir, they had a state.
You're not ready to surrender.
Why would I surrender? We're winning.
Self-realization needs to happen. You can't be lying all the time.
What's the lie?
The lie is Harriet Truman did get terrorized by the Stern Gang. You know who the Stern Gang was? It was a terrorist Jewish militia gang.
You're the lie. I'm the lie. They were offered.
Do you know what they acknowledged? The Stern Gang even said they freaking sent letter bombs to the
You're
British men.
purposely changing the subject, Amir. You know
British men, they send a letter bomb
You're purposely
to
changing
British.
the subject.
You do know, right? They accepted
You
the
know
letter
who was offered a stake, Amir. You're changing.
Who was offered a stake?
You're
Who was
running
offered a
away.
stake?
Stay on topic, Amir.
You come onto my property and you're gonna offer me a fucking state on my property? Fuck you. You know, I have the right to
Wait,
defend.
when did it become their property, Amir?
They had the deeds, they had the keys, paperwork, they had everything to lose. The Jews had everything to gain.
Amir, when was it their property?
1947, it was theirs.
Okay, the 1947, what was whose, Amir?
The Arabs were living in villages where Jewish militias start going from one village to
The
another.
Arabs were living in villages, and the Jews were living in villages. There were
And you know what
Arab
the Jews did? Do you know what the Jews did? The Jews started siding with
militias, and there were Jewish militias.
Jews started
There was
siding with their
Arab
Jewish
group.
militias.
What's that?
The Jews that were living side by side, they started siding with their Jewish militia brothers that were ethnically cleansing the air.
And there were Arab
Jewish
militias.
militias. No,
There was a
politically,
civil
when
war.
Ilan Pape, no, there was a civil war.
There was a
According to
civil
Ilan Pape,
war. And by the way, there were massacres by the Arabs of the Jews.
there is no point, man. You're just a lost cause. This is why I don't
How am I a
really
lost
get it.
cause? This is what happened.
Because you lied so much.
What's the lie?
I just told you, Ilan Pape,
What's the lie?
Benny Morris,
What lie did I
Benny
tell?
Morris.
What lie did I
You have
tell?
the UN report. I'll put the UN report in the chat. Hold on.
What lie did I tell, Amir?
Hold on. The UN report says.
Amir, I'm asking you a direct question. What lie did I tell?
You said there was a civil war in 47. There wasn't a civil war.
No, I said there was a civil war in 1936 to 1939.
I'm talking about 47. Why are you shifting?
I'm not shifting. I'm giving you the history of this
I'm
period.
giving you the militias. How they ethnically cleansed the Arabs in 47.
In which the Arabs
It turned into a full-blown war in 48.
Right. The Arabs were offered a
After you called it the Israeli state, which you did not have permission to call it Israel.
Of course we did.
You did not. You did it without consent.
That's what
You did
the
without
mandate
consent.
was. Yes, we
You
did.
did not. You did without consent.
What are you talking about? Did we vote on it?
The war happened after you called it Israel. You know this,
That's
right?
correct. That was the point of Israel.
Yeah, but you called after ethnically cleansing the Arabs. You called the state
I
called
disagree.
Israel.
I disagree.
This is what it's going on. You know what Nakba means? Catastrophe.
Genocide. The Arabs tried to
This is the problem. This guy doesn't want to get into the details.
I do want to get into details. I know more than
I
you.
just
I know a lot more.
educated you. Okay, if you know who Bernard was, can you tell us about Bernard?
Bernard?
Yeah, the guy
What is
that came
Bernard?
that UN mediator that came from Sweden. Can you tell us about it? Can you tell us who he was? You do know it. You know more facts than I do.
I do know more facts than you do.
Tell us.
Yes, I will tell you. The Palestinians were
I'm talking
offered a
about the burn dot. I need can you educate me on burn dot? No, you gotta educate me on burn dot.
Palestinians were offered a
I
state.
said burn dot. I said burn dot. Burn dot. I said burn dot. Burn dot. Burn dot in 48. Not in 47. I'm not going to partition plan. 48. Focus.
In 1948,
I'm talking about 48.
Israel declared independence and the UN ratified. And what did the Palestinians do? They said, we're going to wipe you out and commit genocide. Genocide, Amir.
They didn't use the term genocide.
No, they said we're going to do complete annihilation to push you into this and a bloody massacre. They used the word extermination.
Extermination of a Jewish state that you created by ethnically cleansing them.
Yeah. Genocide.
By ethnically, you genocided the Palestinians.
No,
they forced them out of their own homes. They have the right to come back and take it back. No.
You ethnically cleansed the Arab cleansing. And by the way, meanwhile, Haj Husseini.
You did the catastrophe.
What's that?
You did the catastrophe. You did the Nakba.
The catastrophe was that you lost the war.
You did the Nakba.
Yeah, the Nakba was we beat your asses.
Nakba happened.
Yes, the Nakba is 5 Arab armies and 2 militias tried to wipe out a little state of refuge. Failed.
No, you created a state by forcing Palestinians out of their own homes.
No, we created a state in the United States by declaring independence.
No, you forced the United Nations to recognize because U.S. was on the deal. I just told the United States of America was terrorized. The Harriet Truman was terrorized.
I think you've made that up.
The president of the America. I can put the article in the chat.
Okay, so the president said he was terrorized?
Let me put it in. Yes.
Did Harry Truman say he was terrorized? I mean,
his daughter wrote it in the book. He was
did
scared.
Harry Truman say he was terrorized?
He was scared of the Zionist gang. He was scared.
Did he say that?
He was scared to speak up on anything.
He was scared?
Yes, he was scared.
Did he say he was scared?
Go read up on his book and his memo and all that. It is. He was
Did
pressurized.
Harry Truman say he was scared? No, he didn't.
Read the daughter's book right
You made it up.
and she'll tell you
I'm
that
interested in the daughter's
received
book.
letter from
Daughter has no influence on foreign policy.
daughter. She was in 20s when they received the letter from. She lived with her father. Go learn the history instead of making up bullshit. We don't go based on bullshit. Thank you.
Amir, did Harry Truman say he
We
was
don't go
afraid?
based on bullshit. We don't go based on bullshit.
Does the most
You make up
powerful nation
bullshit. This is your
feel
Zionist
like
narrative. Oh, the army went to the war and we won the war and we took over the land. It doesn't work like that. You started ethnically cleansing in 47, not in 48, bitch. Just an idiot. They were living there happily by the Jews, with the Jews.
Uneducated. Well, Amir, you didn't go to college, did you? By the way.
No, I didn't even go to school.
Okay. Well, it shows.
There you go. Yeah,
I don't think you know how to read or talk.
I don't know anything. I don't know how to read white papers. I don't know how to read. I don't know how to. I don't even know how to read the Lehi gang approaching Nazis.
You know, you can still go to school.
Wow, I didn't know about this. Wow.
Well, you can still go to school.
I didn't even know that they actually did the Hawara Transfer Agreement in 1933. I didn't know about this. Wow.
You could learn to read. And Haj Husseini formed a Father Commando group of Nazi soldiers in Egypt. The leader of the Palestinians on the payroll of the Nazis went to Egypt and created a Nazi
Do you know that you had your Zionists approaching a Nazi a couple times? Did you not know that?
To get the Jews away.
Who did the Hawara Transfer Agreement? Was it the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem or was it the Zionists?
What are you referring to?
Hawara Transfer Agreement. Who did the Hawara Transfer Agreement?
Are you talking about an agreement to get
1933.
Don't interrupt. Are you talking about an agreement to save the lives of Jews? Is that what you mean?
No, I'm asking you. Who did it?
Are you talking about that? Are you?
I'm talking about.
Is that what happened here?
I don't know. All of the Jews. Why did they get? Why did they only wanted rich Jews into that's a fact.
Did they try to save Jewish lives?
They only wanted the rich ones into Brisbane and Palestine.
You know who Haj Husseini was, the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem?
The Grand Mufti of Jerusalem? Yeah, he approached the Hitler because he wanted the state for himself.
He didn't just approach Hitler.
He approached the Hitler. No,
and he was on the Hitler's payroll.
He approached Hitler because he wanted an Arab state for himself because the problem was he saw you guys as a threat. He saw Zionists as a threat.
But he was offered a state. We turned it away. What you said?
No, he didn't. He wasn't offered a state. What do you?
He was offered a state.
No, he wasn't.
He was offered a state, Amir.
No, we're
He
talking
was offered
about
a state more than once.
in 47, it was a UN, it wasn't a, Grand Mufti of Jerusalem plan. You know this, right?
I'm sorry?
It was a UN partition plan. It had nothing to do with the British or it had
Actually, it was
nothing to do with the
created
British.
with Jews and Arabs and Arab sheikhs.
Yeah,
That land was created.
they had everything to lose, and you got bigger piece of land versus them getting smaller piece of
How
land.
did they have everything to lose? They have nothing now.
They had everything to lose because they were living on those lands.
They lost it because
They were
they didn't agree to
They were living on that land.
So we're Jews.
No, yeah, they were living on that land. How
So
the
we're
fuck
Jews.
can they give up the properties?
Same as Pakistan and India. Exactly.
I don't give two fucks about Pakistan, India, bro.
Well, that's an example of when it happened in Greece and Turkey. It happened in Europe. It happened in Israel. When two countries can't get along, the people from one country go to the other country, and the people from the other country go to the first country because the ethnic groups don't get along. This is what happened all over the world, in Israel, in Pakistan, in Europe, in Africa, in South America. It was repeated over and over again. It's a pattern in human history.
Deflection, whataboutism, that's what you do.
There's no whatabouts. I'm explaining to you the historical moment. The end
I
of the
explained you the historical. You didn't want to stick to British, you don't want to stick to Israel Palestine. You want to take the conversation. See, you're shifting the goalpost.
Not at all. They made a tremendous strategic error. They could have accepted a state. No, what's the goal? What is the goalpost? What's the goalpost?
Moving the goalpost.
I thought the goalpost was a Palestinian state.
Did you not see the Tentura? Did you not see the Tentura?
What is the goalpost?
Did you see the Tentura?
Yeah. What's the goalpost?
Okay, what did they do in Tentura?
Amir, what is the goalpost?
Can you tell us? Can you tell that room what was the testimonies about in Tentura?
Wait a second, Amir. You just said I'm shifting the goalpost. I want to be clear because I don't want to shift the goalpost unless
I want to stick to 48 and 47. I want to stick to 48 and 48.
What is the goalpost? I thought the goalpost was the formation of the state.
My question
Am I
to you,
misunderstanding?
can you please tell the room what were the testimonies about in Tentura?
What I will tell you is the following. Palestine was offered a state numerous times and turned it down. They walked away from peace. They walked away from a Palestinian state. They never said yes. They never acknowledged the Jewish state. They chose war. They chose genocide. They put the genocide into words. We want to annihilate, exterminate the Jewish state. Those are genocidal terms. They put it in writing. It's published. And Israel said, we're not going to allow you. Huh?
So he's not gonna. So this is how he's
Are you
intellectually
shifting the
dishonest.
goalpost, Amir?
No. This is how you're intellectually dishonest, right?
Okay. Do you disagree with one word I just said? Is
So
anything incorrect?
yes, I disagree.
Okay. Which word is incorrect? Let's fix it.
I asked you a question about Tentura. Did I ask you a question about Tentura? I disagree because you didn't answer my question.
Okay. Is one word that I said incorrect? One word.
I asked you a question. You didn't answer my question. That's why I disagree.
changed the subject and I didn't like
No, I asked you about Tentura. What happened in Tentura? What were the testimonies about?
Amir, before you
He's never gonna tell us truth. He's not gonna tell us these are testimonies. These are testimonies from your elderly IDF soldiers.
Before you change the subject, how many times
I'm not changing the subject.
Yes, you are. How many times were they offered a state?
Okay, my question again to you.
Wait.
is
Before you change the
to-
subject to a movie, how many times were they offered a state? Tell the truth to the room.
Okay, I disagree.
How many
because I want to talk about Tentura.
You can disagree. I will tell you since you don't know, because you're not educated.
I want to talk about Tentura.
They were offered a state minimum of 5 times. And all they had to do was have peace and acknowledge the Jewish state. And to this day, they haven't done it. The most notable example, it was in Madrid, it was in Oslo, it was with Ehud Barak, it was Ehud Olmert, it was Jimmy Carter, it was Yasser Arafat, it was Abu Mazen. Not once did they accept the state.
So
you got to say,
you made
after
a
all this
claim.
time, it seems to me, after all this time, it seems to me they don't want a state.
So you made a claim about the Jewish state. The British did not. What about the Peel Commission, 1937? They didn't deny the Jewish state.
No.
Did they say that they're not going to divide the part? They were against the idea of dividing the partition. Partition plan.
The opposite.
Okay, let me read it out to you. no separate Jewish state, rejected the idea of partitioning Palestine
Were
into
you reading AI?
Jewish and Arab states.
That's
as
not the Peel
proposed in
Commission.
19
That's not the Peel Commission.
That's as proposed in 1937 Peel Commission.
This is not the Peel Commission.
It is Peel Commission.
No, it's not. You're reading some AI summary that you put the wrong part.
1937. You know it. I know it. Just stop lying, man. And then.
What do you think I know? Wait. What do you think I know?
Okay.
What do you think I know?
You know about the ethnic cleansing. You know about Tentura.
What
Right?
I'm going to say is that
You know about Berndorf. You lie all the time.
there were massacres of Jews. And there were massacres. And there were massacres.
Palestinians. No, ethnic cleansing.
Okay.
Why is it called Nakba?
It's because it's a catastrophe because you lost the war. That's why.
No.
Yeah. That's why it's called a Nakba.
Do you know that the Nakba started in 47?
As far as you're concerned, the Nakba is any Jews on the land. Your Nakba is a Jewish state.
Nakba started in 47. It did not start in 48.
I'll prove it to you. It started in the 20s. The genocide against
You're gonna bring up Hebron massacre. You're gonna bring up Grand Mufti of Jerusalem. The same fucking Zionist talking point.
It didn't happen. Was there a massacre in Hebron?
Okay. Did you read the
Wait,
Hebron
no, it's not a
report?
talking point.
Did you read the report?
Yeah.
120 Arabs were killed. Did you not read that part?
Yeah. And how many Jews?
Jews were like 90 or 80 Jews. It's a fucking from both sides.
They weren't even.
It was from both sides. Do you know some of the Arabs even saved the people? Do you know some of the Arabs? Hold on, some of the Arabs even saved the Jews at Hebron. Of course, it's one of the historical facts. Yeah, from both sides.
You're admitting the massacre.
Both sides.
I agree, both sides. Which is why there was needed to be a two-state solution, which the Arabs rejected because they thought they could destroy Israel.
I just told you, white papers were part of it. They denied the
Let me get to the logical point.
White papers was against the idea of dividing the state into two places.
Do you think they want a state? The Arabs.
Who?
The Arabs.
In what year?
Anytime.
They were against the idea. They had everything to lose. Why could they not live
Do
together?
you think they ever wanted a state? Yes or no?
No. Why would they want a state?
Okay, you agree with me. They never wanted a state.
British decided not to give it as a state.
Okay, well, they don't have that power. So
They did.
nobody wanted.
1939, white papers.
So we offered them a state. They don't want a state. They want to wipe out Israel.
Who the fuck are you to offer them a state when you just moved into that place? They've been living there for years and years.
We were there before them, actually.
No, you were not. You were living in Poland or Ukraine.
No, incorrect. That's a lie. We were there.
Why don't you go live in Oblast in Russia or something? Don't they have a Jewish state over there?
Because we were living there all along. We were there 1,400
Just
years
live over
ago.
there happily. Why are you bothering Palestinians?
I will tell you why. Because we were there first.
Go live in fucking Oblast, man.
Yeah, you were in Saudi Arabia. Go live in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I lived over there for 10 years, and they don't give me citizenship.
Okay, that's your problem.
No, that's your problem.
You were offered a state.
Why doesn't he basically go back to Saudi Arabia?
No, he could live in Oblast. There was a Jewish state. There was a Jewish state. Look, I want you guys to look up. Oblast.
Yeah,
It was literally a Jewish state. Yeah, it was a Jewish state for the Jewish people. But this idiot doesn't want to go. You're a Polish man. Who do you want?
Me? No, I'm not Polish. Are you Polish?
You look Polish.
You look Polish, Amir.
You're just a white person from Poland.
You look like a white person from Poland.
I don't care whether you're Jew, Muslim. It doesn't
I
matter.
don't
You're
care
just a
whether
white
you're
person
Jew
from Poland.
either. I just want people.
Yeah, you're just a Polish person from Ukraine.
I think you're a Polish person from Ukraine, Amir.
Yeah, Ukraine or Russia or something. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
These people are just.
So here's why we have war. You were offered peace and you
It's
turned
like
it away.
mental masturbation talking to a normal.
Why is it mental masturbation? Did I say anything to you? Were you offered a state?
I asked you a question about Russia. You don't want to answer the question. I asked you a question about Tentura. Can you answer the question about Tentura? What happened to Tentura?
You were offered a state.
Can you answer a question related to Tentura?
You can tell the story of Tentura.
Okay, Tentura, literally there's testimonies in there from the elderly IDF soldiers, how they've ethnically cleansed people. They're laughing and talking about how the people that raped a 14-year-old girl and whatnot. Disgusting. Yeah, and these are elderly IDF testimony.
How does this help the conversation?
Okay, it helps. So this proves that ethnic cleansing did happen.
Okay, fine. There was ethnic cleansing.
You agree? Do you agree ethnic cleansing happened?
There was ethnic. I agree there was war, and I agree that ethnic cleansing.
No, I'm not talking about war.
Inevitable. I'm talking about war.
No, I'm talking about war happened in 48. I'm talking about 47.
Just like all over the world, there was.
Did it start in 47? Ethnic cleansing.
There was what you're calling ethnic cleansing.
Just be honest, man. Why can't you be honest? Like, what's wrong with you?
I'm being honest, and you won't let me speak because you know I'm right. You know I know more about this than you. That's why. Every single state that was formed at that time at the end of the empire is Greece and Turkey.
What aboutism?
No, I'm explaining to you the model under which states are born.
What aboutism?
What do you mean, what aboutism? This is how states
I asked you a question in relation to British Mandate Palestine. Did the ethnic cleansing happen?
And the answer to the question is the Palestinians rejected a state for themselves. They never wanted it.
That's fine. Did the ethnic cleansing happen in 47?
I wouldn't call it that. I would not call it that.
The Ilan Pape, Benny Morris, and the UN.
There were some anti-Jewish guys who happened to be Jewish.
These are Jews. Ilan Pape is a Jew. Benny Morris is a Jew.
Yeah, Benny Morris doesn't agree with you. I read him.
Yes, it does.
No, he doesn't.
Do you know he was on Madison show defending the ethnic cleansing? Did you know this?
Now you just changed it. You just went to the.
No. You made a claim about Benny Morris. I'm gonna dive into it. He was on Madison show. He was defending ethnic cleansing. Did you know?
What does that mean? You just reversed your position.
No. He was defending ethnic cleansing that took place.
What does that mean? He was defending it. Maybe you don't know the answer.
He was defending. Go watch the clip.
He's saying he was in favor of it.
Yeah, he was literally justifying the ethnic cleansing.
So Benny Morris goes against your position.
That's your opinion.
Are you in favor of ethnic cleansing?
Benny Morris literally agreed that ethnic cleansing did happen. Unlike yourself, you're not a historian. You're just
Well, you're not a historian either.
Ukraine or Poland or something. You should go live in Poland. What the fuck you doing in Israel?
You're the one from Ukraine.
Yeah, you're from Ukraine or Poland or something.
You've never been within 3,000 miles of Israel. What are you doing in Israel?
I lived in Saudi Arabia for 10 years, by the way.
So, but what do you have to do with Israel?
Idiot. Go look at Google. You have my information. You know me for one, Tsunami. Go look up my information. I lived in Saudi Arabia for 10 years.
Okay, we know this already.
And I'll give you exact area. Jeddah. Okay. I lived in Jeddah.
Mazel tov. Did the Arabs try to wipe out Israel and commit genocide?
You're the one that did
the answer is yes.
Palestinians.
The answer is yes.
I did not answer anything. You're assuming shit now.
Okay. Do you want me to read you what they said?
They live side by side.
Hang on.
They live side by side.
Hang on. I'm going to answer the
side by side.
Palestina.
They would never agree to the Tantura. He doesn't tell me anything about Tantura. He doesn't tell me about the ethnic cleansing. Can you accept that? Can you accept? Hey, hang on. Can you accept the fact that ethnic cleansing did happen in 47?
On both sides.
No. Only
on
one side.
Sides. Yeah.
One side.
You're lying to me.
One side.
You're lying.
Palestinians did not have a state.
How many Israelis died in this war, Amir?
I'm asking you.
How many? I'm telling you, it happened on both sides.
No. I'm asking you. In 47, according to the UN, according to Ilan Pape, he's a Jewish historian, Israeli historian. Benny Morris is a Israeli historian. Ethnic cleansing.
Benny Morris and Ilan Pape don't agree. So there was ethnic cleansing on both sides.
Ethnic cleansing happened in 47. Ethnic cleansing happened in 47.
On both sides.
Yeah. So when did the war happen? When did the war happen?
48.
Oh, okay. Why did they started ethnically cleansing in 47?
Wait a second. Why did the Arabs commit genocide on the Jews in 48?
No. Why did they started ethnically? I'm asking you a question. Why did they started ethnically cleansing people?
Well, I dispute your claim.
No. That's according to the UN. Ilan Pape, Benny Morris, he's an Israeli and Jewish historian.
You only want to admit half the story, and that's fine.
No. You don't want to accept. You don't want to acknowledge.
What do I want to accept? I accept the state
The UN
Israel,
report.
you don't.
Okay, the UN report says the Jewish militia was the first one to attack, and they started ethnically cleansing people. In 47. Are you disagreeing with the UN report? Are you disagreeing with the UN report?
That's like saying Hamas was the first.
Are you denying the UN report and from 47?
Yeah, I'm denying your story of events.
No, I'm asking you. I put the link in the chat for you.
I'm denying your account.
I put the link in the chat for you.
I heard you. I'm denying your account. You're being deceptive, and you're also.
I put the link in the chat for you.
You're not a Jew and you're not an Arab.
Okay. Let me put the link in the chat again for you. There's a UN report right here. I put the link in the chat. Read the second paragraph. What does it say? Can you read it out to the room, please?
The Arabs said they would commit genocide.
Can you read it out to the room, please? English is your first language, right?
Keep changing the subject.
Can you read it out to the room? Can you read it out to the room? What does this report say for the UN?
Sort of Muslim lying doesn't work with me.
No. Can you please read it out to the room? What does the UN report say?
Amir, don't try to change the subject.
Can you please read it out to the room? Read it out to the room.
Amir.
Can you read it out to the room?
Amir, you're lying. Amir, stop lying, Amir.
You know. Stop the
doesn't work on Jews.
It doesn't work on me.
It doesn't work. Good. Okay.
I read your Hezbollah book. It's 140 pages long.
Yeah, and I showed you the 5 kinds of Muslim lies. So what do you want to do?
It's just Bull wanted me to bring him up, and then Bull went on silent, and I'm engaging with this idiot.
When did I call you? When did I call you?
Okay. I moved him down. That's masturbation, bro.
As soon as you came in, you ran.
No, you didn't run. I moved him down, bro.
No, but either way, let me make sure it's clear. He definitely doxed me. He goes around asking people where I lived, where I worked. He wanted to find out all about my days in corrections and the rest. He's a sorry, sniveling, pus-ridden wart. And I'm not going to have anything to do or say with him. At the end of the day, when I come for him, and I'm making sure there's plenty of witnesses, I'm coming for him. I will see you at Jewel. Sorry, piece of bitch. You're not even a whole bitch. You're a piece of bitch. You know how I know? Because at the end of the day, no one was even interested in you. No one gave a damn about you. You insert yourself into other people's lives. Find out what happens when you do that to me. We don't even have to talk about it. We can just walk about it. You got the right one.
Well, did you enjoy the show?
He's sick in his head. He's sick.
I know. We just
he literally walks around like, oh, I know who your father is. Oh, I know who you are. I'm gonna find. Like he's one man Israeli war. What a creepy individual. But I promised myself I was not going to direct my attention towards him. I'm gonna let the authorities take it from here. So if you don't hear me directly speaking to El Normo, that's why.
I hear you.
You're called my bluff. Man, please. There is so much proof. I have screenshot every one of his back chats. I've spoken to people he thinks he was speaking to against me. People just collecting information. He's gonna get his. He's going to get his. I can't wait. Anyway, long story short, did you see the post that I put in your message feed, Amir? I'm really worried. I'm really worried about the numbers of individuals who are stepping out on stages and barking for a fight they can't win. They can't. You're walking up, there's so much evidence of individuals antagonizing folks just because they're protesting or just because they're speaking or just because they have a dissenting view. What is that? Like, how big are your balls that you feel you can just jump in people's faces, touch them, push them, file false police reports? I watched 3 incidents today in the United States of individuals walking in the midst of protesters and calling the police, claiming that they were being attacked because because they were Jews. Talk about the boy who cried wolf. Sick. That's a felony offense. You cannot just file a false police report. Terrible.
Yep, that's terrible. It's sickening. And this is the problem, man, with some of these people. Did you enjoy the show, Paul?
Wait a minute, Bull started this one too. You know what, Bull?
I didn't bring him up. Bull said to bring a normal, but I bring him up.
I should have known Bull was in the details. I should have known, man. If there's fire and smoke, there's Bull's one. Bull in it. No, stop bringing this Gary behind up to the stage, please. Like he's just so annoying.
No, I get it. You know, but it was informative. It was informative. The problem with Norm is he just never stops and he never mutes his mic. So the conversation, you know, the quality of the conversation always turns sour. You know, but Amir, you know, he did a splendid job. You know, because you know I didn't know that situation. You just highlighted. So that's why I kind of pinged you in. So he's basically doxing people and shit now, huh?
He's been doing that for a while. The moment he thinks, if you are black and you're Jewish, he targets you. He targets you because he can't come at you with an anti-Semitic claim. He can't possibly accuse you of reporting on Jews when it's your lived experience. So he tries to find other ways to attack people. He's gross.
But what is the deal with him? Do you think like he's an agent?
He's jealous. Do I think he's a what?
Agent.
No.
He's basically a normal citizen, you know.
No. He is the male. He's the Kevin to the Karen. That's what he is. Yeah.
Oh my God, Laura.
The Kevin to the Karen. He'll come into rooms and he feels like, it's a
Is he religious at all?
No, not at all. You don't see him on not explain. You'll see him on this app on Shabbat. That's the first rule. Not a soul has ever seen me from Friday night sundown to Saturday night on this app. Why? Because the Jews observe the Shabbat. You'll never see me here, and you will never on Shabbat or any of the holy days. You will see Norm on this app every chance he gets. Saturday, Friday night, the holy days, the whole nine. That's number one. Number two, he doesn't keep kosher. You can see him all over the internet, engaged in activities on the Sabbath. I mean, like, he literally leaves himself exposed. So imagine how you would feel if you're trying to be super.
So he doesn't have the spirit. He doesn't have the correct spirit.
It's not the spirit. He doesn't have the behavior, which should be evident in the way he speaks. Like, he's used the N-word on Clubhouse. You know, he's a really, I don't even know what to call it. He's a very confused person. He'll yell and scream, "I received an award from the NAACP." What does that mean? What does that mean? We have slaveholders who were presidents of the United States. You're not really impressing me in this moment. But again, I feel like he's either suffering from like early onset dementia or Alzheimer's or something. He's kind of crazy. And you know what? Some part of me feels bad for him. Because in the event that you're attacking Orthodox Jews because you feel in some way insecure that they're a little bit more Jewish than you are, then that's an internal conflict that you have to resolve. It's not anything that any of us can do for you. You get what I mean? Like, he's very, very insecure and jealous that a black woman has more of a connection to Torah and Hashem and the Jewish community than he does. If you notice, every time he gets that's why they kicked you out of the Jewish community. First of all, if he were a Jew or a Torah observer, he would know there's no way to kick anybody out of the faith.
You can.
It's like, I'm kicking you out of Islam. How does that work? He's just psycho.
That's
me alone and I leave you alone. Because in the event that you poke this bear, I'm going to bite that ass. But I'm black too. So please, for your sake, leave me alone. And he refused. And now he's going to catch hell. Now he's
So
going to
he's
catch
been targeting you for how long?
Oh my God, almost a year now. I mean, when was the first time I told you? About a year. One more.
Yeah.
At least about a year. But he had no idea what street he was barking up. So he's going to feel it. He's going to feel it in every
I think
way.
we all feel it when you come up here, isn't it? I think everybody, like they all these people, Khaled, and these, so you know, you call out the truth, and I think they get buttered that how come we have a Jewish person here, he's speaking the truth that we should be, you know, because they like to protect each other. I don't know what the deal is, right? I don't know why they defend each other. It's like a tribalistic behavior, right? Call it spade a spade, because I know some people that texted me from the Jewish side, you know, like Ralph, that comes to the audience sometimes, and there's other people that have told me that it's a normal character, is up to no good, he likes to bounce people, do a whole bunch of shit. You know, why would you do it to your own Jewish brothers and sisters?
That goes to show you that what's most important is being right.
Yeah, but he's a secular being, you know?
I mean, he'll go to shul every now and then. He goes to a synagogue in Park Slope. He's not hiding, but what the problem is this sense of entitlement that kind of fuels this need to control people and their voices. It's pretty sick. Like that, I mean, I don't know if it was on Instagram or something else. I'm looking at this woman. She's standing in, you know, like people are protesting on a corner or whatever else. She's walking her dog. She takes her dog. She walks the dog in the middle of a protest. And she stands so that everyone can hear it. There's a bunch of Palestinian women. And she calls the cops. Yes, I'm Jewish American. I'm afraid for my life. Oh my God. They're surrounding me. There are at least 10. She walked into a protest. Mind you, another Palestinian sister is like videotaping her. She's like, what are you doing? You're calling the cops because you are making a false report that people are attacking you and you're okay with that? I mean,
that's how America works, though.
But this wasn't, she identified herself as a Jewish American. And to me, that's dangerous because you're weaponizing your Jewish identity to hurt other people. And that's not only going to jeopardize her, it's going to jeopardize others as well.
But low IQ people, they're gonna think, you know, people like her, she thinks she's helping. You see what I'm saying?
And the saddest part is that because people are afraid of being accused of anti-Semitism themselves, they will believe her even when she's lying through her teeth. Even while she's lying through her teeth, those people did nothing to her. Nothing. They're minding their business. She inserted herself into their protest.
That's why you gotta tape everything, you know?
Isn't that crazy? Like, if people don't see it, they don't believe it. But the sad part is,
Trust me, I've experienced that myself. I don't like to put too much business out there, but I've experienced that myself from your community. If you catch my drift, out of the blue,
I do.
Targeting me. So it's nothing new to me. I know what it is, and they even mistook me for being someone else who might look like me but have a different faith than me. You understand?
Right.
Totally bananas, like, yeah. I mean, I don't want to say too much, you know.
No, I get
the walls have is, but nonetheless, yeah.
I'll never forget, well, you can look up the article. Like I said, there's no shame in my game at all. There was, I think I told you guys before that I grew up on the block where the Crown Heights riots took place, and that was a clash between blacks and Jews. They were angry that I exposed the fact that there were no less than 10, 15 black Jewish families surrounding that incident, surrounding that block, and not one of them was interviewed. Not one. Which says that you only wanted to, to promote a certain narrative. All of the journalists were Jewish. They did not interview any black Jews. And I remember asking the question, well, if you wanted someone who kind of stood at a midpoint at that moment, why wouldn't you have interviewed black folks, Jewish folks, and black Jewish folks? Crickets. I knew the reason. private and public funds, refused to save the life of a black child. Refused. Child pinned against the wall. Child, to this day, it doesn't sit well with me. One child pinned against the wall, one child underneath a car, and you take someone with not a stitch on them, because he happens to be European and Jewish, out of the community and leave two children to die, that's enough to start a riot, don't you think? But the story was told that, it was just anti-Semitism. It was a pogrom. It was just black people attacking Jewish people. Well, that's not the whole story. Did someone die that night? Yes. Was that an atrocity? Absolutely. But can we tell the whole story and not just the part that makes you appear as a victim? That's impossible. The whole time you're saying, hey, yes, no one here has denied that 1,200 people died at that rave. No one has denied that. What people also haven't denied is the fact that damn near 100,000 or more Palestinians have been targeted and persecuted as a result. Somehow or another, those numbers don't add up. You say you're targeting Hamas, but we see Palestinians dead. Can you show us the connection between the two? Well, did you say what happened to Israel? Yeah, we saw it and we own it. Now what? Can we move forward to understand that there's a greater issue that must be addressed? Impossible. Impossible. I'm a Jew, which means that I have to tell the truth whether I like it or not. It's one of the most beautiful things I find about the Torah. It doesn't just tell the pretty stories. It doesn't just tell, stories of victory and conquest. It tells it all. The good, the bad, the ugly, the strong, the weak. It tells it all. Why can't we tell it all now? Sick. There's a thing called fragile and there's a thing called dissonant. And people are fragile and dissonant. You can't see yourself. That's the point. It's not that it's not there. It's not that people aren't showing you. You will literally sit in a room full of shit, cover your eyes and hold your nose and say the shit doesn't exist. Meanwhile, you're the person who cracked it out.
Well, we have, is it Akita? Did you want to say something, Akita? And I think this room served this purpose. It's been running for 15 hours.
What's the name? Akiva.
Akita, did you want to say something?
And who's this boss man? I want to know. See, I'm calling folks out. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Welcome.
Yeah, what is it? I know people who come into the room when I start talking.
Bossman, do you want to come on up? Maybe we can come up. But we have Aiden down in the audience. He's probably streaming their room on YouTube. And go on, Akita. Do you want to say something?
What are you guys talking about? Are you guys talking about Israel and Palestinian war?
I think you have to come back tomorrow. The shop is closed.
I mean, you need your own show. I swear. It's like, I'm not tired of it. I'm just close.
The shop is closed. Normal took all my energy.
Yeah, I am.
That is hilarious.
Yep.
I need some energy drink.
Yep, no problem. But anyways, thank you for coming, Akede. How do you say your name? Akede? So just follow the house, and I think we'll talk tomorrow, man, or later today when I open the room. I'm here later today.
I'm gonna go decorate the hallway.
Yeah, I'm gonna end the room, and I'll see you guys probably later today when I open a fresh new room. That has been running for 15 hours. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. And any last words before I end the room, Meze, or anybody, Paul, or anybody?
So are you going to end the room now?
Yes, I'm going to end it right now.
So, no, we're good. Love you all. Stay strong.
All right.
Talk to you.
All right. Talk to you guys later.
2 hours left.
Have a good night.
He definitely didn't say every day. Y'all last tripping.
You do gotta work.
I'm sure you got rules for you from time to time.
When he got off work, I knew he was coming. I said,
Here's the right now. See why y'all be complaining about what's the laws.
so he could say if you
Some of the laws.
They don't.
I like the
shit.
And that's
I
why
like my boss playing with it. So I soak it.
You,
I get head every day.
do you want the royal wash too, my king?
It's like, so,
Even the wash your balls too, babe? I'm just crazy. Specifically saying that about women. But we gotta understand, some women got sensitive vaginas. They can't just take baths. They're, it irritates their vaginas. So you gotta ask that woman. We can't do it like all the time. No, I can. My vagina is
what? That was,
like, when it's some of the money, right? Yeah, but like, I'll give it to a coach game, but I'm not doing it when I'm full flow bleeding. I'm like, no, not blood.
come on,
We're just doing it.
It's like a case of pennies.
Y'all niggas evil and
like ass and booty and
y'all got to talk about niggas making cranberry juice and shit.
I would drink that. Motherfucker drinks and eat treats all day.
Y'all be alright.
Oh, shit.
Trees. Trees be a fucking bad, man.
Hey, it ain't my fault. It ain't my
Rubber
fault.
duckies and shit.
But hold on, let's not just
It's my fault. I ain't scared of
hold on, let's not run past the fact that they making fun of you niggas because y'all be stoking out balls. I'm just trying to figure out if they not No, that's what y'all said though. I ain't flipping shit.
That's what you said.
Yeah,
Hey, so y'all trying to tell me y'all women ain't never in y'all hot, man?
it is what it is, bro.
I get the best head you ever had in your life. Hey,
I want you to soak your balls. If you watch the vision too, what you need me to do?
That's what I was gonna say, Lakeisha. My wives done washed my ass up before. Done washed my legs up. Yeah, they done made that up for the guys, man. Shit. I feel like
What percent do we soak our fat can?
What?
They was talking like it was just a sack. I'm sorry, maybe I was off this one.
Yo, it's too early to fucking shit.
What the septical, what orifices?
Knock it off. Children, you need to watch the royal balls, your highness.
They do wash-ups and shit. They know they don't show that good.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie.
Y'all know wash-ups and shit.
Have you on the damn fucking
Doing wash-ups right back to work.
Every time you story, nigga.
He sound like his balls sweaty and must and smell
I
like
was
they
about 23 years old.
I ain't arguing with a guy
I
like
used
you.
to work 2 jobs. I used to have time to break in between and hop in the shower so a nigga take that quick goddamn man bath right fast and burn out. Went down, went to work this
this chick said, "Ooh, who brought beef for burgers?" If you know beef for burger in fucking Texas, nigga, that bitch was notorious for the onions, my nigga. I said, one of these jobs gotta go. Gotta go. Yeah. One of these jobs gotta go. If you ain't got time to smell good before you go to the second job, let one of them go. Let one of them go.
I know why they mad. Hey, Diz, I know why they mad, man. I know why they mad talking shit, Diz. Who mad? No, listen, don't be talking shit. I know why they mad. Keep your feathers in the hallway. That was whatever your name is. Man, go ahead. Sure. Whatever your name is. I'm about to say what I'm about to say. Y'all gonna put this shit up. We just talking shit. I'm talking shit. Yeah. It's all good, man. Listen. It's not my fault. My shit can float and your shit don't float. That ain't my motherfucking fault, so I'm gonna get into my shit float like, yeah. That's that good shit. That's that good shit. Bro. Crazy. Y'all don't want to hear talking shit about getting in the tub. That's pause though, bro. You drunk. How does a pause? That nigga, what the fuck? Hey, man, that's your female.
If your sack float, nigga, that's a problem. That's a fucking problem.
Loose balls.
Or malfunction, nigga. You need to go see somebody. In the medical field, do they have a ball tech? Is there a ball tech in the medical field? Yo, that was you did you the back position.
Is it supposed to flow? Like, what is that?
No, they're not supposed to go. That boy Trey not gonna get checked. That's why I'm worried about my guy. I'm worried about my guy over there. He said it's not a buoy. It's not a buoy. It's not supposed to be buoy. You're not in the ocean. We gonna let you start on that one, bro. We gonna let you go on there. Yeah, we gonna let you start on that one, my boy. We talking about he laid back in the tub and it's flowing like this.
I'm cool.
Grown ass man thought it was cool. It was like a 1993 cell phone in the back of the regular each one is nothing to shit like. This nigga look like a flip phone with like season shit in the bathtub, and he think that's alright. That ain't alright. If you was a random bro, we would have been your ass. Yeah, we'd have had to burn you down, Trey. You wouldn't say that. They had to call the fire department on your ass when we got done, boy. With a bunch of shit, like, yeah, man,
Damn, Trey.
come on back here, your ass ain't with this shit. Just keep flowing.
Unfortunately, some niggas ain't got that far yet. Some niggas
I don't think I want that part. I don't think I want him to flow trade. I want to think I can
Still talk about incredible floating balls?
Hold on. I never said nothing about the balls floating. Y'all said that. I ain't never said balls floating. Y'all said that. No, the fuck I did. It ain't my fault y'all niggas got some short niggas.
Well,
ain't got nothing to do with it.
Nah, nigga, you ain't gonna do that, Trey. Hey, wherever you did these balls go, when they move, they move, and it's just like that. You ask who
you do want the penis to have some weight on it, right? You want it to have some weight on it.
That's what they call it.
If it's floating, is it still got some weight on it? It gotta have some weight on it, right?
Give it
ain't not arguing with y'all. I know what you do.
Hey, Trey, that's how you turn the morning up, nigga. Yeah, that's what they got them up there. She's on the wood for a long time. She ain't never said she smelled the taste. That's flag on the plate. That's all y'all. As long as she's sweet, you know what she flag on the plate. Flag on the plate. Like she said, flag on the goddamn plate. Hey, man, as long as she's sweet, you know.
Who is that laughing like that? Y'all have to kill me.
That shit funny. That shit sound like a nigga great Amy.
Oh, yes, it did.
Last thing you shut the hell up. You know my shit ain't no good. That nigga thought he was scared. I learned that's the only shit y'all like to talk about. So not no niggas. No niggas. I had to separate that. You're supposed to, but you know I'm talking about the women food. I know. You wouldn't say some shit like that. You know how we do, nigga?
Trey is slightly holding on this app. That's why.
I know he's so we're holding on this app? What?
No, Trey is holding on this app. Let us find out.
I'm holding on the app. You gotta hold with somebody. I ain't gotta hold with somebody. Out here about your boy. What? Wait, somebody holding with him. How you sitting on that information about me ain't told you? You fine too right there. How you gonna fire me, nigga? I'm the main man. How you gonna fire me, nigga? Some nigga got some shit about me you ain't saying nothing to me about it. Cause niggas gonna die quick. Ain't nobody ever heard about you out here hollering at nobody else. Nobody ever heard that shit. That ain't even worth bringing to the table, nigga. I'm the type of nigga, I'm the homie. Motherfuckers say they give me proof. Give me proof, nigga. Give me proof because when somebody back to me. What's her name? Trey? I don't know what that motherfucker name is. That motherfucker told a good lie. Got me good and everything. They ain't saying nothing to the bitch. She was mad because you wouldn't come out here. I just noticed that you can't really, I noticed that it's hard to have a good topic and have a conversation. We can talk about different pussy shit, and that shit lasts a long time, but we get them good topics, and you gotta think a little bit, they don't wanna do that, so I keep on digging pussy shit, we can have them conversations. I've been over this shit. Y'all think I be doing this shit trying to get this third? No, it's just over what you like to talk about. Ain't nobody trying to have no intellectual conversation every 20 minutes, bro. Intellectual. Well, since we got this shit up here about the bathtub, how many women put witch hangers over that lady here? Let's see. Now, that's a good one, because my wife has some witch hazel. I know goddamn right, if she a good woman, she got some witch hazel in that cabinet. If we go in that bathtub. I thought she was water. I'm like, what the fuck is this? That's witch hazel. No, sir, don't drink that shit. You ain't never shit like this before in life. I thought I drank some of that shit as a kid, being up. I thought I was gonna have to call poison control, nigga. My mama just thought it was over, nigga. I was a little badass kid when I think about it. Well, I was doing too much, man. God damn, bro. You might as well come on out the group, bro. Come on out the group, man. Come on out the group. I'm not just kidding. I ain't talking in this shit, bro, but we ain't talking about nothing, man. Come on out the group. Come on out the burner. We know that you ain't know it. This ain't one of these people that do this shit there, man. We know what it is, man. So come on up, man. We know you, man. It's all good. Nobody mad about it. It's all good, bro. I know you two people. Hey, Trey, I got a question. It might be a little too personal. I got a question.
Here y'all go, like a
They
troll.
probably can't soak their ball. Their balls probably float in the water.
That's what I was gonna ask. To the fellas, has your woman ever tried to weigh your nuts before? No, I ain't never put them on the weed scale or nothing, but I see videos. You gotta put the sack on the front scale, nigga. Hey, man,
Get shit over there, sir.
yeah. Hey, man, that nigga say he put his sack on the front scale because it's like the weed. Nigga, that nigga don't put that weed on that scale without goddamn rubbing it down with some alcohol. 90 freaking in the middle. I got about half an ounce. You know, they're smoking the big weed over there. No.
I can't.
Put down the sack weed. Damn, nigga, I heard your eyebrow raise. Half an ounce. With the straight rock bottom eyebrow.
I need a pound. What we talking about?
Who has a pound of balls that weed? We can get it over there too. Man, we can get it. Yep.
I'm gonna get the way a pound.
No, they get it on orange. They don't still have it. You come over here, we got a pound right now. We can put it together for you. We get it over there too. Get it over there. Pull it up on me, let me get a 3 $5 bag for my whole girl. This is fun. Come on now, you need that. That's tragic. That is tragic. Going from the Texas, I don't want a ball sack weed. God damn. I got another question. Y'all want me to give y'all a bubble bath before, like you don't wash it from head to toe? I done been washed from head to toe, but I wouldn't do a bubble bath.
What did the bubble bath?
I was in the bubble bath. You put your skin comes off in the tub, I'm a grown ass man. And you got the damn bubble. What people fuck about that shit? I swear you feel like cash. No, nigga, shit. Man, I was feeling like goddamn. I got them sides. Yeah, I got the bubble gum. What's up, dude? I'm from a different town. First off, we don't wear y'all. I'm sorry, she needs to hang around the house and then like down, smell like chicken and shit. I like when a woman wash me down. Y'all got them soft hands. Crazy as hell, bro. That shit don't last long.
Okay, so I use this product called Cookie to shave. It's actually called Cookie. If you wear like they have them at the sex shop. It's like a shaving cream at the sex shop.
Those your freak ass.
No, well, whatever. It's the right shaving cream. I recommend it. Whatever. Anywho, so my husband ran out of fucking shaving cream. And he was like, baby, you got shaving cream. I was like, this is what I use. He was like, what the fuck at first? Then he used that shit. He was like, oh, this shit good. Like, my shit is all muscle. I ain't got to worry about no ingrown or nothing. See, he learned that girl products be good. Girl products be good. So if you ever want to do shaving cream, if your face is sensitive, go get you some Cookie. Okay? You can drink it out. What you shave with? Cookie?
Yup, right.
Cookie, that's what it's called.
Let me find out you out here buying pussy.
Yo, not buying. Yeah, I'm buying Cookie. I'm buying Cookie shaving cream for this show.
That's my boy said he said so. So he got him paying for cookie.
That fool say mine sink to the bottom like a fishing leg. I'm fucking stupid. So I'm like, okay, it's okay to use some products and think they smell good. I appreciate much for being honest that you like this shit.
My mama
same shit, you know what I'm saying?
Well, I really like a little bit of cushion. When they sit on my face, it's like you feel that little seat.
No, they want to wet that. Oh my. They just want to wet the beard. They just want to wet the beard.
They like the way it feels. It's like a little seat cushion.
Yeah, it is. And it is. Come on, cushion. Anyway, y'all, we got to change the topic. We're proving Trey's point.
Let's talk about hygiene. That's what we really need to talk about.
I'm telling y'all, those are the best products I use. That safety cream.
And how pussy juice actually makes the beard grow stronger. Gives it a nice shiny color.
As women though, you gotta find your favorite cream. Cause nobody want no crunchy lunch cookies. Cause no ass is gonna be wrong with shit.
They got a crunch bar, all little bumps.
No, crunchy lunch cookies. No thank you. Not doing that.
Got a braille pussy.
No. Gotta have good products. Crunchy much for me.
What you got going on, man?
I ain't gonna play my goddamn country, motherfucker.
You lost it, Mark. You moved to Texas, country.
That's reckon so.
As reckon so.
Goddamn right.
Yeah, you did it. Get your ass down here just to get some good old country. Them good old boys.
Hey, nigga. I'm a man. I'm asking a question. I ain't had these problems, so I'm asking a question because I see a lot of women do this shit. I want to know how y'all get a BBL in the front. I'm for real.
Sugar.
She's still to my brain.
Motherfucking bread and sugar. Let that shit alone.
Nah, man, that ass is in the front. Like, I ain't never seen two old ass cheeks in the front. I understand you got a little bit
Old ass cheeks.
but she got two old ass cheeks in the front. If you look at it, you like, damn, she got a real ass in the front. You don't want to see it like that. Don't be quiet now. I ain't never had no big stomach, so I don't know. I don't know about that shit. I ain't never seen it. I don't even know who the fuck. I don't know who the fuck done that bill. Ain't never had shit left over my motherfucking bill. So I don't know who the fuck that is. So I'm trying to figure out how y'all get to that shit. I was working out last night like, no, not no, I was working out like a motherfucker last night. Shit. I'll be attracted to dope. You got face to face. You like, damn, play that shit. Yeah, motherfucker, that's me.
Let me get my ass in the gym too.
You're like, damn, Trey, you ain't fat at all, no. Yeah, all that shit.
Y'all like that, I work out.
Yeah, motherfucker, all that shit. You ain't running nowhere. Gonna jump in your car and go there. You ain't gonna run no motherfucker. I can run, motherfucker. I'm in good shape. But all that shit, motherfuckers got Dunlap syndrome. They have
What the fuck is that?
all kind of shit. Where your stomach like, yeah, where your stomach done lapped over your motherfucking belt. They call it Dunlap.
That's not good.
They got none too. They got none. They call it the winnie do. How the fuck your stomach stick out farther than your winnie do? They got all kinds of that shit. Yeah, motherfucker. Yeah, y'all wanna talk that shit. Motherfucker. Yeah, you gotta suck your stomach in to your shit. I don't. Motherfucker. Yeah, talk that shit. Fat motherfucker. I'm trying to talk shit. Motherfucker can't run nowhere. Talk shit like me. Fuck out of here. Get your big ass in shape. Get these big Asian y'all in here. Get your big ass in shape. Go out
I ain't mad at nobody. I'm gonna need a JP in there. Right? As long as I want a specific fat person. Whenever the Kiki Poom say they can do the splits, I'll be like, hey, I'm gonna need a JP into that, cuz a PNG or something.
Show your ass. Like, baby.
When's the next flight so I can jump on that train? Hey, shoot, I can talk my shit. I work hard.
These was doing cartwheels and stretches and splits and shit in the damn blick room. She said, I said, yeah, come on, shit. They gotta bust that split in that ass. Yes, I can.
Why you working out? You doing the world 100 pounds.
Y'all play basketball, crazy.
100 pounds is like
First off, these are outdoor activities. You're not supposed to go there to live.
Look, are you guys listening?
I'm about 230, 232.
Okay. I have a real question, y'all. I got a serious question, y'all. Y'all listening? What is the all-wheel drive system? I just got an alarm. The fuck?
Hey, ask Master. He's the master over there.
Did you accidentally push the button and put your all-wheel drive?
No, it says it says service all-wheel drive system. Like I can take it in.
You want to get that fixed, my nigga? You don't need that here. Yeah, you don't need that here.
You need to go to the shop. Okay. Right now.
It might just be a fuse.
Seriously?
It might be a relay fuse, yeah, sensor, but you need your all-wheel drive in the wintertime, baby. That's why you be safe in the winter down here on ice, because all your wheels move. All your wheels are a part of your drive.
That's a bad thing.
Well, let me make an appointment. I just need to make sure.
Please, by all means, service that, baby. Especially right now while we out here in this rain and mud and all that shit, you definitely need your four-wheel drive.
You don't want to be sliding.
Alright, I'm gonna make an appointment. I just wanted to make sure, but I was like, wait a minute, what is this?
We don't want you stuck out here, young lady.
Okay, making an appointment. About to pull over now. Cause I don't like bells and whistles. That ain't the good ones.
Yeah, looking forward with just the two-wheel drive for that shit. That four-wheel is important thing. That four-wheel is a game thing.
Y'all see what Empress posted in the chat?
I can't see. I'm driving.
Nah, she posted a link.
So when this motherfucker said something about doing the splits and flipping and shit.
That's how you do your whole lady. And you got your motherfucking number for another one. And then the fact that she even text him makes me further know that these bitches don't give a fuck. If a nigga you didn't know that? You never gave a fuck. I 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 never gave a fuck.
Are you really that surprised, Dez, or something like that?
Oh, God. You shouldn't be. She should not be.
Come on, Dez. You guys y'all are diabolical than we are because y'all will sit there and have two niggas. Y'all will have a whole side nigga show up to the same party a nigga was and play this shit smooth off.
And fuck the other one in the bathroom. By the other nigga sitting on you. That shit be real.
Just saying.
Y'all be cold-blooded.
Why not put both of them at the same time, nigga? I'm just saying, if you got it like that, nigga, I want you and you. What the fuck? Okay,
trying to see another nigga dick. I'm like, you know what, homie, you can have her, man. You can have her, bro. She's yours. In my next words, you can have her. First. I just can't make too much sex. I'm sorry. Too many dicks. I just can't do not that's what I'm saying, yeah. You like it, not me. You like it.
I just want one dick. I don't need two.
Okay,
I'm just saying, I just like one dick. Give me one dick. I'm sure there's some good dick, but give me one dick.
Mr. Uno Mito.
I been playing like right here. I ain't done nothing in probably close to. It's almost going on 2 years now. It'll be 2 years in January. And with that, no, it'll be a year. I'm sorry, a year. No, 2 years. So that's 26, right? 26. Yeah, 2 years in January. But I'm looking. I'm like, motherfucker gotta show me his shit before I'm not letting anybody knock the dust off this motherfucker because you're not gonna try to knock the dust off and then this shit ain't gonna satisfy me. That's too little. I don't want that. That's too big. I don't want that. That's ugly. That is not pretty. I need a pretty dick. It's gotta be a pretty dick. That's a nice size. I'm just saying,
Take care. So are you told that sometimes if you can be so big, you get outside your erogenous zone? Is that what you're saying?
yeah, I can't do it. That's my walls. I need my walls. Nigga, I'm almost 50. I need my walls to stay intact like they have been. I'm just saying. I keep it tight over this bitch. Is all I'm saying. And you know, the horse dicks that these miraculous horse dicks that these niggas get, I don't want that. I'm sorry. That's too much. They be pretty though, be some pretty things, but I'm just like, I got some pretty things in my phone. I'm making me a calendar.
Oh Lord.
August, this month of January.
Disgusting. Says you got a phone full of pencils, people. This is her.
That's the goal, music.
She's crazy.
Y'all ain't got a damn thing.
Trace, it's okay to talk about dick and pussy every now and again.
Yeah. So I might as well have them service my brakes and my tires.
Yeah, I gotta go get my fucking tires put on today. I swear I don't feel like it. I set myself up every single time. Why you make appointments for 9 in the morning?
Hey man, it's just crazy. I know why you did that, Dimples, because you were thinking you had a man. See, when you got a nigga, you could schedule him to get up early in the morning and go change your oil, change your tires,
you
gas,
gotta
and car,
get up
have
and
it
go
back.
fucking work early in the morning.
That's what you did that. Yeah. Well, I visit for me all the time. Wake up to a bunch of chores. Yep.
As the fuck you should.
I love that as a wife. I love the chore list. Baby. It's a honey-do list.
What chores? Wake up with a honey-do list.
Trey, why you got them long ass feet on your motherfucking PCR? Them motherfuckers is two-toned at that. Like she been wearing sandals all her life. Flip-flops.
So the brakes, the tires, and the all-wheel drive light. Okay.
Nah, man, I sit here and listen and think about, we have titles of some substance, and I just think about titles that we just shoot to shoot, and it makes a whole lot of sense. Somebody else told me that shit too, and I ain't even believe it. So I did my own.
But there's so many other rules trying to be having. We should do it like 3 times a week.
Listen, and I noticed that, so I sit back, and I don't think, I just sit back and see how long that shit rock. But when I put a title that they make you require your ass to think, they all that. They don't want to talk about nothing that makes sense, where you can actually, you might learn some shit. But when we talk about fucking and licking and all that other shit, we talk about that shit for 8 hours. That shit'll go through, and you don't learn the goddamn thing. That's what this is putting me out. I do this shit on purpose. You see how motherfuckers act to it. I do it on purpose. Like that day I told y'all I was seeing you back on the market, I want to see how motherfuckers act to it. There's a whole conversation. Motherfuckers talk about that shit all day. But when you bring motherfucker in, if we're gonna have a conversation where you can learn some shit, they all that. They don't want to talk about that shit. It's just something we motherfuckers really be on, bro. It just some of the motherfuckers really be on. Motherfuckers really want to fuck on the back door. They think motherfuckers don't know it, but we know. That's all it is. Don't talk about relationships every day, bro. We have different titles talking about different shit, bro. Black women and black men hold accountable relationships. What can we do to make you feel better? Same shit, man.
We talked about Barack Obama and Trump all day yesterday. We didn't talk about relationships at all yesterday.
We talking about relationships every day, bro. We talk about different shit. We talk about the white, black, fatigue. You know, you just start coming back around, bro. We was having time to talk about the real shit, bro. You won't even hear it. I've been saying about learning from food. We talk about black and white fatigue. We talk about all kinds of shit. Because at the end of the day, you don't know everything. So you can it's wrong about food. You can learn something. You can learn something from food, dog. You don't know everything. No matter how old you are, I don't know everything. So when a motherfucker drops some real game off, you can relate to it. You can use some of it and let them drop it off. What I've noticed is when somebody dropping off the real game, motherfuckers can't take it, get mad and all that. They blame everybody else for their problem instead of having a real conversation. Say what? I said, what's the title of that? I ain't know. I am thinking some shit, man. I'm just thinking about it, bro. I've been thinking about it like it's so bad, bro. We fucked up at it, man. That's all we talking about. Anytime we talk about making the move, how we gonna make the move, motherfucker wanna have them conversations. Anytime we talk about how you can get right, everybody says about making a move. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, same conversation last time about building the community together. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, ain't nobody gonna move on none of that shit, but motherfuckers just talking. I'm down with it. I'm just like, why sit here and try to put my shit together with somebody else that ain't serious about it? That's what I'm saying. I know. Yeah, motherfuckers just be talking, bro. That's all. That's my point, basically. Motherfuckers just be talking, bro. Motherfuckers ain't trying to negotiate. Motherfuckers ain't trying to learn shit. Motherfuckers ain't gonna know every goddamn thing. Everybody got to do everybody know everything. Like, I ain't trying to believe that. Nigga, you don't know every motherfucking thing. That's why we trying to tell folks. I don't give a fuck how much study you done done or what you done did. You don't know everybody. You don't. Now, who you think you is? You are not that person. You do not know everything. I don't know everything. My view shit is different. Don't nobody know everything. So you can learn anything from anybody. That's what it's about, bro. All this talking about fucking shit all day, that shit is overrated. I do that shit all day. Motherfuckers run with it. Laugh, kiki. But we talking about some shit that can help you. You don't want to have something to you. But you don't. I be doing this shit on purpose. Like, y'all be thinking I'm trying to be fun. I do this shit on purpose to see how motherfuckers respond to it. We talk about fucking all day. I've been noticed that. We talk about fucking every day, all day.
Ain't nothing wrong with talking about a little sex. Let's talk about sex, baby. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about all the good things and the bad things that oh my bad.
No, you good. I'm just saying, there ain't nothing wrong with talking about it. That can't be the only conversation that you really want to talk about and really interject. That can't be
I mean, but if you put the conversation up there, they gonna talk about it and take it and run with it.
You ain't gotta put it up there. You can just say some shit and they're gonna take all this. You ain't gotta put it up there. And that shit won't last for 2 hours. But I had Doc in the room breaking down goddamn, he was breaking down this fucking this AI shit. He was breaking down this goddamn, what else was he breaking down? He was breaking down the AI shit. He was breaking down the cybersecurity shit. The people who was actually trying to get in space, motherfucker had it. He in the space. Been in the space. Know all about this space. Getting free games. Don't want to hear that shit. Don't want to hear that. Yo, I mean, I'm just saying, bro, like, you don't want to hear the shit from the expert and think they know.
They only play like straight.
was like, hey, y'all already, I'm talking about this us as a culture. We people of a recreational culture. I didn't know this. We don't really take shit seriously like that. I will admit. Hey, I just changed it, so let's see if they come up. Nah, I do. Like I said, bro, I told you, the only thing they talk about is fucking. They get mad at me because I put titles up. That's all they talk about all fucking day. I'm gonna talk about that. What'd you say? What'd you say, shoot?
Maybe they be horny or something.
Oh shit, my bad. I tried to bring you up. My bad. Nah, I agree with that, Dance. I think we are a little homosexual. But then it does get uncomfortable because I get what Trent's saying. For the people who are married in the room, it does get a little uncomfortable in constantly talking about sex with other people in the room. If you was a married person, I know I was looking at my wife a little weird if she came in the room every day talking about sex.
She should be talking about sex anyway.
You see what I'm saying? And vice versa. So for the men who are married in this room, you know, I would understand if my wives did get uncomfortable if we talk about sex in this room all the time. But then we don't talk about sex in this shit. No, I don't. I wouldn't tell you. But you know, I have a little bit of my house is a little different. I'm just saying. No, it's just like everybody is. Yeah, general.
So in general, I talk about sex with other people.
A lot of people in here are married. That's somebody.
A lot. Well, I swear, it's about 2-3 people in this motherfucker that might be married. A lot of y'all ain't. A lot of y'all be lying. Let's just be honest. Y'all got a girlfriend that y'all been with for a long time. If I go to the courthouse and look up a marriage certificate for your ass, I'll never find it. Let's be
Well, I guess it depends on what state you're in. In Tennessee, you with somebody past 7 years, you practically married to them.
That's just a common law. I'm talking about legally married that has a legal document that states that you're married. A marriage license.
You married divorce?
I'm divorced. I'm talking about a marriage license. Which is cool, you know. That's, you know, whatever floats your boat. I don't have enough time to be looking up people's marriage license, but I'm just saying, let's be for real. You motherfuckers really don't be married on this motherfucker app.
How you know that? How you know it's a lie?
You said what happened?
How do you know it's a lie?
Because see, people be forgetting the shit that they be on this app saying. That's why I know.
What they be saying though, it make you feel like that.
They definitely be saying they ain't married and they been with they significant other for a long time.
Well, that's the ones that lie, but you can't.
My point exactly. And it is be a few of them in this here room right here, but we gonna leave that
Oh,
alone.
hell no. Call them out. Call them out. You gotta call them out. You gotta put on the phone.
Figure it out.
Somebody in the room, it's like 3, 6, 9, 10 people in the room.
You gonna say it's like 3, 6, 9.
Shit. I know they trying to say that shit for sure. I know she
You on this here app just lying. You know, Clubhouse is an app where you can pretend to be who you want to be. You know what I'm saying? So I just allow people to be who they want to be. Shit, I ain't gonna lie about nothing. Shit, like I said, I want a nigga to pay half the bills, but he lives somewhere else. He can't live with me. Hell yeah. Shit, what I live with me for?
Don't live with you.
Hell yeah, he gotta pay half my bills.
Okay, your bill when you stay at, and they gonna pay my own bill.
Hey, that's the part of life.
You funny as hell.
It's the part of life.
So that means if I pay half your bill, I'm gonna get a key. I can pop up in there, bro.
Yeah, you can get a key. Yeah,
I can come on and beat your back in every day.
If that's what you choose to do, that's your
might be a side piece then, right?
Hey, just go home when you're done. However you want to put it.
Might be a side piece.
I'm gonna say that is a side piece.
That's cool with me, yo. I am cool.
No, let me tell you
Side piece.
Paid on the first of the month. Goddamn, that's all it matters. So he said I left home to be with my side piece. Okay?
Yeah, you left home. Left his home to be with you.
He got it from his daddy. So
And we're back home.
This is crazy. I never
hey,
heard
you
this.
should definitely go back home though. Long as them bills is paid, that's all that matters.
So if your rent, 1,500, all I had to do was just pay half of it. Light bill, 400, pay half of it. I'm good, cause it's only one thing.
No, that ain't all the bills. You got a phone bill, you got an internet
Oh,
bill,
you got it.
car notes, you
Hey,
got car
pay your phone
insurance.
bill.
Hold on, we got to pay half of all the bills.
Shit, man, you must got a plug ass nigga then.
Ain't found them yet. That's probably why.
She said light bill, water bill, shoe bill, shit, tire bill, all that shit down.
Hey,
Look.
Your pussy not that good.
You said bills in the half, but I'm just saying
clink clink.
Man, your pussy is not that good. Talking about paying all the damn bills.
It is, trust me.
Man, a plug ass nigga go find some more bills. I'm gonna jump across the street there. I'm gonna knock the next door your ass. Hey, how your pussy? Let me try this shit out. Can I play with half your ring, your light bills, and what's in it? Then go back home.
Hey, it's some fuck ass niggas out here doing it, trust me. I just ain't ran into them yet.
It's some old ass fuck nigga for sure doing it.
Hey, I'm trying to find me a sugar daddy. I can't find it.
they got a
I couldn't be a sugar daddy. See, I would treat you like my goddamn grandkids. I'm gonna give you your grandchildren. We need you goddamn wall.
Everybody, I can forget everybody.
First of all, you gotta be a certain. First of all, in order for a woman to get a sugar daddy, you gotta be a certain height. You gotta be a certain weight. Cause ain't no sugar daddies out here throwing money at anything.
Oh, you must be. Definitely know what's going on out here in the street.
Yes, because if you're a sugar daddy, it's a business. So now that I have agreed to your financial request. Yeah, there's a couple of requests that he had, so it makes
My
sense.
problem is they be wanting some cootie cat, and I'm not sexually attracted to them.
Okay, well, then you need part of the game. Yeah, you don't need no sugar daddy.
You don't want no sugar daddy.
You're just gonna play with some old man sugar daddy.
All the young women, first of all, I keep myself in too good a shape to just be throwing my dick in any young girl any motherfucking way. You gotta be very exceptional for me to fuck with you as a sugar daddy. You know, you got to be able to, you got to look good with me, right? Because I know I'm keeping myself together. You got to be.
Hey, I ain't trying to be in the public with you now.
Oh no, but you ain't want no sugar daddy. You don't want him. You don't want him. You don't know what this is
She
about.
just wants someone. Yeah, she just wants bills paid. She don't understand the lifestyle.
You gonna get yourself hurt. You gonna get yourself hurt. Cause ain't no man gonna let you fool them out their money. You gonna get yourself hurt.
Hey, I done did it a few times before, so
you done found a real sucker. Cause a real man gonna hurt you playing with him.
Yeah, I definitely done found me a couple of them. I've had a couple in my lifetime.
Any blind squirrel can find a nut. That's the thing.
Everybody can talk. What's up,
You cannot be pro-black and still love capitalism. It's impossible to get that money.
Oh, I had changed that shit. My bad, Ray. You can put it back up there, Ray. But I had changed that shit. I was like, what's the requirement for a sugar daddy? Because they weren't talking about this. They ain't want to talk about that shit, man. That's why I ain't. Like I told them earlier, like I told them, I got read, but like I told them earlier, yeah, we can talk about dick and pussy shit all day. When you put some shit that requires your ass to think, they don't want to talk about that. They prove my point. They do it all the time.
But
go ahead.
It's like being pro-black. People don't know what that shit is. Like they think they know what it is. Like you can't buy shit from a white man. Not a motherfucker. Now you gotta make your own shit or go to every fucking black-owned business around you. You can't spend your money with no white people at all. You know what I'm saying? If you got Nike on your motherfucking feet, if you got Reeboks on your feet, any kind of name brand you got on your feet, you are not pro-black. Any kind of name brand socks, you're not pro-black. Name brand pants, shirts, all that shit, hats. You're not pro-black. If a black person didn't make that shit, you're not pro-black. You can have a black man, a black woman, a black child, a black unity. They don't make you pro-black. That's just that. I don't know if anybody gonna disagree with this shit because
Yeah, I will.
I know, but I know somebody will. It's always one out of like three.
Yes. What's up, brother Ha? Yeah, you're right. Here's the reality of it. Even though in this country you can say, well, if you ain't buying exclusively all black shit, guess where them black people that's selling the shit is going to get the shit from? So by proxy, you're still buying it from the larger part of the population of this country. So you gotta go somewhere to get the cotton. You gotta go somewhere to get the rubber. You gotta go somewhere to get the shit to make all this shit. So you're indirectly paying for the shit anyway. Then on top of that, you still got rent. Chances are, or mortgage. You paying that shit to a white bank. You still got a light bill, a water bill, a phone bill. So, I mean, I can agree with what you're saying to a certain point, but at the end of the day, that to me is not the defining meaning of what pro-black is. That to me, pro-black within and with itself means that everything about you, right, outside of the materialistic shit, is in a black state of mind, right? Being black comes before any and everything else, to me. So it's not just about what you buy, what you wear, and all this shit, because inadvertently, you're gonna be doing business with the larger portion of society anyway. Because they still gotta go outside to get the shit, to bring it back, to make the shit. Now, if you going to Africa, which again, you still gonna have some white logistics in there somewhere, because unless you got a black airline that's going to Africa, or a black shipping company that's going to Africa, that's going over there finding exclusively black people to buy cotton and rubber and all this shit to make the shit weird and then ship it back, and it never touches outside of the black community, that is the only way that you can say that you are imposing a super pro-black state of mind. That's just my opinion. Unless you go into a black bank to get your mortgage or pay your rent, unless you're dealing with a black light company, water company, gas company, cell phone company, black market to buy your food, black farmer that's growing your food, you're still gonna be dealing inadvertently with some other race of person in there somewhere.
Right. And that Trey, I looked at war. I said, "What?" I thought he was sleeping. I ain't gonna lie to you. See, when I said this shit, I try to see who gonna figure out what the fuck I was saying and try to make them use their brain. You know what I'm saying? Because you're absolutely right though. That materialistic don't even count though at all. This shit don't. All I would name materialistic shit like, and therefore I basically nobody you caught that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not disagreeing with nothing you just said. I'm agreeing with the hell you just said because that's actually factually true though. Because you have to actually buy shit from motherfucking the white companies and the Jewish companies that own a majority of this shit in America. So, but in the state of mind of pro-black, and you got a black nuclear family, black man, black woman, black child.
Now you cooking.
You know what I'm saying? That is pro-black.
And everything you do must be with the fact of the black thought of mind, right? In other words, you should not be going out here talking about what you would or would not do for or to the next black man or black woman. See, we're quick to tell another black person, motherfucker, I'll kill you. You gotta be fucked up. Nigga, I'll pop your ass. How can you sit here and say you're pro-black when you're talking about the destruction of a black person? I'm sorry. It's just my lineage and history and where I come from and who I was taught under and going, and being involved in certain stuff, which is why I come to this thought process of mine. That's what it is.
Man,
you can't sit here and tell me that
your light shine bright as hell.
You can't. Shit. You can't sit here and tell me that you are pro-black, but you laying up fucking and sucking on the goddamn pork belly. That don't work for me. You can't tell me that you pro-black, but How can you say that you pro-black when you don't want nothing to do with the very womb that brought you into this world?
Oh,
But you pro-black, but you married to a white woman, or you married to a Mexican, or you married to or you married to a Latin woman, or you married to a Chinese woman. How can you tell me that you pro-black? And then you got them pro-black niggas that are quick to try to use this Jedi mind trick by saying, well, Latinos and Mexican people, they ain't nothing but they black people. See, this is how motherfuckers try to play the Jedi mind trick on you in certain instances when it comes to talking about being pro-black, right? Like, I don't want nothing but a black woman. A black is very sweet as the juice. I mean, blue black, midnight, dark chocolate. You know what I'm saying? They come in many different colors, but I just so happen to love black women. When I say black woman, I mean the essence of her ebonyism, if that's even a word. Her ebony complexion, right? That chocolate. I don't want a white woman. I don't want a Mexican woman. I don't want a German woman. I don't want an Italian. I don't want none of that shit. Because the only woman that can relate to the stress and struggles and the strains that you go through is a black woman. Why? Because she's underneath those same stresses, and those same strains. You understand? Why a white woman that comes, well, some of them too, but being poor black, right, from the hood, from the projects, is different than being poor white from the trailer parks. Your ideation is not going to be the same. Because you're poor, yeah, you may suffer through some of the same shit. Not being able to pay the light bill, being late on the rent, not having a car, and so forth, doesn't own, right? You may suffer some of the same things, but the reaction that the world is going to have to you versus that white man that's out the trailer parks and you out the projects is not going to be the same. They don't even look at our homeless people the same way.
yeah. Anybody else want to get in there quick? You trying to get in?
It's from the corporate sector, of course. Good day, everyone. This is Urban reporting live from the corporate sector. Just for sake of clarity, I was wondering what in the world would capitalism have to do with my community?
So Urban, I'm the one putting the time around. So basically, the closer you get to capitalism, the further away from community you are. So that was the intent behind it.
Again, I don't think that that's true, Urban. I mean,
Please, hold on, please. Because I'm appalled and bewildered. I can see what you mean as far as money changing people, and then sometimes people have the possibility of forgetting where they came from. I can see that. But to say that capitalism pushes people away from the community, and then I can also see the people that boss up and make a different bag and wanting to separate from the traumatic areas like the hood, where they had to keep their car locked and watch the kids like a hawk because cars speeding through the neighborhood and stuff like that. So I get that, but there are still a lot of people that make the bag and give back to the community and build infrastructure and try to bring people up with them. That's kind of it's kind of unfair to say on everybody. You know what I'm saying? Even saying, oh, it's the majority or the most. That's really unfair because there's a lot of rich people that do philanthropy initiatives to put one in a position to bring people up to their level, and they basically get the funding from capitalism and then go back and cook their books with the community.
Well, goddamn.
the reality of it is, man, look, what is the end state, the end goal for many of us in this room right now? Do you think that I want to go back to fucking East Compton or West Compton, where motherfuckers out there breaking in shit. Kids can't go to school. Do you think I want to go back to that environment? Do you think that I would want to try to work and struggle and strain to have nice things and to make a nice niche in this world for myself and my family, merely to go back and be in a certain situation? And I'm not saying that it's primarily in the black community, but I want you to think about that for a moment. Why do we do the things that we do to try to improve our standard of living? To put yourself in a position to be in a safer environment. That's the number one reason why. You got professional athletes that make a lot of money. I can name a few of them. They go back to their hometown, move back, try to do things in the community. They get their cars broken into. Some have even been killed. They get robbed. Their family members get fucking fucked over simply because of the success that they have and the things that they're able to acquire, the money. You get what I'm saying?
Well, Ray, there go your title, Ray. It's over with that fast. You see how fast that shit goes? Get back to the bullshit. Get back to the bullshit. That's shit I be talking about, shoot. See what I'm saying, dude? Damn, yeah, talking about that real shit.
I feel you, though.
Now you see. Now you see. Now you see what I was saying. Like,
They gone.
I told you.
Hey, Tracy, and I want you to also make a note. Notice all the women left. All the big statements. So does that mean that the men are more able to have a more intellectual conversation than the women? Maybe that should be a conversation.
Yeah, that's
That seems to be when intellect comes up, women get the hell on when it's time to use your brain.
And hey, yeah, I talk about fucking all day. All they want to do is talk about fucking. They're gonna say a reason.
Somebody said that go to about some off-brand nigga paying half the bills and still staying somewhere. It was at that moment someone knew.
See,
oh, Arrested Development, get them more.
You know I'm coming with it. That's
Matter of fact, this is a good day to put your title up, goddamn. They just proved it.
Oh, I got a title for you. Wait a minute, goddamn. I got a title for you. Watch this shit right here. Think this shit finna gonna be hilarious, right?
They just be proving my point, man. Don't be knowing they do, bro. They think they be doing something, but they just be letting me know that all you be talking about is fun.
And when you get quiet, I already knew you back there observing some shit. I said, yeah, he doing
I be watching.
I already knew it.
Watch this. Every time you can talk about fucking, they light up. They got all kind of dialogue. They light the fuck up. They tell me you got a man and all that other shit. Nah, let me go.
This all you gotta do, man. This all you gotta do right here.
Oh, what you got up there? Let me see.
This all you gotta do right here.
Oh, shit. Boy, you ain't shit, boy.
Coming in here.
You ain't shit, boy. You ain't shit.
That's all you gotta do. Now watch and wait. That's all you gotta do. You know, see, they get excited because, as I said, with the state of arrested development, the average, and it's been said and somewhat, I guess you look at it, proven, black people, some but not all, are stuck in the state of arrested development. If it don't tickle their fancy, if it don't make them tingle, they don't really want to talk about it. They don't really want to have nothing to do with it.
Well, Lord, I thought that was our problem because they always say it's the men who always want to talk about sex. But for what it sounds like, we're tired of talking about sex. We're talking about some other shit.
Right. See, men can talk about. You put a title up that motherfucker talking about sports. It don't matter. You ain't got to use the big names like Jordan or LeBron. You ain't got to use Kobe. You ain't got to use that shit. You can ask me a question. Your all-time favorite fucking dunker. Your all-time favorite fucking six man. You You can put just some random shit up there, and niggas will come in here and they'll chime me in on it, right? You can talk about motherfucking track and field, anything dealing with sports, you can attract men. Cars, you can attract men, right? Clothes, even, you can attract men. You put a title up in here. Do you think that men are stuck in a state of arrested development because they like to wear tennis shoes? And watch what happens. Motherfuckers come in here and talk about it. You see, it's really easy. But if you want to have an invoking conversation and get the female aspect on it, all you gotta do is use tag words, taglines. Should women multi-date? Watch what happens. We already had a sister to tell you that she wanted motherfucker to pay half the bills. You
I
go
sure
down there,
fuck do. And
pay half my
and,
bills.
and you go live in your house and I'm gonna live in mine.
And that's you know what them
Stop playing though. I just be trolling.
I know you do, but you know what them that's a good thing, and I tell you why. Because what's gonna happen is a lot of sisters gonna end up paying all their bills with a dog or a cat.
Hey,
I don't
Uncle
even like
Will,
dogs or
I had
cats.
to run to the phone.
Give me some fish.
I actually like that philosophy.
Get some
Don't get me
piranhas.
wrong. Like, and here's why. Because when you get on your goofy shit, I can go the fuck home. I don't mind my man can't be in the whole fucking house. I don't mind. I don't mind even. I'm gonna even tell you like this. I don't even mind paying your ass a consultation fee on my payroll and just footing your bills and writing all that shit on. But at the end of the day, don't get it twisted. If
Where you live at? Let me come over there.
H-Town, baby. Nah, stay where you
I
at.
ain't
My ladies
fucking
like
with
to shoot.
Houston. I don't want to come out there anyway. It's too many gay niggas out there. I
They
don't
like to shoot. But what I mean is, yep. They'll ask you real quick, you ready to die about that dick? They'll ask you quick. They don't play. They don't play. But what I'm getting at to do something. I like that arrangement because when they get on their goofy shit, guess what the fuck I do? I give you one wild guess on what the fuck I do when they get on their goofy shit. Go the fuck home. Expeditiously. You can't put me out. None of that. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I get it. That's actually a good dynamic. But the majority or the average man don't look at it like, oh well, I can't support two households. Yes, you can. You just don't want to. Now, if at any moment that package on your end becomes ill will or we'll say beneficial, not beneficial, don't get it twisted. Some little young whippersnapper gonna come in and take your position. Get that?
Urban, I said this the other day, man. A lot of women are out here under this false ideology thinking that the modern day man is fucking stupid. And this is why we are where we are. Okay? Men are not fucking coming in, by and large, some but not all, few but not most, some of them will, right? But men, red-blooded sexual men, are not going to come in and just hand you his hard-earned motherfucking money without receiving something in return. In other words, you will be ass up, face down, every time that man drops you. All that shit about just give me the money and I'm gonna laugh and pat you on your head and send you on your way, give you a kiss on the cheek, and you just keep paying half, that shit ain't working no more. That shit is over with. It's over with.
She gone, man. She can do talking shit. She don't do that shit. She gone.
I know she don't believe in it. She just wanted to say some things that were gonna be, acidic to the conversation. But I want to know, what do you fellas, what you think?
I think you on. Well, I know you on to something because at the end of the day, and T. Ruda, when I say women, I'm not talking about you, baby. Women give terrible advice. Women have terrible outlooks or unrealistic outlooks on life. For example, they expect you to do something that they probably wouldn't even do themselves. Now, if you would, that's probably going to keep you around a lot longer than if you wouldn't. For example, I know for a fact that if I get fucked up, my co-parents will hold me down. Right? I get in a position where, you know what, I lost it all on a trade. I need about 4,000-5,000 to hold me down. I need 1,000 from you. I need 1,000 from you. I need 1,000 from you. And I need 2,000 from you. I know for a fact they will hold me down for a month or two, maybe even 3. But a lot of these women around here, they're not gonna come in and step up and do what they expect you to do. Oh, but I want a nigga to pay for his household and pay half my bills. That nigga get fucked up. You're not gonna pay none of his shit. Not a third, not a half, nothing. So with that being said, that's the part, that's the Delulu Island that I'm talking about right there. Do unto others as you would want done unto you, or don't even expect that shit.
That's why niggas with money be so heartless. Because they know the other way around, nobody give a fuck about them. What up, Taylor? Sunshine.
Okay, let's if you ask people to do a physical example, right, of what that looks like, right? Okay. Physical example, you get two glasses. Go in the kitchen right now, get 2 glasses, right? You turn the sink on, that is a man and his job and his ability to produce. No matter how slow or how full you turn that water on. You fill his cup up. And then you take some of that water from his cup and you pour it into the cup that you give to the female, right? Let her drink that water. It will deplete while that man's water is still running in his cup. So he's able to refill his cup while she's taking out and drinking of her cup, right? Sooner or later, her cup is going to run dry. Listen to me, pay attention. That man can then refill her cup, and then she can drink or she can give some to another nigga, right? That symbolizes the pussy. That's what happens. They want to talk about dick and pussy shit. We can do this shit all day, every day, right? Now, at some point in time, when that man stops filling up that cup and she drinks all her water, what is she left with? An empty ass cup. While that man is going to be able to go and sing because he's got a job and he produces, he's going to continue to fill his cup up. Here's the problem. Women think that now that they can fill their own cup up, it's the same thing. In a nutshell, one would think that it is. But at the end of the day, you keep giving a man all your water out of your cup while the other man is filling his cup up. Don't get confused, right? You're going to end up having a dry ass cup. You're going to end up with a wet ass pussy, used up wet ass pussy. But that man going to always be able to get some water, some new water. In other words, make new money. And this is what a lot of, I think, the young people don't understand, right? This younger generation, they don't understand that. I'm gonna always be able to get some new big face $100 bills, but you're gonna be stuck with that same old box. So keep playing this game of thinking that you're gonna get somebody to come in and invest in you and you're not giving anything back. Sooner or later, the person that's invested in you is gonna walk away. They're gonna cut you off. They're gonna leave. And if you didn't save none of that water, transfer it to a second glass and keep it on the side for yourself, you shit out of luck.
I think we're gonna have to find another to talk about war because the women ain't gonna come in and talk about it. They ain't nothing but a bunch of men that gonna tell Ruth to come. We're gonna have let's have some men talk today, goddamn. Let's bring some shit in. We're gonna have some men talk today if y'all want to, because the women ain't gonna talk about it.
No, I'm saying chocolate thunder still right there. I refresh my screen.
She ain't here. She on the phone, bro. My name is Tracy. Hey, listen.
You know she with this.
Yeah, you want to have man conversation? Do you brothers think that for the men who are still involved in a certain lifestyle, would DNA testing mandatory DNA testing be something that you would find beneficial? If you still on the shit now, if you still with the shits, if you still out here dipping and dabbing, because it's a double-edged sword. the shit, you dipping your dipstick into many motherfucking different oil checkpoints. You could possibly goddamn find yourself with a couple of kids out there. So, what do y'all think? Do you think that mandatory DNA testing would benefit men more or would it benefit women more?
Yeah, put it up in the title like that, or put it in there the title where it's on both sides, the way we can have a conversation. Because women ain't gonna talk about it on their side, man. It'll benefit the men more. Because the man can't just walk in the goddamn courtroom and throw himself on the baby. But a woman, many women over many decades have walked in the courtroom and do any baby on any nigga, so they wasn't the only one. Now, if they were to go ahead and push that as mandatory, that's gonna make a lot of women rethink their vagina. And that's gonna make some niggas rethink they dick too, but it's gonna make a gang of women rethink their vagina, because you can't pull the same shit you used to pull. You get the nigga who belongs there, not the nigga who you want there. You get the nigga that belongs there. So that whole thing about you fuck Tyrone that worked at Chunky's Chicken, the nigga that got the $12 an hour job, and then you go to the club and find this nigga that either sell big packs or that cuz got that 6-digit joint, you're not finna get the fuck his life up. You gotta go over there with Chunky Chicken, cuz. So that's beneficial in my eyes. Just mine.
Uh-oh.
Very beneficial.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Come up on stage, buddy, talk your shit.
Bunny talking law and order. Ooh, shit.
Like I said, she can come up, ain't nobody gonna attack her, we just have a conversation, man.
She said she can't right this second. She must be at work or some shit. You know, you can't really get down on the slave. All the machines like, yeah, she probably at work.
Man, take the batteries out that motherfucker. We still come up. Take the batteries out that motherfucker. If it's that goddamn loud, something ain't right.
It's the motherfucker that ring, ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, but so I feel that there should be in the modern era mandatory DNA testing. The reason why we can talk from a lot of different perspectives today. I know you with the shits. We can talk from a lot of different perspectives today. The reason why I think that the government understands that mandatory DNA testing will be harmful to the society at large. This is why. Up to, it's been now, there's evidence out there that shows that up to 37 to 40% of men who are taking care of children are taking care of children that are not theirs involuntarily. In other words, paternity fraud has been is high as 40%. Think about that for a moment. Let that sit in. 4 in 10, 40%, brother. So that takes away a lot of different elements of this whole child support shit, this whole who the daddy is shit. It takes a lot of different angles away from that. Because now, you don't get to just go in there and pop the child out and write somebody's name down and say that's the daddy. And that's traditionally the way things have been. I can't believe you niggas scared, Thug. I know you ain't scared. Oh, you must be. I can't believe you niggas scared. Well, y'all scared these women gonna be on y'all ass in here or something?
Hell nah, shit, nigga, I'm grown and I'm married. I'll talk that shit. I don't fuck. Shit, to be quite honest, you're supposed to put it on these women, nigga. You're supposed to put it on these women. Let's take modern off of there, nigga. The average helper will put a baby on you. That ain't your baby, nigga. That used to be shit back in the motherfucking 1920s and 30s when motherfuckers felt like they got left alone and nobody cared about them. They needed somebody to help them with that baby. Boom, they done went down there and got on government assistance, nigga. What do you mean? So this shit is customary in our community, and nowadays it's almost a bylaw of presentation. Do you know what that means? That means in order to be such, you have to do this. Think about that. That'll save your fucking life, nigga. That's something put in place to make sure you okay. Just be responsible with your dick, and you ain't got nothing to worry about. But if you're a nigga around here that's hot dicking, yeah, you in trouble, buddy. Because there's new stipulations in place for you not taking care of your young ones. So I suggest first you develop some dick discipline. Then we can go ahead and worry about mandatory DNA testing, because that's coming regardless with the president that we have. That's coming regardless.
So do you feel that it's going to have a larger impact on the men or a larger impact on the women? On the men, as far as not having to deal with having child support and being put on the hook for taking care of a kid that's not yours, which obviously helps, or forcing women now to own up to their fucking misconduct when it comes to, just saying you the pattern and not receiving any additional help.
It's going to become a larger impact for women, because we're going to see an increase in rates of violent women. If they're violent now and these niggas are around, imagine when the government takes away the ability to wield control over niggas who don't act right. Now they have no choice but to be violent.
Hey, Master, you better stop, man.
Hey, nigga, I'm married already.
So what you're telling us is that you feel that once DNA testing goes live, and now these women cannot use the women, some but not all, few but not most, so they don't feel like we're bashing, which I don't really give a fuck. You mean those women who fit that particular category will become violent because they now have no control over the men that they want to be the parents of these children?
Yes, sir. Actually, women have a larger propensity to become violent because there is no recourse put in place for their actions. They've been taught for years that reverting to the caveman subject of the mind is completely legitimate. Look at the shows we have, baddies, all this shit. You done seen women throw glasses of water in niggas' faces, hitting with the champagne bottle in real life. We've seen women stab niggas, shoot niggas, and they don't even do it. They in jail after they motherfucking get picked up and taken away. But as soon as that man thumps her in the nose, he gets 10. These women have been taught. The CDC put out a study more than 7 years ago explaining how women are more violent than men. Yes, men are blunt and direct, but women become immediately enraged at the beginning of arguments, and the first thing they do is boom, finger or big face to the forehead. That is violence. These women do understand because they grew up in households just like we did. Once the talking doesn't work, we move to a next measure, which is take something away. What is the last step? The only resort? Violence. Violence reinforces positions. Our military is built upon this idea. And these women are militant, if nothing else. Yes, they will refer to violence.
Boy, looking for some smoke things. Fuck it, I'm right here with you. The camera's here. Because it is what it is. We're seeing some more violent demographics of women today than unlike ever before. There was a time I can recall where young ladies, women, just wasn't as violent as they are today. It was a rarity to hear. Like the dude that got his dick cut off. Everybody remember him, right? Well, you might not, y'all might not.
Lorena Bobbitt and what's his name? Jimmy something Bobbitt.
So why do you think? Do you remember what that was all about? Why it happened?
talk about the day she might have been on a little something, but back then she accused that man of being a cheater and some other shit. And that nigga thought he was just gonna lay up there and be okay. Caught that nigga slipping, snipped it, drove down the street, threw it out the fucking window. The police had to go find that motherfucker. It took him 2.
Now what do you think would boy, you crazy as fuck, man, but it's the truth.
I never forgot it.
What was the consequences for that she received for that?
If I'm correct, all she did was a little time in the mental joint, and it wasn't even a year. But I don't know what a full sentence was. I know that was a stipulation of, I can't remember what the full one was, but it wasn't much. It was really applauded.
I'm glad you said that. Now, do you remember the story where the brother white boy super glued his wife's genitalia together because of cheating?
No, I don't remember that one.
That happened in the early 90s, man. White cheated, he drugged him, super glued that shit together. I gave that motherfucker life.
Wow.
Yeah. You know how I remember that story? Because that was my first go around in the United States military. That's what they were talking about. Domestic violence. We had a whole fucking safety stand down week-long class because they started talking about, the detriment of committing domestic violence while on active duty and what could happen to you. Yeah.
Yeah, because once you sign that paper, you really take yourself out of the scope of United States law and you put yourself in the focus of admiralty law. A little bit different in the military justice system than it is in the United States. Damn, they hit him hard. I know he was in there like, this bitch cut a dick off and did a day. You gave me everything? You gave me the whole rat? You have to understand also, when you have a group of individuals that can go and campaign, lobby, and bust movements and pay money towards their self-progenited suffrage, right? Self-progenited suffrage. Those individuals put themselves in a bit of a scope that's different than the other side of the table. These are the people who have been more downtrodden. Now, fuck the fact that men die at more of an alarming rate, just like all things in the world than women do. Men are beat more, whatever. This one is more because these are the mothers. And when you say things like that, you're drawing yourself to the womb. That's what they're trying to do. They're painting a picture. They're developing a narrative, and this narrative is to paint this individual as the holiness of all great things, when we all know the scourge that one can bring about from that side of the table. Not trying to make all of them sound bad. Not what my boy War say, some, not all, many, but not most. But that goddamn many sure can overpower the most in numbers when you think about the energy that they let off in the representation. It's kind of hard to believe that anybody is any other way when you have 45% of them doing this. Who cares that the 55% are good? What are you doing to adjust the ratio? And see, that's the problem with the title. What are those other 55% doing to make these women get in position where that does not have to happen? Somebody has to be able to correct these rogues. They can't be above reprimand, reprise. They can't. Somebody has to do something. If a nation is judged by the welfare of its women since the days of Nero, Caligula, and Caesar, then what would they say about our women? The ones that they allow to be publicized, socialized, incentivized. What would they think? I tell you what they think. Go.
Somebody put that up there. I'm finna go out the door. I just thought about some shit.
put this shit up there. Who's? I just thought about this shit. I'm trying to get the fuck out of this door. Who's more violent in 2025? Man or woman? I think that's a good one.
I wouldn't even argue with them if they came in. I just start showing them stats. Since
I think it's a good one. I think it's a good one. Put it up. Somebody put it up.
Put the shit, man. Who is it? War, you doing it or should I?
Ain't no matter. I'm gonna put it up there.
You got it, okay, cool.
This is another conversation. They can't have these conversations. Yeah, we about to debunk this shit. They want to come and have a conversation.
They finna come here with some shit.
Yeah,
I got a stack of videos and articles that women think I'm a hoe ass nigga now, but the real women that fuck with me, they know what I'm on. I'm trying to correct the nation. I just keep a folder on my computer and I collect I have over 140 videos of women being violent. In the way and the nature that they was violent. There's channels devoted on Facebook where women come on there and talk about what they've done to men and revenge.
No, I just thought that'd be a good one. Yeah, I think that's a good one right there, but they put us down, we doing the most shit, but if you look around, they doing all the craziest shit.
The one little bitch, bro, she say that she had her homegirl drive the car on the side of a nigga car while she hung out the window and shot the fucking car. And she literally killed the nigga. The nigga crashed into the motherfucker. So what did the person in front of Cuz do to you?
God damn, man, that's crazy. That is crazy.
And the one,
I think men are more particularly violent. I think women are more just what's the word? Correct the word if I'm using it wrong, but amber is that word where you don't have roll over your, you know what I'm saying? You're just doing this because you're pissed off. You're not doing it for a common goal.
Oh no, I'd have to disagree with you. See, men and women are wired differently. So when a woman does her thing, it's already been strategized months in advance. Many of these women have strategized years in advance what they do because they have been told by women what to do in case they're in this situation. If he breaks your heart, break his fucking car. If he fucking get caught cheating, stab that nigga. Burn that nigga. Pour hot grits with Karo syrup on a nigga, boiling hot. These are things that they learn and put in practice. Now women are just pulling out the jammy and burning niggas. I live in Fort Worth, Texas. It's 12 miles from Arlington, Texas, where my homeboy is a barber. And he could have died if he was at work last week when that lady went in there and shot her husband and that motherfucker with her child in there. True, what he did was fucked up. Death wasn't the answer. And then she killed herself so she didn't have to face the law about it. See, we could talk this shit. Like I said, I'm from the home of Shantae Mallett, the lady who hit the man, lodged him in the windshield. He was basically being cut in half. The nigga lived for days in her windshield in her garage. Do you know what type of fucked up, demented person you have to be to go in the garage and try to feed a nigga that's lodged in the window and half of his stomach has glass in it? Where does the food go? He needs help. These things are thought out. You had to think you didn't want to get in trouble. Well, how will I do this? Well, I just want to drive this car, keep this nigga in the fucking garage. Oh, you're thinking on the fly. And like I said, many women structure these things before they practice them. You hear them all the time on social media. You hear the box wine bitches. You hear these hoes. They talk that shit. They talk about beating up the nigga. A lot of these women date little niggas so they can whoop on cuz. They'll tell you.
That's a fact. That's why you see the little skinny girl with a skinny ass clothes on, motherfucker.
See, my brother was saying that, and I respect what he's saying. Once upon a time, that was true. But that was the 1700s. By the 1800s, throats were getting slit across America, sir. Niggas was getting stabbed and kidnapped. Whorehouses were known for murdering motherfuckers and disappearing bodies. See what I'm saying? As a part of practice.
these things be structured. Now what you have is a moralist race of individuals inside of a generation. And they have learned these things through the generation. Matter of fact, I'll even say that it's stored in the Akashic vaults in many of them. They don't have to learn shit. It's automatically in the brain. It's just us. We have to think first. You're right when you say that we should, but they strategize harder than us. We think about how we gonna knock a motherfucker off. They think about how they gonna get off and everything. Nigga, who they was with, they done lined their alibi up, alibi on deck. Nigga, everybody going, nigga, these Tubi movies are made by women. When you see women in the situation coming out in the end on top, like the one with the nigga who was the doctor that ended up getting fucked over because he tried to give his girl a drug to induce what they call a miscarriage. So she went and got this nigga lined up with a doctor bitch. The doctor bitch helped her. Man, tell me why, nigga, fake pregnancy, got this nigga barred from his practice, nigga, got this nigga a murder, destroyed this nigga whole fucking life. Like, this shit happens in real fucking life. Watch Cold Case. Watch all this other shit. They not making this shit up. You go look them cases up. Shit's really on file, fam.
Hey, I heard somebody talking about these young girls trying to set this boy up for them to kill him. Like, this shit just happened this year recently.
Is that the one where the nigga got the death penalty and she got life? And the other little boy got out? That's the one where they killed that Mexican man?
No, these are kids. These young girls were plotting to kill this little boy.
Oh, yeah. And they was like elementary or middle school, wasn't it?
Right.
Oh yeah, they got the back door in them. A girl to a woman, she got that back door in them. She'll back door your ass.
Have you not paid attention during COVID-19? That's all that was on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Niggas getting murdered from fucking little bro. How do you with your back door? Your front door, your window. Nigga, you not watching this little helpful? You see these niggas now in these videos throwing these little hoes out because they had their location on and texted.
Oh yeah, they put me like
This hasn't started. This has been going on. You know, my cousin was killed.
Got like a little club. Now niggas don't feel comfortable going to a woman's house. And she might even be trying to say she just got so much drama. She might got a crazy nigga she still fucking with. That wanna pop up whenever you want to. It's dangerous dealing with women in this day and age.
So that is why I say, if I were out here today, the time, the relationship didn't do that. I've always been out there. Because I have been friends with a woman who says something like this. And the moment I hear any sort of violence because, oh, you're a man, you can deal with it. Oh, we don't need to be friends anymore. Yeah, I'm not talking to you. I'm not discussing things with you. If I'm going to be around you, it's for business and information gathering purposes only. We will not be having chats or messages. We will not be having interpersonal connections or anything. You are a source of social currency, and that is all. That is how I use it. All that I did, I did get a little against or even put away there as well. Yeah, it's not that bad, man. Yeah, it's time to decide to find new people here. It's always been like this. I'm younger than you guys. I'm in my 30s. They've been doing this since we were children. Now they're adults. And here's something funny. You want to know who the U.S. military sees as a more domestic threat in the foreseeable future? It ain't men. It's women. The U.S. Army, and I remember seeing that report, means around the 2040s, the women are going to be propping up the domestic threat rather than men. And I mean, if
Hey, hey, fuck, come on out the go, man. God damn. Ain't no content in this motherfucker, man. Come on out the go, man. We just, god damn. Y'all better be glad I ain't figured out a way to keep motherfuckers out of our room with that shit. I'm gonna figure out a way to do that shit soon. I've been trying to figure this shit out. I might just open private rooms where you can't come in the motherfucker. And send all the people I fuck with the invite. And that way you can pop in and out of the room when you feel like and keep all this bullshit out too. Yeah, I got some for y'all motherfuckers wanna say you ain't here hustle. And ain't got no you ain't man or woman enough to come in this motherfucker on your real shit. You wanna sit there and hustle all day. So I got something for you, goddamn. I'm gonna send all the motherfuckers I fuck with an invite, and you ain't gonna be able to get in the goddamn room. Now you gonna be looking stupid. Say nine. My bad, y'all. I ain't mean to interrupt y'all conversation. That shit stupid. I'm just trying to think like that shit is stupid, dude. So, anyway, what y'all want to go tonight? Shit, we cool, man. It's been a good one. All the way from all that, you know, I'm like, I think somebody open up the room. I don't give a fuck. I'll be chilling. That's good. Bro, my damn bro. That's it. I mean, this woman out here, you got the wine, it's regular, ain't no BS, you got an piece from my boys. But now they tell them this is himself and knows the daily problems. That means everybody. Yeah, but women are considerably more violent. Yeah, mucho more violent. Look at who fighting outside the club now. And it be about 90 of them motherfuckers. Just falling out the club doors. Looking like one of them old Western. And they think that shit cool. I think what fucked them up is that whole shit. I think like a nigga. No, you don't. And if you think that's what we about, you crazy in the motherfucker. Well, that's what you been doing? No, it's not. That is not how it jumps off. And this is just me, right? I think a lot of these women have a lot of emotional baggage that causes their mind to think of devious shit, the mental shit. Like, motherfuckers need help. That's 100% correct. And it's only one place that comes from. I remember looking at this about probably like 2007, 2008. Was just reading some new, I used to read a lot about psychology back then. And I was just, looking at what's new in the research. It was a study, not a study, but it was more like a evidence collection, like they were just collecting data. And what
the data they were out to me, they were just basically focusing on what was it, like pediatrics, psychological, things like that. What they discovered is 90% of the psychological and emotional development in girls comes from their mother. And no matter if the man is in the house or not, only maybe like one. The rest of the percentage comes from the father. Well, not the rest, maybe about 7% of it comes from the father, and the other percentile comes from outside influences. Those change over time as the child obviously grows up. But their first developmental years comes from their mother. That basically sets how they're going to be as people for almost the rest of their life when it comes to young girls. So when putting that out there, we beg the question, what sort of messed up, developed child environment do you gotta have to just be this messed up? As not to have these sorts of thoughts, but to think that they're okay to act on. Because I had actual psychosis. I was born insane. Brain chemistry, psychological conditioning, everything was sick. So I know I had messed up thoughts. I've learned how to deal with them. I've learned how to control them. These women, on the other hand, I don't think all of them were born with insanity and psychosis at first. They have developed insanity and psychosis. And my question is, what sort of mental shit you gotta go through to develop that? And be even worse than me. Because I don't understand how.
The blue light of death. Oh, I could have gave you that answer easy.
Oh, it's a screen? I do.
Yeah, nigga, the TV. You ain't watch this shit change. CRTVs was in, nigga. We was good. The tubes, we was good. Many people were still getting programmed from Chrome Beat. When they start putting DLP, plasma, and all that, the blue screen has always been there. It never went anywhere.
Hey, Master, that's why, man, she started liking to watch them, like Snapped and you know what I'm talking about, the murder mystery shit, where they be in relationships shit?
Yeah.
No.
Cold case.
And cause you ain't every time I come home you watching that shit. So as soon as I'm like, man, you motherfucker ask me to get some tomato paste and I bring home ketchup, you cut my motherfucking dick off. Nah, we ain't doing that. I really believe that shit. I believe everything you consume, that's what you turn into. Motherfucker don't just eat you know what I'm saying, 100 hamburgers and don't get fat. So the same way even though you ingest that, but you still consuming it. So you consuming all this bullshit, watching it. Your brain don't have no choice but to start forming ideas surrounding that. Your thoughts become this shit. No, we ain't doing that.
The first thing I did when a problem arose in my life and my wife was around, I made sure that I was very brutal in how I handled that shit. I didn't want to scare her. I just wanted her to know I'm a fucking monster. I come from a family of beasts. Never ever forget this. Fucking with me is your decision. Cause at any time somebody on bullshit and he get there, I'm going in. And this ain't even everything about me. Man, meaning that this ain't even the farthest I'm willing to go to kill a motherfucker. You playing. My wife, I don't have to worry about that. We don't hit, we commit to using words. Because we don't want to go there. She a lunatic too. I made her that way, but I'm telling you, she know there's something wrong with that nigga. That's not even the worst in him. That's not even the worst this nigga. And that's a fact, bro. Sometimes you just gotta pop out and show niggas. That's what Kendrick said. But see, when does it become ridiculous? I have a video I shared on my page with this fight. It was a gang of women and two sassy ass niggas in the mix, right? That was fighting in the corner of a building. There was a lady involved that was trying to break it up. This girl lied and said the lady pulled her. It wasn't her, it was another lady. This bitch picked up a parking post and hit that bitch in the temple, hit that lady in the temple. Man, when I tell y'all, the lady went offline before she hit the ground. Her whole body went wet noodle. And then when she hit the ground, her head hit that motherfucker so hard, man. I'm just like, yo, why? And I said it on the post. And then I shared it and I said the same thing. Why do these videos not make it to the damn sergeant's desk? We see niggas all day long, cuz online get picked up for shit that they did in public. Very seldom do you see shit like that get justice brought to it. That lady probably dead. Ain't nobody got no update on this woman or nothing.
Good morning, gentlemen.
What up with it, man? Peace and blessings, young man.
Hello, hello. So yeah, so earlier you guys were talking about the mandatory DNA testing. I said there should also be consequences for it because, as you said, it's a paternity fraud. Fraud comes with legal consequences. So it should be where if a woman claims a man as the father and it's proven not to be his via DNA, if he has paid any money, she should have reimbursement. She should have to reimburse it, including fines. If it is simply a matter of she is claiming it but didn't actually, take any money yet, like the baby was just born, but she's just claiming it, like out there trying to ruin his name, his reputation, whatever it may be, calling him a deadbeat dad, she should pay for slander. She should pay for, what's the legal word I'm looking for when you slander someone's reputation? I forgot what it's called. She should have to pay fines for doing that. Like there should be consequences if something is mandatory. But then when you're saying, who's my brother? Oh, I have a whole folder on Instagram called Women Are Nuts. And it's not just black women, there's some white women in there too. And you know what I don't have is any Asian women losing it. Spanish, black, and white for sure, but not Asian. I'm sure they're out there. Trust me, but those Asian men ain't saying shit. Yeah, women definitely have this air about them, this elitist entitlement that they think because they have a vagina, they can just pop off and say whatever the fuck they want to anybody, thinking there aren't any consequences. And that's just not true. And they take that air and arrogance in every aspect of their life, from raising children, to being in a relationship, to dealing with the person serving coffee, to dealing with police officers, to everybody. And unfortunately, it's to their own demise. It would be nice if these women stopped having children and stopped raising them, but, hey, a woman's going to get fucked. It is what it is.
Wow, they ass up. You low, Isaac. You got the mic on side your mouth.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. Yeah, they cover the track. It's not that they don't. It's reach or ain't gonna read unless they do a full investigation. You ain't really gonna catch it. I know this it happens. It's like a bond they came from Malaysia, got with a Japanese American woman, and she pulled out him. The only reason she got caught was because he had some level of civilization that was studying law, and he asked them, hey, this lady's trying to blame fraud. I mean, I didn't really know American law at all, but he said, asked about this, and this, but what he did know about American law, so he did an investigation, got the police involved, and that's where he found that she basically falsified hospital records or plagiarizing when she made it look like his DNA actually matched up with birth records. She nearly got raped with it because she did figure out how to make the DNA kind of match up with the child's DNA, but she got caught because the doctor, when they went to investigate, were like, I never signed this, I never did any of this. That's how she got caught. But yeah, some of them discovered their tracks a lot more. Like they didn't falsify records and everything. It's harder to actually trace that sample dog. But all American women do it.
Yeah, I'm not saying it doesn't happen. My friend Larry got stabbed in the shoulder by his ex
thing is, if you done put somebody on that shit and you don't lie and say that baby is not his, you done did all that shit, there should be harsher punishment. They should take your motherfucking driving license just like they take the man's driving license if he don't pay. They should make your ass go back and forth to court just like they do the man. You know different. Soon as you tell all them lies, you done did all that shit, and you don't try to fuck this man life up and knowing the whole damn time the kid ain't not here, your ass should get damn near the same punishment as we get if we don't pay child support. That's the fucked up part about it. Damn right, lock her ass up. With the mama keep the baby, lock her ass up. Ain't no fines ain't gonna fix that shit. You gonna spend the money and do it again. Fines ain't gonna fix it. Fines ain't gonna change none. You gonna spend the money and you gonna do it to another motherfucker. And this time you be smart about it and you don't get caught.
Okay, how
So
about
I
this?
just think, what's up?
No, I was like, okay, so if that's not a good consequence, what about if you were caught doing that? You could never seek child support or any sort of financial aid ever. You are strictly on your own. You can't get government assistance, you can't get food stamps, you can't get SNAP, and you can never seek child support from anyone ever, no matter who the parent is. How's that for a consequence?
Yeah. That's right. And you gotta pay back everything that you done, that man done put in that shit. So if you done spent 20 bands on child support, you gonna be in the hole till you pay that shit back. You ain't gonna be able to file no taxes or nothing till you pay that shit back. Yeah,
And if you can't pay it back, you go to jail and you lose custody forever.
Ooh, get a man to baby hot then.
Trey, you got 3 of this motherfuckers in here. That's a record.
I know we feel good. We feel important. They make us feel like we're important. They want to come in and sit down and hear us, but you can't say shit. So we special, y'all. We some special motherfuckers. Everybody in this motherfucker, celebrities. We be on TV. Yeah, we be on TV, and there's a possibility y'all can get rich if y'all sit and hear us from over here. So I'm cool with it. Y'all sit down now. We're gonna give y'all something to talk about. We give y'all something to talk about. I'm cool with it. I be laughing at the shit. I really do. Cause they ain't got nothing else to do. And they don't want nobody to know who they is, so they rather hide and hear us. But we already know who he is. That's why I be calling y'all ass out. I know who he is. I know who you is. It ain't 2 or 3 people. I know who you is. Call your ass out. When you pop in on your regular, I'm gonna call your ass out. So don't even pop in on your regular account, cause I know who you is. So I'm gonna call your ass out. Don't pop in on your regular. I'm gonna tell everybody who you is. It is what it is, though. You special, y'all. Oh, shit.
These motherfuckers on the course with a cataclysmic meltdown, my nigga.
Yeah, they ain't got nothing else to do. Say they ain't here.
No. I was talking about the title. You know, I don't do all that. You know, I'm Dave. I'm just saying. The title wrote, these motherfuckers on course with a cataclysmic meltdown, because here's what you're going to find, right? Oh, this is crazy. 3 of them? Anyway. So, yeah. Yo. Hey, nigga, boy, that's coordination. You niggas on 3 different tiers. Anyway, yo, look.
That's what I'm saying, like they're stacked on top of each other.
Here's what you're going to come to find, okay? And I want you to pay attention. This is how life and evolution works. As they become more aggressive, real men will place a wall between them and those women. The sucker niggas will go over there and they're going to have to be either A, adapt and become more aggressive, or B, become the bitch in the fucking relationship. That will be the new honey I'm home nigga, right? Look, I'm telling you, I see it already. I've seen it already, bro. Many times I've pondered it. They not gonna.
In this day and age, they don't mind slapping that out of a woman.
They can't do it though, because they can't do it though, though, cause they weigh 107 pounds and they wear hoodies in the summer. They too light in the ass. These women are war ready, nigga. These hoes fight hard now. You bullshitting. These bitches dog walking these niggas. Embarrassing, I say. Embarrassing. Back when we was in school, in elementary and middle school, one, maybe two niggas got beat up by a girl. Nigga, you pivoted when you should have goddamn stood firm. Now, these women out there bobbing and weaving like niggas and dog walking these niggas, hitting them with haymakers, sluggers, nigga. They knocking them dead on their motherfucking ass, sleeping them, and they were standing over rag dog, talking shit, rub their pussy in his face and then spur him again. But I'm just like, damn, nigga, you down. Damn. And what was it all about? Nobody knows. You know what I'm saying? It's not even a purpose. It's not a rhyme or reason behind it that's logical, bro, because you need logic to make rhyme or reason. Kinfolk, what I'm telling you is evolution is taking place right in our face. Am I advocating for men beating on women? Hell no. Am I advocating for everyone to defend themselves? Of course. What I am saying here is pay attention to the social scape around you, bro. And just know that it was designed to react that way. Just pay attention.
That is why I am not around. I don't care if I don't got nothing to do with these people. I'm sorry. Like I tell everyone, I come from a place where everyone has decided it is easier to put metal in you rather than grievous injury suffered by this, by that. People will rather blast you instead of being in the hospital paying medical bills. Me personally, I wasn't really for this whole thing of getting become more aggressive. But I was looking at some of these girls over there, I'm like, yo, y'all would get blasted. You really think people got that type of race out here? You really think that America is going to, you don't understand the struggle? It's like, I don't know why you're standing with these feminists. You'll be the very first ones to pull the gun on you. The police, you ain't got to worry about the police. These feminists, these white women advocates, black people, they'll be the first ones to put you in damn testing. I've seen it. They do it to Indian women all the time. Yeah. Asian and American and American. Look up those violence rates. Crazy numbers. You would think they're going extinct. No. Yeah. New York really don't want to bring this to America because what I'm looking at, when I was in the 90s as a kid, white families basically made our image look better. It was like not all of them are gang members, not all of them are selling drugs. I don't see that for them. So I don't know who's gonna advocate in America start seeing what they do. They're just gonna lock them up. Worship. Like they were doing us.
Yo, to your point, I want to say this. Have you been paying attention to the media over the last 10 years?
Yeah.
There's been changes in the social scape. We watch videos of women in other countries snatching niggas up in groups and just beating on these niggas till the police come get them off the nigga for something that he did. It might have been minuscule. I'm not talking about the major shit. I'm talking about the minuscule shit. I watched the video of this. It's India. Since they changed their laws and made it where men can't even defend themselves against those women, when shit go fucked up or they get in an argument and the woman feels offended, she'll get other motherfuckers on her team, snatch this nigga up by his fucking collar and get the beating on this nigga, bro. You hear me? Am I saying women haven't had atrocious things happen in them over there? No. But to say that because of that we can do this, that's wrong. That's an atrocity. That's fucked up. There's other countries that do it too. And as you can see here in America, it's been that way. In a minute, what you're going to have is a whole, I'm not being funny, you're going to have a global overshift in thought process. You're going to have a bunch of regressed young men living in this world feeling like they're to be walking back to society, bro. Because when your women don't even treat you like you alive, my nigga. You out of there. Because you understand your genetics not to be superior, but of a stronger, more durable nature. But you got this less than durable subject stomping on your neck. You get what I'm saying? It does something to the psyche of an individual. It breaks them down internally. Their soul is no longer still. And now they're jelly in the spirit, which makes you more subservient, which makes you more slavish to the power that's over them. They did it once before in slavery. They don't talk about it. They had women riding horseback, carrying shotguns, being slave patrol. And they beat the shit out of niggas with them shotguns. But I mean, they all this shit with the shotgun, and they broke them niggas. And they had to get in the good graces of master to get them up off of it. That type shit.
And guess what that leads to? House utopia, where eventually you will, the mice will eat their young, and vice versa.
Master, I would agree with you, but in this country, I don't think that that's going to be.
He was talking about this country, boy. He was talking about other places like this country.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm addressing it the way I'm addressing it.
I'm sorry.
See, in this country, there's a different structure. They can pass all the laws they want to pass. These niggas ain't going. These men in America are not going for that shit. Motherfuckers just say fuck it, lock me up.
It is.
That's what I'm saying. They doing that now. Like these young men these days don't mind knocking the hell out of the water. They don't have that chivalry that we had as men not to hit a lady. These young men, not a woman say it so fast. That's why these young girls are quick to put their hands on these YNs. They put their hands on the older men because they know we still have that nature about us not to hit a female. But notice, ain't no woman hitting these young niggas.
Sure not. The ones that are getting their ass handed to. Well, I mean, it varies by location, right? But the ones that are trying that shit, and I'm not advocating for it, but I was raised at a time where both boys and girls were taught, keep your hands to yourself. You don't hit nobody, you don't let nobody hit you. I'm sorry, that's the era in which I grew up in. I'm sorry. Girls understood that if they got out there with the boys and they got handsy, you start to get the shit knocked out of you right back. You punch a motherfucker back in the day or slap a motherfucker back in the day, you was gonna get the shit slapped out of you right back, because that's how the environment was that I was raised, and at that particular point in time, that's what I was taught. Listen, keep your hands up and protect yourself at all times. That's how I was taught. You don't let nobody, you don't start nothing with nobody. This is how most of the young kids from my era and generation was taught. Listen, you don't start nothing with nobody, but you damn sure better not let nobody start nothing with you. You don't hit nobody, nobody, boy or girl, but you damn sure better not let nobody hit you, boy or girl, right? If they do, you make sure that they understand not to do that again. Don't put your hands on me. Keep your hands up and protect yourself at all times. I don't give a fuck if it's man, woman, boy, girl, bear, wolf, or child. If you put your hands on me, I'm going to ensure that you understand that that's not the appropriate thing to do, and you shouldn't do it again. That's how I was raised. I want to hear all that shit. You don't never hit a woman under no circumstances. Back in the day, man, them girls would sock the shit out your ass. They didn't play no games. They were heavy-handed too.
Man, same. My sister used to whoop niggas. Still can to this day. Y'all roll the shit out your ass if you ain't on your shit, bro. Cause she ain't no little helpful. Man, my sister 5'11", maybe 6 foot even. About 230 pounds. Man, my sister take half these niggas out here. On me, I got 100 on my sister. On my soul, cause I know what stock we come from. I got it on her. I seen her do it before. We done gave it to motherfuckers together before. So I already know. You know what I'm saying? I had to look at my sister one time because she was on bullshit. You hear me? So what I'm telling you is, I don't know what y'all be seeing, but I have more than 100 videos. Plus, I can bring people into the situation that's around me that'll tell you women out here whooping these niggas. Alright, these young niggas getting dog walked out here, bro. It ain't what we think. Yeah, they'll take off, but they ain't got no weight. They ain't got no motherfucking fight development. Them niggas fight like girls, and these girls fight like niggas now. See how the tables have turned when you add xenoestrogen to men and women's diets? That's another way that this is shit.
I'm not disagreeing with you because I've seen it too, man. I've seen motherfuckers. I know for a fact that these motherfuckers got gold. They got some giddy up. And these dudes, these dudes are not, the young men are not in tune with the level of violence that these chicks are coming from. These chicks going from 0 to 1,000 instantaneously. They not 0 to 100, 0 to 1,000. What? Who the fuck you talking to? You got me, you got me fucked up. The niggas ain't prepared for that shit.
Man, if your woman whooping on you, first of all, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Second of all, you take your punk ass to the jail. There's no reason a woman should be whooping on you.
You need to leave her. Come on, bro. Put that on the table. You gotta leave her, bro. Put that on the table, bro. You gotta leave her. Because if you do it, you going to jail. No, family, we can't, man. We can't. No, I know you joking, bro, but I'm just saying that's actually a thought that people. I want brothers to not have that thought, bro. If you gotta listen, and I use this word because that's what you have to call those type. If you gotta beat a bitch, you don't need that bitch. Leave that hoe, nigga. If she beating on you, cuz, get up out of there. Because once you punch her in the teeth, my brother, and put them in the back of her throat, the world is not going to view you as a man. They're going to view you as an animal, and they're going to do whatever they can to see something negative happen to you. Nobody in this world gives a fuck about you, not even you sometimes. So what I'm telling you is, fuck that shit, bro. Get away from her if she treats you like that. Straight like that.
Hit up Hunter in the building.
Hey, good morning. I wanted to agree with what Master said. Straight like that, man. Walk away, man. I ain't fought a woman since I was in my, I was like 6 years old. This girl was probably like 11, 10. I thought I was, the world displayed to me because I was a boy that I could beat any girl ass. I got that totally misconstrued. She beat my ass. And I had to sit and meditate on that because but ever since then, not only because of that, but when I grew into it, man, I'm just like, I know I can fight. And even in that time, I was brought up in martial arts. Even though I was brought up in martial arts, my mom's ex-husband was the grandmaster of a dojo, karate, Philippine. My uncles taught me, but I still got my ass handed to me because, first and foremost, she was stronger than me, whatever the case was, and I was dead wrong for just me trying to bully her off because I thought I could beat her because I was a boy. But on the same note, once I grew in the adolescence and I realized that, look, no man should be putting their hands. I was just the right seeds was planted, and I leave it there. The right seeds was planted in me, so no man should be hitting on a woman. Like, walk away. I know I got hands. I done shattered people's jaws with these hands. So with that being said, one punch. So with that being said, I know I shouldn't be putting my hands on a woman. I'd rather walk away from a man. I mean, a woman, but or a man. Most gangster thing you can do is sometimes just walk away, especially in these cowardice times where people pulling out. Yeah, when people pulling out poses, people are, cowardice in these times. So I'd rather just walk away in these days and times and keep my life and protect my family
versus, you know what I'm saying, spaz out. And I'll leave that there.
I'm not saying spaz out. You and I are different. You're obviously from different generations. I'm gonna say you don't have to agree with me, and that's fine. Do not, under any circumstances, man, woman, bear, wolf, or child, do not put your hands on me. Don't touch. I'm not gonna touch you. I'm not gonna put my hands on you. So don't do it to me. I've seen a few niggas with that, oh man, just walk away shit and get their whole goddamn eye knocked out of their socket, stab, cut with box cutters, all kind of crazy shit, because they trying to be the bigger man and walk away. I seen this girl, man, when I was first in the military. This dude and his girlfriend were having an argument, right? He gonna be the bigger dude. Go ahead now. She poking the nigga all in the head. Go ahead now. Go ahead. I'm telling you, he walking away. She shoved the nigga in the back. He kept walking. Go ahead, stop now. The nigga even took off in the job. Do you know this bitch took a screwdriver and chased this nigga down and stabbed the fuck out of him with a screwdriver?
Hey, I get it, and I don't agree with you to some extent. I get what you're saying, and I'm not being combative, but I'm saying that my hands got a mind of his own. My reflexes got a mind of his own. The last time a woman was my mother, she tried to put her hands on me. I saw it coming. You know what I did? I protected myself, and I did a couple of circle blocks, wrapped her up in my arms, and talked to her in her ear. You know what I'm saying? Like she ain't touch me. I ain't have to hit her. You know what I'm saying? So that's just my reflexes. Not everybody got reflexes like that. I gotta upkeep my reflexes. So I ain't gonna need to pretend that that's there all the time. But on the same note, I do protect this temple. You know what I'm saying? So if a woman, like most men, like I done took hits from most men and it don't hurt. So a woman, not saying that it can't hurt from a woman either. Because there's some women out here. But on the same note, I can take a couple of blows and disarm this woman and put her down, you know what I'm saying, without smashing her face in, or without, not saying that that's what people are implying, or I can walk away. I ain't gonna walk away dummy and just knowing that she's a threat and she's on my ass with a screwdriver. Like, come on now. You know what I'm saying? So those were just people who just don't know how to protect themselves.
Right. I understand all of that training and all that shit. I'm a combative level 4 instructor and all that great shit. I've been boxing since I was 11 years old. I'm not saying just beat the bitch or beat a woman's skull into the ground, monkey dump that motherfucker and go and try to beat this bitch like you trying to win the MMA or some shit. That's not what I'm saying.
That's what that's not.
Okay, so well, I understand. What I'm saying is, if you smack me, I may. Now, as a man, you don't get that recourse. You gonna catch these fucking hands or this leg. One of the two. You got two options. You gonna catch these hands or you gonna catch this hot steel. One of the two. As a female, if you smack me, depending upon the level of aggression that it comes with, I may be like, okay, hey, chill out. I may catch your arms or restrain or some shit like that, move away from the environment of the situation. It just depends on the mindset at that time. Most people are reactionary when in the heat of moment. Most people.
Yeah, and that's like only reason I'm on board, and I'm on board with what you're saying. I'm not mad at you. I'm not disagreeing with how you should react to it. You know what I'm saying? We different people, but I'm somewhat agreeable in a lot of the way you carrying yourself. But reason I have this, all right, for example, my mom. Reason I came in this room, my mom is a violent woman. You know what I'm saying? So I seen her growing up beating my uncle's ass. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to break them up as a 4-year-old child. Like, Mom, no, what you doing? And my uncle is bigger than my mother by far, but my mom on top of them, giving them the ground and pound on the bed. Mind you, they grown. So with that being said, not only that, I know my mom at her age now, she's in her 60s. She very old, but she still got that violence in the way that she approaches men. She don't approach me like that because she know what I'm capable of and how I carry myself. Women only they look for loopholes or the spirit that a woman may possess at the time will look for weaknesses and will only go after those weaknesses in a person, like the inner predator in anybody.
Listen, man.
So with that being said, my mom, I seen her be violent, beat up my stepfather, this, that, and the third, throw bleach on him. I'm at the time, I'm upstairs. And I listen because I know my mom is giving it to him. You know what I'm saying? He supposedly a trained Marine and this, that, and the third. He was drunk as hell. Whatever the case was, just got caught cheating. This, that, and the third. But on the same note, he was just sitting there taking blows, getting bleach poured on him.
Bro, you giving us a different. That's a different dynamic.
Yeah, but
because obviously, it's the same scenario, but a different dynamic. The dynamic is that family, that's brother and sister, because it's your uncle and your mother. That's a different dynamic. We're talking about in the scope of moving around.
I said my stepfather. I brought him up earlier.
It's still a different dynamic because there are emotions and feelings and things of that nature invested. What I'm saying to you is this: you go to Lowe's, Walmart, you out doing what you do. You ain't bothering nobody, you minding your business. You may inadvertently, without even seeing that person, step in front of them in line. Just so happen to be a woman. In this case, a black woman. She pick up the goddamn broom handle she got in her cart and whack you in the back of your fucking head. What are you doing? You walking away? You questioning that? You just shit.
I'm gonna snatch it out. I mean, don't imply it. I just said.
No. I'm giving her back. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I'm not gonna. I'm happy.
I'm gonna hit her back. That's the difference.
Listen, I'm gonna snatch it out her hand. Probably. I'm gonna do everything, but probably hit her ass. I'm gonna probably throw it out. I'm gonna flip the fuck out probably.
But you don't know it. She's hitting you. Why you not gonna hit her back?
No, she ain't gonna hit me after that first time. Once I wake up, if God willing, because I don't want to curse myself. But if I'm awake, evidently I was sleeping. You get what I'm saying? Like I wasn't aware of my surroundings. So I'm in the line and she popped me in there and then she woke me up. Hold on, what the fuck? I'm gonna grab the broom. I'm gonna probably throw her whole fucking cart across the broom. I'm gonna come at her aggressively, but I'm not going to hit her. When I see in her body language that she calmed that shit down, then I'm gonna walk off. But I'm not gonna put my hand on her because I know these hands is something.
I'm sorry, man. You need to get reset, though. You know how it is.
Hold on. Hey, man. Them hands won't work down when you was 6 years old.
They wasn't.
Yeah, you told me you had hands.
And they grew up you in the playground.
I was fighting with a lot of emotions and I ain't had no real training like that. That was
his defense. It ain't worth the trade. It's not worth it. Trust me, you lose friends when you fight back. Yeah, you lose friends when you fight back. This girl took my mic and I kicked them ass.
We're gonna let a woman get in. Now go ahead, Tsunami. Go on and take a fight, baby girl. Let a woman get in.
Good morning, y'all. How y'all doing? Y'all right?
What happened, Tsunami?
Y'all got
you tripping, she a nigga.
Y'all got that water? Y'all got some room temp water in y'all throats? What's going on? Y'all alright?
Hotel water.
No, sir, but I wanted, he crazy. I wanted to tackle this topic, and I'm gonna bring a little bit of balance. In 2025, what I see is both men and women are just as violent. I'm seeing women do shit that I've never seen them do before, but of course we've heard stories such as them jumping men and doing all types of shit. You know what I'm saying? I've seen that. I've seen recent Facebook viral videos of men killing their girls and then killing the kids and then killing themselves on live. So when we sit up here and talk about who's more than who, for me personally, it would be disingenuous to say that one is more violent than the other when I'm seeing both of them act a damn fool. I'm seeing both of them equally be just as violent, whether it's with each other or whether it's with other people or with close people. I'm seeing both of them do the same shit. So, I just wanted to insert that, and y'all can get back to what y'all was talking about.
Okay, Tsunami, thank you, baby. But let me say this, the reason why we worded it like that is because we didn't want women coming in here thinking that, well, y'all just bashing. So we try to word it so it wouldn't impact certain people a certain way.
On both sides.
That's fine.
On both sides. So what we should have did, we should have just asked, and this is me, but I did what Trey wanted me to do. I would have just said, are today's women more inherently violent in 2025? Today's black women. And my answer to that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna give it to you. My answer to that is the fuck yes they are. Yes. Back in the day, it was only maybe when I was a young man, teenage boy growing up, 15, 16, 17 years old, it was maybe 1 in 7, maybe 2 in 10 that would actually get out there and physically, throw hands with a teenage boy. It just didn't happen because we were in my community where I was. We were taught differently. Boys did boy shit, girls did girl shit.
Okay.
If you were over there playing goddamn, if the girls was playing tetherball and foursquare and all that bullshit and double dutching and jumping jacks and ropes and shit, and you took your dumb ass over there as a 13, 14, 15-year-old boy, young man, the adults would tell you, hey boy, come on over there and leave them girls alone. They ain't bothering you. And if you were a girl in that same age group and we were out there playing baseball and they played baseball and softball with us sometimes, it was cool. After we aged a little bit, it got a little maturity. But if you were a girl, 13, 14, 15, and we were out there playing kill the man with the ball, tackle football, you didn't take your ass out there. It was very few. And I'm gonna land with this. There was this girl when I was in high school. Her name was Naomi McClendon. Naomi McClendon was a fucking bully. First of all, the bitch was about 5'11" when we was motherfucking about 14, 15 years old. So she was a big girl. She wasn't all that fat or healthy. She was just tall. And Naomi McClendon had this thing about socking boys in the back. Where, how you get hit in the back, some motherfucker take their fist and swing with that curve overhand and sock you in your back and knock the wind out of you. That was her thing. She got off on that. Right? She kept doing it until she got the right one. And that was one girl that I remember very vividly was a fucking bully.
Okay, so now I see what's going on. This is really about women and what the fuck they doing. Got it. So with that being said, today's women are more outwardly violent than back then. But what's so weird about this is that I came up in the 90s, and so my uncles used to tell me that a woman will set you up faster than a man will, and I never understood why he used to say that to me, right? I never understood that, and this was, let's just say, 15, 18 years ago that this was being said to me. Right. So as when we think about the things that we were told when we were younger, a woman will set you up faster than a man will. And then we compare that to today, a woman clocking your fucking head. Is there really a comparison? You know what I'm saying? Which one is a little worse? A woman that will line your ass up, a woman that will clock your head. So, I don't know, you know what I'm saying? That's why I'm keeping it, for me, I'm keeping it in the center, which is, I don't think that today's women is more violent than yesterday yesterday's women, because yesterday's women would have had your ass in a body bag. You would have never known that she did that shit. Yesterday's woman would have put your ass in the police car, and you would have never even known that she didn't set you up like that. Yesterday's woman was a little different as well. You know what I'm saying? They weren't angels. They weren't sweetie pies and peaches and cream. They had their shit with them too. So, you know, whatever.
So who got the highest? Who got the highest domestic violence rate in 2025 at this moment? I'm gonna go back.
Lesbian women.
Sexual orientation, as far as who they lay with, matter in a situation like that.
It does, Master. It does, because the studies is coming out that is saying that the gay relationships, the lesbian women are more violent than everyone, than heterosexual relationships, than men on men. Whatever way you want to go, they're more violent.
But you gotta look at the reason why they more violent, because they dealing with the same. They dealing with women. Like, you gotta understand, you got a woman trying to be a man in the situation, and she's dealing with a woman, so she's in the shoe of a man dealing with a woman. So now she's understanding how we feel when she in that situation. So yeah, more violence is gonna come, more disagreements, more arguments, because now she has a mirror up and she sees, damn, this me. Because most of them subs that get in relationships like that, and that shit happen, they want to go back to me after.
And I think ultimately it's because I won't just speak to the confusion that's happening internally, because I don't want to just suggest that all lesbians are confused to some extent, but I think like what Boy said, inherently, which I'm thinking about from the inside out, the thing that's been passed genetically to the women in these days and time, the physical part of what we're saying, this physical violence of what we're saying today in these days and time, is just a manifestation of what's been happening internally for years, and that's going into what they call the Jezebel spirit, which is the manipulative, pride-led spirit. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, when it comes to lesbians, the statistics are saying that lesbians are more violent. They're trying to compensate for a confusion that they're not like a man, and you're not a man. You know what I'm saying? There's certain hormones that distinctive hormones that are living in male versus females that make men men and make women women. And I think we need to start inviting those things back in.
You see, the bottom line is, guys, it's real simple. I mean, if you're stronger, you tend to be a little bit more aggressive, because you see that you can have power over others, right? So like, you know, lesbians, for example, they have a certain design to them. They have a little bit more testosterone going on, so they feel like they can control, and that's all it is. And some people have more violent natures than others, and that's just a fact of life. No, the thing is, listen. The thing is, you only react on self-defense.
And I Gary in the building, in relation to what he just said, I was speaking on behalf of hormones, and not to be combative with what you're saying. I agree with it to a certain extent, but I think it's important for women to realize that in order for them to have, like, men are actually built for more stress. Not saying that women can't handle stress, especially the fact that they give birth to our children and this, that, and the third, but they operate differently. They have a dominant hormone in their body called oxytocin. Men have something that's called vasopressin, and it is developed through troubleshooting and stress, and that's the building blocks of testosterone. So if a woman has, like you said, is growing up and she develops some type of coping mechanism where though she's bigger than everybody, so this is how her mentality, and she realized that she can get over on people just as long as she use, her body weight and this, that, and the third. That is
large city, there is a movement called MGTOW. Similar to maybe your MGTOW, men going their own way. It is what you think it is. Lesbians going their own way. When I came across this, I'm like, I think I know what they about to say. It's the same shit men been saying, and I'm like, so let me hold the fuck up. Lesbians going their own way, away from the problematic woman. Same with men going their own way, which had nothing to do with women, by the way. It was going away from society, even as slaves and robots, but yeah, women just got thrown in there. But yeah, basically lesbians are now doing the whole thing online where they're dictating their issues and dating. They're voicing their outcries of dating women. The only thing I can do is watch. I can't be sad anymore. I can't hang my head. I can't empathize. I don't even laugh. It's just accepting what the hell is going on in America. I don't know what the hell got into women. Maybe it's feminism. Maybe American society is falling apart. But when you have lesbians saying the same thing, and starting to think about dating men, because dating women is just that much of an issue, I don't know what the fuck we're doing, bro. I don't. That's confusing.
And then the women that date them and the other women still deny that it's a problem. So it's just like, what the fuck do you do from there? What do you say to a person that says, oh, we're not the problem? You got two different groups of people that don't even fuck with each other like that, saying that something's wrong with your ass.
But, to be fair, this is kind of what we get when we just let a bunch of entertainers dictate how our so-called community or civilization or whatever, because when this whole black thing of men and women get more violent, I don't blame mass media, but I do blame the black people that allow mass media to come in. I do blame them to some extent. Why? Because before, they were broke, struggling, but they were talking about the problems that do exist and certain solutions. When the media came in, the media don't care about solutions. The media wants to make money. Pain, suffering, destitute situations that people are in, that makes money. So guess what? They are going to push that to make money. And yeah, unfortunately, the family unit was gone because Vietnam War created so many drug addicts amongst black men that, yeah, it was kind of understandable why some of these women did decide to take the government check. And then on the men's side, a lot of these dudes, let's just be honest, people were moving back there. There was not a lot of legitimacy. Some men decided they're going to go through a bunch of women, do drugs and everything else, and that also had something to do with the breakdown of the family. I do not take away the government's involvement because they did want to destroy the black family, but black people participated in it. And this is the result. Men and women on both sides being indistinguishable because both are violent. That's what we got. Me, I don't see a difference anyway. If I see a young dude and he's black or whatever on the street, I'm not going to throw any alertness. I'm not going to tense up. I'm just going to watch. If I see a young black girl who looks like a typical, colorful hair and everything like that, I'm not going to tense up. I'm just going to keep my eye out. Because they are the same exact threat. They just threaten you in different ways. The dude, I gotta worry about physical violence. The girl, I might have to worry about other type of violence. But the violence still exists. And I would say Both are violent in different ways. A woman, if she sees she cannot physically take you, she'll try other methods. If a dude sees he can't physically take you, he's gonna get a weapon. That's where we're at nowadays. And to be honest, can't really say it's either side fault anymore because both are just violent.
Anybody else can get in and speak to something that I heard they ain't already spoke. I've been listening in doing shit, but anybody else want to speak on it? If y'all in the blue, y'all can come in. Anybody want to speak?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the statistics about. I think that women are, more violent in these days and time. I think the roles has been flipped. I think everything is in reverse. I don't think they're supposed to be that way, but I think that they're trying to compensate for a lack of internally. So I think that like what Isaac just mentioned. It was a lot of things that he mentioned, but one thing I'll speak to the feminist movement, not the definition of a feminist, because I believe in equality through both men and women. But the feminist movement did something to the people, and we all, we can go back in history and see how they use that against us as people in general, not realizing that this will have an effect on humanity, in despite of your ethnicity. But it's the feminine movement. But as far as the definition behind being a feminist, which is it just means the equality through both men and women. I'm on board with that, but I'm not with the feminist movement and everything else that man twisted to be in order to rile up the people. And that's what the system does. It gets everyone. It puts us in bondage by our emotions, wavering fear over our head, knowing that we're not emotionally intelligent enough to and humbled enough to even acknowledge the fact that we feel a certain way. This is why stress is a silent killer. Because if you ask the average person in the middle of them arguing, why are you angry? The first thing that's gonna come out of their mouth is, "I'm not angry." Like, what's going on? you don't see the hypocrisy and the oxymoron behavior that's happening right now. So it's look, many will perish due to lack of knowledge. I'm figuring this thing out. I need to be more. I'm guilty of everything that I'm presenting before you because I'm battling with emotions as well. But this is how they're holding everyone in bondage. It's through our emotions, knowing that we'll identify with these emotions before we take a step back, take a breather, and realize, am I being violent right now? In the way that I'm speaking, in the way that I'm presenting myself, will this lead to me put my hands on somebody? Like, people don't stop and think about those things. We just react.
Hey, bro, say what you said about equality again. I was trying to listen, but I'm working away from my phone. I can hear you.
I don't know exactly what I said, but I did say that women in the spiritual realm, and this is my faith, in the spiritual realm, I believe our Creator sees both man and woman as equal. So with that being said, feminist, and I believe the Webster's definition of feminist just means a person that thinks that female and male are equal in the spiritual sense of the matter. But this system says one thing, but they operate the opposite. That's just the way that the systems of this world work. So I really don't pay attention to what is being waving, what's being shown before us, because like they said back in the past, Jesus said about the Sadducees in there praying, knowing the scripture, and I'm paraphrasing, but praying and knowing the the scriptures, but doing the total opposite. And that's the way that the system works. They just use God and universal laws when it's convenient. But when it comes to actually modeling it before us, it's obvious that this world's stupid, man. Humanity is stupid. And I digress there.
Hey, punch me, I'ma punch you. That's how it is too. That's man or woman. But back in the gap, it ain't used to be like that. And now, because it is like that, more women have decided to become more aggressive. When they bought those motherfucking pistols during COVID, nigga, shootings went up. Fuck are we talking about? And it wasn't necessarily people breaking in, it wasn't even necessarily people being violent towards women. Were there situations like that? Yes, the lady in Chicago where the nigga, and no matter what she said, cuz, you know what I'm saying? She popped, but cuz got popped by the sun. You know, it was what it was. Motherfucking, what was it other one? Where the lady was getting robbed up there, and then she ended up popping cuz, not the cop lady, but the other lady, the nigga was in the car. Shit like that happens. We talking about the women like the woman who pulled up on the nigga in the car with his family member, his fucking family member. I remember the news broadcast when the girl who was in the car with the man was there with the family that was his fucking cousin. The lady swore he was cheap. So she pulled up, went off outside the car and told that nigga, you ain't gonna cheat no more. Earth the driver's side of that motherfucker out. The cousin was just lucky. That's all. The lady, she was lucky. And he was lucky that she was here to tell the story. I don't know what happened to the woman. I'm gonna be real, I hope she got the DP on that one. Because that was fucked up. I hope she got the DP. That man dead because of what you thought. You see what I'm saying? They think, that's what I'm telling Hermie earlier. He said they just react with it. Nah, man, nigga, they be thinking, bro. They be fucking thinking.
Nah, I hope that she find it in her heart to realize that she was fucked up for what she did. Because if you knew better, you do better, right? So that goes for anybody. Except for that is Maya Angelou saying, like, if someone really knew better mentally, was in a healthy mental state, they would do better. Period. You know what I'm saying? But she wasn't, and she spazzed out and she aired out. And I think, I just thank God for His grace for me being forgiven for everything I did. And I still fall short. I still backslide. You know what I'm saying? But on the same note, I pray for her or anybody that's living that they could get out of those mindsets and really find it in their heart to forgive in general, because that is hurtful. Once you realize all the horrific things that you've done after doing something pretty, and you realize what that hurts more than anything. But after you get through that pain, you will see something. You will see the light in a sense. So that's what I wish for her. And it was detectives that also mentioned, and I'm pretty sure some of y'all heard of the same thing, but they said over, and I'm paraphrasing, not exactly sure of the percentage, but it was up there. It was at least 70, but I believe they said over 80-something% of domestic issues and or like murders and stuff associated with domestic issues started over a woman. Rather, a man was angry about a woman, or jealous, or a woman setting up a man. Over 80, I'll just say 70. It was at least 70-something% of murders that are happening is homicides and whatnot is happening over women. So that says a lot too about, and that was in the 90s. I need to research that more, but I heard it come out of a detective's mouth, but I need to also do research on it because I'm sure something to that. So with that being said, now we're in a day and age where that manifested more now. Like everything starts off with thought, and then those thoughts turns into you end up speaking it off your tongue. Thinking it is not far from saying it. Saying it is not far from doing it. And that's just the manifestation, the levels of manifestation. So, what's in the darkness gonna come to light. So what people, if a person angry and envious or pissed off, from something, it's gonna eventually come out. Rather they gonna speak it or rather they pull a pole out and light somebody up. But it's gonna eventually come out. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think we've been just chilling, man. We've been flowing with the conversation. I just noticed some shit. When I put that shit in that space when I was telling little girl, it got quiet. Nobody they couldn't talk about that shit. It got quiet in the motherfucker. We know who got the highest grade out. They don't want to talk about that part. We just have a conversation, man. Some people just can't have a conversation.
Statistically, men are more violent than women, though.
Yeah, but y'all got all the numbers though, so make that make sense.
It's still men. It's still the men.
Bullshit.
Now, hold on. If y'all want to be talking, y'all gonna come and fuck up. God damn. What the fuck? Look the shit up. Men are still more violent than women.
And I'm agreeing with you, Dimples. It is true in the physical sense of the matter. So yeah, that's true. But I'm saying under the scene, behind the scenes, I'm saying it started from a woman. Rather a man was, hating because he's jealous or whatever the case may be of a woman, or maybe a man with mother issues. You know what I'm saying? Certain things like that is associated with a woman. You know what I'm saying, to some degree. But when it comes to the actual stats of men killing men and being on top of it, by far, men are still on top of that still. But y'all catching up. I don't know, women, y'all are catching up though. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. y'all coming out of the woodworks.
Beat y'all motherfucking ass. Cause I knock a nigga ass out. Like,
See, there's this, hey, y'all remember
knock his ass clean off his
darkest things? Y'all remember that show, Kids Say the Darkest Things?
Exactly.
Women say the darkest things.
They must, you must be going to
clean off his feet. One hit.
You gonna knock him, yeah, one hit? Yeah, all right.
Oh.
You got the spirit of a giant. That's all I'm saying. You sound like my mother and my aunt. They so small, but they don't care who you is. They gonna go smack to anybody. You know what I'm saying? Including myself. Like, so I still gotta stand clear because I don't want no smoke. But they know what I carry in a sense. But when it comes, they walk up to a giant if they in the right spirit. I seen them shy away from that too.
When somebody else trying to get in, y'all, who the hell was trying to get in? That was you, Digital?
Yeah.
Yeah, let Digital get in there, y'all. Let him get in. Go ahead.
Appreciate that. Man, there was so much that was said and so many points that I could have hopped in. Especially when the conversation was at its peak. But I'll just simply say this. Because somebody took it back to when they started talking about Section 8 and, women accepting the support from the government. Here recently, I've been reading this book. It's called Brainwashed by Tom Burrell. And I can honestly say, as a black man, 27 years old, in this present day and age in this country, it has given me so much insight on a philosophical level and a deeper understanding of how white America strategically destroyed this family. When we talk about government assistance for our women, when it first started in between the 40s and the 60s, it was actually a requirement that the black man was not to be present in the household in order for the black woman to receive assistance. As in, like, if they would randomly show up for inspections and i.e. Health, welfare checks or whatever, to make sure that there wasn't a man in the household. So that was like one of the main steps to making making sure that the black man walked away from the family. And this is going to tie back into something earlier when y'all were talking about being a bigger person and walking away. Then you fast forward, you got us black men having to leave for the Vietnam War. We left for the Vietnam War. That was the second phase of us leaving home. Then you turn around and as we're coming back and we're dealing with all this trauma and we don't have the medical assistance to actually target our trauma, we sit here and have the crack epidemic that's introduced to us. So you have 3 syringes that have just been absolutely penetrated into our bloodline that creates this void between the black man and the black woman that just absolutely destroys the family. And then you graduate to where we are today. The black man is so used to walking away from the black woman that now it's natural. It feels as if we're allergic to supporting black women and supporting our black family. In terms of the title, who's more violent in 2025, black men or black women, I honestly think the numbers don't, there's no real number that you can give. I think they're both equally violent in a mental sense, in a physical sense, they're equal, just about on the same level. I don't really trust the statistics because white folks have been feeding us bullshit propaganda for the longest. I go based off of what I see. And what I see outside of Clubhouse, outside of Instagram, TikTok, whatever bullshit the news is showing, because that's all they do is show the negative side of black people like they've been doing for 500 plus years. I see black men and women out here getting married. I just saw a huge group of black students come back from Harvard when we were going through the airport. I saw a big group of students. I think it was in Atlanta when we would come back from vacation. It was a group of students from Atlanta that had went to Harvard because they got a school down there that's been winning the international event for years on at a time. I see positiveness and less violence in the black community than what Clubhouse and other social media outlets are showing. So I think it's more so where we direct our attention rather than what we allow to be.
Wow, man, thanks for sharing that light, man. You put the cherry on top. You left with the truth. Ultimately, it's more good going on in the world than bad. But I think man has a tendency to focus more on the fearful aspect because that's the protective mechanism. Like it's just like let's get the fear mongering things out of the way first. You know, that's a kind of logical thing that we kind of lean towards. But you know, my logic isn't my creator's logic. And you put the cherry on top with that. I need to lean more into the spirit, realizing that, the good spirit anyway, realizing that it's more good going on than bad. It's just now we're in a time where everything is mirrored right before us with our phones. And we're starting to see more wicked things more than that. And it is more wicked things happening because, you know, there's more people worldwide. But there's actually more good going on than bad. So thanks for saying that, Digital. Yeah.
Yes, of course. I'm glad you shared the spiritual thing. I won't go into that because if we were to speak one-on-one, then I would kind of give you my personal opinion on that. I guess for a small context, I was raised in a church home, in a Christian home. And as I've gotten older and studied, I've kind of had a different outlook on that. So that would be a conversation we could have at a different point because I don't want to, stir anything up. But when you talk about the fear-monger factor, why do you think that as black men, that is something that we focus on today, the fear-monger factor? Why do you think that is?
Well, similar to what you was kind of mentioning earlier with them getting the black man out of the household, which men represents the discipline of the household. So just a male role model being there, our biological father being around, just his presence, and ideally speaking, it represents he will mirror to us on more discipline in a sense, the being detached from our mothers, getting off the breast milk type of thing, you know what I'm saying? And that's what the male represents. But when it comes to fear mongering, not just in the black sense of the matter, I mentioned earlier about in general, I'm thinking I'm thinking the frontal lobe, which is associated with how we logically, like the logical thinking. A lot of times that's clouded with so much fear-based things, because our lack of faith. I don't think we really believe in our hearts. I was talking about our brains just now, but now I'm talking about our hearts. We don't really believe in our hearts that there's a kingdom that's before us, that we can be in harmony, because we've been conditioned to believe otherwise. And we're so when it comes to fear mongering things, I think logically we think that's the way to go. Like, let me get this out of the way. Let me take out the enemy first, versus letting God in and letting God take out the enemy, if that makes sense.
That makes 100% sense. And I just want you to know that my response to that is in no way, shape, or form personal. And please do not take this in any form of disrespect. But based on the response that you just gave, that response, for some reason, it triggers something inside of me that I would say is probably equivalent to the rage of a slave in a coffin. Because I feel that that's the same rhetoric that the white man was feeding our ancestors back in the day.
And I get that. I totally get that. I fell out of that mindset. Now I'm a believer in that. Even the colonizers, the man per se, and they weren't all white, right? Primarily white, but they weren't all white. The colonizers, they took the spiritual backbone, which is the way out of Ethiopia, and they twisted it and used our own spiritual traditions and practices against us. And yeah, they perverted the hell out of it. King James Version, this, that, and the third, and that still could be used, mind you. I still read all of these different translations, including the Apocrypha. You know what I'm saying? I let the Holy Spirit guide me to read these things. But I get what you're saying. I get what you think that the oppressor originally didn't introduce Christianity to us. Even though there were different indigenous tribes and everything in Africa, not everyone was on board with the way in Africa. But the man introduced, just twisted. They used our own spiritual practices and they just twisted it. They perverted the hell out of it and introduced it to us in a way that they could benefit off of it. So I get where you're coming from, but I'm just letting you know where I come from. I know in my heart that the way is, not to sound too religious over here or dogmatic, but I believe that the way is originated in Ethiopia.
I got a question for either one of y'all. And it's just a thought that I have when people say this. I'm Christian myself, and I go into a lot of rooms where people say, y'all think that white man religion, this and that. So keep this in mind. These people use us as farm equipment. So we was tractors, with plows, with backhoes, whatever they needed to, to produce a crop, whatever it was. Why in the hell would they be worried about any confliction in your spirit, where your spirit is going after life? So I just don't understand when people say that's a white man's religion. Somebody using you as farm equipment, they don't give a damn about where you're going after life, because they don't even see you as.
Man, what you saying is juicy, but you breaking up over there, man. I don't know if it's just me.
I think that was you, because I heard what he said. But if you don't mind, I guess saying what you said again, and back in, and then I'm gonna let you answer first, and then I'll go second.
Yeah, basically sum it up. I'm just saying, if somebody don't see you as, human, they use you as farm equipment, why would they, introduce you to something that has something to do with your spirit? They don't care about your spirit. So that's why I don't understand why people say, y'all believe in this white man's religion. They wouldn't even let you read. So why would they introduce you to a religion that comes from a book? thing is with the whole thing. This is why it's hard to have certain conversations on this app because this is my opinion. Don't nobody take it personal. The biggest problem we have in our community is that we got too many different religions. Everybody believes something different. So how in the hell you gonna come together as one and do anything on the same accord? Everybody got 12 different religions that believe in. That's the biggest problem we have right now in our situation that we speaking to as far as the black community. The biggest problem we have is everybody got different belief systems. Everybody got different beliefs in different religions. So you'll never be able to get on one accord to make anything happen for the community because you're gonna have somebody gonna come in and gonna voice their opinion about what they believe. You're gonna have somebody else come in and voice their opinion about what they believe. How in the hell you gonna get to the bottom of anything? That's the biggest problem. That's why I don't have religious conversations, though, because everybody believes in something different. Y'all gonna be able to have these conversations. I don't got no problem with it. But the problem is y'all gonna have these conversations about being that one disagrees or one agrees in this space. Y'all gonna bounce off each other for the next 2 hours to get back to the same point that y'all don't both believe in something different. But you kind of believe in the same thing, but you got your own beliefs about it. So it's a bunch of shit. And I ain't knocking y'all, but I'm just saying it's hard to have these conversations because everybody believes in something different. That's my point, bro. That's why I don't have the religious conversations. Bro. That's why we don't talk religion. That's why I don't put religious titles up. That's why right there. And we ain't even talking about title no more. It's all about religion. Like, see how I switch up?
Yeah, but like you said, Trey, if you're grown man, no matter what you believe in, you should be able to have a conversation no matter what.
And that's exactly why I apologize, because I wasn't trying to, I didn't want to divert it to that. It's just once he said it, I was just like, you know, that's something that I initially was raised up on, and I thought that was like what it was, that was the principle. But then, as I am now, a young black man that's educated myself, I don't believe in that shit. Excuse me, I shouldn't say that. I don't believe in that. I have a completely different understanding. To me, you know, what a church is. I'm not even talking religion. I don't think a church should have anything to do with spirituality whatsoever. I think a church, the idea of a church, in my eyes, would be a council that is made up of the most elderly, and let's say in a small town like 16, 17,000. A black church, one unified black church, the Church of African Americans. You have a council that's made up of the senior citizens. That is a mixture of like the women and the men, et cetera, et cetera. You got a bunch of different departments. You got health departments. You got financial loan departments. You got all these different departments that fall under this church. On Sundays, when they come together, they should be talking about what's going on in the community, building some type of like reform in terms of like, okay, hey, we got X amount of kids in this school that's getting ready to go on a field trip. This is how much of a fun that we have in the church. It shouldn't be like telling somebody that, oh, you should believe this or you won't go to heaven or this and this and that. I don't, that shit just kind of fucks with my head, honestly. But now, as I've gotten older, I realize that, like, I walk amongst some of these black people that are involved in these churches, and I just sit here and I just think, like, I hear some of them talk, and underneath that rhetoric, it kind of seemed like they're trying to tell me, like, wash off all this stuff that makes you you. And I'm like, I don't know, it's something that bothers me about that. And then I think back to when my grandmother and my mother used to talk to me like, it ain't no way. You just gotta be faithful and believe in God. Don't let him, if God was so merciful and faithful, half of this shit wouldn't be going on.
Well,
so I don't know.
I ain't tripping on it, bro. I ain't tripping on it. I'm gonna say this. This is why I know this is what I know about us as men. Everybody got all these belief systems. They don't believe in this. They don't believe in that. Guess what? So when your ass get in a fucked up situation, who you calling on?
The New Testament
Who
Bible.
you calling on? God, can you please help me out? God, can you help me do this? But 20 minutes ago, you ain't said nothing. You was like, F God this, F God that. So now all of a sudden you got a hole in your ass. You want to start praying to the man upstairs, but just a few minutes ago, you ain't give a damn about it. So which one is it? Nah, man, it's a bunch of foolish shit, man. There's a lot of hypocritical niggas out here. They claim this and claim that, and they operate like this and they operate like that. When that shit blew up in their face, now they call on God. I don't even want to talk about that.
Amen.
Yeah, Trey, go ahead and talk
Dre.
Look there, bro. We gonna
Maybe the main one calling God
Yeah.
with the Bible.
Yeah, we talking all that
Everybody
shit.
Christian.
Everybody
Everybody
talking all
Christian.
that shit. Yeah, so when you get in your fucked up situation, you start praying, but you ain't never prayed in your damn life. You talk bad about the man upstairs. Now all of a sudden he means something to you. Nah. Boy, go ahead and do your shit, bro. Steve put some shit up there, man. Go ahead and reset this shit, man. Cause this religious shit, it'll fuck up a conversation. And I ain't got nothing against y'all boys. I fuck with it. It's just hard to have a conversation because everybody believes in something different. That's why I don't never get on religion.
I agree.
Yeah, that's why I don't never get on religion, bro. It'll throw a whole conversation off. Completely off. Now you'll get to arguing.
Good conversation, though. Good conversation.
Yeah, it's a good conversation. Yeah, it's a good conversation, but what happens is the conversation won't go nowhere because everybody believes in something different.
People don't fall back to the basics, and that's why I think that even when talking about spiritual things get lost in translation. Just spirituality in a sense, we're talking about subtle things, emotions, the things that are happening behind the scene, the things that people can't see with their naked eye. So spiritual topics are very important because this is mainly about kind of emotional intelligence, spiritual discernment, things like that. Why shouldn't we talk about this? I mean, not everybody. I'm saying that you're right.
Some people don't believe in spiritual belief.
No. I'm talking about emotional. I know, but do we understand emotional intelligence? Do we understand that what's happening in our community is tied to mental health issues? Mental health issues is that's what I'm saying. So much things is lost in translation. Soul means psyche and or the our mentalities. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, yeah, this is why everybody gonna have it because everybody want to stay surface level and nobody wants to sit and admit that, you know what, I could be wrong about this, that, and the third. Like you said, the first thing people fall back down to when a real situation happens, oh, good Lord, please, Lord, no. You know what I'm saying? You know, because deep in their heart, they never really stop to think that, do I really believe in a God or am I just angry at God right now? You know what I'm saying? Because he's trying to use God let me down. Or use God when it's convenient. You know what I'm saying? So you know, I get what everybody's saying, and I'm not opposed to. I get where you're coming from, digital. Like I said, I've been through the pro black stage and this, that, and the third, studying post traumatic slavery disorder, all of these different things, post traumatic slavery syndrome by Dr. Joy, like Dr. Umar Johnson, the Hidden Truth, all 5 of them. Like, bruh, I'm 40, so I've been studying these esoteric things, but now I'm bringing it right back to all I believe, I like to say in good faith, all of our inner child. I think all of our inner child, but behind that corroded, angry heart that we have about us being pissed off about the churches that's been put before us out of God. It says clearly in the Bible that God's church isn't made by man's hands. These are us. We are the church as individuals. That is his temple. God lives in each one.
You just proved my point again, bro. You don't even know. It might be somebody in the room that don't even know.
Exactly. I know. But this exactly. All right, I land the plane here. But when I was talking about the inner child, I think deep down inside, the inner child of all of us, to some degree, if we invite it in, I think we believe that. I think we can believe that we can be harmonious with nature and everything, with each other, and that is it may not seem realistic because we haven't seen it with our naked eyes or really experienced that in our societies, but deep down inside, I think our inner children know. Nature knows. But man is opposed to nature, and this is what Mother Earth is screaming to us.
The ancestors.
Yeah, ancestors.
My bad, go ahead, man.
No, that was the line, and I just heard him say ancestor, and I get what you were saying with the ancestors too.
Yeah, no, I respect everybody's viewpoint, but I mean, really, I just want to get back to the root of it in terms of like, you know, when we talk about the topic at hand, because I want to respect the room, but when we talk about the, you know, who's more violent, men or women, I believe that it's really hard they talk about when somebody mentioned earlier they were talking about the lesbians, like them having a higher, I guess you say domestic violence rate. And it makes sense because one of the things that I'm noticing, in some of the studying that I'm doing is that at a certain point in time, the black men, once we had the fathers removed from the home, there was this natural development of black men feeling like they have to learn the element of nurturing. So they didn't really have that concrete foundation of being like masculine. Now, not every single black man, because I hear it in majority, I can hear it in the way some of the mentors talk on this app. Like, I can listen to, for the most part, when I hear a black man speak, I can hear and tell whether he has some type of like a father figure in his life or something like that. But then the reason, in my eyes, why these black women, a good majority of these black women, especially these younger girls, are dealing with the relationship animosity and toxicity that they're dealing with today is because they are in a sense, in a relationship with another woman, because half of these young men don't know how to tap into their inner masculinity because it's been ripped from them. They didn't have an example. You see what I'm saying? So if you don't have an example on how to be a man, then, like, for example, some of these young cats got in here and was talking to y'all, and they was like they were around more stuff like this, it would be a different turnout in a relationship. Now, am I saying the relationships would be 100% gold? Absolutely not. But there were certain things they wouldn't be falling out about. These young men are raising pistols to our young black women. They raising their hands to these young black women. Like I said, I'm 27, but when I was a kid, I did grow up when we were outside and the black cousins was running the streets. When we would be in school, if you put your hands on one cousin, you finna have to fight every single other cousin that go to that school. If you got in an argument with one of the black females that was a part of the family, in a certain sense, if she's getting in an argument with a dude, the black cousin, the man is gonna step up and handle that. And then if she's not in her place and she don't know how to be quiet when two men are talking, I ain't gonna say I don't condone putting your hands on women, but brothers and male cousins, I didn't see one of my male cousins slap his sister because she was too busy trying to entice another man when it's not her place. You see what I'm saying? So it's like things like that. Those examples are not present in these young men's age. They're too digitalized. Everything that they see, they're being raised by the internet. So me personally, I think, and even like this, they grab the statistics from the internet and they being fed this shit and they think that it's a part of their moral core. So they feed on it and they think that's what makes them them, their personality, like the internet is raising our kids. This is the biggest custody battle the black community has ever faced between them and the internet. The internet is absolutely destroying our kids. So that's just my humble opinion on the whole, like who's more violent. I don't really feel like you can say one is more violent than the other because together we're just one big ass bomb and we're fighting each other. So I think it's equal across.
Well, I'm gonna ask somebody who I know deals with a lot of goddamn shit in this space. Mr. Wilson, what do you think, brother? I know you're a professional. So what do you think? What you should do on here so far, bro, if you can speak?
I would say in 2025, inner city, especially in the inner cities across the country and by the stats, black women are definitely the more aggressive.
Now, how you come over that, Mr. Wilson? Let me know how you come over that, Mr. Wilson. I'm talking about your name.
Well, I do a few things for work, you know what I'm saying? But so that's what we're seeing now. I think if you say like violent vicious, men will still be leading that, but just across the board with violent crimes, I would say women definitely lead those statistics now. And then another piece of it, some of them that just don't get reported, or it might just get to the point of, maybe a report, but, they won't go any further than that. So, we're not even going to talk about on the high school level. You know what I'm saying? That's absolutely out of control.
Sadly, man. I see it.
Yeah, so it's bad. And I don't see it getting any better anytime soon. Especially with the left still pushing this agenda, just basically let everything just burn. I don't see it getting any better soon. So
You've been in your profession 20 plus years, right?
Absolutely.
And you don't deal with cases like this. I don't know how many times, right or wrong.
Every day, 7 days a week.
Okay, then. So go ahead. Go ahead. Tell me what you do. I'm going back on mute. They want to argue this shit, and then you deal with the shit. But I'm going to go back on mute. Tell me what the hell you be saying on your desk when you was in the game. When you was really dealing.
The most dangerous call you ever get in law enforcement and police officer will be a deviant domestic violence call. By far. And, especially the last few years when I was on the street, women were always the more aggressive. Black women, white women, purple women, green women, always. Brothers had a lot to lose, knew what the situation was, usually cool, calm, and collective. You know how many times we got there and they might hit the brother with a frying pan or throw hot water on them or whatever. So I would definitely say women are much more violent and aggressive in 2025 than men are.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I'm on board with everything you said and everything that I've just been receiving on the opposite side of your profession. You know what I'm saying? That's what I've been looking at the same thing. Experiencing the same thing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, another thing is men, we have certain boundaries and checkpoints for us to get out of pocket. So we know if we put our hands on somebody else's daughter or wife or whatever, there will be consequences. Women don't have consequences. You know what I'm saying? There's really no consequence for women putting their hands on somebody they're not supposed to be. But there's always consequences for us to do something like that. Even if you do it and you was right, still be consequences. So
evil going unchecked will always get out of control. So like you said, there's no consequence behind what they do. And if this is because everybody take the women's side, or this, that, and the third, and it was an insidious growth that's been happening for generations.
Well, that brother from New Orleans, goddamn. You heard that?
Hold on, Ace, don't come in with your shit, Ace.
Brother sound born like a motherfucker.
Rules and shit. Don't come in with your shit, Ace. You like blood rooms and shit. You like blood goddamn rooms. I know you blood and shit quick. Nah, man, I asked Mr. Wilson because I know Mr. Wilson I know he's seen this shit on the desk on how many times. And I've been hearing people argue this shit. Nah. How you gonna tell somebody who's been doing this shit for 20 years what it is? Done dealt with the cases, the front end, the back end, and in the middle. How you gonna argue with it? That's why I like having people around the experts in their field. Because you got a lot of people that think they know every goddamn thing. That'll argue the experts down. And you don't know shit. You're not the expert in that space, so let the experts tell you what it is out here in the game. Like more, if I talk about the military shit, I'm gonna ask more because I know he knows. I ain't gonna argue with him about it either. He got 25, 30 years plus experience in that shit and retired. You think I'm gonna argue with him about it when I know he know? No, I'm gonna tell him.
It's a clubhouse, Craig. The specialists and the experts don't know shit. They lying.
Yeah, I noticed that. Everybody got all the goddamn answers, but they ain't never done this shit. Alright.
That is another big thing that, my bad, I didn't.
Go ahead, you good, go ahead.
I was gonna say, first off, Mr. Wilson, I appreciate your insight from your professional career. I definitely think that's something that's more needed. Most of my research, I like to base it off of people that are in the career professionally, that are Black, and seeing it from, the inside, so I can really appreciate that. And I do think that's something very vital that you were just saying earlier. At least on this app, I see it. A lot of people will argue with the people that are doing it professionally, and whenever they get that information from the person that's doing it professionally, it's almost as equal as a culture shock. They're like, oh damn, that can't be real because Google ain't say that. So that's why I be talking about the
the whole internet stuff in comparison to, you know, whether you're reading in books that are statistically going to be written by people that are professionally in the career field. Because you can go on Google and just read a simple article and then it'll tell you something. So I appreciate it and the enforcement.
Yeah, I done had motherfuckers come in the room and argue me down about my trade. I'm not well, been doing this shit for 20 plus years. They come in and tell me how I just do my shit, and they ain't never picked up nothing in this shit. Nothing. You'll tell me I'm doing it wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. And you ain't never touched this shit. You have no clue. Zero knowledge. Yeah, you can Google the shit and read on it, but you ain't never put your motherfucking hands on it. So I ain't even done any of this shit. All I'm saying is, y'all, when you got somebody who know they experts in their field, try to hear them out because you might learn some shit. Don't try to overtalk them and knock down some shit that you ain't never experienced. Because it done happened many times in here. We done had people in the room that's giving you real game, bro. I done had motherfuckers in here that's arguing them down about that shit. They've never touched it, never been nowhere near it. But they'll argue down about that shit. You done had motherfuckers dropping off business knowledge. Argue down about it. Motherfucker got all kind of goddamn business. Argue down about it. You ain't never open the business. But you'll say argue your ass to sleep about it. Just to argue. When your ass can learn so that you shut the fuck up and just listen. That's all I'm saying, y'all. I ain't gonna argue none of y'all down about the fields y'all in, because I know y'all experts in the field, but you've been doing it so long. I'm not gonna argue down about that shit. If anything, I'm trying to pick your brain, which we should all be doing. Picking each other's brain. Trying to figure out how we can put that shit into work. Pick them up for the brain. If you listen long enough, they'll tell you everything they need to know. But this is what I've noticed when I learned about the expert in their field. Once you try to overtalk them, once you start cutting them off and they need regain, that shit the fuck up. They don't tell you nothing. That's what I know. They go with me. They leave the room on your ass. You can sit there with a question mark on top of it like, damn, I wonder what he was about to say. Yeah, you shut the fuck up. You got see, listen, man. You get free game on this bitch for free, bro. You get barbershop conversation that you will never be privy to for these women for free. You never get these conversations in real time. The shit that we be talking about in him, you'll never hear this shit around a bunch of men. They're gonna wait till you leave and talk about that shit. So why sit here and fuck up the knowledge and the wisdom that you get for free? All this shit is free. So why sit here and argue and cuss each other out when you can get some shit for free to help you? Because there's a lot of people on their ass, and there's a lot of people that's not on their ass. They can tell you how not to be on your ass, and you argue them down and still be on your ass. That's some dumb ass shit. They telling you, bro, do this, and that. And you choose not to do this, and that. And then you come back to the table and want to talk about shit, and guess what? You chose to do the opposite, but go ahead, shoot. This shit's stupid to me, bro. Go ahead, man. Yeah, you in the matrix a little bit, bro, but I guess you gotta move around that truck. Oh, you bumming out.
My bad. So I was just trying to agree with you because like you were trying to tell
You still in the matrix, bro.
Yeah, I wanted to even the planes a little bit of something I was thinking about what Digital said and when Mr. Wilson said earlier, but Digital was kind of hinting on or saying that pretty much you don't think either one is more violent than the other, like, and what Mr. Wilson said, obviously, which I was on board with, was that, we know most domestic issues and violence is tied around the home and murders and, what is it, 5-mile radius of the house? You know what I'm saying? So most things are going to happen. Most people are murdered within a 5-mile radius or homicide 5-mile radius of their home. So in general, when thinking about women and putting women in the mix and how they are to date in a sense, I don't think, even though women are more violent than men, I think that we're all responsible for it, rather man or woman. I think that's what even the playing for me. I think we all have to take accountability in what we're contributing to our communities, period. You know what I'm saying? And that's something that I'm learning to own on a daily basis. But I personally believe that and heard through the grapevine for years that women was the leading cause behind violence and everything that's happening. When it like they were behind the scenes about all these different things, and what Mr. Wilson revealed, kind of, in his profession, revealed the same thing. I've been experiencing it. Not only have I looked at the stats and saw it digitally, I've experienced it, and I've seen it happen before me. I've been involved in you know what I'm saying? For example, I had a near-death experience where I spazzed out on the dude for hitting on a woman, but behind the scene, the woman was putting his hand doing sneaky stuff behind the scenes that I wasn't I wasn't aware of. So there's two sides to every story. But I still believe that a man should just walk away and leave the situation in general. Like, it's not that important for your life or for your mental health. But we all need to take responsibilities. We are equally responsible for what's happening in our community.
I think it's it. Go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
You keep saying we're responsible, so what does the responsibility look like in 2025? What does it look like? How is it implemented?
That's where it gets spiritual. I think that's where we have to identify. That's where it gets spiritual. So I'll stop there with that laugh that he just did. That's where it gets spiritual.
To say that. That's why I put the laughter emoji up too. Because let me just say this. I'm gonna tell everybody that listen to my voice in 2025. It's not worth you to get involved in any physical altercation in 2025.
Amen. Amen. Period. Even though I experienced these things firsthand, I learned. I thank God I have my life today in so many different situations, but two out of the matter, it was because of women and me calling myself defending a woman that didn't give a fuck. And now I know.
Hey, you know what I think, bro? I think a lot of this shit, it varies, and I think it lands in different spaces because the consequences are completely different. You see what I'm saying? So it's like the consequences of people doing crazy ass shit, as far as when it comes to doing it to a man, like, they hit different, bro. But if you do the same, your ass is through.
Pretty much.
Like, nah, bro. So it's like,
as a man, as a black man.
I'm not taking responsibility for nobody out here whooping nobody's ass. I ain't do it. So how's my fault? And why I gotta take responsibility for somebody else whooping somebody else's ass? If you stay and mind your goddamn business, you would have damn near lost your life trying to protect the motherfuckers. See? Y'all gotta stay out of full relationships, man. You don't know what the fuck she did. You wanna go over there and be Superman and be the main motherfucker on the news because you thought you was Superman. Some shit y'all just
one was personal. One was my mother. Now that's different. And that's something I was trying to describe earlier. That's different. But on the same note, my mother, like I said, she has a violent personality, came up in a physically abusive household, this, that, and the third, not making an excuse for her. But because he know now, me and my mom is closer than we ever been. We love each other dearly. We talk about deep spiritual topics. But on the same note, back then, she's did the most, and I was just up there just waiting. He never knew I had it in me as a kid. He never knew I had it in me. But he thought I heard her spazzing out doing all the stupid stuff. I'm like, please, Lord. In the back of my mind, I'm like, please, Lord, please don't put your hand on my mother. That's all I'm thinking in the back of my head. Don't put your hand on my mother. All I heard was boom, boom, boom. Did you just hit me? He heard my feet come down them stairs. I ain't never ran so fast in my life. But sadly, I had to put my hands on him and put him down. But I cursed my mother out because she put me in that predicament. And trust me, she felt my rage. I still talk about these things till the day. You know what I'm saying? But like, I don't involve myself no longer in like you said, being Superman to things that ain't none of my business. I'm like, hey man, hey, it is what it is. I feel bad now because I know better. But like I said, one of them was my mother, the other one wasn't. And there was some other associations this, that, and the third, but those were kind of different situations. So, yeah, I ain't no Superman, and I ain't jumping in there for nobody, no more.
Nah, you good. You good. I'm gonna see if anybody else wanna chime in. Who that is that Queen? Yeah, listen, you trying to get it? Let one of these women go first. Y'all do how y'all wanna do it. I'm gonna get out the way.
It's Kayla. Good everybody. Good morning, everybody. Look, Kayla, get everybody out. Yes. Specifically to the topic, and just listen to you, gentlemen. Whew, okay. I'm not sure. I don't really hang around many people these days because times have definitely changed. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't. I only speak to say, and people may not like it, but I don't care. These type of topics are always going to be who, why, what, when, where. If that foundation isn't covered, which is spiritual, it's always going to be an ongoing hamster wheel of question. Okay, well, why this, or well, who this and who that, until people really find out the Black woman and Black man were created for a certain particular reason. And the divide, I believe it was Mr. Digital, and I heard maybe Universal saying, between that has everything to do with that foundation. So, yeah, that's all I wanted to say on that. And then I did have a question for, what's is it the tradesman?
Oh, what I do now?
You didn't do nothing but love it. I was just listening to you, and I agreed with you when it came to you, like, you know, how you finna tell somebody that's been doing what their expertise is? You're gonna be quiet and listen. So let me ask you, does this apply to a person that actually comes from Yah? I'm not talking about religion. I'm not talking about no false doctrine. I'm not talking about all these extra religions. But does that same application go towards one who is actually sent from God to help? Or do you not know?
I mean, it can be applied the same way, but just because you feel you were sent from God, they might not believe it. See what I'm saying?
I understand. So just because somebody feels like their expertise in a social services position or a trader at a trading firm, just because you say that, I don't have to believe you, right?
You ain't got to believe nothing. You can go with what you want to believe, but I'm gonna believe the experts because they the ones who've been doing it.
Okay.
I'm not gonna believe nobody who ain't never done it. That's like me telling you how to run your shit and I ain't never done it. You never seen it, don't know nothing about it. I gotta be quiet and watch you do it.
Well, exactly. That's my point. So when it comes to this specific topic, Black women, Black men fighting violence, how times have definitely, changed over the years. Well, I guess more visual for us because we do have, iPhones and whatever. It would be, in my opinion, so I'm not telling you, when you have certain kind of commentary on religion and spirituality, it would sometimes be best to know it for yourself so you can know who's right and who's wrong. You know what I'm saying? Or where the confusion comes in. So I don't know. The foundation is biblical and there's no getting around it.
It's way too violent for me. I don't know what.
You say I'm down.
It is aggressive. You got shit. Aggressive.
Let Ms. Richardson get back in there, man. Go ahead, Ms. Richardson. That boy, that's stupid.
I'm sorry. Good morning.
What's up, man?
The thing is, we can only speak on our opinion and what we think and what we feel. And the thing is, you got to remember, our opinion only matters to you. Just you. Your opinion is your opinion. Respectfully, everybody respects everybody's opinion, and that's how it goes over here. For the topic of which one is violent, I think it's both because here's my thing. If you looking at the news, you ain't gonna just see women doing the violence by themselves. Okay, you're not gonna just see that if you just looking for it for yourself. There are, I think, to me, it's both sides. It's women and men. They both, if you, like I said, look at the news. It ain't just gonna be showing just women being violent. It's gonna show men as well. So I, in my opinion, think it's both. I think it's both.
I mean,
That's my opinion.
You got the right to have your opinion, but what to do? Hey, Ms. Wilson. Tell them one more time what you been saying on your desk, man. They don't want to hear this shit, bro. When you was listening to this, you know, I know, you know. That's why I be asking Mr. Wilson, because I know he gonna see that shit. He's in the field. He's in the space. He deal with this type of shit. Break it down one more time for the ones in the back, Mr. Wilson. I'm going on. They don't want to.
It's definitely women, especially in the inner city across the country.
Hold on, one more time, Mr. Wilson. Tell them how you get to that, because they ain't gonna believe you when you say it. Tell them how you get to that stuff.
20 plus years in law enforcement.
Okay, man.
There's some factors, especially in the last 5 years. The lack of security, or whatever you want to call it, or in the school systems. School systems are out of control. That's been spilling over to the community. The community clearly don't know what to do with these young folks, these young women. And as we know, men, we have a certain level of accountability when putting our hands on women, black men. So I'll put the stats in the chat too. Across the board, it's pretty easy to, assault battery, dangerous weapon, shot foot, simple assault. When we get that those three right there, automatic. Because most men would be like, I got too much to lose. I know somebody's gonna come back and do something to me. This is somebody's wife, sister, etc. And the last piece of it, you know how much these things happen that never get reported. The officer might give that woman a pass. So it's pretty crazy. But I'll put some stats in the chat for the room. All right.
Okay, so what's his answer? Is it men or is it women or is it both? Which one is it?
Is women in the sense, because something that he didn't mention was also evil unchecked. Evil going unchecked, because women, y'all don't, usually men favor y'all because we protect y'all, but also, like he just mentioned, we know it's consequences behind if I put my hands on a woman. But women know deep down inside that y'all, you know what I'm saying, ain't gonna get checked, because most people gonna be on y'all side. So evil unchecked usually just gets worse. Not usually, will get worse.
Okay, so Trey, what's your conclusion? Are you saying that because he's in the law enforcement, which is great, not knocking down anybody, which is great, he sees that pretty much every day for the last number of years he's been doing it. And my thing to me, and this just like I said, it's just me. That's how he sees it. And when you ask the question, you want everybody's opinion. Everybody don't see it the way he sees it. You understand what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Because like I said, he might.
But that's his job.
He called. Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is that's what I'm saying. It's more of how everybody see it, and everybody going to see it differently. Is that okay if everybody see it differently the way he sees it?
Police report. That's what I'm talking about. Police report. Data is not about how you see it at that point when it's in black and white writing. It's not about how you see it. It's evidence. It's proof.
Yeah, I want to see the stats because I got family that's in law enforcement too. But now if we do say law enforcement, we going state by state then.
Right. That's what I was gonna get at. Because if you're going by law enforcement,
you can't say
The stats are federal. When you hit
yeah, I understand that, but what you said was you see more women because you're in law enforcement. So that means we're going state by state.
No, we're
not.
Hold on.
I have family in law enforcement too.
I'm not going
and
state
they
by
can
state.
testify that men are more violent in the state that they're in than women.
I'm going by the federal data.
Okay, so
I don't want to argue. When the stats are
you're not arguing, we just asking a question.
Yeah, but let him explain. Let him give him a chance. You can't explain if you keep shooting questions at him.
They're going to explain
when the stats are entered to the system, becomes federal. All the stats from every city and state go into the federal database. You can break it down by city, state, or county. But when the feds report it, that's the United States of America. Okay?
Yeah,
Put those stats in there.
yeah, post the stats. Thank you.
I wanted to respond to somebody say your name again? What is or not?
It's Keena.
Tina. My bad, I can't read.
You're good.
No, but what I was saying is like back to you and Shanika about the observation thing. So when I was saying that, I observed Simone Biles, but I don't know what's going on. But I know she is an expert by number one, the reaction. So I don't have to discern anything. The judge will, discern it for me or whatever it is. But even in just watching it, I know she's an expert based off watching because I know the general gist of what she's doing. To say observation isn't, what would you say?
So what if another person, and I'm like, Simone Biles, no, she ain't that good. Then that opinion of yours becoming, of her being an expert is subjective. Because that's not necessarily my opinion on her just because she can flip 100 times in 0.3 seconds, that's your opinion on it. So.
But see, I'm talking about, so she is
just an example.
She's a subject matter expert. So if Simone Biles started talking about gymnastics, I'm going to assume what she's saying is right. Why? Because, the places I watched her or observed her have been the Olympics, World Championship, big stages like that. Somebody who's done the thing. So what I'm saying about like Mr. Wilson, you can argue and say, well, he might not be a subject matter expert because he's only using his perspective. But like I said, observation is not just watching because when you pull up stats, those are considered observations as well, but they're just observations of numbers.
Well, see, that's why I mentioned
so it's
surface.
The same thing as somebody, it's the same thing because he's observing this in real time. So if y'all want to break it up and, be disingenuous and divide it by state, by city or whatever, but the people who are going to come in contact with violent people the most are going to be police officers. He was a police officer. So it'd be crazy of me to say he is not a subject matter expert because he does not have empirical data because he's seen this shit firsthand.
Well, see, the thing is, what I mentioned in the chat was a surface observation versus a foundational observation. They're two separate things. Of course, you're going to look upon something with the eye and have your assessment. That's cool. But are you looking at why he's able to give you these statistics being in that position? That's a more of a that's where I was coming from when it came to, having discernment on what's what. Because unless somebody knows what you're talking about, they can only listen from that surface area. But if they know what you're doing and they've analyzed whatever you're saying, that police nature and the statistics, and they know too, that's how you'll be able to tell whether he's telling the truth all around or whether he's fabricating some part of these statistics. So that's just an example. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. Just to clear up.
Fabricating the statistics, I'm about to pull over, man. Y'all.
Oh, okay.
Y'all are really about to pull over.
Man, this
They prove my point. They prove my point. War, expertise and shit. They argue down about it. Go ahead.
Yeah, all you know what I'm saying?
Why does it have to be an argument when
Listen, how are you going to debate? All right, hold on. How are you going to debate with someone that has been in the field for as long as Mr. Wilson has been in the field?
It's not a debate.
Hold on, can I speak real quick? Because I have family that been in law enforcement for like 40 some years. So I'm not being disingenuous, but they're in Chicago, Illinois. So that's why I'm saying, are we doing state by state? Because men are more violent in Chicago than women are. And they have encounters with men more than they do women. So that's why I said what I said. So nobody's being disingenuous. Nobody's trying to argue with him. I'm just trying to figure out if he's going by a state level or a federal level. He said he's going by a federal level. Okay, cool.
Right, trying to get that
Here's what happens. You have your local, then you have your federal statistic takes all of the numbers computed from all the states and all the cities, and that's how you come up with a cumulative number of who has the highest percentage of violence, theft, rape, murder, whatever it is. That's how you compute it.
Oh, that's a fact.
Then now, you can then take that large number and say, well, it says here that women, for example, are filing for divorce with a high school education at a 70% clip. Well, that's where a person who really doesn't understand debate, or a person who really wants to be this and that, say, well, that may be in your, or that may be in your. No, we're looking at the cumulative numbers across the country. We're about all states, all cities in America. That's what we're talking about. Now, we can break that number back down. Then it says women in this country with a bachelor's degree or higher are filing for divorce at an 80% clip, while men are only filing at a 30% clip. These are actual factual numbers that you could go and you could actually look up. Demographics and statistics. You can go to the FBI crime monitor website and look these numbers up. The fact of the matter is that women across this country, all women, black women, Latin women, white women, Asian women, all of y'all are more inherently violent. You're acting out more violently than men, on average over the past fucking 10, 12, 15, 20 years. Women have become increasingly more violent. 10 years ago, you would very rarely see a woman out chest bumping with some man talking about, I'll beat your ass, I'll fuck you up, nigga, you got me fucked up. 20 years ago, it was even more rare to see a woman in the middle of the street chest bumping at 5 foot 5 inches tall. She chest bumping a nigga that's 6'5", 300 pounds. Y'all know this.
And nobody stops to think or ask why. May I ask a question? Mr. Wilson, I know you're driving. Final thing, very quick. Are you referencing the Crime Data Explorer from the FBI site or a different one? When you're talking about the statistics you were going to post, are you able to tell us? No, I'm because we're talking about, I think they're going back and forth with the actual site. Is it the reference point of the data? Is it the FBI? The FBI's Crime Data Explorers, that area?
It's gonna be the FBI.
Okay, so those of you who are interested, go to the FBI Crime Data Explorer. So it should be the link I put in the app or in the chat. There you go.
So you have
good question. I think Ms. Richard want to ask a question more. Let Ms. Richard ask a question. Don't ask a question.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So who is saying that he is wrong with his answer? Who is saying that?
It's the mere fact that I don't think anyone was saying it, but it's challenging what statistics he's looking at, because now you're hearing, well, that they're in Chicago or they're there. And I think Mr. Wilson was talking about the cumulative number from across the country, not just in a given city or a given state. That's where the confliction came up at.
And no one is directly saying it, but you are suggesting it by asking questions, which are what are pretty much called stick man fallacies. You're kind of asking questions by kind of suggesting that they're wrong in a sense on a low-key, covert type way.
Okay, well, let's correct that. That's not what we're doing. That's not what we're doing. It might assume to you that's what we're doing, but that is not what we're doing. We're just asking questions. Doesn't mean I'm asking you questions. Doesn't mean that your answer is wrong. We're just asking questions. That's it.
Yeah, but if
somebody asks questions,
it's in the context of how you asking it, and that's why I said stick man fallacy.
It's in the context. Oh my Lord.
No, because you're standing. Hold on, brother. Slow down. Here's the context. Here's the context, dear heart. The context was, hey, women are more inherently violent. And then one of the ladies jumped off their mic. I don't know who it was. I don't want to allow nobody. They said, "Well, they're in Chicago, right?" Assuming that he's only looking at.
That's not what was said. Because he said he was a law enforcement. So
okay, straighten it out.
Trying to figure out, are we talking about because where he lives and where he works, he encounters more women than he do men being violent? Because if that's the case, then another police officer from another state can say different. That's all that was.
That's what I meant about that.
Okay,
That's all that was.
Okay, I'm glad you said.
I'm not trying to say, oh, you know.
Okay, I got you. Too easy. I got you. You are absolutely right. It's gonna vary because you cannot compare goddamn Chicago with damn near 3 million people in it to a place that got 3,000. You can't. You can't compare a city where women outnumber, case in point, fucking, let's look at Dallas, the DFW area, for example. Women outnumber the men there as they do in Atlanta by double-digit numbers. So would it make sense to do a comparative analysis there compared to some place where men outnumber women? It wouldn't. That's why he went to the overall statistics across the country, which gives you an on average par ratio of violence among different groups.
Man, well, I'm gonna say this, it boils down to this, man. It's simple to me. It's simple to me. Motherfuckers don't want to believe that the women is the most violent one, so you're gonna ask all these questions because in your mind you don't want to believe it. But he just told you from the all around the board, not just in this.
I don't think that's what it is. We're just trying to get facts.
That's not what it is.
That's not what it is.
I respect your opinion. We respect your opinion. But for me, I can only speak for myself, and I know the other ladies can only speak for themselves. That's not what we do. We're just asking questions. That's it. And women have a right, as men have the right to ask questions. We ain't trying to be vindictive. We're not trying to be mean. We're not trying to disagree with anyone.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with seeking clarity, right? Clarity.
That's it.
Nothing. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. And you have this thing that's called subject matter experts. That's his field of expertise. None of you, even though you may have relatives, this is what I have to go through a lot of times on this app and in other spaces. I got motherfuckers that come and tell me, well, my brother was serving in the army. That's not you. I'm sorry. Well, my daddy served in the military. That ain't you. Your dad's experience and my experience, they're gonna mirror each other because it was military service, right? He may have been in a different branch. He may have been in a different MOS, a different job set. He may have been stationed at a different installation. So even though our experiences are gonna be similar, they're not gonna be the same. But what really gets in my ass is motherfuckers come up here and try to tell you, and they've not even driven past a military installation. They've not even suited up to put on a police uniform and then try to tell you about the job you've been doing for over 20 plus, 30 plus goddamn years. Like, I can't tell you, Miss Richardson, you are an over-the-road truck driver. Now, I have driven some large vehicles while I was serving in the military, Max Flow, Max Pro Plus, but I have not driven a fucking 18-wheeler. So it would be non-conducive for me to come on this app and try to tell you about truck driving experience as a fucking over-the-road truck driver. How to bag and park a goddamn big wheel truck in a lot. Cause I ain't never done it. But I can tell you, I got a cousin that owns his own trucking company. He got 4 or 5 of them motherfuckers. And if I can get him on here, he probably could have the better conversation with me. That's what's being pointed out here.
I got it.
I can't tell you, I'm gonna give you one other example, Ms. Richardson. I cannot tell one fucking single solitary woman on this fucking panel right now the pain and the difficulties that one may encounter while pushing a child into this world through your vaginal cavity. I can't tell you that. I can't. But I can goddamn tell you what it's like as a man to have to protect and provide for that child once it's here. Now you may protect and provide for it, but the two are going to be vastly different in the ways that we do it. You understand what I'm saying?
And I think something else that
I just want to say, Trey, I'm learning. If it don't apply,
There you go, boy, you smart.
I'm sorry, because the thing is, if I can't give my opinion respectfully and not to offend no one, I don't know what to do. I mean,
No, you can
somebody
give
can
your
help me.
opinion. No, you can give your opinion, but if you know somebody that's no, you can ask questions. Listen. What I'm saying is, this is like you said, I can't come to you and ask you and tell you what to do when it comes to that truck, because I ain't never drove now. I don't know shit about driving on 18 wheels. So you get speaking on 18 wheels, I'm not gonna question shit you saying. Right. I ain't never done it. So I'm gonna sit back and I'm gonna listen. I'm not gonna. That's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying, Ms. Richardson. I can't tell you how to drive that truck. But I'm sitting here listening to you break down everything pertaining to that truck, and if I don't believe something you're saying, instead of asking you all them questions, I'm going to look it up for myself and learn on that part. You see what I'm saying? But what people do is, what people do is, Ms. Richardson, what they do is, instead of doing their research on something they heard, you ask that person 1,000 questions, pretty much saying in so many words without knowing you saying it, that they don't know what they're talking about. See what I'm saying? And they're the experts in the field. So at the end of the day, if you don't believe something you hear somebody saying, and they tell you the expert in the field, go look it up. Don't ask 1,000 questions. Just go read up on it for yourself, and then you come back and say, damn, maybe he was right. Now you're gonna come up there high horse. See how that works?
Exactly. If that applied to me, that means that applies to everybody.
That's for
But when you
everybody.
have a conversation, you ask questions though, right? To get clarity, to get an understanding of what people are saying, right?
And I believe I added to the flame by bringing up the stigma and fallacy, but that is something that's so true in Clubhouse or nickname for a clown house. And because everyone heard of probably is a saying, everyone probably heard this term, but they say throwing a rock and then hiding your hand. But has anyone heard of the saying, what if a person threw the rock and they can't even see their hand? And that is the question we need to ask ourselves. A lot of people aren't just emotionally intelligent enough to stop and realize, man, did I just I asked this question, but what did I mean behind? What was the spirit behind why I asked the question? And a lot of people aren't stopping to ask themselves that.
Facts.
Yeah.
And I think that's what
So if I may,
because I'm sorry, go ahead, man.
No. I just want to offer to the room. I believe why the women came off the mic is because to hear that, specifically, like I'm going to use you, Des, for example. I know that you're working on your master's degree and studying, and so that probably went against things that we consider as norms, right? So when we asked Mr. Wilson, and I'm not discrediting Mr. Wilson, I find that his commentary on Clubhouse has been helpful. I'm not questioning whether or not his point of reference is correct. When he asked his reference, or we asked him his reference point, and he said the KBI, or the FBI's website, everything he says about it being women on the FBI website, it does not state that. If you go on the FBI website right now and you look as of, January 15th of 2025, it will tell you that offenders by sex, the greatest one is males. In every category, assault, robbery, homicide, rape, it's all males according to this Explorer site. So that's why the question was asked by me, was this the site he was referencing? Because that says male. It does not say that the highest perpetrators of crime are female. And so again, I don't discount that that's what he's seeing, what he responds in law enforcement. But if we're referencing this FBI Crime Data Explorer, and you all can go to the site yourself, you can go to the dashboard, and if you look at the dashboard, it clearly says male. It says male at 3 months out, it says male at 6 months out, it says male at 5 years out. So it clearly says male. So I think that what happens is when we have these conversations, and we don't want to question individuals when they say they are
in the field or they're the subject matter expert. I work in public health, but I can't tell you what public health looks like in the state of Maryland. I can't tell you what it looks like, even though I see the statistics. That's not my everyday. So when he said, when he made the reference that women are the greatest perpetrators of crime, I'm like, my reference point, which is the Kansas Bureau of Investigations, wouldn't agree with that statistically. So again, I don't want to be disrespectful in this space, but this website that we're looking at as a reference contradicts what we're talking about right now. And I'll land it right there.
And can I say something? But it does say, now I've been looking it up since we've been having this conversation. Now it do say that the crime rate in women has raised though. It does say that we are more violent now than we were back in the day.
That's the whole point.
But it still don't say, but no, y'all saying we're more violent. No, it wasn't.
You may not. Okay, so hold on. I don't think. Hold on.
Said, who's more?
Hold on. 2020. That some of you were here. God damn it. I don't think that some of you were here for the earlier conversation, right? So the conversation was, we were talking about men and women. Have women become more violent than men are today? Well, we know that that's not true because men by nature are inherently violent people, right? Violent human beings. We know that, right? So what we were trying to deep dive into is that are today's women more violent than yesterday's women? I think that should be the actual question. It's not that women do not have a propensity to be violent or that they wasn't violent back in the day. The fact of the matter is that more women are acting out on violence today, more so than like they did of yesteryear. It was very rare, and I'm going to say this for the slow people in the back of the room. In my day, as a 16, 17, 18-year-old, 19-year-old, 20-year-old young man, young boy, young teenager, it was very rare to see a girl chest bumping with some boy on the playground talking about, I'll beat your ass, bitch. It was very rare to see that. Miss Richardson is here. She should be able to attest to this. Miss Richardson, when you were a young girl, did you see girls by and large out there chest bumping with boys talking about, I'll beat your ass, bitch? Did you see that, Miss Richardson? Hello?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Don't rush me. Sir, I'm gonna answer your question, then I'm gonna respond later. Do I see them? No. I did not see that. No, I did not. No.
Is that more prevalent today? Do you see that more today than you did back in 1987? And I'm not saying that it did not happen. I'm saying it wasn't as prevalent as it is today.
Well, see, that's really going by state level then again, because she's only in one state. She's not all over the world.
Right, and I'm going by where I was, by my location, and I'm not trying to prove a point, I'm just trying to tell you. Again, when you look at it state by state, it may have been different in Chicago, it may have been different in New York, it may have been different in California, it may have been different in Baltimore, right? In certain areas, in certain communities, based upon whatever the issues were in that particular community. It may have been different. You may have come from a place in backwoods Georgia, some goddamn where girls love to fight boys. That may have tomboys. That may have been your shit when you was a young girl. Climbing trees, jumping out of trees, wrestling with boys, beating boys' ass. That may have been your shit. My point is, everybody on this goddamn stage of a certain age should be able to think back and say, well, when I was a young teenage girl, 14, 15, 16 years old, girls didn't act that way. I'm sorry, Miss Richardson, come on. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, brother. I'm going to have to say it. You're going way off topic. I'm sorry. You're going way off topic of what we was talking about. And I would have to say it. The question was asked, as it is at the topic. Who
violence in 2025, black men or black women. That's what the topic we was talking about. You gonna way out there.
And they don't even have a statistic for 2025 if you guys look it up. Because like I said, I've been looking it up since the conversation came about. We're only up by 14% since 1980.
I'm gonna let them have it.
All I'll say is this.
You know what?
All I'll say is this. It's an insidious buildup, which ultimately means something that starts off subtle, something that people don't see, that is surely going to be wicked. And that is, I believe, has been happening for a long time. And women, y'all are favored. I agree with Dimples earlier when I sat there and said that men are more inherently violent. We are the protectors. We want to get physical. We are them. But when it comes to what's happening behind the scenes and it's on a spiritual, deeper level, you know what I'm saying? There's something brewing behind the scenes. And I'm not going to say that it's all women, but definitely women are catching. I won't even say catching up. It's progressing. I won't say catching up because I think men will probably stay on top, and I hope that it kind of ends with that. But the roles are switching slowly but surely. The roles are switching in a sense. You know, so it's something insidious that's going on, and it's subtle, and people, you know what I'm saying, you know, it's high behind beautiful eyelashes and pretty boom, 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 but hey, you know what I'm saying, the weaponry of warfare is going up, and there's a deeper spiritual warfare that's going on that we cannot put on paper, and that's something that I've been seeing it because I was raised in a single parent household by my mother, but raised by the street for the most part, running back and forth. But on the same note, my mom was very violent from abusive upbringing. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not speaking from an angry level because me and my mom, we love each other to death and we understand each other. But I think it's very important for us. All right, I'll land a plane here. It's something called the Jezebel spirit. And above all, and that could be in a woman or a male, to be exact. But that Jezebel spirit is very subtle and it's very manipulative and insidious. And I think that's something that, that's a spiritual or something that people need to put their eyes on because there's something happening behind the scenes. There's strife building up.
Okay, hey, real quick. Hey, Tradesman, you see, I just changed it at the top of the room, right? Are women more violent in 2025 than they were in 1985, right? Or you can say 95 or 2005. See, Tradesman, and I'm going to say that's the way I'm going on mute because I want to hear this shit, right? When you try to be bipartisan down the middle and you ask a question between black men and black women, this is what you get. So for me, from now on out, I know you like to let people put titles up there. I'm just going to say it how the fuck I think it. Are black women more violent in 2025 than they were in 1985? Go.
We are at a 14% rate though. There go your answer. Yes. Only at a 14% rate though. Men are still more violent today than women. Either way it go, we're still not that violent as when men are. But yeah, the crime rate in women is up by 14%. And again, we don't have database for 2025 yet. So you can't even say 2025. That's going back 2020, from 1980 to 2020. Women crime rate is up by 14%. Look it up.
It could be worse than. I mean, it could have gone up way more.
Well, that's true because it's only going to 5 years. It can be up maybe 30% or something. Who knows? But right now, the data shows that we're up 14%. Men are still more violent.
Well, this is the thing. I'll say this.
And then we're going by race too. So hold on, let me look that.
At the root of my understanding,
You just gotta ask questions based upon what you're trying to get across, brother. You try to make make it bipartisan and down the middle, so nobody feels, picked on. Then this is what you get. But I think everybody and their mama knows that, and their grandmama and granddaddy and grandpappies and everybody in the world knows that men are more inherently more violent than women are. Period.
Yep. Well, you know what it is, though, war? Boy, you know what it is, though, boy? No matter how we have this conversation, ain't now a woman gonna put it on them. Not one. They gonna find every ounce. Hold on, there. I get where you come from, there. I ain't tripping from. But what I've noticed is, anytime we have these type of conversations, they don't listen to they listen to respond. That's why I've noticed people find shit just to pick and pull shit apart, but you don't pretty much bring nothing to the conversation. You just want to listen to respond instead of bring something to the conversation. And if it ain't nothing to respond to, you stay on mute. That's what I've noticed. But if it's something you can just voice or respond to, you come on mute. You ain't gonna bring nothing else or a different point of view or a different mindset, anything else to the conversation. You just find one word in everything you done heard just to try to debunk some shit. Instead of just listening to what we've been talking about. At the end of the day, it is what it is. And people gonna argue this shit down because they don't want it to be on the woman's side. I don't give a damn how we chop this shit down. They never want this shit to be in the woman's face. Anytime you put anything in a woman's face, everybody else fault. They ain't gonna hold up a claim, nothing. They ain't gonna be accountable for shit. And no matter how you look at it, ain't nobody trying to hold y'all. We were just speaking on it, and I sat here and I listened for a long time. And I ain't saying shit. I just watched and listened. All I heard was people trying to debunk some shit instead of listening to what the fuck they were doing. They want to figure out a way to tell them motherfucker they wrong, or you don't know what you talking about, instead of listening to what they were saying. Because you don't never want to be in a woman's face. And listen, man, this is what I know. In 2025, all women are queens, all women are angels, and they can do no wrong, no matter how much wrong they do. It's never nobody else's fault. It's never your goddamn fault. It's always just that. But at the end of the day, we know, like everybody else knows. And watch this. And I said it earlier. And when I said it, old girl got the hell up out of here. The lesbians fighting like a motherfucker right now. And it's woman on woman. They got the highest motherfucking rate right now. How the hell y'all gonna put that on man? How? How you gonna put it on man, the system, the kid? How you gonna put it on anybody else but the woman? When it's two women got the highest rate. Ain't no man got nothing to do with that. That's all women out here fighting against each other and going to jail for the shit. And the numbers tell you that. How ain't a man got anything to do with that? But nobody want to claim that shit. And never mind, guess what? I'm not lesbian, so they don't count for me. But guess what? She's still a goddamn woman, just like it is with me. The same thing with me. You ain't no different from us. You just got a split between your legs. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. And they argue your ass down about this shit for 2 more hours, bro. 2 more hours, they'll argue down about this shit. Bring something else to the conversation instead of trying to debunk some shit. That's all I'm saying with y'all guys.
Because it's in the question at the top of the room. They don't want to take accountability or responsibility for shit.
The lady that's still on here that gave the lady that's still on here that gave the information, is she still on here? Who? That gave for the FBI information stuff. Oh, yeah, I'm here. Shanika, I want to thank you for the information. I got my answer. So, and I get it. You was cracking me up. No, I understood what Jules was saying. Yeah, we still have nothing. You know, 25 though. We don't, and we know that data points never catch up. You're always going to be 3 years behind. Right. There's very few entities that will have, actionable or up-to-date data, specifically when we're talking about these things. So, what does those are facts? I guess what are we hoping to accomplish? I guess sometimes I think when we're having these conversations, what are we hoping to? Not the point, because I think the point of the conversation is for us to learn something. But what I always struggle with on
when I'm having these conversations is what are we trying to accomplish? Because sometimes we just get into the weeds and we just end up arguing. So what are we trying to accomplish?
Okay, I'll tell you what the thought process is, in my opinion, and it may not be everybody's thought process, but this is mine. The reason why we hold some of these conversations is so that we can gain some understanding and hopefully bridge the gap between the black man and the black woman. That is why a lot of people have these conversations on this particular app in this manner, right? That's why people hold these verbal symposiums on this application so that we can figure out a way. Okay, diagnose the problem. Here's the problem. Let's get a diagnosis. Now, what's the best way ahead forward? How do we fix it? It's not just to simply point out, well, women do this and men do that, but other groups of women do it too. Well, white men do it too. That's not the point. That's not my point for it. My point is, let's bridge the gap. Why do men get up and walk away from after they impregnate a woman 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10 times, and then get up and just walk off and leave the woman there with the kids and not come back? See, I could go down either side of the hatch with it. You understand what I'm saying? Well, what we're trying to do is find the problem. Here's the problem. Now, what are some of the solutions, possible solutions that people can take away from these conversations and apply them in their everyday life and use them to hopefully bridge the gap in your own personal life? I hear people every day come to this application in their big old grown ass age and ask shit that the kids I deal with at school ain't even asking because they already know the answer to this shit. You got people on here right now still asking, well, how do you know you did it with your good man? Well, where you gonna find a good woman at? This shit, you 40 years old, motherfucker. If you don't know that by now, something wrong. So to answer your question, what it's about, trying to find solutions to the problems that exist within the black community. We know what the problems are within relationship of life going on between black men and black women. Many of us already know what these problems are because we've either seen it, heard about it, or encountered it. And if you haven't, you're behind the power curve. You're still stuck in a state of arrested development.
Anybody else, or is that going to be what's going to ground the conversation? Which I'm here with that. I think that, getting to solutions is important, but is that how we're grounding the conversation? Anybody want to add anything, or that's the grounding? So the grounding is solution.
That was my take on it. And if anyone else wants to give their take on it, I'm here for it. But I would be more entertained to hear your take on it. Why do you think these are the conversations that are in rotation on this application? It's either about dick, pussy, love, sex, relationships, can't find a good man, can't find a good woman, who cheated on who. It's either that these are the conversations you'll often find on this app when it encompasses black people. But what do you think these conversations are about and what we're trying to attain from them?
Honestly, I feel like a lot of people must live in chaos, right? So oftentimes I come on this app and my reality is on this app, right? I don't really have a lot of division within the group of people that I'm around. I don't disrespect black men. I don't argue with black men. I'm not in those environments where I feel like I'm not loved, supported, appreciated by a black man, and likewise, the women around me love, appreciate, and support black men. So sometimes I get in here and it confuses me that we are still having these conversations 4 years later on this app about the very things that you mentioned before. So I feel like people don't want to change. That's why I asked, when are we grounding the conversation in what are the actual items that we're going to take away from these conversations and actually, go home and do this with our intimate partner or our family or our friends or whatever that network looks like for you. Because we'll talk in circles, but what are you doing when you leave quietly in your actual life? What are you doing to improve your life and the lives of individuals around you?
I can answer that for you real quick. I'm not doing the shit that I'm hearing on this app. I'm not out here as a man, right? So it may not be directly meant for you or meant for someone else. It may be meant for somebody else that doesn't say a word, that's sitting in the coop, that's listening, trying to learn. Now, Here's something more. Here, real quick.
Grounding instead of solution, though.
That's what we're attempting to do. In this room, that's what I believe we were attempting to do. Now, here's a question for you. I've heard tradesmen say this for the last fucking 3 weeks or so. Hey, y'all minds and shit, what do y'all want to talk about? Come up with a title. Let me ask you a question. What would you like to talk about at this very moment?
None of this, I'm not here in the position.
Right, I know you don't want to talk about this. That's why I'm asking you. What would you...
Okay, so when I go in these rooms during the workday, I can't monitor, right? So I can't give tradesmen a topic for me to be able to monitor because I'm at work. So I come here, I listen. If I'm able to jump off the mic, I jump off the mic. Most of the time, I put my comments in the chat, or Trey don't even say, Shanika's at work, she can't come off the mic. So I pick with Trey about his topics because Trey initially did not want to establish his room this way. Here's a room, he can put whatever topic he wants. He doesn't have to mind me if he doesn't want to mind me.
Shanika, you missed my point.
No,
let me say this real quick. And
I got the topics. He knows what the topics.
I know, but let me, okay, so you may not, but let me say this. This is what fucking works my nerve. The guy takes his time out of his day to open up a space so we could come here and commune and have conversation. But invariably you have somebody say, come on here, and they can't come up with not one thing to talk about. Not you, because you're at work, not others that are at work. I'm talking about the ones that are like me, or the ones that are off work that are sitting here for entertainment purposes. For whatever reason you're here, they'll complain about what the topic is, but they won't come up and bring nothing to the table to talk about. You see how asinine that is? That is the most asinine shit in the world. Why y'all always talking about women? Y'all always bashing women, right? Oh, that's all y'all know to talk about. Dick and pussy. That's all. Wait, hold on, baby. I'm gonna rant for just a few seconds. I'm gonna give it to y'all. I got some shit to do. That's all y'all know to talk about. That's all y'all. But you won't come off your mic to say, hey, this is a good topic. What y'all think about discussing this? If it ain't talking about some goddamn dick and pussy shit, some goddamn love, life, and relationship shit, who treated you bad, why men can't find and passport shit, Donald Trump, or some goddamn shit going on with Diddy, you motherfuckers don't have nothing else to talk about but complain about what other people come up with to talk about in this room, to push conversation. Make that shit make sense to me.
Okay, so hold on, Miss Richardson, one question, because I need Trey to come off the mic and say, so my understanding, Trey, how the Peace Zone came to exist, because there were other rooms like urban politics, where what we're doing now used to happen in urban politics. What we're doing now used to happen in hood news. So there were other rooms where we would have these topics and we would have these conversations, and they would just ignite a fire on this app. And Trey, you created a Peace Zone area because you was tired of listening to all of that yelling. Incorrect or correct?
That's all. Hold on. Let me explain this for y'all, for the ones in the back. See, it was a transition period. This is how I know y'all really don't give a fuck about this. But watch this. My uncle passed, right? I stayed gone for a whole week, and I told y'all, I'm on some whole other shit. We don't have to switch this up, because ain't nobody gonna be crashing out and cussing each other out. But I came back on something positive. And just because I started putting up titles, now I'm the bad guy. I just told y'all, I just buried my fucking uncle. I didn't want to be cussing each other out. I didn't want to be in here going crazy. I didn't want none of that no more. I didn't want to be talking about this pussy shit. I want to try to bring something different to the space. And just because I chose to do that, it caused problems. I know y'all really don't give a fuck about me, bro. Y'all don't give a fuck about me. Y'all don't give a fuck about nothing I be saying. I told y'all I just buried my uncle. I was going for a whole week, came back on a whole nother energy. And all y'all got mad at me because I had titles. And I told y'all what it was. And y'all still didn't give a fuck. Like you said, ain't nobody on this bitch your fucking friend. Like y'all got it.
Trey, now let's be fair. Not everybody heard that. Not everybody heard that you were on something different.
I wasn't here.
Yes, not everybody heard that you were on something different. When you started the title rooms, what I will say is the people who really struggled the most with you in these titles, they no longer come in this room.
You don't see them in here. They'll come in the morning when you have me cooling, and then once that title come up, they leave. What you stated to everybody was, what you realize is that in the morning when people came in here and they were just shooting the shit, by about 9:30, everybody went on about their day, and you still had time because we know you have the privilege of walking around work and supervising everybody else's duties, and you were on this app by yourself, or there was nobody in the room. I don't want to say by yourself. There was nobody in the room. But when you had titles, it allowed other people and other voices to come in the room and be heard, and the conversation could continue. So that's what majority of the people who were originally in the peace zone heard. They didn't hear the things about your uncle and about you being on new stuff. That was something that I just recently heard, Trey.
When I came back on the app, I had my first room. I told all y'all the same thing. You was in here, shoot one in here. All the women was in here. I told all y'all the same shit. I'm gonna start.
No, I don't believe I was in that room with that because I wasn't even on the app when I learned that your uncle had passed. I learned that your uncle had passed from Kiki. So I was not on the app when you made that statement. I just heard that this morning when you said.
It really, okay, so it really doesn't, I don't know if you were here or not.
No, wait, sir, no, we don't do that, don't do that. I want to speak to Trey. Was I here?
Go ahead, Ms. Richardson. No, you weren't in the room.
Was I here?
No, you wasn't.
Okay, no problem. Now you can go ahead, because I'm like, cause I feel bad now, because like I said, I didn't know anything about that.
It's okay. I'm not tripping on my thing.
No, it's not okay. It's not okay, because if you would have mentioned it if it was okay. It's not okay. And I know it's not okay, and I understand that. Trust me. We all pretty much done had our family members. If you would have said that or said this to me, then I would have known.
I got you, Ms. Richardson. It's okay. I'm not tripping on this. Is my thing. It doesn't matter how you look at it. If I switched up something in my own room, why y'all get mad at me? It's my fucking room. If you don't like it, don't come fucking back. That's for anybody. But we gonna have conversations. If you want to sit here and talk about dick and pussy shit all day, that's just something you want to do. And I proved that this morning. We were talking about dick and pussy shit, and I did it on purpose, and I told y'all I was going to do it. And I held it down. It was kicking and fucking and sucking and all this extra shit. Soon we switched it up, it was fucking creepy.
You know what I'm gonna say, Trey? The state of what? There you have it. The state of arrested development. I come in in the morning time, and I come in, I just sit before, it was automatic for me to come on the stage. I would sit in and go and listen, and it would just be a bunch of rambunctious ass bullshit talk, and I get it. I was cool with that. That's why I'm here now. The peace zone. Everybody was just talking about, girl, we go shopping here. Yeah, nigga, I gotta get up and go to work and this, that, or whatever the fuck the conversation was. So I would wait until somebody would invoke a thought-provoking conversation. But I see now, as it is with most of these rooms here, if you ain't on some free-fall shit, niggas don't want nothing to do with it. Anytime you try to introduce structure, order, discipline into a conversation or a room, niggas don't want nothing to do with that. They want to be a free fall so they can say and do and act however they want to say, do and act. Come into your room and tell you how you should run it, what you should talk about. That's what it is. You got it.
I'm gonna tell you why I ignore people when they talk about the titles, because y'all don't see my back channel. I get back channel from people that don't even open their fucking mics, and bro, I appreciate that shit. I appreciate that title, bro. Because I appreciate it because people tell me different point of views and they help me figure out my shit. So you can get mad all you want. Y'all don't see the back end. People tell me, bro, I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate the men opening that shit up from another angle and help me look at it from women that don't even come on stage and sit in the goddamn booth. And y'all gonna be seeing this shit, so y'all just want to argue and crack jokes. Yeah, I can get this fun, shooting shit. But like I said before, you don't know who's actually listening, that's trying to figure out some shit. They might hear something from somebody that's on the whole other side of the country that may something help them. So you're not gonna tell me not to make no title. You're not gonna tell me stop doing it, because I can see how it really affects people that don't even fucking talk. I can see how it affects them, bro. I done had motherfuckers tell me, man, I appreciate that shit, bro. I'm good now, man. I was dealing with some fucked up shit, but now I'm good now by just listening to y'all, man. Y'all really helped me get through this shit, and now I'm on a whole other level. I be hearing that shit on the back end, so I'm not gonna switch my shit up just because people don't know how to just sit there, still in their hands and have a conversation about putting their feelings in. I'm not gonna switch my shit up. At the end of the day, if you don't like it, it's 2,500 rooms, man. You wanna go hear somebody get cussed out all day, that's easily fine. We ain't doing that, man. But at the end of the day, what's the purpose of having a conversation if you ain't gonna tell nobody nothing but why? What's the point? I just know there's a lot of self-centered ass people that don't give a fuck about nobody but themselves. So when we get to talk about trying to look out for people, they be crickets. You ain't gotta give a motherfucker a damn coin just by hearing some positive shit for that moment and help them make a different decision. But people don't understand that part. I'm an asshole. I'm this, I'm that, I'm this, I'm that. But you have no clue what this shit really do for certain people. Some people are mentally fucked up out here, man. They don't know what they want to do. But just by hearing us talk about certain things, it pulls them out of that space. So why I go back to just shooting shit all day? When I told y'all it's a rap. Why I just go back to that shit? Why? That shit wasn't helping nobody. We were just shooting shit and getting our 50 plus labs in every day. So what I was thinking was, how can we get our 50 plus labs in throughout a real conversation at the same time? So I'm just trying to figure that part out. Because at the end of the day, it's all about trying to help somebody, bro. I don't understand people's mindset. No, you don't try to help nobody. You don't think your wisdom will help anybody on anything? You just want to keep it to yourself and take it to your grave. How the hell you gonna help the community if you sit on every fucking thing? Make it make sense, man. It's just too many self-centered ass people out here. That's why people don't understand me. That's why we bump heads. That's why it's hard for them to be around them and tell you why. Because in real life, I do not bump with self-centered people. That's why we bump heads. And it shows. Just look around. When we had this conversation, it shows what happens when people get mad for no reason. Because in the back of their mind, you can tell they self-centered. And the stuff that I be speaking on, they cannot fucking take. But I'm not a selfish person, bro. I really do help people, bro. Some of y'all don't do shit. Some of y'all just talk shit and sit on your hands and point at motherfuckers, but you ain't helping nobody do a goddamn thing. Are you passing down trade? Are you passing down the wisdom and knowledge to the next generation? Or are you just sitting on the gatekeeping and shit? Make it make sense. I know Mr. Wisdom doing his part. I know Warren done his part and it's not still doing it. I know Shoot do what he do. If not still doing it. I know Ray and Surf do what they do if not still doing it. I don't know about everybody else. I know the men do. That's all I'm saying. How about that? How about this? How about everybody just focus on one little piece and just do your part? It ain't gotta be expensive. It ain't gotta be extravagant. Just do your part, bro. And we'll be alright as a community. But nobody in 2025, everybody feels they don't have a part. Nothing. And that's why we fuck. You get your little money, you get your little shit, you go hide over in the corner, and you stay over there. You don't try to go back and take shit. Nobody don't let nobody do shit. You just talk down on people. And wonder why shit fucked up in your state. Y'all got.
Trey, you know I'm with you, bro. So I support you no matter what, bro. Keep doing what you're doing. Condolences on my wrong today.
I'm good on us, man. I'm good on us.
I'm still with you.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
I know it's been about 2 weeks, man. It's been about 2, maybe 3 weeks ago. I'm good, man. I'm just trying to tell y'all, man, because I hear y'all talk all this stuff, man, shit. On this app, I hear y'all talk all this rah-rah shit, what I ain't gonna do, what I ain't gonna tolerate, what I don't give a fuck about. I hear y'all talk that rough shit. I wish I could take some of y'all and put y'all in my motherfucking shoes for about 2 minutes, see how long you can stand there, since you know every goddamn thing. I wish I could take you there and sit you there for about 2 minutes, since you so self-centered and hell been on this dumbass shit. I wish I could put you in these same motherfucking shoes and see can you have that same mindset since you know every goddamn thing. Since you don't want to hear nobody say shit, you just want to argue and talk about stupid shit. I wish I could put y'all in these motherfucking shoes and see what your ass can eat out the goddamn trash. Since you know every motherfucking thing. And you don't want to hear nothing. I guarantee you walk around this motherfucker with no shoes on, eating out the goddamn trash can. You don't know what the fuck to do with yourself. All like if I put you in these shoes for 5 fucking minutes. all I'm saying, y'all. I ain't mad at nobody, man. We just be trying to have a conversation with your mind. Help you get through your day, man. Leave your feelings in the hall. I'm trying to help you get home the same way you live down there. I don't want you cussing nobody out so you can lose focus on what you're doing and fuck around lose a finger or get fired. I don't want you cussing nobody out in all these goddamn rooms. I want you to just be able to have a conversation so you can turn your 8 hours to 4 hours for the ones who work. You can talk, baby girl. I don't want to talk to that. Go ahead, you can talk, speak your piece.
I got a question.
Hold on. What her name is? Mark. Well, speak your piece, baby girl. We don't. Everybody on mute. My boy said you take all that thing.
Well, I don't know the beginning of this, but ever since I've been in here, you've been mean and demeaning to the women who are around, and so it just doesn't feel good. That's all I'm saying. I can't have that. It's just like not me. I like a man with positive energy.
You don't know the basis.
Okay, so I'll leave. I'll think y'all can have it, and I'll talk to y'all later. That's all I want to get about
I
it.
tell people all the time, leave your feelings in the hallway and just have a conversation. You burn out. That's the problem. Everybody ain't goddamn feelings.
Makes a whole assumption about somebody, and you just walk in this room and don't know what the fuck going on. But you just gonna have an assumption about somebody. You don't know what the fuck going on in this room, but you think you know this man based off of the 2 to 3 minutes you was in here.
You're not saying things as a man that make me feel good. You were supposed to say women are the salt of the earth.
Somebody knew her, or she just ran?
I ain't know her from a can of paint. That's that big business that she wanted to talk about. Nobody wanted to talk about.
You're supposed to say that women don't do nothing wrong. That we some black queens. That's not positive for you to show us our wrongs and put it in our face. We know we got some issues.
Trey, you saved that ass. I had a mean set up in the comments. Let her live. I'm gonna sit there and write it off.
You should just open this motherfucker up and just sit here. Hey, y'all talk about what y'all want to talk about. I'm just here to facilitate y'all having the space to do it.
Hey, but war this morning, Trey said some shit like, you know what he usually say, I don't know if I'm gonna talk about it, maybe pussy business or whatever. I changed the title. Can you still be pro-black while choosing capitalism? Something like that.
I was here for it.
Up there. And so you say he was up there for 10, 15 minutes. I would have took it all the way to jail. Came back, motherfuckers still talking about it.
I don't understand that they be making themselves look crazy as a motherfucker. They think I be that be my title, that's all I'm talking about. Nah, I wanna show you that that's the only thing you can talk about. I wanna show you that since y'all don't believe me. That's the only thing you can really respond to. We have a conversation that make your ass think you get the hell out the room.
So that's the question I want to ask, Dre. Is today becoming more animalistic? Because it seems to be if the conversation doesn't end up in an argument or it's not sexual, then it doesn't stimulate. So there ain't fighting or fucking like an animal. Then it seems as if our women don't want to get intellectual with the conversation. And it's not something that they can argue about, nitpick with you about, or if it ain't something that involves dick and pussy. It's not really happen. Because remember, I'm not gonna let this die. We had a whole conversation about men the entire day, and not one woman came in that room. But then we have these big discussions today about, conversations and how we always talking about women, and it's like, yeah,
because we talk about women because that's the only thing that brings women in the room. If it's not, it's kind of narcissistic. If it isn't about women, y'all not coming in here.
Like I said, man, a lot of motherfuckers just listen just to respond. They don't bring nothing to the conversation. They just want to respond to something they heard. And it was the part that people don't understand is about this shit. If that's the only thing you can talk about, and certain people say certain things, your ass light up, you just telling everybody that you ain't getting fucked at the crib and you want some wood on the back end, but you don't even tell everybody.
I was waiting for you to say that shit, Trey. I swear to God, I was waiting for you to say that. They never did that home.
Man, don't say that, man. Y'all,
I don't say it.
that ain't how the ladies
You serious, though? Are you serious? I was waiting for it. And then you got quiet, I already knew what it was.
That ain't how our ladies don't operate like that.
I already know how Trey be doing. That nigga set niggas up.
Because I was saying that.
Trey, our ladies don't act like that, Trey. Come on now.
It doesn't look good for a bunch of people who are in a relationship to be constantly talking about sexual. I don't know what nobody said. My wife is talking about sex in a room full of niggas. And we got the goddamn thing. We got a problem.
You got a problem.
Many motherfuckers
You need to be hearing about another nigga dick. What the fuck?
Watch this, Watch this, sir. Watch this. You remember I put that tied up and saying the wood is on the market, I'm free, what happened?
They shot up in here.
They popped right in. They popped right in this motherfucker. Sit there and talk all that shit. I'm through. I'm out the game, ladies. Ain't no access. It'll never happen. I just be talking shit and cracking jokes. There's no access to nothing. If you even thought it was access, I just talking shit and cracking jokes. There's no nothing, nothing. I just be talking shit and cracking jokes. And like I told y'all a long time ago, I know a lot of these motherfuckers who go. They say they're high pound goddamn money. Your ass will go.
NDA.
And right, I know they're going to say what?
I said, what more be saying? You know she a step. Some shit he said the other day.
See, right there, goddamn go. They say they talk all this shit. The right motherfucker pull up, tell the right shit, and step out the right way. Your ass going with your man. You don't give a fuck. You think I don't know this shit? You can say you ain't hard behind this mic all goddamn day. If you ain't never met a motherfucker in everything. They pulled up on your ass, they stepped out right. And they had that shit the way you wanted it to be. And you thought it was gonna be. And they looked apart, your ass was known. And nobody never know it. Man, shit ain't changed. Ain't nothing changed about the game. The game's still the same. This is another goddamn year. These motherfuckers go, man. Y'all look, I'm about the game. I come to the motherfucking food. Everybody your ass is go. You better go, I'm about the game. All that, I ain't one never. Bullshit.
Taking pictures and videos.
Yeah, your ass will go. You ain't supposed to be with that shit. I can hit through the mic till your ass will go. Oh shit, why you say that, Trey? I didn't know. Yeah, I know your ass go. I was just want to see your ass light up. I know you light up. When certain shit gets said and your ass light up, you just tell everybody your ass go. I gotta stop giving y'all this free game. I should just keep this shit to myself so I can last some more. Now y'all gonna be trying to protect the shit. It's too late now, goddamn cat is out the motherfucking bag. Been out the bag. You can't put it back up. I know your ass will go. You ain't fooling me. You can say you on with deep and plus a conversation with a motherfucker you don't know every day and cool with it, your ass will go. You'll know. I'm just setting your ass up. Y'all think this shit be Trey don't know what he's doing. He don't know shit. Bullshit. I said you up shit. So you can show everybody your ass to go. Why you saying being old?
That's why they loneliest. That's why they loneliest.
I would never. Bullshit. Everybody say they would never be the main motherfucker done did or doing. Fuck out of here. Think I'm stupid. I know the game. This ain't my first motherfucking rodeo. I know how this shit go. Y'all now be trying to tell y'all don't be understanding this part of me. This is what I think a lot of y'all fuck up at. Not y'all, but just women in general. A lot of women don't know they be talking to the men that had their picks out here. They was the ones who choose the fuck they want, and you don't be knowing you talking to them. So you say certain shit. When you hear you say certain shit, you automatically know you're a Y'all don't even know that. You think you talking to some bum ass motherfuckers. They ain't never had their way with being a woman. Bullshit.
Shit, I know Will had his way. I'm pretty sure Shoes had his way when he was younger. Mr. Wizard had his way when he was younger. And y'all saying trying to convince him like we don't like this shit gonna change. The bullshit your ass will go. You ain't gotta verify. I know you'll go. Fuck out of here with that shit. I pull up on your ass like Will said. I pull up on your ass like black on black on black on black. Your ass go. Fuck out of here.
Pull up with the Houston and corner, nigga. Talking about being three. Body bill.
Yeah, right, your ass going. See how I'm under the goddamn mic. Your ass go. I know the conversation like that. When a motherfucker go, it's certain shit they say, it's certain words they say, and certain things they love to talk about. A lot of motherfuckers don't prove it to me, don't even know they prove it to me. I just sit here and laugh, bitch. You know what, nigga, bullshit, you fucking out of both legs. Cut it out. Fucking out of both legs. Take that shit to somebody who ain't got time to tell you. I got too much stuff on me that you won't do. Fuck out of me. I ain't gonna fuck with you. This ain't my first rodeo. I know the games. I go over 8 on people. Think I don't know the first game? Bullshit. They taught me well, nigga. Watch this. I did. That's what it was. Yeah, you was right, huh? Yeah, I know. Y'all got me. I'm trying to wear this shit together, laughing at y'all over here. Trying to fool me like your ass won't go. Fuck out of here. What I do, sir, I get talking about the ass pad, what happened? I've been setting y'all up for this shit for a long time. Plays. Yeah, but I don't know that I'm the slow motherfucker in the room. You know, we slow in the South. Now we slow. You been getting set up for this shit for months. You don't even fucking know it. Now we slow. Alright, we gonna do it. Fuck out of here. I'm slow. Now I'm gonna do it. Y'all gonna be slow. They say we slow in the South. Yeah, I can even tell. All this time, motherfuckers ain't never pick up on it. But I'm slow. The South is slow. Y'all just learned this man that the South got way more sense than you think. And we very patient. But we slow. You see how I say back all the time and knew this shit was going on and they say shit to y'all. But we slow. Alright, like me, y'all motherfuckers slow. Y'all got all the brains and all goddamn degrees and shit and come pick up on.
Why is Mrs. Richardson at the bottom?
She always put herself down there when she doing something. But you been your own ass look.
I had to step away. I'm about to I was gonna log out this bitch, but I just put y'all on mute real quick.
Hey, I'll be in Kansas next week, goddamn. I'll be in Kansas next week.
Fuck about none of that shit.
Oh yeah, they cuss me out. Now you wanna cuss me out after the shit I done said.
Nobody give a damn.
You ain't right.
You done went on a rant for 50 days and 50 nights. You done had that. I'm looking at the chat. What y'all do to that girl?
She said she was chilling. She said she
Amira. What y'all do? What y'all do?
Get her first class flight.
Y'all kick her out?
She kicked herself out. But she couldn't come in and dominate the conversation and tell nobody how to fucking talk.
She said Trey was too aggressive.
You know that girl. She been in household. You know that girl.
Shit.
What now, Master?
She said Trey.
Y'all know the girl. Y'all know her. She been bitching up in the front in the room. That's Amina, my nigga. Yeah.
Amina? Oh.
Yeah. That was Amina. That didn't sound like her. Nigga, that's her. That is right. She do got about 300 profiles.
She said Trey was too aggressive for her.
Sasha, you ain't back in today?
Trey was beating on that woman and everything. Said she below minimum and everything.
Boy, you stupid as hell.
I guess she went park over here. I was about to say, where's Jenny Carter? Hold on.
That's why I was quiet when she was talking. I don't feel like doing all the yelling and going back and forth. I'm just assuming it's to shoot you on the rock. Well, girls graduated this summer. It's a whole new team out there. Don't forget that. So all you nigga folk are at work right now? This shit crazy. Don't trip because y'all gotta be quiet at work.
We actually doing work faster shit.
I'm working too, shit, but I can talk to a nigga. Shit.
Look, you rolling the blunt, I got the cigar.
Oh man, shit, I can't smoke in here, but I'll be goddamn smoke when I leave out of here, shit.
Word. Yeah, that's how they passed a law though in Texas though. They trying to ban marijuana. Is that true?
Never. We shot it down. Greg signed it out, and now we got to put in more dispensaries, nigga. We getting more dispensaries for medical damage.
Yeah, my homegirl moved to all of us. So we here trying to put a ban on. Word.
She better reread. That's dead. That was dead. Oh, you knew we was on our job. We're not even gonna let y'all take this one. No.
That's a whole lot of people about to view. Hey, look, everybody about to leave Texas now if they couldn't smoke.
Bro, we gotta get rid of Ken Paxton. It's his whole ass. They keep trying to blame Greg. These niggas don't know nothing about politics. Greg ain't no motherfucking lawyer. Greg the goddamn governor. The lawyer is the one who get to change this shit around based on findings or creation of evidence. The lawyer is the nigga. And who is our attorney? Greg Paxton. Get him out of here. Get Cuz out of here. He's not fit for the job. It feels so good to walk outside with a 1.5, 2 goddamn gram blunt.
Where'd Trey go after you went on a rant for 50 days and 50 nights?
Shanique, what you eat for lunch today, Shanique?
Shit, I don't know. I'm in my coworker's car because she got to go downtown. So wherever the hell she decided to stop. She pregnant, so wherever the baby tell her we need to go.
Hey. I'm trying to find a spot out here in Solana, but there's a lot of crackers out there.
They got good ramen spots. If you
Yeah, I'm looking it up now.
Ramen places. Yeah, if you like ramen places.
So you talking about ramen or pho? Which one? Pho?
No, ramen. Not pho. Yeah, ramen.
Nigga, she pregnant. She finna take your ass back to 3 restaurants.
And like she like do any day pregnant. So we gonna see wherever she go. I was like, girl, you better. I'm planning an office baby shower for her Friday. I was like, now listen here, this gotta make it till Friday. Okay, shit. Like, ain't no telling. She over here being nice, so the people who come and pick up our internal mail don't have to come over here today. I was like, look at you being nice to the people.
They told my fiance with our son last year, she had just, got a new job. So she had to last till October 3rd for her to get her
FMLA.
or whatever.
Yeah, I let Miss Richardson up. She's trying to come up.
Motherfucker was born October 4th.
Yeah, because Trey was sitting up there going off for 50. Miss Richardson, I'll let you up if it won't let you come in. Like, leave and come back in, and then maybe it'll let you up.
She always put herself down there.
Oh, there we go.
There she go.
Yeah, we take care of her around here. She okay?
Shoot, what you doing in Solana? You all, let me tell you something. You just moved to this damn state, and you all moved to this.
I was talking, I was on mute. Y'all can hear a damn thing what I say.
She probably like, why that girl talking while I'm talking? Sorry.
That's some fucked up shit. Y'all know I don't know this shit. I don't know this.
Well, you on stage now, baby.
Whatever I said. You Miss Trey ran for 50 days and 50 nights. Trey know people love him. I
gotta stop it.
For sure. For sure.
Stop in the place.
So it's your kid down there. That's what people
Don't worry about it.
I don't think we got any sparkers on the wall.
These people crazy up here, though. I don't want no friends on this.
They get crazy.
Hey, love.
They tell the teacher.
Trey was giving his confessions. What the
Ain't no Trey. He think his friends got titles. Nobody cares. Nobody even banning him about the title. Boy, we do not care. Okay. We be sitting here listening to y'all yapping.
I'm like, I feel bad. Is he talking about me?
No, Trey don't be talking. He be talking about. I be like, Trey be talking to the people he trying to get his message to ain't landed.
I be like,
I know what it is. I know what's gonna land. I know what's gonna land when I get the goddamn clear. Good.
Oh, Lord.
I don't know. I guess you and Shu gonna have it. Shu gonna show you some places you can go.
Man, why you put me in this? But I ain't got nothing to do with this one.
Hey, listen. She gonna show you some places you can go.
I know more places than you do when you from here.
First off, I'm not from
You from here.
and on top of that, you be around with all of the Caucasian activities. I'm not doing
I don't like being around those niggas.
about all of that extra shit you be finding out about this thing.
I tell you, my wife, she don't get along with the blacks, man. She don't like being around a bunch of niggas. When they started crazy, we out this bitch. She gone.
You be saying like when you was like the rodeo, I was like, Apple ain't rodeo. You fucking tripping.
Hey, we felt safe, boy. Cowboys and the guns. We good.
I bet you did. But your beige ass.
Don't do that.
I need someone to make me laugh because I just cuss these people out and get this job.
What you do now?
I ain't did shit. I ain't finna do shit. You want me to go somewhere? My day is done.
I miss being on the road sometimes, then I don't. Them light places be real, boy. Ooh.
Let me ask y'all this. Why do you think that you can offer your worker more money and think that they gonna like, well, yeah, I can do that. I'll do that for you. Master. What?
You get paid by the load or you 50-50 on which you own the operator?
What is the ambulance? Shoot,
Yeah, we all about to get it.
We gotta kill him or lose you, nigga, to stay out the way.
Where you at?
Kansas. Listen to
I can't hear. Why you in Topeka? Or why you in Savannah?
I'm gonna capture his ass up there then.
There ain't no outlet out here. Oh, I guess because the ambulance has got to come out that way. Shoot, you should come on over to Riley County so you can see this new EMS station they didn't build.
President in the back.
Boy, shut the hell up.
Now, I gotta come over anyway. Don't take some out. I'm not gonna do it.
It's actually a nice building over here.
I know that motherfucker ain't say what breathing later up on.
He did. He most definitely did. A whole hot ass mess.
And I'm ready for this rodeo next week. Yeah, I awesome, so I'm good.
The rodeo down the street.
I'm good. They ain't a real one.
No, it's not. They just in the fucking way.
That's all they do. Yeah.
I'll be like, shit, I don't even go down that way. I gotta go around.
I got another title for you.
I know, ready for that case stick.
You gonna go to the game?
Damn right, got the tickets already.
Oh, nigga. Do you guys see the tickets?
My brother, dude, shouldn't have did.
Oh.
That's your motherfucker.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
You gonna have to, you might become like your brother.
Right.
I need a couple tickets when you know.
And we got them biking tickets. We're going right back to Minnesota again. We're gonna drive out there.
No, you and I will probably go to a Chiefs game. Trey, you in the matrix.
Yeah, bro.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, Trey, that's I got another title.
Yeah, we say Trey.
I told you, boy, you can't put God in these titles, bro.
No, he about to mess up right now.
What?
Mess
You're
up.
gonna have all the Bible thumpers, you're gonna have all the Muslims, you're gonna have all the
Priscilla, everybody.
You don't want to be your room, Trey. You don't want to have the conversation. We might can learn something.
Look at you. You want to listen to respond. Give me a rap on the phone.
Oh Lord, here we go.
No, your brother see it. I'm trying to hook him up. So where your brother got tickets? Like where he got? Like what tickets do you have? Do you know? Did you
Well,
like?
that's why we got in the skybox.
He got Scotland. Oh,
Yeah, skybox.
As long as you don't take your mistress now. You know they do the kiss cam.
Oh shit, they really mean that they're poor.
You viral now.
Yeah, he got that real retirement money, so yeah.
That shit. Fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Over there off with a little shamrock shit.
Now you know you have to in order to get the tickets, you got to do something for the tickets.
She already know.
Shit was free.
Little stain for little change now.
You gotta fix that
Yeah,
up.
the same area. I get the tickets. Ain't nobody tricking off no fucking ass cake picture.
You know them white girls, them white people tricking off.
But Starbucks tickets, they got a little piece of coin.
Yeah, you know, you got that real retirement money. Yeah.
I think they cut this tree
overtly because now it was against the law and they still wanted to carry out those activities. So yes, of course he's guilty. Of course he's guilty of it. But he doesn't want that to come out. Like I said before, when this comes out that, today is different, it's against the law. It's, against the law, federal laws and state laws. When this comes out, that whole mega, everything that that they've done, alligator, Alcatraz, all this stuff, ICE, everything is going to fall apart and it's going to sprinkle. And that's why they're so afraid. The truth is going to come out anyway. But when it does, all of that's going to fall apart. That's why they're doing everything they can to try to sully Martin Luther King Jr. and all these other people. Shoot, King David sinned against God. He raped Bathsheba and murdered Uriah, her husband. We still quote the Psalms and all that stuff from David. So I mean, bringing out what Martin Luther King Jr. did many years ago, whatever he did. I mean, most black folk, we ain't gonna care about that. We're still gonna hold his legacy to be somebody that really did something for our people.
I agree with you on that, and I'm getting ready to connect this right now. Because it's disheartening that we wake up this morning after we held the room last night till 4 o'clock in the morning discussing how this is despicable that Trump is trying to bring down, Obama, number one, and also throwing Martin Luther King out there to have his legacy destroyed to save his own ass. And it's not surprising, it's just fucking fucked up and disheartening that, but why would he care? I mean, I'm saying, why would he care? He has nothing for Martin Luther King. He has nothing for the black community, but we sit here caping for him constantly. This should be a wake-up call to all you black MAGAs. When you see, a legacy trying to be destroyed like this over some fucking bullshit to save his ass because he doesn't want the world to know and to verify that he was involved with molesting children. It's just diabolical in my whole situation, you know what I mean? So I'm gonna, anybody wanna talk on that before I find this clip about him trying to, I got something from Alan Sharpton here, but he's the only one who's really right now, as of right now, stepping out and really being aggressively assertive by talking about indignation.
My recollection, just real quick, guys, my recollection is Obama did know some things, and he chose to not, particularly as it relates to the Russia stuff, he didn't put it out there on purpose because he didn't want to influence the election. Like he was trying to, what he did, the decisions he made to not speak on things that he did know about was to keep from influencing the election, like when Comey did the Hillary thing. That's my recollection. So, yeah, he did know some things, but what did he do wrong? And whatever the decisions that he made, how are they now treasonous? It's crazy to me. But they are using that word on purpose.
They're not.
Because that's the one that that's the only one that would hold weight, I believe, from the Supreme Court's decision. That's the only reason they're using the word. A treasonous act would not get immunity, I believe, as far as what the Supreme Court decided, and that's the only reason they're using it. But how is holding information